In this world, catch an attitude with an angel, and you get snapped out of existence instantly. Nothing left but dust. But this guy, he doesn't care. He punches them in the mouth and snaps their wings like he's plucking a chicken. This is Ryu Min, the man who soloed his way to round 20 of the final battle, stepping over the guards he just dismantled. He enters the massive temple-like inner sanctum. He steps into the magic circle, and it lights up. Suddenly, a system error pops up. Entry requires 5 people.
Current count 1 out of 5. How is Ryu Min the only survivor who made it this far?
Because the conditions aren't met, the system decides to delete him. Ryu Min rages, smashing everything in sight, but it's useless. His body begins to disintegrate. Second by second, Ryu Min dies, but his death fulfills the hidden condition to activate the Rune of Time. He's regressed back to round 1. This is his 100th attempt and his final chance after 99 failures. Ryu Min wakes up in the real world, back in South Korea, right before the games begin. It's New Year's Eve. The city square is packed with people waiting for the countdown. A few minutes prior, a group of punks is hanging out. They're celebrating turning 18, finally legal adults ready to buy booze and party like there's no tomorrow. They're hyped to stop using fake IDs and just go wild. The guy with the scarred eyebrow is Dong Min. When asked about his dream job, he gives a clueless laugh and says, "I'm gonna be a gangster." You only live once, so I'm following my heart, not my brain. His friends hear this nonsense and cringe hard. They barely want to be seen with him. In the distance, Dong Min spots Ryu Min. Ryu Min was his favorite punching bag, poor and weak. Dong Min laughs, telling his crew he won't stop bullying him even after graduation. He glares at Ryu Min, but when Ryu Min takes off his hood, Dong Min freezes. The weakling errand boy looks different. Ryu Min stares back, and it pisses Dong Min off. He starts marching over to beat the hell out of him. He wants to start the new year with violence, but his cronies hold him back since it's a holiday. As everyone chants Happy New Year, a strange voice booms from the sky. A blinding divine light floods the night. It shines brighter than 1,000 suns. Every eye in the square looks up. A magnificent, luxurious angel descends. She's breathtakingly beautiful, but immediately starts mocking the humans below. Some people think it's just a TV stunt. They gasp, admitting she's prettier than any movie star. Only Ryu Min knows the horror that's coming. He's lived through this nightmare 99 times. The angel giggles, acting shy, then calls the humans trash and bugs. She loves that they're stunned by her beauty. There is nothing more dangerous than a woman who knows she's beautiful. She basks in their confusion. One guy in the crowd shouts that she's a fake, a hologram. The angel's smile instantly vanishes. Her eyes glow red with rage. "Know your place," she hisses. Instantly, the heckler's head explodes. Panic erupts. The crowd realizes this isn't a show. The angel's demeanor turns cold and commanding. "Humans have no right to question an angel," she warns. "Act up again, and you'll pop just like him." Floating arrogantly above them, she begins to explain the rules of the game. Ryu Min just sighs. He's sick of hearing this speech. The game is simple, survive 20 rounds. On the first day of every month, their souls will be transported to a new dimension. There, players have one job, complete the mission, do that, and you get rewards and a safe ticket home. But where there are rewards, there are penalties. The penalty is death. Not everyone makes it back, she says. Only half of you will survive the first cut. The crowd is trembling now. The game is mandatory for everyone aged 15 to 29. While everyone loses their minds, Ryu Min stands there, cold as ice. The angel scans the population. She selects 18 million participants for the game. With the briefing over, the beautiful angel begins the spell. Magic envelops the square, transporting the chosen ones to a different dimension. They arrive in a void where they can't see each other. It's time for character creation, a one-time choice. Ryu Min selects his appearance and locks in his legendary alias Black Scythe. He stands on a desolate green hill, looking absolutely badass. He's used this avatar 12 times before. It feels more like his own body than his real one. Around him, other players start spawning, looking like K-pop idols. Everyone wants to customize their avatar to look perfect here, but to Ryu Min, that is just a brain-dead decision. And this is a survival world. If you look too flashy, you become a target. And if you die here, you log out of real life permanently. The neighborhood bully, Dong Min, picks a massive, muscular body. Ryu Min is so done he doesn't even want to comment. Suddenly, the angel appears, immediately trash-talking everyone's looks. She wants to taste the fear of humanity. She announces that 18 million people are in this space. Someone instantly questions if that number is more inflated than Bitcoin. The angel gets annoyed, calling them idiots for not realizing the players are split across different servers. Everyone opens their status windows. Ryu Min just sighs. He has to start the grind all over again. The angel explains the rules: survive 20 rounds, and the prize is one wish. Anything you want. Next, they are taught to open their inventory. Inside is a runestone that can only be used once. You just hold it, think activate, and boom. Each stone has a unique function. Whether it's trash or god tier depends entirely on your luck. The angel shoos them away and snaps her fingers. The quest board pops up. Round 1 is simple: kill 100 goblins. But there's a catch, only the fastest 50% of players get to live. The goblins spawn. Some guy looks at the small group and thinks, I can take him. But the moment he speaks, the angel summons a massive horde. The mood shifts instantly. It is 10,000 humans versus 50,000 goblins. The war between man and monster has officially begun. The feral goblins charge at high speed. Ryu Min steps forward, hands in pockets, looking arrogant as hell. His eyes glow red. He unleashes a shadowless kick, instantly deleting a goblin. First impressions matter, whether it is a job interview or a death match. Since this is a survival game, Ryu Min decides to flex hard. He starts throwing hands, leaving the other players jaw dropped at his skills. He is destroying the goblins. But the real reason he is showing off like this is to grab the attention of that angel watching from above. With a dagger in hand, he moves like the wind, landing critical hits. The crowd starts whispering when they see his nickname Black Scythe. It sounds edgy, and he is backing it up. Seeing Black Scythe slaughter them so easily gives the crowd false hope. They think these monsters are the weak tutorial trash. One guy rolls up his sleeves, ready to flex, and immediately gets stabbed through the chest by a goblin. The people next to him watch in horror, faces twisting in shock before they scatter like rats. The goblins begin the slaughter. Panic sets in. They realize this is not a game anymore. There is only one thought left in their mind: survive. Survival instincts kick in, the fight or flight response triggers, and everyone chooses flight. Ryu Min chose to run in his first 2 lives, but he realized too late that running away in this wasteland is a big fat no. Someone tries to run far away only to be blocked by an invisible magic wall. There is no escape. Modern people have never killed a living thing, so they hesitate. They feel weak raising a weapon against the goblins. But hesitation here means death. To survive, you have to kill that fear. If they want smoke, you give them the fire. The angel watches from above, smugly enjoying the sight of humans running and dying without fighting back. But her eyes lock onto the one guy stealing the spotlight. She wonders, who exactly is this human? Is he the real deal? His kill count is already at 70 out of 100. She's curious about Black Scythe's identity, but the system security is too tight. She can't see his data. She is furious, but keeps a fake smile plastered on her face, acting like these lowly humans can't affect her dignity. Down below, Black Scythe is dancing through the battlefield, chaining kills and racking up experience. 5 or 6 goblins try to mob him. He easily counters with his dagger, wiping them out. His hands are soaked in goblin blood. The hunters have become the hunted. After grinding through the mob, he hits level 4. He dumps all his stat points into agility. It boosts evasion, attack speed, and movement. Speed is king. The goblins try to regroup. Black Scythe throws his dagger, instantly killing one and making the others flinch. He sighs, then dashes forward to retrieve his weapon. Before the goblins even process what happened, he slices them in half, leaving them looking like a Gojo cosplay. With that slaughter, the quest to kill 100 enemies is complete. The system announces Black Scythe is the first to clear the mission in this zone, and ranked number 1 across all servers. Because he took the top spot, the system rewards him with a weapon of his choice and a treasure chest. For Black Scythe, the starter weapons. This gear is total trash, so he just grabs a compact dagger easy to handle, while he's lost in thought about Hong Chen outside. And everyone is still struggling to survive the goblin horde. This regression hits different from the previous 99 times, because now he possesses the title, the Final Traveler. Since this is his 99th run, his time rune shard, is useless. This is his absolute last chance. But in this game, there's something even more broken than runes. Titles, infinite power, but infinitely harder to get. Priests have a limit break skill called Resurrection that only restores 30% HP, but Hoke's title, it revives him with 100% HP. That's how insane this thing is. He immediately equips the title, setting it to private to avoid unnecessary drama, even hidden. The effects are still active around him. Players are gradually finishing the quest to kill 100 goblins, while others are nothing but soulless corpses. Suddenly, the angel spreads her wings, stirring up the party. As failed players are logged out from life, their bodies disintegrating. She then dumps another 50,000 goblins to help players finish faster. Sounds generous, but it smells fishy. The battle between humans and goblins nears its bloody conclusion. Cowards use other players' bodies as meat shields, to survive. Others strangle goblins with every ounce of strength they have left. Meanwhile, Hook just sits there, somehow completely unbothered by the chaos. The angel watches in ecstasy as players slaughter each other, just to survive. Once the quota for round 1 is met, the goblins instantly vanish. Survivors who somehow haven't killed enough goblins dead. Their bodies start dissolving into nothingness. The angel congratulates those who passed. Regional and global rankings are announced, and Hoke sits at number 1 with a time of 10 minutes, 21 seconds. His reward, 1,000 gold currency for the item shop, unlockable at level 10. The angel is thrilled that the global #1 is in her zone. So now she's curious about his power, but salty that she can't check his stats due to system privacy. Even so, unless she acts all high and mighty in front of Huck, claiming she knows his secret, Huck just cracks. A soulless smile, knowing she's bluffing, arrogantly. He makes a request, calling the #1 reward, too small, too trash. Other players are shocked by his audacity. The angel's face twists. Then when he demands something pro-level, she tries to act tough, asking him to repeat himself. Huke isn't scared, and says it again loud and clear. The crowd gasps. The angel drops her fake nice act. And furious that Huck dares to order her around, she raises her hand to execute him, but having used her skill, once already, it's on cooldown. Her eyes light up with a twisted idea. She descends while accepting his request on the condition they go somewhere private to avoid gossip. Everyone's jealous Huck negotiated with an angel. Before leaving, he shoots a meaningful glance at Dong Min. They walk deep into the forest. The angel decides this human isn't just disobedient, but greedy. Thinking, why reward him? Greedy trash deserves karma. She plans to kill him, so the moment they pass that rock, she worries about a player riot if she kills him openly. But if she does it quietly and packs him in a box, no witnesses, no complaints, she turns around with a sickly sweet smile, asking what he wants. Bam, a punch hits her like a truck, sending her flying before she can process reality. Furious, she stands up. He's gone. Hook appears behind her, grabs her wings, chokes her, and rips them off like chicken feathers. He grabs the other wing, stomps her down, and tears it out. So now blood spraying everywhere. Hook saw through her entire plan, exposing the weapon hidden in her wings. Now she stammers, claiming it's a misunderstanding, begging for a redo. Hook knows it's all lies. He calls her by name. Riel, no more talk. He pulls a dagger from his inventory. Cornered. She. Mine threatens to blow his head off. Hook smiles brightly. Who can you kill now? Shutting her right up. Threats failing. She tries the power of friendship card. Kill me and other angels will hunt you down. Hook, knows angels are selfish scum who don't give a damn if a comrade lives or dies. Desperate. She, screams that killing her means he can't return to the real world. Too bad he knows the system. Some will warp him back. Angel or not. In this game, angels are just glorified monitors. So for the players, done listening, he lunges forward, sending her straight to hell to shut that dirty mouth forever. The system instantly recognized his feat, the first player ever to slaughter an angel. As a reward, it bestowed upon him a unique title and the coveted item Angel's Blood. Ryu Min didn't hesitate. He absorbed the reward, and mystical runes seared themselves invisibly into his flesh. The title, Angel Slayer, wasn't just for show, it came with a massive perk. It doubled all his stats whenever he faced a divine being. He actually discovered this secret back in his 13th regression, during a brutal revenge kill against an angel. This reward was limited to a single player first come, first served. Then there was the Rune of Slaughter. Its effect, pure devastation. Every time he kills a target, all his stats rise by 1%. It stacks up to 100% and lasts until the entire round ends. But forget the stats and the runes. The real prize, the sole reason he hunted that angel, was the Angel's Blood. This item was the key. It allowed him to change his class to the Grim Reaper, the natural predator of angels, and a completely unique role in the entire region. Normally, players can only choose their class upon reaching level 10, selecting from a standard pool provided by the system. There are 30 basic classes available. To switch, you usually need specific class change items. But beyond the basics, there are hidden classes. And let me tell you, these special roles are on a completely different dimension compared to the normal ones. The stat bonuses, the runes, the growth potential, everything about them is absolutely broken. Ryu Min opened his reward chest and instantly selected the triple experience buff for round 2. He needed to power level as fast as humanly possible to secure that class transfer. Just then, round 1 concluded. The survivors were teleported back to the real world. At first, everyone thought, they had just shared a bizarre nightmare, but it was too vivid. Some people were still unconscious, deep in slumber. But when others tried to wake them, the horrifying truth hit. They weren't sleeping. They had been permanently logged out of existence. Dong Min's friend, Ma, was dead. Cold. That's when the gang realized everyone who didn't wake up was someone who had been slaughtered by the goblins inside the game. Even Dong Min, the tough guy who always acted like he owned the place, was shaking like a leaf. But amidst the fear, a twisted thought crossed his mind. He realized the world had just become a lot less unfair. It didn't matter if you were born rich or poor anymore. Now, everyone was equal before death. His lackeys, however, felt ripped off. They always knew Dong Min was destined to be a low-life street thug, while they actually had dreams and ambitions, despite being small-time punks. Dong Min started looking around for Ryu Min, assuming the Weakling must have died early. Suddenly, he spotted a player nearby still wearing full armor. That's when Dong Min realized something incredible. Even in the real world, They could access their status windows and inventory. He reached down, grabbed a rock, and crushed it into dust with zero effort. The power rushed to his head, inflating his ego instantly. Meanwhile, the national news began. On broadcasting a breaking report. Over 10,000 people had simultaneously collapsed at the city square during the New Year's bell ceremony. Cameras had captured the angel blowing people to bits and knocking out 10,000 others in broad daylight. The footage went viral immediately across every social media platform. And it wasn't just local. This was a global event. The internet exploded. Keyboard warriors flooded the comments. I'm not debating the footage. Most people dismissed it as a high-budget prank or a CGI stunt designed to farm likes and views. Ryu Min watched the news closely. The reports were grim. Some victims were in a vegetative state, others clinically dead. Most of the celebrities involved were confirmed dead. In total, 11% of the population had been wiped out in this surreal catastrophe. But Ryu Min knew the real danger wasn't the dead. It was the survivors. If they started grinding and leveling up, well, they would eventually evolve into unstoppable godlike entities. No modern weapon, no army, could ever hope to suppress them, to keep the world from descending into chaos. There was only one solution. Ryu Min had to control them all. He needed to wield absolute power, a force that stood above everyone else. He wouldn't let the tragedy of his 99th regression repeat itself. This time, he already had a list of potential candidates to help him conquer, so, the 20th round. Ryu Min returned to his small rental apartment and looked at his younger brother, Ryu Won, snoring away. They weren't rich, far from it. After their parents died in a car accident, everything changed. From the moment he put on the mourning band, Ryu Min had to become the head of the household, raising Ryu Won all on his own. He flipped on the lights and woke his brother. It was time to pack. They were going on a shopping spree. Ryu Won was confused. But he obediently dressed up, and they headed out, seeing the deadly serious look on his brother's face. And Ryu Won realized this wasn't just a casual walk. Ryu Min knew his innocent brother was still in the dark, so he told him to check the trending news. When Ryu Won learned that his brother had actually survived round 1, he panicked. He frantically checked him for injuries. He knew how hard Ryu Min had worked since their parents' death to fill the void left behind. His brother had always been strong, steeling himself against every hardship life threw at them. Ryu Min knew exactly what the kid was thinking. He patted Ryu Won's shoulder and smiled, promising that from now on, he's absolutely cracked, way beyond some weak goblins. All Woon has to do is follow his lead. But spotting the bruise on Woon's hand, Ryu Min brings up a specific name, Bang Tae-gu. Today, they're paying a visit to the thug who's been tormenting him. Hearing his brother mention that name sends Woon into a panic. He'd kept it a secret, terrified of becoming a burden. But Ryu Min, his heart is heavy with guilt and the need to apologize. In his past regressions, he only learned the horrifying truth hours after returning to the start. While Woon went out to meet someone, Ryu Min had collapsed from exhaustion. By afternoon, a call from the hospital sent him racing out the door in a frenzy. His little brother had been beaten blind by Bang Tae-gu's crew. Back then, he was too weak, too foolish to protect his own blood. But this time, he's on a completely different level. It's a quantum leap compared to the Ryu Min of the past. Now, anyone who touches Woon gets crushed. Meanwhile, at an abandoned warehouse, the bloated tyrant Bang Tae-gu is up to his old tricks, bullying the weak. He ruthlessly kicks and beats one of his own lackeys. The other goons watch in terror, praying they aren't next. After satisfying his bloodlust, he starts rambling about needing cash for a new ride. But he's broke. He demands his crew find a way to get money without actually working. Talk about delusional, you can't eat if you don't hustle. One of the buzz-cut thugs suddenly remembers that handsome errand boy, Woon. A light bulb goes off. They scheme like masterminds to squeeze cash out of him. But Tae-gu scoffs. Woon is homeless. Even if they killed him, they wouldn't find a single dime. The kid has absolutely nothing of value. Tae-gu knows Woon is an orphan, living on scraps and relying solely on his older brother. And speak of the devil, Ryu Min and Woon stroll right into the lion's den. The gang bursts into laughter, mocking them. Speak of the dog and it comes running. Tae-gu screams out, calling Ryu a son of a butch. But the moment he locks eyes with Ryu Min, a chill runs down his spine. When asked who he is, Min flashes a sharp smile. I'm Woon's big brother. Tae-gu cracks his knuckles, posturing to beat these two into the ground. 3 of his lackeys step forward to handle the light work. One guy tries to size Ryu Min up, mocking his height, but instantly eats a fist that sends him to dreamland. Another thug with bowl-cut hair swings wildly. Min dodges effortlessly and counters with a blow that sends him flying straight into a stack of steel drums. The last 2 attack at once, but are instantly dropped with 2 precise strikes. Tae-gu sneers, assuming Ryu Min just picked up some cheap boxing tricks. Hands in his pockets, the fat bully saunters forward, looking absolutely grotesque. He steps right up to Ryu Min, lecturing him about how size matters. Haven't you seen the news, kid? Seeing the guy is clueless about the real changes in the world. Ryu Min just sighs. Taegu lunges with a heavy swing. Min dodges. He throws another. Min weaves past it. Suddenly, the bully realizes something is very, very wrong. He hasn't touched a single hair on his target. Min charges his energy, a blue aura flaring. So, around his fist. Bam! He drives a punch straight into Taegu's chubby face. The bully stumbles back and tries to counter, but Min has already vanished. He flashes behind Taegu, landing a second devastating blow. Surprise! Fatty Taegu clutches his face, spitting out a broken tooth into his hand. Who needs a dentist when you have Ryu Min? Enraged, Taegu swings wildly, but it's completely useless. Min catches his fist midair and delivers on a bone-shattering strike. The guy was already ugly, but now his face is swollen like a balloon. Desperate, he charges again. But Ryu Min leaps up, unleashing a furious dragon kick that sends him smashing into the wall. Does it hurt? Min asks coldly. Because no matter how many times he regresses, Min can never erase the image of his brother blinded and broken. The fat coward finally knows fear, begging for mercy. But karma doesn't negotiate. Ryu Min walks over, grabs Sai's hand. Don't you ever touch my brother again. Snap. He breaks the bully's fingers one by one. Seeing this horror, the lackeys decide that running for their lives is the only option. Taegu sobs, promising to leave Woon alone. But Ryu Min isn't taking chances. To ensure the message sticks, he snaps Taegu's wrist. Crack. On the walk home, Woon is full of questions. So Ryu Min decides to reveal a glimpse of his power. He shows that player skills work in reality, summoning a badass dagger out of thin air. He explains how he dodged every punch. His agility stat is already at 11. An average person is only a 3. Even an Olympic athlete tops out at 10. Woon asks what happens if he levels up more, but Ryu Min stays silent, somehow keeping his identity as a regressor secret. In his 11th life, Woon was kidnapped by other players because of him. Even though he got revenge back then, he won't risk it happening again. He will use every ounce of power to protect his little brother. Later, they head to a convenience store. Ryu Min pulls out his entire life savings and tells Woon, get whatever you want. It's on me. Woon hesitates, worried about the cost, but eventually grabs a spicy beef set with a beaming smile. They sit down to enjoy the expensive meal. Woon eats with pure joy. It's the best food he's ever tasted. Watching him, Ryu Min makes a bold move. He takes the rest of his cash to buy a lottery ticket, freaking Woon out. But the surprises aren't over yet, like this. Ryu Min bets the entire fortune, sending Ryu Wan into a total panic. But before the kid can even recover, Min drags him to a brand new... Wait, he actually bought the exact same number on every single ticket. Ryu Min just flashes a cocky grin, swearing these are today's winning digits. Wait till 5 p.m., he says. Then we'll see who's laughing. As the 1 to 49th lottery draw kicks off, Woojin is a nervous wreck, biting his nails and mourning the cash they just burned on this gamble. But then, freeze frame. His jaw hits the floor as every single ball dropping matches the numbers. His brother picked. Woojin's eyes well up with tears, praying this isn't a hallucination. Ryu Min chuckles, confirming it's real life. Woojin explodes, jumping around like a maniac because they just hit the jackpot. Honestly, Ryu Min enjoyed the rush the first few times he lived through this, but now, it's just another Tuesday. His true goal is simple stockpile cash. Soon, 900 million people will die, tanking the global economy. In-game rare items will skyrocket in value. With this payout, he finally has enough capital to shake the foundations of this world. Ryu Min suits up and heads to Nonghyeo Bank. The moment the teller realizes he's the guy holding 115 winning tickets from the Jeonnui branch, panic ensues. She immediately summons the chairman. Ryu Min isn't just a customer anymore, he's a VIP. Turns out, life gets a whole lot easier when your account balance hits the billions. The bank chairman rushes down, all smiles, and escorts Ryu Min to the private lounge. After verifying the stack of tickets, the numbers come in 22.5 billion won. After the taxman takes his cut, he's walking away with a cool 15 billion. Ryu Min signs the paperwork without flinching. He needs that cash liquid, fast. Why the rush, Bitcoin? He knows it's about to surge 500% next month. After securing a new luxury pad, he drops a bombshell on his little brother. I just dumped 1 billion won into crypto. Woojin just stands there, jaw on the floor, wondering if his brother has lost his mind. But money comes and goes. Ryu Min lies through his teeth, claiming he dreamed of more winning numbers to explain his future knowledge. Woojin begs him to remember every detail. Ryu Min assures him it's in the bag and orders him to pack up. Today, they're ditching this dump for a penthouse. Meanwhile, Dongmin is off testing his new abilities, feeling invincible with his rune of strength ×2. But he's still salty about Ryu Min's glare earlier. Seeking payback, he marches to Ryu Min's rental unit and pounds on the door like a madman, ready to ambush whoever answers. Instead, the landlord storms out to see which punk is making a racket. Dongmin finds out his favorite punching bag has already skipped town. When he demands the new address, the landlord shrugs. He has no clue. Dongmin flies into a rage, veins popping in his forehead. Look at him getting all worked up with nowhere to vent. It's almost cute. Cut to the brothers arriving at their high-rise sanctuary. Ryu Min rented a massive 330 square meter unit with a killer view. It's decked out with top-tier luxury furnishings, but the price tag is nauseating. Woojin starts sweating, begging to move somewhere cheaper because they're burning cash. Ryu Min shuts that down. You make money to spend it, and here, price equals security. On the first day of every month, players fall into a deep, coma-like sleep. It's their most vulnerable moment. Aside from random disasters, there's a bigger threat: assassins hired by rival players to slit your throat while you dream. It doesn't matter if you're a god in the game, if your physical body dies, it's game over. Woojin sinks into depression, feeling useless for living in luxury while his brother risks his life in the other world. Ryu Min pats his shoulder, tells him to stop overthinking, and drags him to the second floor for some Haidalao hot pot. Dongmin keeps blowing up his phone, but Ryu Min ignores it. He'll settle that score later with interest. The next morning, Woojin is already up, prepping rice cakes to hand out to the neighbors, a classic housewarming tradition. Ryu Min smiles. That's his kind-hearted brother for you. Together, they go door to door, spreading vibes and making friends with the residents of the complex. After an exhausting morning, there's only one unit left. The owner of the penthouse bought out both the 44th and 45th floors, so Ryu Min suspects a celebrity. They ring the bell. Suddenly, Korea's top actress, Seo Arin, appears behind the door with her bodyguard. Woojin freezes, completely starstruck, while Ryu Min keeps his cool poker face. The bodyguard immediately steps in, blocking them like they're crazy stalkers. Once he hears they're just neighbors, he coldly snaps, "She doesn't eat sweets," and slams the door in their faces. Ryu Min is annoyed, guys, not just arrogant. He's plain rude. He tells Woojin to brush it off, but Woojin isn't listening. He's floating on cloud 9, mesmerized by Arin's beauty. Ryu Min sighs. Kids these days always on TikTok and obsessing over idols while he breaks his back making billions. Meanwhile, the news reports a grim statistic: 50% of famous artists have already died. Inside, Arin reads the headline, and the color drains from her face. Place because he's burning through cash like crazy. To Ryu Min, though, money is meant to be spent. The higher the price tag, the tighter the security. Because on the first day of every month, players fall into a deep slumber. This is when they are most vulnerable. Aside from objective factors like natural disasters or earthquakes, there's the subjective threat of assassins hired by other players. Even if you're a god in the other world, if your physical body dies here, your soul is toast. Ryu Wan keeps worrying, feeling useless for enjoying this luxury while his brother gets dragged into another world to fight. Ryu Min pats his brother's shoulder, telling him to stop overthinking, and invites him downstairs to the second floor for a meal. Hwang Yong-min keeps harassing Ryu Min, but he doesn't give a damn. As for this grudge, he'll definitely pay it back with interest. A new day arrives. Bright and early, Ryu Wan prepares gifts and tells his brother he wants to buy rice cakes for the neighbors. Min thinks, that's my brother for you. So they go buy the cakes and hand them out. Together, the two happily spread joy, making friends with the uncles and kids in the complex. After an exhausting morning, they've greeted everyone. Now, only one house remains. The penthouse owner bought both the 44th and 45th floors, so Min guesses they must be famous. They ring the bell, but just as they turn to leave, Korea's top actress, Seo Arin, appears behind them with her bodyguard. Seeing the superstar, Ryu Wan freezes up. While Ryu Min maintains his cool, women mean nothing facade. The bodyguard immediately blocks them, assuming they're crazy fans. When he realizes they live downstairs, he speaks for Arin, claiming she doesn't eat sweets, and shoves her inside. Ryu Min thinks the guy isn't just arrogant, but plain rude. He tells his brother not to mind that jerk. Of course, Ryu Wan isn't minding anything. His head is completely filled with Seo Arin's stunning beauty. Ryu Min is speechless with this Gen Z kid. These days, they're glued to TikTok and dramas while he's breaking his back, earning money with zero time to simp over idols. Social media is flooding with news that many artists have died. Only 50% of famous celebrities have survived. Arin reads the news, her face draining of color. Meanwhile, the stats break down like this. Strength increases physical damage, stamina, and defense. Intelligence boosts magic damage, willpower, and perception. Even the celebrities far more famous than her were wiped out the moment the game began. Arin only survived round 1 because her ancestors practically blessed her with a high-tier rune. If not for that stroke of luck, her obituary would already be plastered across every headline. Everything she owns, including this luxurious penthouse, was provided by her agency. She feels incredibly fortunate just to be breathing. Trembling, Arin confides in her bodyguard, terrified of what the next round holds. The bodyguard immediately steps in to reassure her, his voice steady. You have me. I'm right here by your side. He urges her to trust him and get some rest. At first, Arin suspected the agency sent him just to monitor her every move. But after facing the horrors of the game, she realizes the grim truth. Without his protection, she would have been a corpse back in round 1. Arin finds herself craving those rice cakes again. She worries about bothering her neighbors, while her bodyguard warns that they might just be leeching off her fame to cause trouble. But Arin hesitates, looking at those two innocent, goofy faces. How could they possibly have any malicious intent? She can't help but wonder, how can that teenage neighbor be so cheerful and optimistic after surviving such a death game? The bodyguard sighs arrogantly, thinking, killing 100 goblins is child's play. Only a fool would fail. Aaron, however, sees the truth. The bodyguard might be elite in the real world, but compared to Ryu Min, he's like a silver player trying to fight a challenger. Remembering Ryu Min's performance, Aaron actually felt sorry for the goblins instead of the humans. To survive this hell, she needs to align herself with the strong. Aaron is desperate to befriend Ryu Min, knowing fully well that her luck won't save her forever. Tuesday, the 31st. Ryu Min returns home and casually drops a bombshell on his little brother he just earned 15 billion gold. This marks the 4th time Ryu Min has won the lottery's grand prize. When the chairman asks for his secret, Ryu Min simply shrugs. My ancestors gave me the winning numbers in a dream. His Bitcoin investment has also skyrocketed to 150 billion. His brother panics, wanting to cash out before the crash. But for a titan like Ryu Min, who prints money, a few hundred billion is pocket change. It's nothing to him. The two brothers spend the day feasting on spaghetti, going on a shopping spree, and stocking up on snacks until late into the night. As the clock ticks toward the new day, the younger brother grips Ryu Min's hand, begging him to survive and come back. Ryu Min flashes a bright, confident smile. You saw me handle those street thugs. Didn't you have some faith? He pats the boy's head gently. Go to sleep. When you open your eyes, I'll be right here awake too. Back in the game, Ryu Min has become an instant celebrity for taking first place in the previous round. Watching the crowd whisper and keep their distance, he realizes his reputation has already spread across the entire server. Suddenly, a different angel descends, confusing the players. She claims the previous angel had an accident and that she is taking over as supervisor. Unfurling her golden, shimmering wings to illuminate the crowd, she announces the objective for round 2. The mission: select a regional representative within 3 hours. The twist: in this round, everyone can pass, 0 casualties required. The angel watches the relief wash over the humans with a twisted smirk. She raises a hand and clarifies the catch. The representative will hold absolute authority. If they tell you to crawl, you crawl. If they tell you to die, you die. It sounds like a god-tier privilege. In 3 hours, every player in the area will receive a ballot. All they have to do is write down the name of the person they want to rule over them. It sounds deceptively simple, but that is the reality of the mission. Why overcomplicate it? Just treat it like a break. The crowd cheers, relieved to have a round where survival seems guaranteed. The angel bids them good luck and vanishes. But as soon as she's gone, the atmosphere shifts. Opinions start to clash. Some are thrilled it's a cakewalk. But a guy named Dong Min is furious. He spent a fortune gearing up for combat, and now he has no one to kill. However, everything is playing out exactly as Ryu Min remembers from his past lives. Ignoring the chatter, he quietly slips into the forest. He knows the rules where there is a main quest. There is always a hidden quest. The goal for this round isn't voting. It is leveling up and unlocking a class. To do that, he needs to hit level 10 immediately. Right on cue, a goblin emerges from the brush. Without a word, Ryu Min lunges, driving his dagger through the monster in a split second. Thanks to his Butcher rune, every kill grants him a 1% stat boost, stacking all the way up to 100%. He kills one, and the entire goblin family tree comes screaming for revenge. Ryu Min just smirks. Knife in hand, he slaughters every last one of them. Only 30 minutes have passed, and Ryu Min has already hit level 9. He dumps every single stat point directly into agility. Why agility? Because in this game, speed is survival. It doesn't matter how hard you hit. If you can't dodge a fatal blow, you're dead meat. Players have 4 main stats. Strength increases physical damage and defense. Intelligence boosts magic power and intuition. Agility governs attack speed and evasion. And luck, that controls critical hits and the drop rate of golden items. Agility increases attack speed, movement, and evasion. Luck boosts critical hit rates and gold item drops. So everything needs to sync up perfectly. Naturally, Min is tracking Hwang Young Min, the guy who looks for any excuse to cause trouble. Rewards. Every stat point is crucial, especially for the Grim Reaper class. Since this profession utilizes both physical and magical damage, balancing all stats is the ideal meta. While prowling for monsters, Hyuk-gu senses imminent danger watching him. He spins instantly, blade raised. He knows he's being stalked. 1. Show yourself. 2. Don't make me lose my temper. You really don't want to see me angry. A girl steps out from behind a tree. 1 look, and he recognizes superstar Seol Arin. Her bodyguard appears behind her, hands raised to signal they mean no harm. Hyuk-gu clocks the bodyguard immediately. It's An Sang-chun, the right-hand man of Ma Gyeon-woo, known as the Heavenly Demon. Ma Gyeon-woo is the eldest scion of the nation's largest conglomerate and one of the prime targets on Hyuk-gu's hit list. His real goal is to recruit the priest linked to him within 20 days. He suddenly recalls a rumor about Ma Gyeon-woo sponsoring a celebrity for business. The future has shifted in ways he didn't plan. Seol Arin starts explaining that they've been tracking his every move from the start. She proposes an alliance, knowing he was the rank 1 player in the previous round. Gu just scoffs. A titan and an ant, what kind of partnership is that? He turns his back coldly, walking with the swagger of a man who owns the world. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to stall and die, find a team. As he walks away, Seol-arin collapses, legs turning to jelly. From the sheer pressure of facing him, she desperately wanted to hitch a ride with the top player to survive. But smart girls like her are a dime a dozen. Sang-chun understands Gu is a predator, and arrogance is the privilege of the strong. Seeing Gu farming XP, the duo decides to hunt nearby to level up. The goblins in this forest used to be the hunters, but they turn into prey the moment they meet Gu. 5 gnolls appear, and Gu grins. It's his lucky day. 1, 2, 3, 5. Did I miss a beat? All slaughtered in a single slash. Now, he's reached level 10 and met the requirements to finally advance his class and evolve. The round 2 side quest is to advance before the voting period ends, secure the upgrade item, and change classes. Reward a 50% discount coupon for daily items. Any newbie seeing this quest would be baffled, staring at the screen like a deer in headlights. Everyone knows getting a class is crucial, but nobody knows how to get the upgrade item. The drop conditions are hidden. Warriors need strength over 10 and 30 kills just to see the item drop. Berserkers need to shed blood. Assassins need stealth kills. Every class has a specific grind to receive the upgrade item. Back when he was a newbie, Gu sweated blood and tears just to become a basic hunter. But now, with the Grim Reaper class, he's playing a different game. He's not the weakling from previous regressions. He pulls out the item he looted from the angel in the last round. He activates it to finalize his transition into the Grim Reaper. Passive unlocked Ancient Reaper arts. When used during the day, weapon attack power doubles. When used at night, attack speed increases by 50%. Resting at night drastically reduces detection range. A brilliant golden aura envelops him. Reward obtained the Reaper's Scythe. His rank upgrades from novice to apprentice. This ranking system is the true measure of a player's worth here. Players are divided into 6 tiers: Grandmaster, Master, Expert, Regular, Apprentice, and the bottom feeders novices. Just like a PC game, leveling up brings gold and new skills. He unlocks a new ability called Death Mark. The visual effect is visible only to the caster and the victim. The target suffers 100% additional damage whenever the caster attacks. It stacks instantly. The effect locks onto a single target, but paired with the Grim Reaper's Scythe, it's a setup that is just unfairly overpowered. Since he's the first in the server to advance, he earns a gold pouch and buys a new skill, Neutral Tracking, costing 20,000 gold. It reveals the exact location of a target, but the profile and name must match perfectly to work. Naturally, he tracks Ryu Min, the guy who is always looking for trouble. The target is 190 meters away. Gu gets curious about what that idiot is plotting in this forest. Suddenly, Seol-arin and her bodyguard stumble out, covered in wounds, fleeing from a beatdown by Ryu Min's gang. The target is 190 meters from the Black Dog's location, so Min is curious what the hell he's up to. Seol-arin and her bodyguard are covered in wounds, creeping away in fear as they get jumped by Ryu Min's gang. Ryu Min dresses up to go out, and his brother asks if he's meeting a girlfriend. Ryu Min calmly replies, with a handsome, rich face like mine. Dark thoughts festered in his mind. He saw Aaron as nothing but dead weight if not for her. He would have vanished long ago. Ryu Min's crew was acting high and mighty, banking on their overwhelming numbers. Their demand was simple: hand over the idol, Seol-arin. Hearing that, the scumbag bodyguard's expression went dark. He thought, I should have ditched this chick from the very start. He had absolutely no intention of dying for some pretty face. Everything he did was strictly for the mission. If I fail to protect Seol-arin, Director Ma is going to be incredibly disappointed in me. That was his only real fear. Ryu Min smirked, making a cringe face like he was dying to start a brawl. Desperate, the bodyguard tried to play the law card. But murder here leaves no trace, and even if it did, who's to say their avatars and names match their real-world identities? While the guard racked his brain on how to fight in his battered state, Gu was standing right there, watching the drama unfold. Gu casually asked what was going on. Ryu Min tried to butt in, but Gu snapped. Shut your mouth. The bodyguard shouted, They're hunting Seol-arin, help us, and I swear I'll repay this debt. Gu turned to confirm. Ryu Min kept acting tough like a mutt barking its head off just because the tiger has been quiet. Suddenly, a crimson aura exploded around Gu, and the Grim Reaper's scythe materialized in his grip. He declared, Anyone who touches them has to answer to me. Step up, and I'll make sure you regret it. Just like stumbling onto a hidden boss event, today is your lucky day. I'm about to show you punks what a real festival looks like. He knew helping her was a smart move. Gaining favor with Director Ma would be a massive asset for his future connections. A reward from the nation's top corporation. That paycheck was going to have a lot of zeros. Plus, he just naturally hated these arrogant little punks. Ryu Min and his crew started to tremble. They tried to bluff, threatening to skewer him, but looking at the situation, who was really about to get skewered here. Min wasn't stupid. He knew his limits. He'd seen Gu tear through a horde of goblins alone in the blink of an eye. The guy was the server's top ranker. For God's sake. Gu lowered his scythe. Kneel and beg to live, and I'll consider it. Min felt a sting of humiliation, especially being punked in front of a crowd and a pretty girl. The shame triggered a memory of his real-world strength. He could smash through walls with his bare hands. He deluded himself into thinking he could one-shot Gu with a lucky punch. Nice fantasy, buddy. But you're not One Punch Man. He smirked, cracking his knuckles and strutting forward, visualizing a haymaker landing right on Gu's face. Gu unequipped his weapon. It felt unfair to bring a scythe to a fistfight. He wanted to beat him on equal terms. Winning with a weapon would be boring, he teased. That arrogance made Min snap. Gu lunged forward. Min thought he was ready and threw a straight right. But Gu slipped the jab effortlessly and planted a foot in his gut, launching him halfway across the map. Min hit the dirt but kept cursing like a sailor. So Gu walked over and delivered a swift kick to his face. Then he grabbed his collar and rained down hell, smashing his fist into the guy's face over and over. It didn't feel like punching. It felt like a sledgehammer pounding dough. A final thunderous blow knocked Min out cold. A lackey behind him tried to snipe him, but Gu dodged. He used his ghost step to close the distance instantly. With a cold swing of his scythe, he severed the arm that dared to aim at him. The bald guy charged in like an idiot. Gu marked him for death and sliced cleanly through his leg. The last guy went pale, but Gu wasn't serving mercy today. If you hold a weapon, you're fair game. Just like that, another arm hit the floor. He could have killed them instantly. But he chose to traumatize them so deeply they'd never dare look at him again. Despite his injuries, the guy kept running his mouth. Gu waved his scythe, and the fear finally set in. Min tried to hide behind a tree, but you can't hide from the Reaper. No exceptions. That was the last thing Min heard before his arm was severed. He told the brats to quit crying. This pain was nothing compared to the hell they put him through in the past timeline. The victim had become the executioner. Snapping out of his flashback, he sliced off Min's other arm. The bodyguard watched, a chill running down his spine. Gu was carving up defenseless enemies without a shred of hesitation. To some, it was cruel. But the bodyguard admired that cold-blooded efficiency. He etched the name Gu into his memory. Fighting against the guildmaster? Job done. Black Dog checks on his two buddies, telling them not to sweat that street trash anymore. As you can see, those losers are crippled for life. Now, the only thing that matters is heading back for the vote. Seo Aren and her bodyguard bow, thanking Black Dog for saving their lives. Yet, strangely, Aren seems worried that those bastards might actually die. To Black Dog, it's irrelevant. They're less than livestock. He looks at her, realizing just how soft she is. He figures she's trying to play the saint to protect her celebrity image. What a joke. The bodyguard is confused. He asks why Black Dog didn't just slaughter the social scum right then and there. Black Dog explains that simply killing them brings zero benefit. Plus, fewer participants means a lower success rate for clearing the game. Hearing this, the bodyguard nods. It makes perfect sense. He realizes Black Dog isn't just strong, he's sharp. Definitely not someone to mess with. As Black Dog walks away, the bodyguard tries to repay him, offering a wire transfer in the real world. Black Dog declines and keeps walking, cool as ice. This leaves a huge impression on the bodyguard. He knows he needs to report this to the guildmaster immediately. Before leaving, he hawks a loogie right onto that scum Dongmin's head, then follows Aren out. Back at the voting zone, chaos erupts. Internal conflict breaks out. Everyone wants to be the area representative. Some are even ready to throw hands for the position. Everyone yells their excuses for why they should lead. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the noise, silencing the crowd. It's the guy named Mint Chocolate. He starts explaining the situation and throws out a proposal. Everyone listens obediently. But there's a reason for this sudden compliance. It's because he possesses the rune of persuasion. Seeing everyone captivated by his enchanted voice, a sinister smile creeps onto his face. His arrogance stems from the persuasion rune he snagged in the first round. Just like he scripted, his power is working perfectly. Flashback to the start, he was disappointed with the rune since it seemed useless. Surrounded by monsters, talking was meaningless. Plus, the rune clearly didn't work on players with a higher level than him. But necessity bred invention. He quickly found a trick to use the rune effectively. He used his words to convince people to help a girl being attacked by monsters. Then, he'd swoop in to kill steal right when the beasts were weak. This dirty playbook is exactly how he survived the first round and made it here. Truly, evil lives carefree. Back in the present, if his luck holds, he'll be the representative. He starts his manipulation game, asking everyone to pick 5 candidates or less to simplify the vote. The sheep agree, feeling it's reasonable, and start nominating their choices. Mint Chocolate gets more arrogant by the second, seeing everything go his way. The first person speaks up and nominates Mint Chocolate, praising his organization skills. He's satisfied, thinking he's hooked another idiot. Just as he's gloating, someone raises a hand to nominate Black Dog. He accepts this, figuring the first ranked player from the last round is a natural choice. The third nomination is the second-ranked player, a guy with the username Life Documentary. Next is Black Dragon. Mint Chocolate locks in the 4 candidates and suggests they give speeches before voting. Naturally, he volunteers to go first. He barely opens his mouth when Life Documentary steps up and insults him. Cut the crap. You think we'll follow a cheap manipulator like you? Mint Chocolate is stunned. Has he been exposed? He tries to use his manipulative words again to test his control, lecturing the guy like a gangster boss. But the guy snaps, losing control and screaming, "If you want to live, vote for me." Seeing this aggression, Mint Chocolate tries to take the high ground, telling him to stop humiliating himself. The guy goes silent for a second, then slash. Before Mint Chocolate can even react, he's sent packing to the afterlife. As the wise say, the mouth is the gate of misfortune. Everyone witnessing the scene is terrified. The guy just got logged out permanently right before their eyes. The community starts cursing the killer, but he doesn't give a damn. He charges in, slaughtering anyone talking nonsense. For him, this feels amazing. No cops, no snitches, no cameras, just pure freedom. Indiscriminately. He extends a hand toward the trembling survivors, growling a threat, vote for him, or meet the same grisly end as the corpses at his feet. Witnessing the carnage, terror grips every heart. But the madman's next target is Hokyu. Taking him out is the final step for him to become the undisputed #1. Meanwhile, Hokyu, after annihilating over 200 monsters in 2 hours, has stalled at level 16. Grinding for that long with minimal gains proves one thing: the higher you climb, the harder the leveling gets. On the bright side, however, hunting has become a breeze. He now possesses the Reaper rune and the Butcher rune. One doubles his damage, while the other doubles his stats. It is time to move. The voting period has arrived. Instantly, every player is summoned back to the starting point. Those who hadn't witnessed the earlier slaughter are now paralyzed with horror at the gruesome scene before them. Seo Arin and Sangchun are in a full-blown panic, trembling as they wonder what the hell is going on, while the crowd is still frantically guessing. Hukyu stands off to the side, analyzing. It looks like Yongsik is taking the lead. Again, he is a notorious gang leader in Korea and the second strongest fighter in the district. The problem is, his personality is absolute trash. Hukyu knows he needs to defuse this ticking time bomb before it blows, but the timing isn't quite right. While Hukyu is lost in thought, Yongsik's voice cuts through the noise. He sneers, asking where he's been, claiming he's been waiting for ages. Hukyu, clearly annoyed, snaps back, asking what the hell this punk wants. Seeming to have anticipated the question, the thug gets straight to the point. He demands Hukyu serve under him. Hearing this ridiculous offer, Hukyu frowns. The gangster maintains his hostile stance, twirling the large blade in his hand. He promises to spare Hukyu's life if he submits. But Hukyu isn't one to back down. He asks if the idiot wants to throw hands right now. Then he flips the script, kneel and beg, and maybe he will spare Yongsik's life. Feeling his pride trampled and humiliated, Yongsik explodes with rage, threatening that once he becomes the zone representative, he will make Hukyu suffer. But before the bastard can finish his rant, Hukyu cuts him off. Summoning a massive scythe from the void, he taunts the gangster. As soon as the terrifying weapon materializes, Yongsik freezes. Fear kicks in. He realizes he messed with the wrong guy. Facing Hukyu's open challenge, he tries to salvage his crumbling pride. He barks back that the leader of the Yongsik gang will never kneel to anyone, forcing a tough front and accepting the duel. Watching Yongsik, fuming, Hukyu calculates if he reveals his true power and wins the vote, things will get complicated. Instead, he decides to let the idiot become the representative to use him as a pawn in round 3. Besides, the angel is due to arrive right on cue. The angel manifests before the crowd. Hukyu coldly tells Yongsik he got lucky today. He warns him next time he challenges someone, he better check their stats first, or he might bite off more than he can chew. Although Yongsik is terrified inside, he keeps his poker face, vowing to make Hukyu pay 100-fold once he secures the leadership. Back to the angel. She finally speaks up, addressing the selection of the representative. She announces that the voting is about to begin, making it clear she couldn't care less if they live or die. Suddenly, the system interface materializes. The vote is officially open. 1 vote per person. Players simply need to look at the candidate they choose. The one with the most votes wins. Anyone who fails to vote within 5 minutes will be eliminated and erased from existence immediately. All eyes turn to Yongsik. He is practically glowing with triumph. But when he notices someone averting their gaze, he instantly barks a threat. Moments later, the voting concludes. Seeing that he received 2,412 votes, while Hukyu is right behind him in second place, Yongsik is furious. After all his posturing and intimidation, the gap is barely there. The angel interrupts his fuming to announce she will grant Yongsik command authority over the others. This is exactly what he wanted. He grins, planning to make Hokyu regret ever insulting him. But the moment the power is granted, Yongsik realizes a catch. He only has 10 uses of authority, and they don't work on rank A players. While Yongsik stands there, dumbfounded by this limitation, the angel drops another bombshell. They have a hidden side quest, advance to rank A, and find the ascension item. She reveals that the quest window was set to trigger at stage 10, but it seems no one noticed until now. One confused player asks how they're supposed to level up without monsters. The angel's expression shifts for a split second before she calmly opens the system interface. She announces that in total, only 80,000 players managed to ascend to grade A this round. But that's not the bombshell. The system announces HCK as the very first to succeed. And the angel drops a massive reveal. HCK is the Grim Reaper. The crowd goes wild, realizing Black Scythe is actual death itself. Everyone starts whispering in shock. Meanwhile, that trashy gangster stands on the sidelines, boiling with jealousy, wondering how Ryu Min pulled this off now. Just moments ago, that scumbag was planning to use his command authority to force Ryu Min to attack himself. Cut back to the angel. She announces that the round 2 rankings are based on who crushed the side missions, and the winner is none other than Ryu Min, operating under the alias HCK. She stares at the stat screen in disbelief. This guy isn't just top of the zone, he's number 1. The entire server completely floored by Ryu Min's power. She can't stop raving about his Grim Reaper class, and even notes that the nickname Black Scythe fits his deadly vibe perfectly. She signals him to explain the name, practically, demanding an answer, suspicious that he somehow knew he'd land this god-tier class beforehand. Facing the interrogation from to the angel, Black Scythe remains ice cold, calmly denying everything. He claims becoming the Grim Reaper was simply also destiny, but inside, he's laughing. He knows even the angels have no clue how to unlock this class. They only know it's unique. The angel finds his sharp, clever answer amusing. Because he changed his class in this specific zone, HCK is now the only player in the server who isn't affected by the representative's command authority. Hearing this, the other players are totally confused, so the angel happily spells it out. The command authority is useless against anyone with an official class. That means the representative can't order a class holder around. Plus, the authority is limited to just 10 uses. Therefore, the representative doesn't possess infinite power. Every word she speaks feels like a dagger, too. So he stands there, humiliated and furious, wondering why the hell she had to expose his limitations to everyone. The angel gleefully hands over Black Scythe's rewards. After weighing his options between the armor sets, he finally decides to grab the Professional Hunter's leather armor. Then, he makes a bold move selecting triple experience. Points to hunt monsters in round 3. Just then, the angel announces that the 3rd round has officially started. The system flashes a warning. Player souls are soon returning to their physical bodies in the real dimension. Back in the real world, Dongmin bolts upright in bed, terrified. He frantically checks his arm. It's still intact. He swears to himself he will never cross Black Scythe again. Meanwhile, Seo Aaron turns to Sang Chun standing in front of her, thanking him sincerely, but he quickly waves it off. He's her manager and bodyguard. So protecting her is just his job. Aaron beams, asking if there's a way to meet HCK to thank him personally, but since Ryu Min, doesn't want to blow his cover, there's no way to do it. Hearing that, Sang Chun suggests gifting HCK some items in the next round. Aaron's eyes light up. She absolutely loves that idea. Plan set. Sang Chun excuses himself and leaves. He immediately dials Chairman Ma, congratulating the boss on successfully switching his class to Dark Knight. He reports that he and Aaron only reached level 8 and sustained injuries. He adds that he Austin has something urgent to discuss and wants to meet the chairman at the hotel right now, but he has no clue that his entire secret operation is being watched. 10 minutes earlier, Ryu Min had already returned to reality and quickly dug up his info on the bodyguard, Sang Chun. Figuring the guy would head straight to Mahjong Lock, Ryu Min decides to tail him. Mahjong Lock, high up in his penthouse, can't stop thinking about Ryu Min. He suspects this mystery player messed with his subordinates, and he's not the type to let that slide. He thinks, I don't care if you're number 1, you can mess with me, but don't, trying to touch my crew. Sang Chun's voice breaks his train of thought as he enters. They exchange warm greetings. Sang Chun earnestly thanks Jian Lok, but the boss brushes it off, saying he didn't actually do anything for the kid, since they were in different zones anyway. Sang Chun bows respectfully, claiming that just seeing the chairman fills him with motivation. Jian Lok chuckles, telling him to cut the flattery, as Sang Chun quickly takes a seat opposite him. He congratulates the boss on successfully surviving. Jian Lok scoffs, joking that round 2 was like taking candy from a baby, humbly claiming his class promotion was sheer luck. But Sang Chun pushes back, insisting that luck is a skill in itself. He adds that ranking 2nd and 3rd across all zones is no easy feat, continuing to butter him up. He insists that serving him is the greatest honor of his life. Facing Sang-chun's shameless flattery, Jeon-rock immediately realizes the guy wants to ask about something. He stares intently at Sang-chun, his expression screaming, "If you have something to say, spit it out. I know you too well, kid." Realizing he's been exposed, Sang-chun sheepishly asks Jeon-rock about the secret location of the upgrade item. Jeon-rock instantly switches to ice cold mode, claiming that the item dropped randomly while he was grinding mobs. But inside, he's laughing. The truth, he secured that item thanks to the Dark Knight rune he possesses. It turns out he got lucky in the first round with a random rune that's basically a cheat code. It allows him to change his class the moment he hits level 10. However, for a man like Jeon-rock, even a subordinate he trusts like family isn't safe with this information. He knows that human nature is fickle. With that in mind, Jeon-rock immediately changes the subject. He asks if the wounds on Sang-chun's body were inflicted by Black Scythe. Hearing this, Sang-chun immediately protests, clarifying that Black Scythe was actually the one who saved him. Intrigued, Jeon-rock demands a full report of the incident. After listening to the story, he finally grasps the situation. Sang-chun explains that if Black Scythe hadn't appeared in the nick of time, both he and Seo Arin would likely be dead. He argues that while Arin is a survivor, such an event would have caused severe psychological trauma, ending her career in the entertainment industry. Jeon-rock doesn't press further, instead vaguely asking about the fate of those thugs. Sang-chun reveals that Black Scythe beat them to a pulp, but didn't punch their tickets to the afterlife. After all, if the total player count drops, the number of survivors allowed to pass also drops. After a moment of silence, Jeon-rock considers compensating Black Scythe, but decides against it. He cannot risk exposing his identity. Out of options, he simply orders Sang-chun to thank Ryu Min on his behalf in the next round. Then, Jeon-rock's eyes darken, with murderous intent as he asks Sang-chun for the nicknames of those bastards. Meanwhile, Ryu Min is hiding behind a tree, tracking Sang-chun's movements and marveling at the man's unwavering loyalty. Having confirmed Sang-chun's destination, he quickly heads back. He silently thanks his little brother. It was the kid's innocent attempt to share rice cakes with the neighbors that allowed Ryu Min to meet Arin and discover her connection to Sang-chun. Ryu Min figures that using the neighbor excuse as leverage will make it easy to gain Jeon-rock's trust. However, he needs to weigh whether to drag this guy along to round 20. Jeon-rock's Dark Knight rune is so powerful it's borderline cheating. But nothing is perfect. It comes with unpredictable downsides. For instance, he forfeits the level up reward. Runin is forced into the Dark Knight class, but the biggest drawback involves the Dark Halo skill. To use this power of the Dark Knight, one must accumulate a unique resource called Dark Mana, and this Dark Mana cannot be obtained through normal means. In a way, this skill is perfectly tailored for someone with twisted, perverted tendencies like Jeon-rock. Ryu Min worries that teaming up with such a psycho carries significant risk. For now, he'll just treat the guy as a rough diamond. How he uses him later will depend on fate. Ryu Min knows there are plenty of other talented players out there, and he decides to begin his search for companions to conquer this virtual world. Daybreak arrives, shifting the scene. While the convenience store owner sighs over his plummeting revenue, a young woman walks in. It turns out lottery sales have been completely suspended, while rent and labor costs keep rising. They seem to be running out of options. Seeing her father's distress, the girl smiles, mentioning she's about to graduate and will find a part-time job to help. But he immediately refuses, telling her to focus on her studies and her dream of becoming a doctor. She immediately counters her father, arguing that surviving the rounds is what matters now. She reassures him that she survived round 2 and even obtained a blessing class, which boosts vitality and stamina for normal people. While the two are chatting happily, Ryu Min suddenly appears, stepping into the convenience store. The owner is stunned to see him the winner who guessed the same number for 100 tickets. Ryu Min greets him, asking, "Do you remember me? I bought 100,000 won worth of lottery tickets here." The owner is baffled as to why he's returned. Ryu Min bows his head in sincere apology. He saw the news that the shop lost its lottery license because he won first prize too many times in a row. He apologizes for unintentionally causing financial damage. The owner politely insists he has nothing to worry about. It's not his fault. Just because he can't sell lottery tickets anymore doesn't mean he'll starve. Even so, Ryu Min feels a pang of guilt for the trouble he's caused. To compensate them for the trouble, it's not about the cost, but the gesture. He drops a cool 10 million won on the counter for the owner, and his daughter, shocked, she cries out, "No, you don't have to do this. Please take it back." But Ryu Min is firm, insisting the owner keep it because he's got places to be. Seeing him leave, the daughter grabs the cash and sprints after him to return it. As she catches up, Ryu Min turns around. "Who are you?" She catches her breath, explaining, "I'm Min Julie. We're classmates." She's stunned. He doesn't realize they share a class. He apologizes, claiming he's terrible with faces, but that is a calculated lie. Ryu Min knows exactly who she is. She holds a special hidden class of buffer capable of stacking massive support effects on teammates. In his last life, fate brought them together, but this time he's not waiting for fate. He's engineering it to secure her as an ally. Julie asks for a moment to talk. Ryu Min nods immediately. Julie tries to hand back the cash. "We can't accept this much, please. Take it." Ryu Min knows her type well. She's upright and honest, no matter how tough life gets. She hates being in debt. Julie urges him to take it, her hand actually trembling from the weight of the money. But Ryu Min absolutely refuses. He insists it's penance. He needs to pay it to clear his own guilty conscience. No matter the amount, he needs her to accept it or he'll lose sleep over it. Julie argues that keeping it makes her boss her heart heavy. To him, though, that cash is just chump change. After dropping that bombshell, he turns to leave, leaving her conflicted. Julie realizes she can't win this argument, so she counters. 10 million won is too crazy. I'll only take 1 million. That's enough. Ryu Min tells her to clear it with the shop owner first. Thing is, that owner is her dad. She's still reeling from the fact that the guy who won the massive lottery jackpot is her classmate. "Do you seriously not know who I am?" she asks. She recognized him the second he walked into the store. Of course, Ryu Min knows, but he sticks to his script. Sorry, really bad with faces. After all, this is technically their first real conversation. He feels a twinge of guilt for playing dumb, but he needs to pique her interest. And man, this guy knows what he's doing. No girlfriend, yet he's throwing bait like a pro fisherman. Top tier flirting skills. Julie stands up straight, reintroducing herself while pointing at her face. "Do you remember me now?" Ryu Min smiles brightly. "I won't forget." Julie feels a bit defeated. She's a beauty, yet she has to force a classmate to remember her still. At least they've broken the ice. Ryu Min mentions that since graduation is close, they might lose touch, so he asks for her number. Julie takes his phone, punching in her digits. Before walking away, he drops a line meant to linger. "Meeting like this must be fate. Let's keep in touch." He leaves without the money envelope. Julie stands there, flustered, heart racing. Even knowing he just sees her as a friend, she can't deny it. She really likes Ryu Min. It started back when she accidentally saw him getting jumped by a group of thugs. She called the cops and secretly followed him to make sure he got home safe. But then, she saw him head straight to his part-time job as if nothing happened. She realized he was far tougher than he looked, covered in bruises, yet still smiling and working. That's when her interest sparked. Though she never had the guts to talk to him, her feelings only grew over time. She never imagined they'd meet like this. This feels like a gift from the heavens. She can't just ignore Ryu Min now, especially while holding his 10 million won. She thinks, should I treat him to a fancy meal? Cut to Ryu Min on his bed, tapping away at his phone. It's Julie. She wants to buy him dinner, all according to the script he wrote. She feels indebted, and now she's inviting him to lunch. He smirks to himself. Befriending her naturally is the best way to secure her loyalty. He hops off the bed, determined to carry Julie all the way to round 20. In the living room, Ryu Wan is watching TV. Seeing his brother dressed to kill, he asks, "Going out with a girl?" Ryu Min replies, calmly. "With my looks and money, shouldn't I be meeting girls?" He tells his brother not to skip meals and heads out. The door clicks shut, leaving Ryu Wan questioning reality. His nerd brother is actually dating later, at a steakhouse. Ryu Min sits opposite Julie, chatting happily. She's blushing, unable to believe she's having a private meal with him. It feels so lucky. But as they eat in the soft music, the silence grows heavy. She feels incredibly awkward. "Can I go meet a few girls?" He tells his brother not to skip meals because he's eating out. As the door closes, Ryu-Wan questions his entire existence. His brother usually just flexes on social media. Is he actually dating at a steakhouse? Ryu-Min sits opposite Julie, chatting happily. She blushes, unable to believe she's dining alone with him, feeling like it's her lucky day. But as they eat in the melodious silence, the atmosphere turns awkward. Back in the game, no one has cleared the zone yet. Currently, there are 4,900 participants and 0 completions. Everyone is shocked that the area is missing so many people. The angel looks deep in thought. It can't be. Everything was fine. Yet people are dying. It seems people are slaughtering each other in the real world. She worries about how fierce the competition has become. I had to come up with something. When Julie asked how on earth he managed to win the lottery 4 times in a row, Ryu Min just gave a stiff smile and told her his ancestors must be watching over him, the same excuse as always. That lottery money meant he'd never have to worry about finances for the rest of his life. In fact, there probably wasn't a single thing on earth he couldn't buy now. The only real concern left was keeping his head attached to his shoulders. They moved on to discussing the first trial, hunting goblins in their respective zones. His zone code ended in 5, while hers ended in 7. That meant crossing paths was impossible for now. Seeing her look so disappointed that they wouldn't meet in that world, Ryu Min offered a small, knowing smile. She didn't need to be let down. They would meet eventually. Later on, The zones are programmed to merge once the number of survivors starts to drop. Julie had already reached level 10 in her class, the buffer. That meant she could amplify her teammates' abilities. Ryu Min felt a wave of relief, thankfully. She was a buffer this time around too. She activated her power, casting a specific effect called Blessing that boosted all attributes. She channeled that energy into him, and instantly, all his stats surged by 50% for a 3-hour duration. Ryu Min knew it would be even more impressive if she maxed out the level at that point. The boost would hit 100%. It was a good thing she buffed him right at the start, honestly. Securing this buff was his entire reason for this dinner. The reward he'd received from his class transfer was a random gold bag, and its contents were heavily influenced by the luck stat. The higher his luck, the massive the payout would be inside. Julie told him to just ask whenever he needed a blessing, since the skill didn't drain her stamina at all. Actually, this meal was her way of thanking him for that. 10 million he gave her. She promised to pay him back soon, but seeing that Ryu Min clearly didn't need the cash, she pulled out an item instead. It was some kind of purple, crystal-like stone. After finishing their meal, they said their goodbyes and headed home. On the way back, Ryu Min opened his inventory to inspect the gift. Julie had just handed him a low-grade purple magic crystal. He could the refined mana pulsing inside it, a material used to fuse with equipment to boost stats. He never expected her to hand over something like this. A quick glance at the description wouldn't tell you much about its true worth, but once a player hits level 20, they realize just how insanely rare this item is. That's when the fusion feature finally unlocks. Using this feature, Ryu Min could fuse a weapon with a magic crystal and even choose specific upgrades. There were 7 colors of magic crystals in total: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Red meant damage, orange was strength, yellow for luck, green boosted agility, blue enhanced intelligence, and indigo reduced incoming damage. But the purple magic crystal, that was the holy grail. It had an incredibly low drop rate and boosted every single stat at once. Ryu Min suddenly remembered he had to crack open that gold bag before the buff's time limit ran out. But first, he needed to max out his stats using the Butcher's Rune. The plan: become the Lord of Insect Destruction by slaughtering 100 mealworms. For every target he crushed, his stats would climb by 1%. The rune applied to insects too, so as long as it was alive, it counted toward the toll. The moment of truth had arrived. Summoning every ounce of luck he'd accumulated since the day he was born, he tore open the gold bag. In the past, with his standard luck, he'd usually pull somewhere between 3,000 and 6,000 gold. He wondered what the haul would be this time. Ryu Min stared in shock at the number flashing before him: 9,999 gold. He had actually hit the absolute maximum limit. Getting that blessing from Julie had been worth every second. Right now, his total balance sat at 16,249 gold, enough to buy an epic grade item. However, the specific gear he wanted wouldn't appear in the shop for another 2 weeks, so he'd have to sit tight and hold on to the funds for now. The moment he walked through the door, his little brother Ruan rushed over, grilling him about the date. He wanted to know if there was any juicy drama. Convinced his brother had been out with a girlfriend, Ryu Min just ignored the teasing, telling the kid to quit, yapping because his head was pounding. When Ryu Min told him to order whatever good food he wanted, Ruan shot back, saying his brother had no idea how badly he'd been craving jjajangmyeon. Just 10 months ago, the two of them were struggling to survive, but now his investment capital had skyrocketed to $150 million. However, just like in his previous life, the market would likely crash in 2 weeks. Before that chaos hit, he needed to secure his driver's license. Sitting in the theory exam room, Ryu Min let out a bored sigh. He couldn't even count how many times he'd taken this test across his various lives. He just needed to get it over with and get out. He blazed through the questions, stood up, and walked out. The proctor was stunned. This handsome young man had only been sitting there for a few minutes and already scored a 95. The result was obvious. It took him only 4 days to secure the license. He had way too much experience at this point. Wait, if you counted all the years he's lived through regressions, how old was he really? With the license in hand, he immediately went out and bought a supercar. Choosing it didn't take long, considering it was the exact same model he'd driven in his past lives. Just like that, 2 weeks flew by. It was finally time to break up with his pile of investment money. Ruan walked in to find his brother sitting there, laughing like an absolute maniac. When he asked what was going on, he found out Ryu Min had just liquidated all those virtual investments. The cash out value, $300 million. The entire lottery win had only been $60 million. Yet somehow, he turned that into $300 million. Ruan looked like his brain was about to short circuit. Ryuwo was relieved that his brother finally stopped throwing money into crypto, but Ryu Min immediately dumped a bucket of ice water on that hope. He announced he was switching to stocks. The younger brother panic spiraled. What did Ryu Min know about stocks? But Ryu Min just dropped his signature slogan, "Big Bro saw it in a dream." The ancestor sent me a sign. Ryu Min looked at his adorable little brother. The kid's worry was valid. But Ryu Min had a cheat code. He actually knew the future. The target was a company currently ranked 85th, valued at about $900 million, Heavenly Demon Consulting. It was owned by Jianlock. It wasn't famous yet, but after round 4, they would launch a special system and skyrocket in value. If he grabbed the shares and voting rights now, he could control the company as a major shareholder. It was basically free money. First step, invest $280 million for 31% ownership. Just as Ryu Min clicked invest, he heard Ryu whispering a prayer. Please, let his dream come true. The kid clearly still doubted reality. That midnight, Ryu Min opened the shop to gear up. All the gold he had hoarded was for this exact moment. Gold could buy common items and skills. Convenience was king. Just because the items were ranked common didn't mean he couldn't snag rare materials or monster corpses. Today's target was the Withered Bone Necklace, an item that boosted intelligence and attack speed. Compared to its effects, the price was a steal. He slapped down a 50% off coupon he had earned after a level up quest. That made the cost feel like peanuts, like a single hair off a cow. After the purchase, he still had plenty of gold left. Originally, he planned to buy a full set of common gear with the change. But if he saved just 6,000 more gold, he could buy a common skill instead. A skill was worth way more than basic gear. He needed to farm that extra 6,000 gold fast. Luckily, the upcoming round 3 was packed with monsters. Time flew by, and the day finally arrived. For round 3, the players were dragged to a desolate village in the middle of nowhere. Everyone looked around nervously. High, sturdy walls surrounded the area. In the center stood a supermassive, glittering crystal. The atmosphere was thick with anxiety. The only one looking confident was young Scythe. People whispered he was a gang boss who used his sword to force votes. Hook-Gu should be the representative, not a murderer like him, someone muttered. A guy nearby hissed, "Shh, don't let him hear you." But Yongsik heard everything. He had authority now, but his power trip was limited to 10 commands. He barked at the crowd to shut their mouths. He knew this chaos was inevitable if only that damn angel had stayed quiet. Suddenly, a young man named Ryu Min stepped out. Ryu Min bowed respectfully and shouted a greeting. He saw Yongsik as a living movie character, a legendary gangster. Yongsik was surprised. "You little punk, are you one of mine?" Ryu Min replied. "Not yet, but I dream of being a gangster." Yongsik looked at him like he was insane. "Are you crazy?" But Ryu Min insisted. "You're my role model. I want to join the Westward Gang." He dropped to his knees, pledging his life and begging to be accepted. Yongsik sneered. He had met plenty of psychos in his life, but this kid was on another level of hardcore, and honestly, he liked the attitude. "Get up," Yongsik said. "Are you blind? Didn't you hear my Westward Gang went under? You still want to follow me?" Ryu Min didn't hesitate. "I don't care what they say, I respect you. Just take me in." Yongsik laughed continuously, amused. "Fine, I'll take responsibility and teach you." The crowd murmured that Ryu Min had lost his mind, but Ryu Min watched from the side, grinning. This was actually a great development. Suddenly, the angel appeared, bathed in holy light. 90 people are missing today. The status window flashed. Main mission, protect the holy artifact for 3 hours. Total participants in the region, 856 million. Locally, 4,900 people entered. 0 completed. The crowd was shocked. Why were people missing in this zone? The angel looked thoughtful. Impossible. Everyone was fine. Unless someone died. It seemed people were slaughtering each other back in the real world. The competition was getting brutal. The players below panicked as the survivor count plummeted to 1,225. Was it a glitch? The angel just smiled. "You seem worried about the low numbers, but you forgot something. Usually, only half survive. But since everyone survived the last round, having only 1/4 left now is perfectly logical." In round 3, every 30 minutes, an army of monsters would storm the castle gates, aiming straight for the artifact. Below, players panic as the survivor count drops to 1,225. They think it's a bug. The angel smiles and speaks. "It seems everyone is scared because fewer people can complete the mission, but they forget that typically, only half survive each round. Since everyone survived the last round, it makes perfect sense that only 1/4 survived this one. In this 3rd round, every 30 minutes, army monsters will appear at the castle gates, targeting the holy artifact. Ryu Min swings his scythe, instantly recognizing the guy as a player just like him. He tells the girl to get out of this dangerous place. The guy starts shouting, so Min walks over, delivers a thunderous blow, and kicks him right in the family jewels, dropping him to the ground in agony. Once the trash stops screaming nonsense, Ryu Min tells the girl to run. Now that it's just the two of them, Ryu Min reveals a dark, sinister expression, saying the true game starts now. The village center held a sacred relic. A total of 4 monster waves were approaching, requiring every player to coordinate their defense to protect the artifact. Players would earn a bonus reward for protecting the relic for 3 hours but fail, and they would face a severe penalty. Rankings would be decided by the number of monsters killed. Juas, the chain wielder, stood to the side with a smirk. As long as he killed monsters, he'd be happy. Since he held the command rights, this round should be a piece of cake. However, the angel announced a special rule regarding the commander, Jaws. If Jaws died to a monster, the representative seat would remain vacant. But if a player killed him, that player would immediately become the new representative. She then announced that the first wave of monsters would spawn in 10 minutes before vanishing. Joss was instantly furious. He realized the players behind him were glaring with bloodlust. They wanted to kill him and seize the representative position for themselves. Ryu Min approached him, looking for a chat. He had a deal to offer, one that was incredibly hard to refuse. The Black Scythe offered to shield him. I will protect you from the other players. That means I'll be your personal bodyguard. The crowd was stunned. Why would the legendary Black Scythe protect a scumbag like that? That meant they would have to go through the Black Scythe to get to Joss. They were paralyzed. The Black Scythe's influence was simply too terrifying. Judging by the crowd's reaction, the offer was incredibly tempting. But nothing in this world is free. Everything has a price. Joss asked, "What do you want in return?" Ryu Min's answer was simple. Joss would have to obey his every command. Joss immediately realized what that meant. He was being asked to become a subordinate. He frowned, asking the Black Scythe why he was making such an offer. He pressed further. "Obey orders." "What kind of orders?" Ryu Min replied. "I can't say. You just need to obey unconditionally." Joss gritted his teeth in rage. "You want me to follow you for life? Do you think I'm some street rat you can easily scam?" But then, fear crept in. What if he refused? Would the Black Scythe attack him for no reason? No, surely not. Ryu Min urged him to make a decision. As Ryu Min predicted, Joss's pride wouldn't let him accept. Joss refused. There was no way he would lower his dignity like that. The crowd watched in shock, unable to understand his logic. If he had agreed, he could have hunted in peace. It seemed this guy valued his pride more than his own life. Everything was playing out exactly as it had in Ryu Min's past life. Now, he just needed to draw a clear line. Since Joss refused, there was nothing more to be said. Ryu Min walked away. Joss fumed. He was a top player. Why should he accept such a humiliating deal? Suddenly, a notification appeared. The first wave was about to begin. Prepare for the monster's stealth attacks and protect the relic for the next 30 minutes. Regardless of how many monsters were killed, the second wave would start on a timer. The countdown for the first wave officially began. Joss knew he couldn't fight alongside the people who wanted him dead. Meanwhile, seeing Ryu Min head somewhere, Joss followed to check the situation. The status window showed 9,800 monsters. Joss scrambled to find a safe spot, confused why the Black Scythe wasn't moving. Is he planning to fight alone? Does he really think he can kill 100 at once? Joss looked down from his vantage point, unassuming the Black Scythe would fight for a bit, and then turn tail and run. Below, the goblins began their charge. The Black Scythe unleashed his power, wiping out wave after wave of goblins. Joss watched in disbelief. He never expected the Black Scythe to be this strong. He wondered if he would be that powerful at level 16, but now wasn't the time for awe. He needed to level up and get stronger, fast. The battle between players and monsters intensified. Everyone took turns blocking the monsters, preventing them from reaching the crystal. Joss climbed down and joined the fray. Thanks to his ability, he could predict the monster's movements, but suddenly a stray arrow whizzed past, grazing his face. He swore to tear the shooter into 100 pieces. A player charged at him. Joss reacted instantly, stabbing the attacker with his dagger. Then, grabbing the arrow that missed him, he hurled it back, piercing the sniper who had been targeting him. For a split second, he thought maybe he should have accepted the Black Scythe's help, but a real man stands on his own 2 feet. There had to be another way to hunt in peace without these pests. Then, he spotted a player with a black dragon on his right hand, the number 3 ranker. Joss rushed over, demanding the ranker protect him from now on. Meanwhile, the Black Scythe continued his slaughter. Ryu Min had already killed 502 monsters. With the triple XP buff from the previous round and the Butcher effect boosting stats, all of Ryu Min's stats had hit 100%. On top of that, his gold count had surged to nearly 20,000. After a moment of contemplating the future, Ryu Min spun around, his scythe sweeping through the mob trying to ambush him. The remaining monsters froze. Sensing the shift, the hunters had become the hunted. The first wave ended. Players were given a short break, but nearly 1,000 had already died. As Ryu Min expected, Joss was still alive, but he was struggling desperately, surrounded by players closing in for the kill. The goal was simple: take him down and seize the representative title. A figure lurking in the shadows swung a blade at him, but Dongmin stepped in to save the day. It was confusing. Sure, but more importantly, he was getting weaker by the second. In this state, survival seemed impossible. The second wave of the attack had officially begun, with the monster count ramping up aggressively. Ryu Min, however, was in a league of his own. With god-tier skills, he sliced through the enemies one by one. After hitting his kill quota, he finally ascended, reaching level 20, jumping from apprentice to normal rank. This unlocked the combination feature, allowing him to craft unique items that no other player could buy from the shop. But he wasn't done yet. His Death Scythe received a massive damage buff of 120%, and he learned a new unique skill, Dead of Night. The effect was terrifying. within a 500-meter radius, dark energy would manifest, creating a hallucinatory nightscape. The caster could cancel the skill at will. When Dead of Night combined with his Reaper runes, it was like giving a Tiger Wings absolute dominance. As the horde of monsters charged, he immediately decided to test his new toy. He activated Dead of Night, and the space around them plunged into pitch-black darkness. It was a slaughter. He simply swung his scythe a few times, and a pile of lives was instantly claimed. Wave 2 complete. He quickly purchased the detection skill to track targets within 30 meters. Wave 3 started immediately, followed by Wave 4, then Wave 5. There was only 1 hour left. Just survive that long, and it's over. Every player was fighting for their lives, but the number of elite monsters was skyrocketing to 10,000. Just as they prepared to engage, Yongsik found himself being hunted by a group of players desperate to steal his representative title. He used his puppets for defense, but they couldn't hold the line for long. Terrified, he scrambled away on all fours. In his desperate flight, he ran straight into Ryu Min, backed into a corner. He begged the Reaper for protection, promising to do anything he asked. But Ryu Min had told him this before: life isn't that simple. Opportunity knocks only once. Since Yongsik had refused him previously, whether he lived or died was no longer Ryu Min's concern. A leader with no authority left was worthless. Yongsik regretted not agreeing sooner, but tears were useless now. He had to turn around and face the mob. Even if he died, he'd take a few of them to hell with him. Suddenly, Dongmin appeared, sparking a glimmer of hope in Yongsik's eyes. But before he could even celebrate, that scumbag charged in and landed a direct hit on his avatar. Yongsik collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Before he could even lift his head, Dongmin was on him, pounding his face like he was tenderizing meat. The punches kept coming until Yongsik's face was a deformed, unrecognizable mess. He never imagined that a wannabe gangster boss like himself would be betrayed by a piece of trash like Dongmin. Perhaps this was karma catching up to him. Dongmin raised his leg for a final, crushing stomp, and then silence. The system immediately flashed a notification: the regional representative, nickname Life is a Documentary, has been eliminated. His power was instantly transferred to the killer. Dongmin smirked with wicked satisfaction. He now held 10 command charges, and his target was clear. He wanted Scythe. The nearby players, witnessing a nobody like Dongmin betray the very person he swore to follow, were disgusted. This was unacceptable. They rose up, ready to slaughter him. Panic set in, and Dongmin sprinted toward Ryu Min, begging for sanctuary. He swore he would obey every single order. Simple enough, Ryu Min thought, but there was a condition: get on your knees and beg. Only then would he accept. Dongmin hesitated, his pride stinging, but with death breathing down his neck, he had no choice. He did exactly as Ryu Min asked. If life wants to humiliate you, Dongmin was the prime example. Ryu Min looked at him with disdain, but accepted he needed that command authority. Ryu Min stepped forward, singling out the players chasing Dongmin. He gave them 2 choices. Option 1, give up the representative title and go hunt small monsters. Option 2, die right here by my scythe. The mob was terrified. They knew Ryu Min's power was off the charts. To save their own skins, they wisely chose option 1. Dongmin stood there, stunned. With just a few words, Ryu Min had completely flipped the situation. This man was his only lifeline. Ryu Min then turned to Dongmin and gave the order: use all 10 of your commands to destroy the artifact. Dongmin balked. He was furious. If he used all 10 commands now, he couldn't enslave Scythe. He would lose his prize. He tried to argue, but Ryu Min shut him down cold. Shut your mouth and do it. Powerless to resist, Dongmin obeyed. He ordered 10 people, including his own friend, to go destroy the artifact. Stammering out a pathetic explanation as he did, the command authority took over. The chosen players, eyes glazed, charged forward to smash the object. The system chimed: the artifact has been destroyed. The main mission had officially failed. Punishment was imminent because the players let the mission fail. The avatar of the angel would now descend to wipe them out for 30 minutes. The game wouldn't stop until the time ran out. This was the hidden side quest they had to survive. The players froze in horror. He's grinning at this sweet new deal. Protecting the relic only pays a measly 2,000 gold, but destroying it, that pays a massive 3,000. The reward destroys the payout from the round 5 monster hunt. But Hyuk-gu has a specific reason for not wanting to destroy it with his own hands. A system notification suddenly pops up: the 10 players who destroy the relic will suffer a penalty, all stats reduced by 50%, forever. Dongmin's best friends immediately turn on him, screaming at the bastard. They thought they were safe, but there's no escaping the punishment since he's the representative. He shares the penalty too. Hyuk-gu feigns rage, furiously kicking a hole in the wall. Losing half your stats in this world is basically a death sentence. Ignoring the drama, Hyuk-gu uses his fresh gold to open the shop. He buys the essentials: an assassin's hood and elven boots. Next, he opens the synthesis system and tosses in the necklace he bought earlier, combining it with a mana stone. Boom! Instantly, an all stats +1 buff is added to the necklace. He doesn't stop there. Hyuk-gu sockets mana stones into every remaining piece of gear. Sure, They're low-grade stones with minor boosts. But in this game, something is better than nothing. The atmosphere suddenly turns freezing cold, darker than a tomb. The other players are terrified. In his past life, out of 2,700 people, only 500 survived this. Just staying alive was a nightmare. The Avatar of God is a raid boss that normally requires a party of 5 level 40 players to even scratch. But this is his final regression, and he wants that solo kill reward, all to himself. The sky tears open, blinding light pouring out like a divine judgment. He dares to be this reckless because of the title he earned slaughtering that angel Godslayer. It doubles all his stats. When facing divine beings, in this avatar, it is 100% a divine entity. The other players whisper, naively thinking the boss's appearance means they're saved. Wrong. The avatar instantly erects a barrier, locking everyone inside a death cage. There is no escape. 300 players are trapped, their stats slashed in half. Then the slaughter begins. The entity summons a rain of light spears, skewering the players. In that confined space, dodging is physically impossible. While the monster is busy butchering the fodder, Huku makes his move. He knows his boss has no ears that can't hear him coming. He launches 5 meters into the air, activates Death Seal, and puts every ounce of strength into a lethal scythe swing. By the time the beast reacts, it's too late. Huku smashes right into its eye. The skill detonates, ripping away 60% of its health thanks to the Death Seal. With the boss down to 40%, Huku instantly runs, knowing it will cast a new capture domain to hunt him down. While it's distracted, Huku flanks to the blind side, leaping high to drive his scythe into the remaining eye. The boss finally manages to trap Huku in its domain, but blinded, the god is nothing but a giant punching bag. As it tries to charge up its light spears, Huku casts Midnight, wiping out its vision completely. The system rules are absolute light cannot exist within this magical darkness. It's execution time. Huku raises his scythe for the finisher. He shears off one of its wings, spins in midair, and slices off the second one. The avatar is grounded. Now it only has 10% health left, but he doesn't kill it yet. He runs. The avatar triggers its desperate ultimate, transforming into the avatar of punishment. For this phase, it becomes completely immortal. If he had tried to take its head earlier, the immortality phase would have ruined everything. The boss summons void rifts, firing purple, tracking lightning at him. It looks terrifying. But Huku dances around the bolts. It's all just a flashy light show. After 60 seconds, the immortality buff fades. Huku surges forward, his scythe flashing as he decapitates the avatar in one stroke. The system explodes with rewards, confirming Huku as the first player in history to slay the Avatar of God, along with a new title, Challenger of the Punishing God, granting 80% damage reduction from divine beings. He also bags Refined Ether and the Ancient Rune of Light, exclusive rewards for the first clear. The Ether was his real target. It's the key material for crafting God tier equipment. Plus, the Ancient Rune of Light boosts his intelligence by 1 and amplifies holy type skills by 1% per level. At level 30, that's a massive 30-point boost to intelligence and 30% more power. Hidden quest complete. Every surviving player gets a 3,000 gold windfall. Everyone is staring at Huku in awe. He just soloed a raid boss. Even Oliver, that arrogant angel, is shook. It's the first time she's ever acknowledged a human's power. She descends, landing next to Huku to ask a few questions, but her questions are nonsense, so he gives her half-hearted answers. Meanwhile, the other players are praising his heroism. Black Dog had saved everyone here strictly for his own benefit, but the angel watched with a puzzled frown. She couldn't understand why these humans were banding together now despite their history of conflict. To Black Dog, these angels were the selfish ones. How could they possibly grasp the complexity of human nature? The rankings board flashed before them. 3,631. That was the total number of monsters Black Dog had slaughtered. Naturally, he stood arrogantly at rank 1 on the entire server for this round. The runner-up hadn't even cracked 1,000 kills. Black Dog was simply in a league of his own. The lavish rewards for the top ranker began to roll in. Without a second thought, Black Dog opened the chest. Inside lay the Ring of Gales, the Blue Magic Ring, and the Resistance Ring. He immediately chose the Resistance Ring. Its name wasn't flashy, but its effect was God tier. It granted complete immunity to all negative status effects. In this god-forsaken hellhole, a single stun or debuff was enough to get you killed. Immunity was the ultimate survival tool. Moving on to the next reward, he skipped the triple XP boost and opted for 4,000 gold instead. The angel then dropped the bombshell. Everyone ranked 1,225th or lower would be eliminated. With a casual snap of her fingers, she sent the losers straight to the afterlife. Just like that, the third round came to an end. Saren woke up, stunned by her own achievement. She had awakened the summoner class. She could now summon spirits, and thanks to the cute fairy she conjured creating a shield, she had survived the third round unscathed. Of course, she also owed her life to the reliable bodyguard who had fought by her side. She had even clinched third place in the rankings. She held the magic stone she just received, her mind drifting to Black Dog. Would he like a gift like this? Meanwhile, Dongmin woke up consumed by rage and bitterness. He smashed his bedside lamp in fury. His stats had been permanently reduced by 50%. His phone rang. It was his so-called brothers. His friend screamed at him through the receiver, cursing him out. He was furious that Dongmin had used his command authority to force them to destroy the crystal. Dongmin stammered that he had been helpless, that he had no choice. The friend spat back venomously. You should have just died. You're a waste of space instead of hurting your friends. Why didn't you just go kill yourself? Dongmin tried to explain his suffering, but it was no use. His friend cut him off, disowning him completely. You're a traitor. Don't ever call me again, whether in the real world or that other world. To me, you're nothing but a stranger. Dongmin frantically dialed other numbers, desperate for an ally, but every call went to voicemail or was blocked. The subscriber you are calling is not available. He realized the harsh truth: everyone has their own life, their own problems. He didn't need friends anymore. Threatened with a beating, so what? From now on, anyone who crossed him would pay. He would kill every single one of them. Under a bright blue sky, Sang-chun arrived to report his completion of the third round to Chairman Ma. When asked about his progress, Sang-chun reported he had reached level 11 and acquired the Night class. He mentioned that S. Aaron was at the same level and had become a summoner. Thanks to her spirit's shield, Sang-chun had been able to hunt monsters safely. Chairman Ma looked very pleased with this development. He advised Sang-chun to maintain a good relationship with the actress. If you like her, maybe you should date her. Sang-chun looked panicked. Chairman Ma chuckled, clarifying. I mean, get close to her. Lovers find it easier to discover each other's weaknesses. Still confused, Sang-chun asked again with a flustered face, should I really date her? Chairman Ma burst into laughter. He hadn't seen that innocent look in a long time. Sang-chun breathed a sigh of relief when Ma dismissed it. It's unnecessary anyway. Aaron doesn't like you like that. She still calls you Mr. or Bodyguard, doesn't she? Putting the trivialities aside, Chairman Ma shifted to the main topic, the urgent report Sang-chun had mentioned. Sang-chun bowed his head in deep apology. He had failed to carry out the chairman's order to assist Black Dog and hadn't delivered the message. He sat down and recounted everything that had happened in Black Dog's zone during the third round. Chairman Ma listened intently. He was visibly impressed when he heard how Black Dog had faced the boss alone. A creature that was essentially a demigod had been utterly destroyed by Black Dog. Solo? He sounds like a man who needs no help from anyone, Sang-chun remarked. Chairman Ma felt a wave of humility. He had thought his own Dark Knight ancient runes made him powerful, but Black Dog was on a completely different level. It was embarrassing to even compare. He hoped to meet Black Dog one day. Since there was a valid reason for the failure, he didn't reprimand Sang-chun further. He then asked about the thugs he had ordered Sang-chun to investigate. Ma took a sip of his wine as he listened. Sang-chun reported that the private investigator had narrowed the search to Seoul. They were confident they would find the target within a month. That meant after the fourth round, they would have the bastard's location. There was no rush, so they could take their time. Ma then asked about Sang-chun's earnings. The young man had gathered 10,000 gold. Save up until you have 20,000, Ma advised, then buy the tracking skill from the shop. After discussing the other world at length, they returned to business in the real world. Sang-chun reported that a shareholder had bought a massive amount of stock last month. It's regarding the chairman's shares. Sir, Ma Young-rock hears the report but looks confused. Shares for which company exactly? I have so many assets. How am I supposed to remember every single one? Sang-chun clarifies. It's Chiama Consulting, the firm you're currently focusing all your resources on. When asked about the ownership stake, Sang-chun reveals a staggering number. He holds roughly 31%. Your company is valued at 900 billion won. For a single individual to hold 31%, that means he invested 240 billion won. A wealthy mystery man Ma Young-rock has never heard of. But one thing is clear, anyone with that much stock intends to participate directly in management. He immediately grabs his phone, barking orders to his subordinates to dig up everything on this mysterious investor who dropped such a fortune. Meanwhile, Ryu Min is chilling with his phone. Having waited all afternoon for this exact call, he knows his position as a major shareholder makes him a VIP. Suddenly, his younger brother Ryugan bursts into the room, screaming, Hyung, what level are you, effectively scaring the soul out of Ryu Min? Ryugan is so excited he drops his phone right onto Ryu Min's face. Ouch. Turns out, a neighbor kid bragged to Ryugan about reaching level 11. The kid even unlocked a class, so Ryugan rushed in, desperate for his big brother to be stronger so he can go back and flex on that neighbor. Knowing his loudmouth brother would cause trouble if he knew the truth, Ryu Min stays humble. I just hit level 12. Ryugan beams with pride, asking about his class. Ryu Min immediately pulls the blanket over his head. That's a secret. Now get out. As soon as the brat leaves, the phone finally rings. It's the CEO of Chianma Consulting, Ma Young-rock. Ryu Min knows Ma Young-rock is a cunning old fox, so he decides to play the role of a naive, easily manipulated rich kid to lower the CEO's guard. Ma Jung-rock offers a polite greeting and invites Ryu Min for a meal to chat. He suggests Friday, but that day is critical for Ryu Min's plans. Friday is the only window to acquire the hidden inner thought rune, so Ryu Min pushes back. Let's make it Saturday instead. Ryu Min is confident. Ma Jung-rock established this company to prove himself to his father. He literally cannot afford to offend a major shareholder. But before dealing with corporate politics, Ryu Min has a job to do. He needs that rune first. There are many ways to get runes. Usually, you hunt specific monsters in specific rounds or get them as special achievement rewards. They can also drop from boss monsters after a defeat, or in extremely rare cases, even from regular mobs. But there is a secret method almost no one knows about yet. A method Ryu Min is about to exploit. You can find runes in the real world. He steps into an abandoned warehouse, stalking a player named Jang Seok-jun. Ryu Min could never forget that name. In a previous timeline, this was the piece of trash who kidnapped his little brother. He remembers every detail of this scumbag's voice. Jang Seok-jun possesses the inner thought rune, which allows him to read minds. In the past, he used that power to scan Ryu Min's mind and discovered he was a regressor. Naturally, that discovery led to Jang Seok-jun ending up as a puddle of red syrup after messing with the wrong person. Ryu Min has killed him in every regression since the 11th time. At this point, it's not even personal hatred anymore. It's just a chore. He needs to kill him now to loot the mind-reading rune before the actual apocalypse scenarios kick in. Today, the scumbag has dragged a girl here. She's untied but terrified, continuously apologizing and begging for her life. Here's the backstory. A few days ago, Jang Seok-jun was wandering the streets when he saw this girl. She was his type, so he stalked her. He used his flash rune, which blinds people with intense light, to appear in front of her like a budget superhero. He finds it thrilling to terrify women. His life was boring before, but now, with a superpower that can blind opponents, he feels invincible. Even if he dies, he doesn't care. The power went straight to his head. Confident and delusional, he went into a cafe to find some fun. He saw the pretty employee who turned out to be the owner. He ordered a large iced Americano and tried to chat her up. After some bragging, he found out she was the owner. All her part-time staff had quit because the world is going crazy. Who wants to work for minimum wage when you could die tomorrow? He asked her age. 32. Perfect. He smirked and told her, I like you. Give me your number. Instead of swooning, she looked terrified. This bruised his fragile ego instantly. Am I ugly to you? He raged. He slammed the table, demanded a refund for the coffee, and accused her of looking down on him. He stormed out with his money, muttering about how she judged a book by its cover, a classic incel victim complex. That night, he decided to attack her from behind while she was closing up the shop, all because she looked at him with fear. Back in the present, the girl is pleading. Jang Seok-jun ignores her, a twisted, perverted look on his face as he prepares to assault her. Suddenly, Ryu Min steps out from the shadows. He's wearing a white mask and holding a massive Grim Reaper scythe. Jang Seok-jun pauses, sneering. He thinks it's just some weirdo cosplayer wandering around. Nice prop, buddy, he mocks, but he doesn't realize that Scythe isn't a toy, it's a death sentence. Hearing Ryu Min mocking him, the guy rages and curses. You son of a bitch. I'll kill you. I will kill you. The girl left a dangerous scene. The thug immediately shouted. Ryu Min stepped up and delivered a thunderous kick right to his family jewels, dropping him to the ground in agony. Once the guy stopped spouting nonsense, Ryu Min told the girl to get out of there. Immediately. When they were finally alone, Ryu Min's face darkened into a sinister look, saying, Now, the real game begins. Hearing Ryu Min mock him, the thug flew into a rage, cursing, You bastard, I'll kill you, I swear I'll kill you. You son of a bitch. Ju Min finds the guy's attitude amusing, but ending the game this early would be a waste of fun. Provoked by the taunt, the thug loses control and charges straight in, but his lightning-fast attacks dodged effortlessly. It's a scenario the villain never even calculated. Min glances at the weapon aimed at him, then simply clicks his tongue. He spins around, and slash, his scythe cleaves clean through the arm that dared to attack him. With one hand casually in his pocket and the other gripping the scythe like a god of death, he asks, Does it hurt? The thug clutches his bloody stump, trembling in sheer terror. Seeing zero repentance in those eyes, Ju Min decides mercy is off the table. He dashes forward and carves another deep gash right across the bastard's stomach. Desperate, the thug tries to activate his luminous skill to blind him and escape, but it's useless against Ju Min. That light cannot exist. The midnight skill forbids any illumination here. Ju Min knew exactly what he'd try, having activated the darkness beforehand. With a cold thought, he dashes forward, severing the guy's wrists and ankles in one go. The thug screams, tears streaming down his face. You monster, why are you doing this to me? Why? Ju Min answers by burying the scythe into the guy's thigh. Why do people exterminate pests? Because their only purpose is to cause harm. As he speaks, he doesn't stop hacking away at the trash beneath his feet, even covered in wounds, and the bastard still glares with that defiant, trashy attitude. So, Ju Min swings the scythe again. now lying face down on the cold ground. The thug curses Ryu Min in his subconscious. Why me? What grudge does he have? This isn't fair. Fuck fairness. Snot and tears mix on his face. As he decides to end the torture himself, he sticks out his tongue, ready to bite it off and commit suicide. But Ryu Min catches on instantly. He jams a stop to it, then raises the scythe again over the mangled body. You don't get to die until you're on your knees begging me to release you. Pain overwhelms the thug's entire existence. He breaks. Kill me. Please. Just kill me. Hearing the hopeless begging, Ryu Min finally drops the truth bomb. Jang-seo, here's the thing we've met before. Hearing his name snaps the thug back to reality. He thinks Ryu Min was sent by that woman, but no. Ryu Min explains how this piece of trash kidnapped his little brother and used him as leverage for information. Of course, the thug has no memory of this. Because it's a future that hasn't happened yet. Ryu Min is here to execute him for the inner thought rune and to prevent history from repeating. The condition to unlock that rune is hearing a truly sincere voice won from the heart, stripped of lies. If Ryu Min hadn't come today, this scum would have assaulted a woman. She would have used her sincere voice to beg for mercy, unwittingly handing him the power to become a supervillain. Ryu Min has seen this outcome countless times through his regressions, and even ignoring the future. This guy's rap sheet of 12 prior convictions proves he's irredeemable social garbage. Hearing this, the thug begs for a quick death. But Ryu Min isn't feeling generous. He jams an iron bar into the guy's mouth. The goal? To watch him slowly suffocate in agonizing silence, unable to speak. The dying thug furiously curses Ryu Min in his mind. What he doesn't realize is that Ryu Min has already met the unlock conditions. Every single mental curse is being heard loud and clear. The inner thought rune allows the user to read a target's mind, glimpse their hidden intentions, and scan thoughts within a 30-meter radius. Ryu Min toys with the dying trash a bit longer until the wounds finally finish the job. The thug stops breathing, witnesses none, but Ryu Min is thorough. He activates his trace erasure skill to scrub the crime scene clean. Mask off, mission accomplished. He heads home to prep for tomorrow's meeting with Ma Jeon-seok. By dawn, Ryu Min is already decked out in a sharp suit, hair perfectly styled. His little brother takes one look and assumes it's a date. Ryu Min never dresses this seriously. Ryu Min corrects him. I'm meeting a business partner. The brother panics. You going into business? Ryu Min ignores the shock, coolly scrolling on his smartphone, while the kid mentally questions his brother's risky all-in investment strategies. With 12 prior convictions, you've confirmed you're nothing but trash, the absolute scum of society. Hearing that, the thug begged Ryu Min to just kill him and get it over with. But no, Ryu Min didn't want to do that. He jammed an iron bar into the guy's mouth. He wanted to watch him slowly suffocate in excruciating pain. The thug started panicking, internally cursing Ryu Min for gagging him, but he had no idea that, Ryu Min had already unlocked the rune of inner thoughts, and he heard every single word the guy was mentally cursing him with. The rune of inner thoughts allows the user to read a target's mind. If you observe them closely, you can even read their fleeting intentions within a 30-meter radius. Ryu Min began to toy. And with the scumbag lying before him, after suffering from his fatal wounds, the guy finally stopped breathing and died. Although there were no witnesses, Ryu Min wanted a clean sweep. He immediately used his trace removal skill to erase every piece of evidence at the scene. He happily removed his mask and headed home, satisfied with today's harvest. Now, he needed to prep for his meeting with Ma Kyung-rock tomorrow. Bright and early, Ryu Min decked himself out in a sharp suit, his hair styled to perfection. His perceptive little brother immediately assumed he was going on a date because he looked so sharp, and he never dressed this seriously. Ryu Min revealed, I'm going to meet a business partner. The brother panicked, asking, Are you trying to get into business now? Ryu Min didn't answer, and just casually scrolled on his phone. Meanwhile, the brother remained skeptical, worrying about those shady all-in investment schemes. About his big brother, he was worried that if he failed, his big bro would be devastated. Thanks to his ancient language ability, Ryu Min heard every word of that inner monologue, clear as day. He let out a happy sigh. Instead of fretting about their financial situation, his little brother was actually worried about him. Ryu Min flashed a radiant smile and told the kid not to stress. He promised that if today's meeting went well, he'd come back and spill every single detail. Ryu Min pocketed his phone and headed out, but not before warning his brother to stay put because it was too dangerous outside. Ryu sighed, but obediently agreed. While watching the news at home, the boy realized that players were using their abilities to commit crimes. Overseas, they were even dealing with criminals using their powers to break out of jail and escape. Ryu Min confirmed that all that intel was spot on, if they were the right age. Even hardened criminals were given the chance to become players. The players were getting stronger by the day, while the general population dropped every month, so it would be weird if nothing changed. Ryu Min thought to himself that eventually, There would come a time when players hunted humans like animals and treated ordinary people like slaves. That would happen once the players reached the peak of their power. To stop such a chaotic world from coming to pass, Jumin needed to boost his reputation and achieve overwhelming, top-tier power under the name Black Dog to dominate them all. As he walked out the door, he turned back one last time to remind his brother to be careful. His innocent little brother just wanted to know the business plan his big bro was about to discuss. Jumin pinched the kid's cheek and told him to wait right there and he'd be back soon. He also told him to buy something more expensive than black bean noodles to eat. After all, besides owning 7 plots of land like a real tycoon, he had nothing but cash to burn. After that, he quickly made his way to a place with high walls and tight security. This was the spot Magion Locke had chosen for lunch. On paper, it was a hotel owned by the Ozen Group, but in reality, it was one of Magion Locke's personal properties. This was top secret intel that only a regressor like Jumin could possibly know, well, aside from maybe his relatives. Jumin intended to use this information to make himself appear more valuable in the man's eyes. But right now, he needed to play the role of a wide-eyed, naive deer to fit the character he was selling to this guy. He walked up to the reception desk, acting all clumsy and flustered about having an appointment. The staff immediately recognized him as the guest the chairman had scheduled. She pointed him toward a nearby chair to wait. Jumin nodded in thanks, then walked over to the seat, fidgeting to pull off the vibe of a country bumpkin who just reached the big city. While he was gazing up at the chandelier with feigned innocence, someone approached to greet him. Both of them were surprised when their eyes met. The guy immediately asked Jumin, "We've met before, haven't we?" Back at the Galleria Forest Longstay Hotel, Jumin immediately recognized him as the bodyguard who was with the actress S. Aaron. Before, he and his chatty little brother had gone to give rice cakes to the neighbors. The bodyguard bowed his head to apologize for his rudeness that day, but internally he couldn't help thinking that Jumin was just a kid not even 20 years old, yet he was a shareholder who had invested $280 billion. Jumin caught these thoughts thanks to his ancient language, but he felt the guy's suspicion was justified. I mean, how the hell would a 20-year-old brat possess assets worth hundreds of billions? Jumin smiled, rubbing his neck and happily introducing himself. He kept up the naive act, saying he never expected the chairman of the Heavenly Demon Consulting firm to be living right above him. The bodyguard quickly raised his hand to clarify he wasn't the chairman, then introduced himself as unit chief and Sang-chun. After that, Sang-chun invited Jumin inside a luxurious private room to wait, explaining that his chairman was running a bit late. As Jumin sat down, Sang-chun hurriedly turned his back and pulled out his phone to text his chairman. "Mr. Chairman, I've met him in person. There is no way he could have invested that amount of money on his own. He must be a proxy for someone else, so please be careful." Of course, Jumin was privy to all these thoughts. He had guessed, spot on, that Magion Locke had sent Sang-chun ahead to scout the situation. For a meeting this important, there was no way a meticulous man like Mag would accidentally be late. Just as Jumin glanced up, Mag arrived, smiling brightly to greet him. "Hello there, I am Magion Locke, chairman of the Heavenly Demon Consulting firm." Jumin immediately reached out to shake hands with him. The three of them then sat down at the table. Jumin wondered why he was letting Sang-chun join this meeting without even asking for his opinion. It seemed he intended to seize the initiative. Magion Locke invited Jumin to have lunch before discussing business. Soon, countless 5-star dishes were laid out before them. Jumin grabbed a massive bowl of rice, dug in, and praised the food enthusiastically. Watching Jumin's behavior, Magion Locke realized that Unit Chief An was probably right. The kid was too young to have invested $280 billion on his own. Even if he had the money, he wouldn't have the guts to do it. He figured Jumin must be working with someone behind the scenes. As he ate, he couldn't help but overthink, assuming the person pulling the strings was one of his own brothers or other family members. He eventually put down his chopsticks and started questioning Jumin. First came the age. He asked how old the boy was, and Jumin frankly replied, claiming he just turned 20. Hearing this startles Mayon Rock. He breaks into a sweat, hurriedly fixes his tie, and claims he is 29 years old. It's so good to meet someone my age. Then he seriously asked Jumin why. At such a blooming, youthful age, he possesses so much money. Are you the son of a chaebol? Hearing him ask so bluntly, Jumin starts playing his role to perfection. I was just a normal student. Until a few months. Go! Jumin reveals that he is the one who won the lottery 4 times in a row. Hearing this, both Sang-chun and Ma Yeon-rock cannot hide their shock. The prize value was only about 66 billion won, but he had invested more into Bitcoin. Sang-chun suddenly remembers reading an article about someone dreaming of blurry numbers. Jumin immediately cuts him off, saying he didn't dream. He thinks this is the only way to gain Ma Yeon-rock's approval and get him on his side. He begins bluffing about possessing a rune of foresight. This rune allows me to see events several years into the future. Jumin arrogantly claims to be a prophet who can foresee the future, wearing a face full of confidence. Ma Yonrok hears this and thinks Jumin is spouting nonsense. He asks if he is actually serious. Jumin immediately proves his lie is truth by showing his history of winning the lottery and then taking all that money to invest in Bitcoin. Because I can see the future, I could safely go all in. Ma Yonrok wants to be sure he isn't lying, so he tells him to prove it by guessing what he intends to do in a second. This is not difficult for Jumin since he can read minds, but to avoid courting disaster, he sets a restriction on this fake ability he just invented. I am terribly sorry, but I cannot freely use this power. It activates randomly and is not under my control. Hearing this makes Ma Yonrok swallow the lie completely. Since it is an overpowered rune, such a restriction is perfectly logical. Suddenly, he is startled to realize Jumin invested 280 billion won into his company. Yes, I know Chiyama Consulting will grow massively in the future. That is why I invested. He immediately wants to ask just how strong that growth will be. Jumin raises a hand and continues. Within half a year, you can enter the Kospi list without encountering any issues. Ma Yonrok smiles broadly upon hearing this, his heart already blooming with joy. If that is true, it would be amazing. Not only would I be recognized by father, but I could also sit in the chairman's seat. Then he pauses for about 5 seconds, composing his joyful demeanor. Since this news is not yet guaranteed to be accurate, Jumin adds that if he wants to succeed, he must completely change the business model. Sangchun slams the table in fury because this demand is too excessive. Chairman Ma Yonrok tells him to fix his disrespectful attitude. Jumin continues eating calmly and talks about the business change, and of course, the name must change as well. Sangchun stands up, showing clear disagreement with Jumin's tone. Jumin sternly glares at Sangchun. At this point, do you still think I am joking? You are both players. You should understand that he had revealed his rune, and that causes great harm to himself. Jumin then leads them with poetic words about wanting to work together in the future and helping the company grow. And I invested 280 billion. So, if you want to succeed, you must cooperate with me. Sangchun panics. He fears his chairman will believe the honeyed words Jumin is speaking. Jumin sighs when he sees Ma Yonrok remain silent. It seems you do not believe in my ability. Sangchun insists they need confirmed information, and he does not trust Jumin's words. Jumin asks him if he ever wondered why he moved to the floor right below the penthouse. Don't tell me you think that was a coincidence. Ma Yonrok suddenly realizes something unusual. He turns to ask about it. Sangchun hurriedly explains that, about 2 months ago, Jumin moved to live on the floor below the penthouse of the actress Saren. Jumin immediately follows up. Correct. That was a few days after I obtained the rune of foresight. Ma Yonrok is furious that his subordinate did not mention this information to him. He thinks that if Jumin did not know the future, he could not have done something so magical. But that thought is quickly crushed. Cut off immediately, realizing Jumin might already know he's backing Aaron. Jumin just smirks, practically reading the man's mind. But it seems this little display isn't enough. He notices the guy still hasn't fully lowered his guard, so Jumin decides to drop the bomb. He reveals that this very hotel is the man's personal asset. As for his identity, he is the eldest, son of the On Group, and Chiyama Consulting. That's just a secret enterprise established to finally win his father's approval. Am I right, or am I right? Sangchun immediately shoots up, furious that Jumin knows secrets only the Mag family bloodline should know. Ma Gongrok signals his subordinate to stand down. He keeps his face cold and stern, admitting that every word is absolutely correct. However, this intel isn't enough to convince him that Jumin possesses the Foresight rune. After all, anyone within his family circle would know these top secret details. He suspects Jumin is a third-party spy sent here to lure him into a trap. Everything Jumin claims to know is just too absurd, he simply cannot believe it. Ma Gongrok thanks him for the investment offer. But to change their entire business strategy based on a whim, he would need to convene a shareholders meeting. With that, he apologizes and attempts to leave. Hearing this brush off, Jumin knows it's time to play his ace. He didn't think he'd have to use this, but it's the only way to salvage this alliance. To prove, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that he can truly see the future, Jumin reveals classified intel regarding the fourth round. He's certain this information will shatter Ma Gongrok's skepticism. After dropping that bombshell, Jumin turns and walks away. Sangchun bows his head, apologizing to his chairman for his earlier outburst. Ma Gongrok waves it off with a smile, knowing his subordinate was only looking out for him. Sangchun then voices his lingering doubts about Jumin. He remains skeptical about this so-called ability to see the future. If the guy really had such power, he could just stay silent and enjoy a life of luxury alone. Why go through the trouble of helping their company? But Chairman Ma sees it differently. He believes the cooperation is driven by a desire for even more money. Sangchun strokes his chin, still confused about the motive. 280 billion is already an astronomical sum. You could live like a king and never work a day in your life. Chairman Ma agrees that Chief An makes a solid point, but human greed knows no bounds. Besides, if the kid truly is a prophet, they need to secure Jumin as an ally immediately. Getting intel on the next round would provide a massive advantage. If it also helps the company grow, then it's killing two birds with one stone. As for whether he really is a prophet, time will give them the answer. Outside, Jumin strides down the street with total confidence. He knows for a fact that once the fourth round ends, Chairman Ma will have zero doubts about his identity. However, he didn't spill everything. He withheld key details like the side quests or the method to climb the leaderboards. Earlier, he only revealed to Ma and his subordinate that the mission for the fourth round isn't about hunting monsters. Instead, it will be a massacre, a player versus player battle royale where extreme caution is required. Walking along, Jumin scripts a perfect scenario in his head. Ma Gongrok will protect Jumin's little brother and family once he realizes Jumin is a genuine asset. After all, having a prophet on your side is infinitely better than having him against you. He pulls out his smartphone, intending to make a call. Meanwhile, Jury is dressed to kill, rushing to meet someone while waiting for the light to cross the street. She spots a supercar parked right in front of her shop. She thinks the driver is incredibly rude for blocking the storefront, just as she's cursing him internally. Jumin opens the door, apologizing for the intrusion. He invites Jury to hop in for a spin so they can talk. Inside the red supercar, Jumin transforms into a speed demon, stealing her heart. Jury is thrilled to be sitting in such a high-end luxury vehicle for the first time. She asks how much a car like this costs, and Jumin answers honestly, not much, really, just a measly 900 million. Jury is floored by his nonchalant attitude. With that kind of money, she could have opened several more convenience stores, but for Jumin, a guy burdened by too much cash, it really isn't a lot. Jury thinks to herself that he does have a point. After all, he won 60 billion in the lottery. It feels like they are living in two different worlds. She blushes, shyly thinking this feels exactly like a date. Suddenly, Jumin speaks up, startling her. He says he has something serious to tell her, a confession of sorts, and begs her not to misunderstand his intentions. Jury's face turns beet red. She tries to act cool, stammering, "Misunderstand? No way. So, what do you want to confess?" He reminds her about the lottery win he claimed came from a dream. But today, he corrects the story. He knew the numbers because of his foresight rune. He explains that this ability lets him see future events, and finally reveals that his class is actually Prophet. Hearing this, Jury lights up, genuinely happy for him. It's such a special class. She thanks Jumin for trusting her enough to tell her the truth, even if opening up to friends about secrets like this is never easy. But since Jumin was so honest, Jury decided to reciprocate. She told him about the ancient rune she currently possesses. It is a guardian rune. Within a radius of 10 meters, the more people standing around her, the more layers of invisible protective shielding she gains. Finally telling Jumin the truth made her feel a massive weight lift from her chest. She asked him why he chose to reveal his own rune secret to her. Jumin, already committed to the act, decided to play it deep and dramatic. Keeping secrets is exhausting. Besides, if I didn't confess my truth first, you never would have believed what I'm about to tell you next. Jury's curiosity piqued at his mysterious tone. The car continued to speed silently along the quiet road. Inside, Jury was left stunned as Jumin revealed classified information about round 4. He warned his friend to be extremely careful, as there was no telling what dirty tricks other players might pull. Jury felt a surge of gratitude, convinced that he only told her this because he deeply cared for her. She shyly glanced at Jumin, thinking he must have feelings for her. And honestly, she hoped that was true. Later that evening, Jumin returned home, still baffled that Jury had liked him for all that time. She had hidden it so well that he had absolutely no clue. It was a bit awkward, sure, but ultimately it was a good thing at least. Now she would blindly trust his nonsense prophecies, making her a much easier ally to manipulate. After a long day of grinding, Jumin collapsed onto his brand new ultra-luxury designer bed. He drifted into a deep, rewarding sleep to treat himself. Time flew by, and the final day of the month arrived. Just 5 minutes before the new day began, Jumin purchased the necromancer's item, a dark gauntlet that could only be used at night. Its stats were incredibly high, and the option to turn weapons semi-transparent was a game changer. If he combined this with his midnight blade, he would be unstoppable. Jiwoo knocked on his brother's door, asking if he was confident about conquering this round. The younger brother was worried, begging Jumin to survive and come back home to the family. Jumin got annoyed, scolding the kid for jinxing him with such ominous talk. With that, he drifted off, preparing to enter the 4th round. Dongmin spawned into the area, clutching his head in confusion, barely understanding how he got here. Suddenly, a status window popped up with a penalty notification. All his stats were permanently reduced by 50%. Now that he had fewer than 10 uses of his command authority left, surviving round 4 was going to be a massive problem. On top of that, usurpers were eyeing his representative seat. and his so-called best friends were coming for revenge. He snapped awake, looking around. He was in a stark, pristine white space that felt utterly demonic. The endless white void made him feel like a lab rat in an experiment. Turning around, he spotted Jumin, the very man responsible for his current misery, the man who stood back and manipulated everything, even killing the avatar of the punishment god without hesitation. From behind, Dongmin thought that if he were strong enough, he would smash Jumin's arrogant face into the ground. But as much as he hated it, he was powerless. He was just a weed by the roadside. How could he ever reach the clouds, desperate to survive this round? Dongmin approached Jumin to try and play nice. He immediately brought up their deal from the previous round. If he became Jumin's subordinate, Jumin would protect him. I don't need a lackey like you anymore. Jumin's cold, heartless rejection felt like a bucket of ice water thrown in his face. You have no command charges left, a zone representative without the power to command. What's the point of keeping you? Most players have their classes now, so your authority is practically useless. Anyway, Jumin crossed his arms and smiled brightly. You have zero value. You are nothing but a moving target. Dongmin froze as Jumin's brutal words sank in. Panic set in as he scanned the other players surrounding him. Jumin immediately stepped in to adjust his mindset, telling him he was only a target in name, only not many people would actually want to kill him. The lifespan of players in that role was short, and everyone knew it. Being the zone representative was now a title with no real power. As people leveled up, the number of players Dongmin could control with his authority dropped drastically. Compared to the risks, it just wasn't worth it. Hearing Jumin's logic, Dongmin suddenly felt that it all sounded very pleasant and reasonable. Just then, Seo Arin and Sangchun arrived to join the group. Dongmin gritted his teeth. Stunned to see them gathering here, the duo cheerfully greeted Jumin, asking if he remembered them. Sangchun glanced over and sneered at Dongmin. Oh right, you saved us from this thug standing right here. We wanted to thank you again. Dongmin pouted visibly at being called a thug. Jumin raised a hand to stop him, suppressing the unnecessary outburst. Thanking me once was enough. You didn't need to find me again. Sangchun mentioned that besides his own gratitude, he also brought a message of thanks from his company's chairman for saving them. He tried to relay the chairman's words, but Jumin closed his eyes and shook his head, signaling him to stop because he simply didn't care. Then Arin pulled out a strange orb. Seo Arin clutches the sparkling purple magic stone, her hands trembling as she sincerely thanks Jumin. One look and he instantly recognizes it, a lowest grade purple magic stone. It's an unexpected windfall. Seo Arin feels that words aren't enough, so she insists on gifting this to him. Before she can even finish her sentence, Jumin's hand snatches the item. A peerless treasure like this, there's absolutely no need to refuse, gripping the stone. He tells himself he has to try crafting low-grade magic stones the moment he gets back. Seo Arin is sweating bullets, wondering if Jumin actually likes the gift. She's terrified he might fly into a rage because she gave him a seemingly useless rock. Jumin reads her mind like an open book. Just as he thought, she has zero clue about the true value of magic stones. If she knew, she never would have handed it over. Standing nearby, Dongmin crosses his arms, thinking to himself that he also has something like that. This thought immediately catches Jumin's attention. Dongmin scratches his face, pensively recalling the rock he has, known as the Black Gold Power Stone. As far as Jumin knows, the Black Gold Power Stone is a rare drop from monsters with an abysmally low rate. It's an item even harder to find than magic stones. At this stage, trying to actively hunt for one is virtually impossible. Jumin smirks, realizing Dongmin is walking around with such a treasure, him wondering if it's a blessing or a curse for the guy. Then, Seo Arin asks if he needs a protective shield. She reveals she's advanced to a summoner class and can summon spirits to create a barrier for him if needed. And thanks her for the offer but declines, feeling it's unnecessary. Hearing this rejection, Seo Arin looks a bit embarrassed. She bows, wishing him good luck in this round. Dongmin also hurries to leave, but Jumin calls him back. Keep going like this and you'll regret it. I told you already, you're a walking target. Dongmin is confused. Since Jumin previously said no one would aim for him, Jumin quickly counters his own previous statement. I said there wouldn't be many people, not that there'd be absolutely no one. The benefits of the zone representative haven't fully vanished yet. Even though most have reached level 10 and got a class, there are still some who haven't reached that level, meaning there are still targets subject to command and authority. Do you really think that out of thousands of players, not a single one will target you? Dongmin blinks blankly and asks what on earth he should do. Jumin smiles as radiantly as, the morning sun. I'll help you so you don't become an easy target. Hearing this, Dongmin is joyed and about to say thanks, but Jumin cuts him off with a hint. I never said I'd do it for free, to pay for my help. You saw that stone Seo Arin gave me earlier, right? If you have anything similar, so just hand it over. Hearing this, Dongmin hurriedly opens his status bar and pulls the stone from his inventory. To give to Jumin. Jumin accepts it and immediately asks, anything else? Dongmin hugs himself, afraid Jumin might rob his equipment. Dude, he's already given everything he can. Don't worry about that. Even if you wanted to gift those, I almost wouldn't want them. Jumin puts his hands in his pockets, turns away, and promises to protect him. Just then, a divine light from all directions illuminates the area. The angel manifests from the glow. Greetings, humans. You've all gathered here again today. So, though the numbers have certainly dropped, the players are surprised, wondering if people were fighting in the real world. Only Jumin, who has regressed 99 times, finds this completely normal. It would be abnormal not to get into trouble over the past month. The angel watches the players' reactions and excitedly announces the rules for round 4. Main mission: slaughter each other for 3 hours. The players panic at the words slaughter and kill each other. Hovering above, the angel explains carefully once more. You just need to stab and kill the players next to you. Simple, right? The goal of this round is to reduce the player count by making you kill each other. Unlike previous rounds, this time there will be no monsters at all. The players grow anxious hearing this. A young man raises his hand and asks her, if half of us can survive, then each person just needs to kill one other person, right? The angel smiles brightly, raising a dainty finger to her lips. That's a secret. If I tell you everything, where's the fun in that? But Jumin, listening from below, sneers visibly. He realizes it's not about fun. She's under orders from above and forbidden to reveal, anything by her superiors. These angels are just tools conveying information in this, damn survival game. There's another game master behind the scenes. The fact she's hiding a specific rule means she received a direct order from the administrator. The angel crosses her arms and adds, it's not just about killing, allow players to complete the mission. Only the top 521 ranked players will survive. As for what the ranking is based, that's a secret. And one more thing, even if you're the first to kill someone, you won't necessarily be ranked first. No, the broadcast ends here. Now, let the slaughter begin. The moment she finishes her sentence, the system window pops up, displaying a 3-hour countdown. The other players freeze in panic, afraid to make the first move, because they hold no grudges against one another yet. From a distance, Dongmin watches the crowd, a surge of excitement bubbling in his chest. And over this round, after all, he has a few targets on his hit list. Jumin glances at him, confirming his suspicions that guy is definitely thinking about murdering his own friends. Dongmin beams with a twisted smile. If everyone else is too scared to kill, he'll easily dominate the game. Just as he's plotting against his group and preparing to strike, Jumin steps up beside him, startling him. Huku, what do you want? Jumin replies calmly, I told you I'd help you avoid becoming a target, didn't I? Well, I'm here to keep that promise. As the words leave his lips, a crimson scythe materializes in his hand. Before Dongmin can even process what is happening, Jumin slashes straight through his neck. The man collapses instantly. Suddenly, a system notification pops up with a side quest: eliminate the area representative within the time limit. The reward for completion is a lowest grade mana stone lottery ticket. This ticket grants a random amount between 1 and 5 of the lowest grade mana stones, and that is exactly the item Jumin has been hunting for. He killed Dongmin specifically to claim that side quest reward, though that wasn't his only motivation. Witnessing the brutal scene, the surrounding players immediately start condemning Jumin. Someone glances at them, seeing nothing but a crowd of hypocrites. They are all just pretending to be righteous, yet, not long ago, they were, the very ones gunning for the representative title, plotting to kill Dongmin themselves. A few even get in Jumin's face, shouting, Hukugu. You can't just kill people like that. Do you have no humanity left? You're a murderer, a stone-cold killer, and technically, they aren't wrong to call him that, seeing as he already killed Zhang Xian, and it won't stop there. He plans to slaughter countless others until he reaches round 20, but there is one thing worthy of respect: he never kills. Without a reason, especially in this specific round, where he has no choice but to kill if he wants to survive. Whether he likes it or not, the Angel's rules were made clear, yet these self-righteous hypocrites still stand there judging him. Many of them want to seize this chance to eliminate Huku, seeing him as a massive, knee threat. But what they don't realize is that Jumin has already read their minds, wearing a confident, smug expression. He thinks they believe they found a golden opportunity. What a joke. The crowd continues their loud, empty condemnation until, the system announcement cuts through the noise. Player Huku has become the new area representative. The mob instantly shuts their mouths. He's now like a tiger that has grown wings. Ryu Min crosses his arms, sneering at the hypocrites before. Chimps, what's the matter? Why did you stop screaming? Are you scared now that I'm the area representative? He realizes the ones trembling are likely those who haven't unlocked their classes yet. However, a few, having their dark thoughts exposed, immediately shout back in denial. Suddenly, Huku's name tag shifts from yellow to crimson red. In rounds like this, once you might kill someone, your name turns red. The more you kill, the darker the shade becomes. This color change serves to identify those who have blood on their hands. Given the choice, players will prefer to kill, these murderers rather than innocents. It weighs far less on their conscience. However, those who kill a murderer become murderers themselves. The result is a vicious cycle where they effectively encourage each other to slaughter those around them. Right now, these people may still be hesitating, but this mechanic will be the catalyst for the deaths of countless people. Ryu Min continues his taunts, deliberately provoking the crowd. A few of them throw tantrums, screaming that he is a heartless killer. Ryu Min decides to spell out the harsh reality to these idiots who have been labeling him a murderer this entire time. This game is simple kill or be killed. Don't tell me you've survived this long without knowing. That basic rule, stop with the fake morality and face reality. If your own lives were in danger, there is no way you wouldn't point a blade at the person threatening you. Ryu Min speaks sternly, the light illuminating his handsome features. This isn't the time to sit around doing nothing. If you're also worried, then keep arguing, just like when we voted last time. Ryu Min knows full well that even if he hadn't spoken these harsh words, they would eventually rush to slaughter one another anyway, but by then, it would be too late. At least, by speaking up now, he helps them stop wasting precious time. According to his memories, if they delayed any longer, the number of survivors in this round wouldn't be 521. He uses these bitter, cutting words to shake them up because it might actually help more people survive. The players start to waver after hearing Huku's logic. 2. Players voice their opposing views, and an argument breaks out. Insults and malicious words fly back and forth, making the tension spikes higher than ever before. Seol Arin is terrified at the thought of killing just to survive, but for Sang-chun, it's strictly kill or be killed. He coldly states, why should we care about the lives of strangers we don't even know? He completely agrees with Ryu Min's logic and urges Arin to steal her resolve. Killing isn't exactly a fun experience. Arin stares at him with existential dread. You speak as if you've killed before. Sang-chun quietly walks away, replying, no way. Just a guess. Now, the two of them decide to play it by ear and kill to survive. Suddenly, a heated argument breaks out nearby. Someone suggests they should kill the Dark One. But that's a lunatic idea. How could they possibly kill a level 30 player? Another guy immediately shoots down the proposal. I bet even if we all rushed him at once, we couldn't kill him. Another signals for silence, terrified the Dark One might hear them. Meanwhile, Ryu Min just clicks his tongue. He heard every word. The gossiper catches his eye and panics. Suddenly, a righteous guy steps up to argue with the hypocrites. What the hell are you saying life is precious even if someone is a murderer? Haha, we shouldn't kill anyone. A bystander nods in agreement. If we kill, we become just like the murderers ourselves. Someone else shouts back, spare me the morality trip. Someone has to die for the rest of us to live. Another person suggests a compromise. They should only kill criminals. But wait, my friend, how do we tell who the criminals are? You gonna ask everyone with a criminal record to raise their hands? The guy hears a girl mocking him from afar and his face twists in anger. They start shouting back and forth, while bystanders egg them on to fight. Annoyed by the instigator, the guy switches targets and lunges at the heckler instead. Both activate their skills and prepare to clash. Ryu Min just shakes his head in disappointment. They're all talk and no action. But he doesn't need to worry. Soon enough, they'll be tearing each other apart. Amidst the chaos, Dongmin suddenly reappears. This is the hidden rule of this round 10 minutes after death. The player revives. Dongmin sits up, confused why everyone is staring at him. He rubs his neck, clueless, remembering he was just talking to Ryu Min moments ago. The other players scream in shock at the sight. Calculations start running through everyone's minds as they witness the system reviving Dongmin. Weapons are drawn. A girl tries desperately to stop them, arguing, we don't know if it works every time. Before she can finish, she's blindsided by an attack from behind. A stranger skewers her with sharp claws, leaving blood splattered everywhere. Even the attacker looks shocked at his own brutality. The witnesses can only stare in horror at the grisly scene, but then someone connects the dots. Dongmin came back after 10 minutes, so they decide to wait and see if she revives too. The crowd agrees to hold fire. 10 minutes pass, and her wounds miraculously heal. She revives as she turns around, bewildered, trying to figure out who killed her. That same bastard appears behind her again. But this time, someone else smashes a massive axe straight into his back, killing him instantly. The axe wielder grins with arrogant delight. So they just come back to life after 10 minutes. Huh. His casual tone sends a chill down everyone's spine. Ryu Min watches from the sidelines. He thinks that even with the resurrection proven, most players should still be hesitant to kill, but human nature is fickle, influenced by the situation. They reveal their inner madness, just as he predicted. Total chaos erupts. Everyone lunges into a melee, sparing no one. They slaughter each other, justifying it with the thought that their victims will just respawn. Nearly 1,000 players are tearing each other apart in a frenzy. It's a literal battlefield. Ryu Min finally summons his Scythe and steps into the fray. The other players tense up, but before they can react, a single slash wipes them out. 3 opportunists try to ambush him from behind, but they're no match for him. Since he has a detection skill, sneak attacks are completely useless. Aside from Ryu Min, this 4th round also features a maniac nicknamed Blackfire Dragon who is on a rampage. He possesses the Devour rune, so this infinite respawn is an absolute feast for him. Seeing the dark red of his name tag, Ryu Min estimates he's killed about 10 people. He needs to die a few times to learn some humility. But Blackfire Dragon is in ecstasy every time he kills someone. His stats shoot up. His Devour rune fills a progress bar with every kill. Once that bar is full, he gains a random stat boost. High on power, he goes on a frantic killing spree against the other players. Wanted to boost his stats to a whole new level. He was ecstatic seeing his progress bar fill up so fast, wondering how much it would jump if he killed Black Dog. But he quickly crushed that crazy thought. Messing with a big shot like that, who knows what kind of disaster would strike. He glanced at the other players, happily preparing to feast. It was safer to level up this way. He swung his axe, slaughtering one player after another. It was as if this playground belonged to him alone. His prey kept respawning, offering up their lives like tribute. He had no idea how many he'd butchered. His eyes were set on the number 1 spot, but he froze. Standing right in front of him was Black Dog. Ryu Min activated his death form, plunging the shimmering sky into darkness. His scythe turned semi-transparent, shimmering like a ghost. The guy tried to brace himself, but before he could even process it, his head flew from his shoulders. As expected of Black Dog, I should have stayed away. The clash of swords rang out as countless players hit the cold ground. Dongmin stood watching, spotting a girl who had just respawned after her 10-minute penalty. Seeing the rumors were true, a smug grin twisted his face. This was his chance to slaughter every single bastard who had stabbed him in the back. He immediately marched off to find his so-called friends. Dongmin rushed over to greet them, burying his fist right into his friend's face. He looked like a demon unleashed, raining blow after blow until his friend finally breathed his last. He turned away with a look of pure disgust, hunting for the next target on his revenge list. If hell exists, surely. It looks like this A place fueled by violence, where humans know only hatred. Meanwhile, Seo Arin clutched her weapon, trembling and covered in blood. Sangchun watched her, thinking he could handle the gore, but Arin was struggling. If this trauma affected her mind and interfered with her work, he'd have no face to show the chairman. Lost in thought, he didn't see the attacker grab Arin's hair until it was almost too late. Sangchun lunged forward, countering instantly and driving his sword straight through the man's body. Arin, following Sangchun's order, rushed in to land the killing blow, securing her pass for the round. He might be the bodyguard, but here, she followed his lead. Arin shuddered as the life faded from her victim, regaining her composure. She asked how much longer they had to fight. At least another hour, Sangchun replied. Arin's voice trembled. I can't even watch them die. How can people just slaughter each other like this? Sangchun felt his chest tighten with irritation. She was too soft, too sheltered. But despite his inner annoyance, his words were polite, completely masking his true attitude. If you're tired, please, rest. Miss, you've already killed about 50 people, haven't you? That should be enough to rank. Let me handle the rest. Arin shyly thanked him. But this was exactly what he wanted. Now he could slaughter freely without having to spoon-feed her kills, focusing entirely on his own score. The clock ticked down. Only 10 minutes remained. Ryu Min was in the zone, mowing down players left and right, refusing to lose the first-place reward for all zones. He moved with godlike speed, his scythe dancing through the air. 1 slash to mesmerize, 2 slashes to obliterate. Even though he killed hordes of people to climb the ranks, Ryu Min held to a strict code: never kill the same person twice. The ranking for round 4 wasn't just about kill count, it was about unique kills. Killing the same target twice only counted as 1 point. As Ryu Min flashed past Dongmin, he ignored the guy, who was busy joyfully beating someone to death. That maniac had been killing his 3 friends over and over. Those poor bastards wouldn't survive this round, dying instantly upon respawn meant 0 chance to earn points. Now, only 1 minute remained. Time was running out. Ryu Min sprinted, Desperate to maximize his score, most players were ones he'd already harvested, but that blonde guy was fresh meat. Ryu Min slashed him across the back instantly. Just as he finished him off, the round ended. The angel appeared with a beaming smile. Wasn't slaughtering each other fun? The players glared at her in silence. Who would find this hell enjoyable? She glanced at the filthy bloodstains below, twirling her golden hair. Anyway, you all did a wonderful job killing each other. Before we see the results, let's revive everyone who died right in front of you. Ryu Min scoffed. She was just acting high and mighty. In reality, that resurrection was just a basic function of the system. The players were instantly revived and thrown back into the game. Dongmin's so-called friends immediately started mocking the poor bastard. The angel, however, heard their racket and her expression twisted into pure horror. If a single one of you humans dares to open your mouth again, I will snap my fingers and turn you into 700 grams of ground meat. Do I make myself clear? Her voice was soft as a breeze, but the threat terrified them into instant silence. Even Dongmin was shaking in his boots. Seeing everyone finally quiet, the angel switched back to her cutesy persona. Now then, since you've all revived, let's take a look at the results, shall we? She then revealed the hidden side quest of this round, leaving everyone stunned. She snapped her fingers, and a system interface immediately popped up before every player's eyes. The side mission, eliminate the regional representative within a set time limit, and only one single player managed to complete this hidden objective. It was none other than the young prodigy, Hyuk-gu. By the time the crowd realized this, their rage was useless. It was too late. They bitterly regretted not taking the chance to kill Hwang Dongmin when they could. Dongmin was fuming, realizing he had been played for a fool by Hyuk-gu in the most humiliating way possible. The angel then revealed exactly how the scores were calculated. Rankings are based on the number of unique players you killed. Even if you farm the same person over and over, it still only counts as one kill. The players realized their mistake and wallowed in regret. The angel laughed. You really are brainless animals with strong limbs. Did you think it would be that easy? She snapped her fingers again, and the final scoreboard for this round appeared across all regions. Hyuk-gu was the undisputed champion with 722 kills. Right behind him was that foolish mage with 521 kills, followed by the heavenly demon class Dark Knight with 433 kills. Once again, Hyuk-gu took first place, leaving even the angel surprised as she gazed at him. The other players were full of praise. Realizing Hyuk-gu had single-handedly wiped out 70% of the lobby, the angel clapped her hands enthusiastically, eager to reward this outstanding student. The system board lit up with countless notifications about his prizes, including a ticket to select a piece of intermediate armor. After scanning the options, he decisively chose the Bloody Assassin's robe. This robe provided incredible stats and high defense. Along with it came a special reward choice, a buff increasing his stats by 50% for round 5, 5,000 gold, or information about round 5. Since he had regressed countless times and knew exactly how hellish round 5 was, he didn't hesitate to choose the 50% stat buff. Above them, the angel announced one more piece of shocking news. In your area, there are 30 people tied for rank 521. Everyone ranked lower than that will be eliminated. She looked ecstatic, thrilled that the purge was about to begin, ignoring their desperate begging. The eliminated players were swiftly disintegrated into dust. Dongmin barely scraped by, surviving by the skin of his teeth. Seo Arin and Sangchun also passed the round with ease. Round 4 ended with nearly 90,000 survivors globally, but in Ryu Min's specific area, only 521 people remained alive. Moments later, their souls were transferred back to their bodies in the current dimension. Round 5 was scheduled to begin at midnight on date 2024. Back at the Imperial Hotel, Sangchun rushed over to find Chairman Ma. The man was lying on his bed, recovering from the brutal round. Sangchun had sprinted here because he couldn't contact the chairman, fearing something terrible had happened. Ma Kwang-rok sat up and explained. Did you really think I would die in round 4? Didn't you see the results? Sangchun rubbed his neck, embarrassed. I saw your name on the leaderboard, sir, but I was still worried. After all, that last round was absolute madness, wasn't it? Ma Kwang-rok buried his face in his hands. That's why I passed out. The moment I got back, I'm mentally exhausted. I killed 433 people, and if we count the repeats, the number is probably much higher. Ma Kwang-rok had thought his strength was absolute. Yet, compared to him, Hyuk-gu. What kind of monster was he? Is that guy even human? Sangchun speculated that Hyuk-gu must be active military, perhaps special forces. A person with that level of skill and courage in Korea? He couldn't guess who it was. Ma Kwang-rok fell into deep thought. The more he thought about it, the more he admired Hyuk-gu, regardless of his true identity. If he could cooperate with someone like that, he would feel truly secure. Chairman Ma then thought of Ryu Min and wanted to ask the prophet about Hyuk-gu's background. Sangchun mentioned that Ryu Min's prophecy had been completely accurate. Before this, Jumin had warned them it would be a massacre, a disaster where players would have to slaughter each other. Sangchun asked the chairman about the prophet Jumin, asking if he truly intended to make the boy a business partner. Ma replied, "Of course. After all, he already holds 31% of the shares." In reality, the company was practically in Jumin's hands already. Beyond just following Jumin's business strategies, their priority now was to pull him firmly onto their side. He warned his subordinate not to look down on the boy or get arrogant just because Jumin was young. Even if you don't like his attitude, you will. Flatter him and follow every word he says. Only then can we reclaim all those sweet benefits from him. This honeypot named G is simply too good to ignore. Hearing Chairman Ma's undeniable logic, Sangchun simply nods in agreement with the plan. He immediately orders his subordinate to get him on the phone. The excuse, a celebration for surviving the last round. They need to throw a massive blowout party tonight. Oh, and tell him to bring any family members along, too. Ma suddenly has a brilliant idea. Invite the top-tier idol, Ryu Min, to really show off. Cut to the crack of dawn, where Jumin rolls up in a supercar to pick up Jury for breakfast. To keep things comfortable, too, he insists that today is his treat. It really pays to have rich friends. Once in the car, Jury thanks Jumin profusely for the detailed intel on round 4. Thanks to him, she cleared it with ease. Jumin thanks her back for trusting him, for not thinking he was just feeding her lies. To Jury, there is no benefit in deceiving her. She believes Jumin would never do such a thing. She is incredibly grateful. If Jumin hadn't warned her to kill at least 30 people, she would be dust by now. However, Jumin knows she doesn't actually need to thank him. Even without his warning, she would have easily survived thanks to her absurdly overpowered protection rune. Unlike Ryu Min, who is like a delicate flower, protected in a greenhouse, Jury is resilient like a wild weed. They arrive at a restaurant to celebrate. Jury keeps thanking Jumin. He sighs, losing count of how many times she has said it. As she eats, Jury starts overthinking, terrified by what she had to do in the 4th round. Jumin senses her distress. She's clearly still consumed by guilt. He tells her to stop dwelling on it. She shouldn't blame herself. She did what she had to do to survive. Besides, it wasn't just her. He and the other players had no choice either. Jury trembles and weeps at the thought of taking lives. This makes Jumin snap. He raises his voice. So what if this happens again in the future? Are we just going to roll over and die? If I don't wake up, what happens to my family here? We have people waiting for us. That hits home. Jury suddenly thinks of her father. If she never wakes up, her dad would be devastated. Jury realizes she forgot the most important thing, her family. That is the very reason she has held on for so long. With renewed resolve, she happily digs into the food with Jumin, letting the delicious meal soothe the exhaustion. From round 4, after eating, Jury thanks him again, but this time she calls him Min. He pauses. It is the first time she has dropped his surname. Jury notices his reaction and says she will keep calling him that if he doesn't mind. It seems her mood has finally stabilized. Jumin decides to get down to business. He reveals the critical intel for round 5. This is the hardest round yet. The zones are going to merge, basically. All the separated areas will combine into one. Jury lights up, realizing she might see Jumin in the 5th round. He immediately lies, saying they might meet, but definitely not in round 5. In reality, they will meet, but if he admits they are in the same zone, she will insist on finding him. Jumin needs to meet her while keeping his true identity hidden. He then gives Jury another tip to smoothly clear the 5th round. He mentions Black Dog and tells her to find him and ask for help. Jury is stunned. The person Jumin is talking about is Black Dog, the #1 ranker across all zones. She is confused why Jumin would send her to him. Jumin quickly clarifies to avoid a misunderstanding. Instead of begging for help, she should propose a partnership. She needs to become his temporary ally. That is the only way to survive. Jury is anxious. After all, he is level 30, a god among men. How can a roadside weed like her possibly reach the clouds? Jumin reassures her. She has her unique buff. Black Dog will definitely need her. It will be a symbiotic relationship. Jury looks worried, but internally she is considering it. If she can safely clear this round with his help, it would be amazing. However, her buff is truly overpowered, and only Jumin knows its true value. And it is not just the tiny boost she thinks it is. Jumin tells her to relax because Black Dog will team up with her not just for this round, but for the next one too. He has already seen it in the future, so she has nothing to fear. Hearing this, Jury brightens up again. She thanks Jumin for sharing such vital intel. Then she asks him to hold out his hand and gives him one of her buffs. Jumin predicted this would happen. He knows she hates being indebted to others. Now he can head home and confidently use that item. Thanks to Jury's blessing effect and the bonus stats from the Butcher rune after slaughtering 100 bugs, Jumin's stats have skyrocketed. He opens his status window and gasps. His luck stat has hit 84. With luck that high, He confidently pulls out the Magic Stone lottery ticket, a reward from the previous round. A normal person would probably be on their knees praying to the gods for a decent item, but he is far from normal. He is practically hacking the game with dark arts, so he can screw the prayers, and I swear, I need the name of that damn god. His mind flashes back to the first day he met that angel. He doesn't know who or what it was, but this entire nightmare is definitely the work of some deity. Who else has the power to snatch up 1.8 billion people and toss them into a death? Game like this, the mastermind behind it all has to be a god, one who treats humans like playthings. If he survives the final round and gets to make that one wish come true, he knows exactly what he wants. He'll wish for the bastard god who created this sick game to die a gruesome death, ripped into a million pieces. With his luck stat through the roof, it's no surprise that when he uses the magic scroll, he scores 5 mana stones. He feels this result came from his curses, not prayers, damn. He really is lucky. Afterward, Ryu Min starts combining the stones. First, he tosses 2 of the lowest grade red mana stones together and hits synthesize. When you combine mana stones of the same color and grade like this, there's a chance to get a higher tier stone. Using the stone he got from Seol Arin and the one from the lottery ticket, he successfully crafts an additional low grade purple mana stone. Next, he fuses the mana stone with an item to boost its stats. After a few quick adjustments, he's used up every single stone in his inventory. Now, it's time to head out. Ryu Min steps out, decked in high-end luxury gear, leaving his little brother staring wide-eyed. When Ju-won realizes the chairman of the company his brother invested in is the heir to the On Group, Ryu Min doesn't hide it. He confirms it's true. Today, he's been invited to a banquet as a business partner, and in the future, they'll be working together long-term. The younger brother panics, his hands shaking, wondering if someone like him is even worthy to go with his big brother. Ryu Min fixes Ju-won's tie, reassuring him not to worry. Chairman Ma specifically said family was welcome. As soon as they step out the door, they're warmly greeted by the subordinate, Sang-chun. Sang-chun bows respectfully and hands over his business card. To break the ice, he also apologizes profusely for his rude behavior in the past, adding that he hopes Ryu Min accepts this party as a gesture of his sincere apology. A sleek, high-end limousine is waiting to whisk them away to the Imperial Hotel. Stepping into the grand lobby, the younger brother jumps when he hears Chairman Ma call Ryu Min a shareholder. Ma walks over, greeting Ryu Min's brother with warmth and social grace. They are led to a luxurious table, overflowing with exotic, high-class dishes. Ju-won's eyes sparkle like stars seeing the mounds of food prepared by 5-star chefs. Chairman Ma notices the boys' reaction and immediately invites them to dig in. He humbly calls it a small party, but assured them there is certainly enough to fill their bellies. Just as they are about to eat, the top-tier idol Seol Arin suddenly appears, wearing a stunning, mysterious black dress. Arin bows, apologizing to the chairman for her lateness due to attending a fellow actor's funeral. Ma Gongrok responds warmly, "No need to worry, we understand." He then gestures, introducing her to the major shareholder of their company. Ju-won stares at his idol in the flesh, unable to control his emotions. On the surface, Seol Arin smiles, happy that the shareholder is her neighbor, but inside, she thinks the chairman is pranking her. This guy looks younger than she is. How can he be a major shareholder, Ryu Min's brother? Meanwhile, can't hide his adoration for her beauty. Honestly, anyone seeing her in person would react the same way. It's only natural, seeing his brother like this. Ryu Min tries to fake a little interest to keep up his Hollywood acting performance. Ma Gongrok watches Ryu Min's expression and looks smug. He really is just a young man. Turns out, a prophet is just like everyone else. He then invites everyone present to join the feast. Chairman Ma asks if the food suits the taste of the major shareholder and his brother. Both of them enthusiastically praise the delicious meal, making Ma beam with joy. He had personally tasted everything beforehand and ordered the chefs to remake it all for his VIP guests. Ma Gongrok then asks about Ryu Min's family. Noticing he didn't bring anyone else, Ryu Min doesn't hide anything. He simply states that his brother is his only family and their parents have passed away. Ma is taken aback by this unexpected detail. He quickly apologizes, thinking he just lost points by asking such a sensitive question. Ju-won's face also drops, looking incredibly sad at the mention of their parents. Seeing the awkward tension in the air, Ma Gongrok decides someone needs to fix this atmosphere immediately. He glances sharply at Seol Arin. Finishing his tea, he calls her outside for a private chat. Out in the hallway, he asks her, "Is the food today good?" When she replies that it's delicious, Ma Gongrok's face instantly darkens, radiating a terrifying aura. "Do you really think I brought you here just to stuff your face? I called you here to help make the atmosphere more cheerful. Why are you so slow on the uptake?" It is then that Ma reveals to Arin a crucial piece of information. Aside from being a major shareholder, Ryu Min is a prophet. His class allows him to see the future, just as the name suggests. Our job right now is to keep him happy. If they can get information about the next round of the game beforehand, the benefits would be astronomical. So, he hands Seo Arin a plan. She must do whatever it takes to get close to him. She forces a smile on her flawless face, laughing at his jokes like a puppet on a string. But he isn't buying it. He grabs her hand tight, his grip bruising. He makes it crystal clear to Seo Arin. She must use every trick she has to capture that prophet's heart. Seo Arin tries to explain herself, but Ma Jianrock cuts her off instantly. He gave her the career, the fame, the life of a star, and now it is time to pay the debt. Her only job is to please Ryu Min, no matter how dirty the method. Though she hates it, Seo Arin has no choice but to nod and obey his command. Back at the dining table, the air is heavier than lead. After their tense hallway chat, Chairman Ma and Arin return to the group. He puts on a fake smile, inviting everyone to move to a special entertainment venue he has prepared. He shoots a sharp glance at Arin, warning her not to hesitate. She needs to seduce Ryu Min. Now, Ryu Min barely looks at her, completely. He didn't care about the girl, but Ryu Min, a boy who had just turned 14, was different. A pubescent teen shying away from her, looking gorgeous right in front of him, begging for a quick photo op later. Noticing his little brother's obsession with Arin, Mag immediately shot Arin a text, switching gears on the fly, change targets, cozy up to the kid first. Arin felt a pang of guilt because the boy was a genuine diehard fan, and here she was, forced to manipulate him for the chairman's selfish agenda. But Ryu Min, sharp as ever, had already read every single one of her thoughts. Ma Gunlock was busy fantasizing about his perfect little script, completely oblivious that Ryu Min had already read his mind like an open book. The group was ushered into the VIP suite to bask in the luxury, served with high-end alcoholic beverages straight from the hotel's finest stock. Ryu Min immediately declined, citing his status as a student. Sang Chun, following the chairman's orders, went to fetch soft drinks for the kid and hurried out. With just the four of them left, Ryu Min reiterated that alcohol was off the table for him. Ma Gunlock pushed, urging him to just take a sip. Ryu Min didn't give a damn. He cut the man off cold, telling Seo Arin to take his brother outside for that photo op, sending the confused pair out of the room. Now alone, Ryu Min glared at Chairman Ma, his expression radiating pure, murderous intent. Chairman, do you think I'm some kind of pushover? The sheer intensity of Ryu Min's aura made the older man shrink back in fear. Ryu Min casually reminded him of his prophet class, dropping the bomb that he knew exactly what scheme Ma had cooked up outside with Seo Arin. He knew everything. Voice ice cold, Ryu Min warned, "Don't you ever try to hide things from me again." Ma Gunlock broke into a cold sweat. His private conversation with Seo Arin had been exposed. He never imagined Ryu Min could see the immediate future with such clarity. You ordered her to butter me up, but then you tried to exploit my little brother. And that is crossing the line. With his shady schemes laid bare, Ma Gunlock had no choice but to offer a sincere apology. "I made a foolish decision. Please, Mr. Prophet, allow me to correct everything that has offended you." Sensing the man's genuine fear, Ryu Min decided to let it slide. Ma Gunlock hurriedly thanked him for the second chance. Just then, Sang Chun returned. Ma Gunlock quickly straightened his suit, composing himself before ordering the subordinate to leave and guide the other two into the adjoining room. The situation had spiraled. The honey trap had completely failed on Ryu Min. But then, Ryu Min dropped a lifeline. "Do you want information on the next round?" Those words made the chairman's eyes light up instantly. The entire reason Ryu Min had agreed to attend this party was to leverage information about round 5. But with that lousy attitude of yours, cooperation is off the table. Ma Gunlock scrambled to apologize again, desperate to, "I need you to let this slide. Just this once." Ryu Min had one condition: absolute trust. "From now on, don't keep secrets from me. And stop questioning how I run the company. Just convince the other shareholders." It was a bold command. Ma Kyung-rock didn't hesitate. He agreed unconditionally. Ryu Min then briefed him on the details of the 5th round. "Your mission: kill 500 orcs. Sounds simple. Not this time. The zones are merging. With the player count dropping fast, the isolated areas are collapsing into one massive battlefield." Ma Kyung-rock's eyes lit up. "Does that mean the Black Scythe?" Ryu Min shook his head. "I won't be in the same zone as that HC guy." But Ma pressed on, desperate for info on the Black Scythe. Ryu Min just smiled. "I don't know who he is, but you'll meet him soon enough. Because he's standing right in front of you," Ryu Min thought. Then he dropped the name Ma was hunting. Hwang Young Min. Hearing that name, Ma Kyung-rock was stunned. "Your future sight. It's terrifying." Ryu Min warned him. "Don't investigate him. Touch him now, and you'll pay a heavy price. I can only tell you this much. Some heavenly secrets must remain hidden." The truth: Ryu Min just needed the guy alive. He was still useful. Ma Kyung-rock fell silent, then nodded. He would follow Ryu Min's orders and back off. "Let's go back to the party." Ma smiled, planning to drink the night away to settle his nerves. Meanwhile, in a dark alley under the pouring rain, A mysterious man was losing his mind. A desperate figure sprints through the shadows, hunted by an unseen predator. He is driven into a dead end. Heavy, rhythmic footsteps approach. Doom is coming. A blade rises, then slashes down, hacking clean through his legs. The attacker steps forward, a soaking wet shirt clinging to a ripped six-pack physique. It's none other than Chairman Mag Yonlock. He's delivering his own brand of justice because this trembling old man is a child predator. The scumbag served his time and walked free, but now he's groveling on the cold pavement. Mag Yonlock turns a deaf ear to his pathetic begging. He plunges his sword straight into the man's gut. If you don't want to die slowly and in agony, then shut your mouth. If you scream and attract a witness, the body count is only going to rise. The old man freezes in terror. Mag activates his skill, granting him a peaceful exit via dark mana. He thinks, if I didn't need to refill my dark mana, I would have slaughtered this trash instantly. To use his dark halo, he needs fuel, and the only way to replenish dark mana is to take lives. Conveniently, killing humans yields far more energy than killing monsters. He runs a hand through his damp hair. A wave of euphoria hits him. He's always enjoyed exterminating criminals. The Dark Knight class fits him perfectly. Job done. He steps in to siphon the mana into his weapon. His dark halo only devours the life force of the living corpses are useless. Suddenly, a noise behind him makes him snap his head around, eyes sharp. It's just a stray cat. Lucky thing if it were a human, there would have been another murder tonight. As dawn breaks, his thoughts drift to Jumin and that future rune. Jumin must know he's a serial killer, yet he still gets close. Mag flashes a cryptic smile. It's also interesting. Before leaving, he calls his subordinate, Sangchun, to come handle the garbage. 2 weeks after the party with Mag, Jumin has been holed up at home, doing nothing but strategizing about the future. He spends the days vibing to music, recharging his mind. But today, the vacation ends. He checks his phone. Players will change the world. It's time to make a move. He needs to secure one of the 5 ancient runes hidden in the real world. His target, the clone rune. Headlines flash across every screen. The world is in chaos. 1.8 billion dragged into the other world. Only 90 million left after 3 months. The economy is collapsing as the youth vanish. Schools are shut down nationwide. The endless grief of parents and siblings suffocates the globe. Meanwhile, Young Seok sits arrogantly in a classroom, his body still drenched in fresh blood. Only the 4th round and piles of people are already dead. Truly a bunch of useless trash. He scans news about criminal psychology. The game is just an excuse for people to unleash their darkest nature and purge each other. Young Seok cackles. Haha, what a mess. If they were players, they'd do the exact same thing. What's wrong with doing whatever I want before I die? Damn senile old farts. That's why they shouldn't have forced me into their little boxes. Don't do this. Don't do that. It's all restrictions and laws. The more he rants, the angrier he gets. He swings his iron pipe violently. Crack. A wooden chair shatters. Hyung Seok feels the adrenaline rush to his brain. That's exactly why we're all exploding now. His eyes go dead and bloodthirsty. Nothing matters anymore. Who has the skill to stop me? I'm a player. My recklessness is the one thing that puts me above them all. He stands amidst the bloody carnage he created. Now, who should I kill next? He's spiraling, craving another massacre. I just killed people in the real world, but I feel nothing. Is it because I already went through hell in the 4th round? He scratches his head, cursing the system. But only 1 point per person, stingy. Is it because they're civilians? He reminisces with a grin. The 4th round was amazing. Way better than hunting monsters. A system window pops up. Devour rune. This item grants you random stats. His bloodlust spikes. I want to kill players, not civilians. I'll get way more points from them. He stares at an article. Oh, is this an online community forum for players? Can I join this forum to meet other players? And kill them that way? I'll rake in way more points. To join, he has to fill in the info, name, age, level, and username. Young Seok pouts. What they want, all my personal info, and an interview. What a hassle. But I have to get in to find prey. Those idiots will never suspect there's a hunter out there looking to kill them. In the blink of an eye, interview day arrives. Young Seok stands ready. Standing in front of a certain shop. Is this actually the place? The address sent earlier pointed right here. Please come to the Welcome Cafe in Wabu, Namyangju before noon. You can wear whatever you want. Young Seok stood there, dazed for a moment. It really is this place. But damn it, they called me out to the middle of nowhere. Even the buses don't run here. He grumbled incessantly, then pushed the door open. I'm going to kill that damn interviewer if he pisses me off. What the interior is more modern than I expected him. His attention locked onto where 2 guests were sitting. Are those 2 the only customers? One of them took the initiative to greet him. Are you the one here for the interview appointment? Hyunsuk replied. That's right. The man approached him. What is your username? This dialogue felt exactly like... Black Dragon, fire in hand. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm the interviewer. My username is age 30. Hyunseok looked at him in shock. Huh, you're a player? Age 30 just chuckled. Haha, yeah, I know, I don't look like much. But I really am 30 years old this year. This way, please. He introduced the other person at the table. This is, son, little Coco. He's also here for the interview. Coco, this is Black Dragonfire in hand. You guys might become teammates. So, say hello to each other. Hyun-seok felt an immediate dislike. This bastard who looks like an anchovy is a player too. He looked weak as hell, but Hyun-seok still sat down and greeted him. Hello? Hi. As soon as Hyun-seok sat, he swiveled around, scanning the shop. I guess business isn't exactly booming. No customers. And I don't see any part-time staff either. The older man wasn't surprised by the remark. It's pretty far from the city, so that's understandable. That's actually why. We rented this place for the interview. Hyun-seok was still curious. Oh, so you rented the spot. But shouldn't the owner? And I'll still be here, I don't see anyone. Age 30 slowly explained. The owner is preparing food in the kitchen. This is a cafe, but they serve meals too. Hyun-seok looked around warily and replied indifferently. I see. He only needed a single glance to make a silent assessment. There aren't even any CCTV cameras here. Hyun-seok quickly pushed the thought aside, not just to kill these two. I can't miss this opportunity. Then, Munhee spoke up, urging them on. Aren't we doing the interview? Min-jin replied calmly. Oh, we're waiting for one more person. We'll start when he arrives. A question popped into his mind. One more person, but out loud. Sorry, he tried to confirm. So there are 3 of us, the man explained while looking outside. Yes. He's running a little late, so let's wait a bit longer. Oh, he's here. The door slid open with a cheerful chime. Ding dong. Min-jin eagerly stood up to welcome him. Are you here for the interview? The man replied with a curt yes. While the interviewer eagerly asked, what is your username? When he heard the man confirm with the name Black Hook. Sense. Min-jin unconsciously covered his mouth, overcome with emotion. A few days ago, Taehyun held an online meeting with the executives. Welcome, Jamie. She responded enthusiastically to the chairman's call. Nice to meet you. He continued calling names. Welcome. Boring. Once roll call was done, Taehyun got straight to the point. Everyone is here except, jam made of honey. Now, let's begin the meeting for the 3rd week of April. Rorschach, you speak first. He shouted. Yes, Chairman. Taehyun immediately asked curiously. How many people joined the forum this week? Rorschach reported briefly. About 2,000. Taehyun sighed softly. Impressed. That's more than last week. The other guy admitted comfortably. Yes. The number of players is decreasing by the month, but forum participants are increasing every week. Rorschach paused, then shared a theory. I think the article about us attracted them. Taehyun's interest peaked. Who hired the journalist? Yeon. Sara raised her hand to admit it. It was me, Chairman. Taehyun was a bit surprised. I see. I didn't expect you to have connections, like, in that field. She smiled modestly. It's a new connection. The capable personnel made him significantly more excited. Wonderful. I expect nothing less from a longtime member. So, Rorschach, out of those 2,000, how many actually have skills? He estimated cautiously. If we exclude players without a class and those under level 10, well, we have about 1,200. Taehyun rested his chin on his hand, musing. So how many are actually useful? Boring pushed up, and his glasses and started taking the floor. I'll talk about that. He looked at his tablet to provide the intel. 1. Notable players Black Dragonfire in hand from Sector SX45. He's a standard level 10 warrior, but he took 3rd place in his region. Taehyun looked quite conflicted. 3rd place, he must have a good ancient rune for his level. Either that, or he's lying. Boring didn't hesitate to make a suggestion, but I think he's good enough to be selected as a candidate for the executive position. Taehyun agreed perfunctorily, not forgetting to urge him on. Right. Anyone else? He continued fulfilling his duty to provide information. Another one is Little Coco. He comes from the SX sector. 1,227, consistently ranking between 4th and 10th. Finally, Boring laid out the rough statistics. Aside from those two, we have 50 players currently sitting in the top 100 of their respective regions. Theon nodded, satisfied as he plotted his next move. Oh, that is quite a substantial number. It seems I'm going to be very busy interviewing everyone. As the chairman, naturally, he would assign the grunt work to someone else. Isn't that right? My 30s. The man jolted awake at the sudden call-out, eyes barely open as he shouted, Sorry. Theon frowned, his voice dripping with annoyance. Were you dozing off? What exactly were you doing last night that you are this exhausted now? Min-jin stammered, trying to explain. I just... But before he could finish, Theon cut him off cold. I will not listen to excuses. Process all 50 interviews before the next meeting. If you cannot handle it, perhaps another senior candidate should take your place. Terrified, the man bowed deeply. desperate to keep his job. I understand. Please, leave it to me. Thyun, losing patience, shifted the topic. Anyway, has Lost contacted us yet? The subordinate glanced at his phone and immediately denied it. No, sir. If he had, I would have reported it instantly. Theon lowered his eyes, letting a look of disappointment wash over his face. I suppose that is true. I was ready to grant him an executive position immediately if he joined. What a pity. Theon turned his attention to his media ace. Yami, can you ask that reporter to write a few more articles? We likely need a stronger marketing strategy to bait the Black Scythe into joining. She playfully rubbed her thumb and index finger together. Of course, boss. As long as the money is right. He made a generous promise. Do not worry about that. I will reward you for your dedication. She beamed, practically shooting heart-shaped lasers from her eyes. Hey, thank you. Chairman Theon, reassured, continue the meeting. Now, let us move to the next topic. Suddenly, Lost interrupted in a panic. Wait, Chairman, a huge name, just requested to join the forum. He could not hide his curiosity. Who is it? The subordinate's hand trembled as he held the phone. It took everything he had to utter the name. It is the Black Scythe. Everyone present froze, stunned into silence. Min remembered that earth-shattering moment, which made his current enthusiasm even greater. Nice to meet you. It wasn't too hard to find this place. Was it? Ryu Min bluntly denied it. Actually, it was hard. The interviewer scratched his head, embarrassed. Sorry about that. This is the best place to maintain our privacy. Min Jin gave a goofy smile before extending his hand to gesture. Anyway, you are really handsome. I bet the girls love you. Here, follow me. The man enthusiastically pulled out a chair and introduced him. Please, sit. These two are here for an interview just like you. Hyo Young-seok never expected to meet his enemy here. And ground his teeth in fury. Ryu Min, however, lowered his head to avoid attention and spoke awkwardly. Oh, hello. And Hong arrogantly crossed his legs, answering with overflowing confidence, I am the Black Scythe. Ryu Min looked up, casually reporting his alt-account name. I am Little Coco. But in his mind, he was screaming, You crazy son of a bitch. That bastard has some nerve. Young-seok clenched his jaw, trying to suppress the rage and confusion swirling inside him. Black Scythe. The guy who killed me 5 times. I really want to ask if we have met in real life. Why the hell does he enjoy killing me so much? Min Jin, sitting opposite him, noticed his silence and prompted him. Blackfire Dragon, what is wrong? Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Startled, he stammered a response. Hello, I am Blackfire Dragon. And Hong said nothing, merely sweeping his gaze across the room. The atmosphere instantly curdled, thick with tension. A nameless pressure forced Young-seok to bite his lip, his mind wandering into a maze without an exit. What, no reaction? I thought he would recognize me the moment I said my name. Or is it that he can't even remember the name of the guy he killed 5 times? Ryu Min sat in the corner, slowly sipping his strawberry juice, and his eyes discreetly tracking every movement of the man across from him. Did I used to act that arrogantly? I am disguising myself too, But this guy is a real scammer. The man's familiar, polished appearance helped Ryu Min quickly piece together private information from his memory. His player name is Kukuru Bing Bong, a professional con artist who uses every trick in the book to swindle money. Every piece of data he had on the man was negative, making his brain throb with annoyance. He isn't dangerous yet, but later, with the clone rune, he will become famous. Or rather, infamous for his crimes. Ryu Min's eyes suddenly clouded over with darkness, making no effort to hide the killing intent radiating from him. It is bitter that a criminal also gets power from the other world, but this is good. I met him just as planned. I will use him to obtain the clone rune. Only Min Jin seemed oblivious to the heavy atmosphere, pulling a thick file from his bag. Everyone has finished introducing themselves. Right, then I will start verifying personal information. Let's start with Little Coco. Called out suddenly, Ryu Min paused for a split second before quickly regaining his composure to answer. Sure. My name is Kim Sung-hee. I am 20. I finished high school, but I am currently unemployed. Min Jin started scribbling furiously, his mouth firing off questions to force quick answers. It says here you are a level 13 assassin. Is that correct? That is right. And how you are ranked 4th in your region. Yes, that's right. On the surface, Ryu Min feigned panic, but deep down, he was sneering with annoyance. It was all a lie, of course, except for the player name. Memories of the real Little Coco passing by flashed through his mind, stirring his thoughts. Little Coco was a real person. In other words, I'm stealing someone's identity, but I have to. It's the only way to obtain the rune of duplication. His breathing grew heavy, his mind racing with every passing second. The rune of duplication demands a sacrifice. The bearer must kill a human at the hidden location while impersonating someone else. Staring at that fake, cold demeanor, Ryu Min took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to lash out. In the past timeline, that bastard killed someone while pretending to be me to claim the rune. After jotting down the details, Minjin turned his gaze to Shim Hyunseok to finish the job. Alright, next up, Black Flame Dragon. With the example set before him, the big guy spoke up seriously. I'm Shim Hyunseok, 17 years old, currently in high school. Minjin's face lit up as he replied, "Oh, our youngest member." But beneath the polite tone, his inner voice dripped with disgust. This fat pig is a high schooler. He reeks. The thought barely formed before Ryu Min caught it. He scoffed internally. Would he still look down on him if he knew? Shim Hyunseok slaughtered his own classmates. That wasn't something a normal student could do. But judging by his obese frame, Minjin just asked awkwardly, "You're a level 10 warrior and cleared 3 dungeons in your area. Is that true?" Offended by the doubt, Shim Hyunseok slammed his hand on the table. "Yeah, so what you think I'm lying?" Minjin frantically waved his hands, trying to diffuse the tension. No, it's just part of the verification process. Apologies if I offended you." He quickly flipped the page, opening a fresh white sheet for the next interview. "Your turn, Black Scythe. State your name." The man didn't hesitate, revealing everything with a scowl like someone who just lost the lottery. Kim In Hong, 28, fund manager. I've never dropped out of the top rankings in the level 30 zone. You know my class is Reaper, right? Need me to confirm anything else? The sudden intimidation made Minjin freeze, his voice trembling. "No, thank you." Ryu Min watched calmly, but inside, he was cursing up a storm. Fund manager, my ass. He manages scams. He uses that black nickname to borrow money he never pays back. Minjin placed the thick file gently on the table, his voice soft but piercing. Identity verification is complete. Let's start the interview. Just tell me why you want to join PCW. You first. Little Coco. The moment his name was called, Ryu Min activated his Oscar-worthy acting skills, stammering out, well, the world is so dangerous now. It's scary to be alone. So I thought being with other players would be safer. Minjin bought it instantly. Good. Next, Black Flame Dragon. Shim Hyun-suk froze, unable to come up with a lie. Shit, I can't say I'm here to kill players. He blurted out a disjointed mess, sounding like a student guessing on a pop quiz. I'm the same as Little Coco. I can't go to school anymore, and I'm worried about the next round. Minjin looked at In Hong with anticipation. Is that so? And what about you, Black Scythe? The man was too lazy to act, tossing out a half-hearted excuse. I just saw the forum post. It piqued my interest. Minjin didn't know how to respond other than laughing it off. Haha, is that right? But internally, he comforted his bruised ego. Whatever. He passes regardless. He is Black Scythe, after all. A split second later, Minjin's expression flipped faster than a pancake, his voice laced with danger. Alright, your answers are all satisfactory. Now for the final part of the interview. A maniacal grin, reminiscent of the Joker, stretched across his face. He hissed the words through clenched teeth, sending shivers down their spines. Murder. You must kill one person to pass. The final stage of this interview? Ryu Min sat motionless, swallowing dryly before slowly turning his head, mouthing the words silently. Kill someone. But why didn't he get the reaction he expected? Minjin looked disappointed. I guess you don't get it. Fine, let me enlighten you. A dark pressure radiated with his words, twisting the atmosphere in the room. You've seen the articles. The government has started to crack down and turn against us. They fear us because we are stronger. Minjin clenched his veiny fist, showing his resolve. However, we players will soon rule the world. That reality will come much sooner if we all work together. His soulless eyes paired with that twisted smile. That world, it'll be real soon if we just work together. Dead eyes, a twisted smile. That unhinged madness made Minin look every bit the sociopath. So, there's no reason for the law to stand in our way. We need to show the government that we, the players, are the law, and it starts with defying the system. Ryu Min, not daring to break character, covered his mouth in feigned panic, acting like some fragile comic book protagonist. Is that why? We have to kill people, savoring the fear across from him, Minin added arrogantly. Exactly. That is the only way to prove our will to the government. Everyone at the table held their breath, straining to catch every single syllable escaping. Whoa. Now his lips. We must show them we are beyond their control. After spewing that stream of terrifying logic, Minin looked at him, flashing a practiced plastic smile. Do you get it now, Little Coco? Ryu Min nodded shyly, feigning terror and avoiding the maniac's gaze. Yes. Seeing the dead silence, Minin assumed everyone had absorbed the message, and didn't bother waiting. Anyone who doesn't want to continue the interview can leave, but if you do, you won't receive our support anymore. Ryu Min didn't bother trying to fit in. He huddled in a corner, lost in thought. Clearly, anyone who leaves goes on a hit list. Forcing us to commit murder so we can never back out later. Without a word, the other two candidates sank into a heavy silence, staring blankly into the void. Minin took their silence as consent, instantly wearing a beaming expression, his intensity rising unchecked. Seems like you're all ready. Good. I'll take that as everyone agreeing. We'll start the final phase right now. Hyung-seok was the first to speak up after that. Blood-soaked directive. Wait, start killing, but there's no one here to kill, contrary to his anxiety. Minin remained strangely calm. You don't need to worry about that. Thunder crashed at that exact moment, making Minin's expression twist into something grotesque. His eyes bulged, devoid of humanity. I've already prepared everything. The rain poured down, bringing a heaviness. That no one wanted to acknowledge in that cramped room. Realizing time was ticking, Minin pushed himself up with a Sauce, shove off the table. Shall we get going? The three candidates reluctantly stood up with him, watching the guests shuffle their chairs. Claude to leave. Boram walked in, confused. Oh, you're leaving already. You can stay longer if you want, since you, rented the whole place out. Minin answered for the group, his voice terrifyingly gentle. No, we're in a hurry. By the... Oh, wait, is there a bathroom here? She casually pointed toward a secluded spot, over in that corner there, while... Minin glanced in that direction. He spoke with a hidden agenda. Thanks. While I'm doing that, could I ask you a favor? Surprised by the request, she paused. What is it? He slipped a car key into Boram's hand, flashing a helpful smile. Could you bring my car around from the parking lot? I'm in a bit of a rush. Although... Tuss. His vague tone was annoying. He had paid a huge sum, so she professionally agreed. Of course. Also, I'll get it right away. Grabbing a red umbrella, she stepped out into the rain, leaving the four, men alone in her cafe. Outside, the car door clicked open, smooth and quick thanks to the key she'd been given. Without a word, Boram folded her umbrella, shaking off the drops before climbing in. But the moment her hand touched the frame, a pair of rough hands shot out from behind like a venomous snake. The grinding voice of Minin hissed as he choked her. Don't worry. Boram struggled wildly, but she couldn't move an inch, only choking out muffled gasps. Her windpipe was crushed, cutting off oxygen to her brain, making her movements weaker and more desperate. Moments later, Boram slumped into unconsciousness, yet she was still held in his iron grip. Too easy. Except for In-hong. The other two shouted in shock. What the hell did you just do? Why her? Minin glanced back at the cowards, speaking as casually as if he were discussing afternoon tea. What are you standing there for? Get in. As the command left his mouth, Boram's limp hand suddenly twitched violently. That sight made Ryu Min's group break out in a cold sweat. He actually meant the cafe owner. Yeah. The white car tore through the mountain trail. Mud-caked tires screeched to a halt, making the gloomy tension inside the car double instantly. Minin hoisted her onto his shoulder and led the group toward, a desolate warehouse. We're here. This is where we conduct the final phase of the interview. Inside, the dark, damp room. Their footsteps echoed ominously. He tossed Boram onto the dirt floor without a shred of hesitation. His dry voice cut through the air, chilling everyone to the bone. Let's begin. Who's going to kill her? Giving them no time to think, Minin pointed a finger. How about you, In-hong, who had been standing to the side? Froze as the spotlight hit him. Sure. Minin laughed maniacally at his compliance. Just as I expected. From you. Ryu Min stood silent, mind racing, then suddenly cut in right before the climax. Wait. Completely crushed. His excitement died instantly, replaced by annoyance. What is it, little Coco? Ryu Min hesitated, feigning shyness before whispering, Can I be the one to do it? A dark, twisted glint sparked in the man's eyes, like he just caught the scent of a new game. You want to do it? Interesting. Though looking at you, I shouldn't expect much. The fake black Scythe glanced over, giving a dismissive nod. Fine by me. Let the newbie get his hands dirty. Without another word, the two men swapped places, but the moment the imposter walked past him, Ryu Min dropped the act. Better not screw this up. I'm doing you a favor here. Ryu Min's eyes turned cold as he stared at the fake's back. Thanks. I'll be sure to put that doppelganger rune to good use. Hearing those specific words, the imposter froze in his tracks. Rune, what are you? Crack. Before he could finish, Ryu Min lunged, his massive hand snapping the man's neck sideways like a twig. He stood there, watching the unnaturally bent neck with zero emotion. Minin stood paralyzed, the air turning suffocatingly cold around him. His body began to shake uncontrollably, terror flooding his eyes. What the? He clutched his head, screaming as if his brain was melting. What the hell did you just do? You killed the Black Scythe. Are you insane? Ryu Min just tilted his head, shooting him a glare, so sharp it silenced him instantly. Hey, Keep it down. Pops. A terrifying aura exploded from Ryu Min, forcing Minin, who thought he knew no fear, to stumble back. That gaze. It was the look of a predator eyeing its prey. The atmosphere had shifted entirely. What the hell just happened? The death of the imposter instantly triggered a cascade of system alerts. You have killed an imposter. Hidden condition met doppelganger rune discovered. The rune has automatically etched itself onto your body. Seeing the boy casually walk toward him, Minin was so terrified. He scrambled backward. Imposter. Wait. His brain finally rebooted. If he was fake. You were supposed to kill the girl. Why did you kill him? Answer me. Ignoring the screaming man, Ryu Min slowly crouched down in front of Boam. Because he was trash, and so are you. He carefully placed a black plastic bag over her head, leaving a gap for air so she remained safe. Hearing the insult, Minin's fear turned into boiling rage. Say that again. I dare you. He drew his pirate cutlass, looking like a thug who just got his pay docked. You think this is funny? Ryu Min didn't flinch. He simply raised his hand to summon his own toy. A massive Grim Reaper's scythe materialized, pulsing with crimson energy. The sheer horror of the weapon instantly triggered the cowardice in everyone watching. I called you trash. Did I stutter? Minin choked, his mind going completely blank. That scythe. Is that the black scythe signature weapon? I've never seen a player with a blade that huge. No. Wait. His face drained of all color, his breath hitching in his throat as the air grew heavy, impossible to swallow. A player wielding a giant scythe. Through the panic, Minin heard a deep, distorted voice rumble from the boy. Because that lowlife dared to impersonate me. The words made Minin's skin crawl. Impersonate, wait. Reading his thoughts, Ryu Min shifted his stance, ready for the kill. Now, do you realize who the real black scythe is? Minin lowered his sword, trembling. You are the black scythe. A hint of pity crossed Ryu Min's mind, but he answered anyway. Sorry for the deception. Minin's hand shook violently, his sword clattering to the ground without him even noticing. It's true, the other guy was a fake. This kid, he's the real deal. Realizing he was doomed, the man instantly dropped to his knees, throwing away every ounce of dignity. Lord Black Scythe, I am so sorry for not recognizing you. You were just such a good actor. Please, have mercy. A sudden sharp sound made him look up just as cold steel slashed through the air. Swoosh. One clean swing sent Minin's head flying. It rolled across the floor. Thud, 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 stopping right at Hyungsuk's feet. Dead eyes stared up at him. Hyungsuk stumbled back, face turning green, mouth gaping silently. He couldn't force out a single, coherent word. Gasp, facing the masked killer. Hyungsuk froze, too terrified to breathe. This is the real Black Scythe. He's on a completely different dimension. I couldn't even track the blade. Ryu Min raised the blood-soaked scythe, his voice calm but chilling. Now it's just the two of us. What do you think happens next? His eyes held no life, no mercy, only a final warning. If you have any last words, say them now. Despite the chaos screaming in his heart, Hyungsuk forced himself to speak with dignity. I won't waste time begging for my life. I just have one... There was one question gnawing at him. A question he'd been dying to ask if they ever met. Flashing back to the memory of the lounge, he cautiously probed. You're wondering why I killed you 5 times back in round 4, aren't you? Caught off guard by Ryu Min's insight? The answer slipped out before he could stop it. Yes. Ryu Min paused for a beat, letting the silence hang, before summing it up in a few simple words. Simple. I needed to keep you under control. Hyungsuk felt a chill run down his spine, confused and terrified of this genius monster. Control me, why? Ryu Min didn't hold back the brutal truth, speaking his mind freely. You seemed the most skilled out of everyone I met back then. I had to eliminate the competition. The moment those words hit the air, Hyungsuk stumbled back, his body reacting in pure fear. Seeing him stammer and shake, Ryu Min pressed on, his voice dangerously soft. Anything else, because it's time for you to die. Hyungsuk froze, paralyzed like a statue under a seal. Can I ask one last thing? Ryu Min didn't move, barely parting his lips. What is it? Hyungsuk forced the words out through trembling lips, desperate for answers. Why? Why do you want to kill me? Like a judge passing a final verdict, Ryu Min delivered the blow. Because you're trash. Accused of a crime he didn't understand. Panic exploded on his face. Me? What did I do? The answer was cold, hard logic. You came here to kill this girl, didn't you? Terrified for his life, he scrambled to defend himself. But I haven't done anything yet. I haven't touched her. His weak excuse was brushed aside instantly. Haven't done anything. You stood there and watched the whole time. Ryu Min's eyes flickered for a second. Then, he lowered his weapon. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a terrifying weight that commanded obedience. Fine. Unlike those other bastards, your only crime was apathy. How about I give you a chance? Sudden salvation. Hyungsuk's face lit up with hope. Really? Ryu Min tapped his scythe against the floor, the metallic clink echoing. but his silence hung in the air, thick and unpredictable. Every passing second felt like a heavy weight crushing down on Hyung-suk's chest. Hand over everything you have, now. As Hyung-suk dumped his neatly organized inventory, Ryu Min analyzed the loot. This guy has some useful stuff. His genius brain instantly calculated the market value as he scanned the items. If I sell the items he bought from the shop, that's an easy 2,000 gold coins. Seeing Ryu Min stare intently at the pile, Hyung-suk scratched his head awkwardly. I even included my axe in the gear I was wearing. That's really everything I own. I don't have anything else. Ryu Min calmly swiped 2 magic stones, his voice indifferent. Did I ask for that? Seeing Ryu Min stop, Hyung-suk probed nervously. You aren't taking anything else. Ryu Min confirmed it, making the coward bow like he'd received a royal pardon. I don't need it. You can keep the rest. Yes, thank you. Watching the man hurriedly collect his gear, Ryu Min felt a twinge of regret. Can't sell used gear back to the shop anyway. Shoving the items into a spatial inventory, Hyung-suk stammered, needing assurance. So, you'll really spare my life like you promised? Seeing that pathetic display, Ryu Min suppressed a laugh and nodded. Of course. You live... a man of his word. Hyung-suk's heart finally dropped back into his chest. He bowed frantically. Thank you so much. It was a pathetic sight. Stop it. You're embarrassing yourself. Ryu Min kicked a nearby corpse, sneering. Live a decent life from now on. You can clean up these bodies if you want. Terrified of the aura radiating from him, Hyung-suk bowed his head. Yes, sir. Ryu Min crouched down to Bo Ryum, who was passed out in the corner. I'm taking this girl with me, remembering the mercy he just received. Hyung-suk stepped forward timidly. Let me help. Ryu Min hoisted the girl over his shoulder, his voice sharp with irritation. Don't bother. How could I possibly trust you? Get lost. Hyung-suk shut his mouth, watching Ryu Min carry the girl away, not daring to make a sound. Only after a long silence did he finally exhale, collapsing in relief. Phew. I survived. I really thought I was dead meat. He actually let me go. But as the fear faded, a twisted look crept onto Hyung-suk's face. Wait. Why do I feel so empty? The relief was replaced by a gnawing sense of injustice. What did I do wrong? He robbed me just because I stood there watching. His mind spiraled, darker thoughts taking root. It's not fair. Staring at Ryu Min's retreating back, skinny and defenseless greed hijacked his brain. He's completely off guard right now. Even Black Dog died to a simple axe in the back, didn't he? What should I do if I kill a high ranker like him? My stats will skyrocket. His breathing grew heavy, adrenaline flooding his system with every dark thought. Yes, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. A chance that will never come again. Veins popped on his hand as he summoned his steel axe. If I don't take this shot, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Hyung-suk gripped the handle, eyes burning with betrayal. This is it, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Thoughts raced through his head. I can't miss this. Veins bulged as he summoned a massive steel axe. If I don't act now, I'll regret it forever. Hyung-suk crept forward, every footstep locked onto his target. Don't notice me. Please, just don't notice me. His heart hammered against his ribs as his twisted fantasy neared reality, just a little closer. Ryu Min's eyes were nowhere near him. He aimed straight for Ryu Min's exposed head. Every muscle in his body tightened as he gritted his teeth and swung down with full force, right at the defenseless skull. Die, you piece of shot. The finely crafted axe was instantly drenched in. My blood, direct hit. Hyung-suk let out a sigh of pure satisfaction as he watched his handiwork crumble to the cold ground. The fat bastard smirked, making no effort to hide the ecstatic glint in his eyes. Bwahahaha, I killed the Black Scythe. It was that easy. Can you believe it? A level 10 like me took down the Black Scythe. Not stopping there, Hyung-suk stomped viciously on Ryu Min's corpse to vent his earlier humiliation. You son of a botch. You shouldn't have turned your back on me. Who cares how high your rank is? You're dumb as hell. He cackled like a maniac, eyes hollow and unhinged. Thanks for the stats, moron. But as he waited for the sweet sound of victory, the system remained silent. Hyung-suk froze, his face twisting in confusion. Where's the level up notification? It should have popped up instantly. His mouth kept moving, but his brain had completely stalled. What the hell was going on? Then came the twist he never saw coming. Ryu Min's voice, cold enough to freeze bone, drifted from behind him. So, what do you think? Hearing that, Hyung-suk spun around in sheer terror. Seeing Ryu Min standing there, completely unharmed, left Hyung-suk stammering. You. Ryu Min radiated killing intent, yet his voice remained terrifyingly gentle. Why so scared? You look like you've seen a ghost. Hyung-suk's body went into full tremor mode as he stumbled backward. But I definitely just killed him. Does he have a resurrection skill? He backed up until his heel bumped into something. It was Bo Ram's shoe. Hyung-suk glanced down, desperate to understand what was happening. The body he had just hacked to pieces was gone. In its place, a cluster of spiritual energy floated in the air, making him jump. No blood either. Ryu Min quickly answered the question written all over the fat man's face. What you killed was my clone. Young-sok was so horrified he started praying to every god he knew, a clone. While the traitor replayed his own little action movie in his head, Ryu Min generously explained, "The ancient rune of cloning. It lets me create an exact copy of myself." Ryu Min reviewed the skill details in his mind. Rune of cloning creates a copy and puts the user in spirit form for 10 seconds. The clone cannot attack, use skills, or access the inventory. 10-minute cooldown, Ryu Min said, sounding almost disappointed. Too bad it can't fight. Then, his expression hardened. Drop the act. He flashed a Reaper smile at the two-faced traitor. You were completely fooled. I guess it's useful even if it can't fight. Great test run. Test. Young-sok didn't even bother with the innocent facade anymore. He tore off his mask. You tricked me. Ryu Min didn't give a damn about his anger. He scoffed. Why are you acting like the victim? I'm the one you just tried to axe in the head. You almost killed me, remember? Young-sok didn't back down. You're the victim. You're the one who threatened me first. Tired of the betrayal and the stench of human garbage, Ryu Min summoned his beloved Scythe. Whatever. Without another word, he swung. A blur of steel flashed past Young-sok's neck in a fraction of a second. Young-sok blinked, confused. Why was his point of view suddenly on the floor? What's this? I can't move my body. His headless corpse collapsed while his head rolled away. Ryu Min looked down with pure disgust. Listening to you is a waste of time. He activated a skill to cover the warehouse, wiping away the evidence. Trace erasure. The bloody scene dissolved into nothingness, carried away by a green aura. Watching everything disappear, Ryu Min sheathed his weapon and walked forward. No one would ever know a murder happened here. Well, except for one person. He stopped in front of Bo-ram. Hey. When she didn't answer, he decided to ruin her Oscar-winning performance. You can get up now. How long are you going to play dead? You know you can't fool a player, right? He added mentally. And I can hear your thoughts. Realizing she was busted, Bo-ram scrambled to sit up. I'm sorry. Feeling the plastic bag over her head was a bit awkward. She tested the waters. Can I take this off? The answer was a cold, hard command. Keep it on until I leave. She flinched, pulling her hands back instantly. Yes, sir. Seeing the sunlight outside, Ryu Min's mood softened slightly. I'm going to ask you a few questions. You'll cooperate, won't you? She quickly caught on to the situation. Yes. Yes, of course. Ryu Min spoke gently to the woman who had been accidentally dragged into this mess. But his words remained sharp. How many customers were there? Can you remember every single face? The mix of his tone? Made Bo-ram nervous again. There were 4 people. One was a man in his mid-40s. I remember his face because we spoke briefly. But the others? Ryu Min used his skill to assess her truthfulness. His eyes narrowed with satisfaction behind the white mask. She was telling the truth. He let out a breath of relief. All right, that's enough. The lingering pressure of his scanned skill still had her on edge, forcing her to ask for confirmation. So, am I safe now? Is it really over? She was exhausted from the day's shock. Ryu Min nodded quickly. Yes, you can go home now. Do not report this to the police. It could backfire. Good. After a few seconds of hesitation, Bo-ram agreed with a heavy heart. I understand. Ryu Min glanced at the warehouse door, calculating the time before giving his order. Wait 1 minute, then you can take off the blindfold. Facing her strange benefactor, she obeyed docilely, even though she couldn't see a thing. Yes. Her polite voice echoed against the dusty walls. 1, 2, 3, 58, 59, 60. The final numbers were counted, under the glaring sun as she hurriedly removed the veil from her face. She looked around in confusion, turning her head left and right, almost as if searching for something. What just happened? The empty warehouse left the traumatized woman. I'm feeling completely disoriented. There's nothing here. Was it just a dream? The sun gradually set, giving way to the moon shining high in the sky. Ryu Min opened the door and called out softly, Ryu-wan, I'm home. His brother rushed out to greet him. Welcome back. But seeing the pink masculine jacket Ryu Min was wearing, the boy paused. Oh, that's my jacket. Where did you... go with it. The unexpected question left Ryu Min momentarily stumped. He tried to brush it off, walking past as if, he hadn't heard. Phew, I'm so tired, exhausted. Seeing his brother drenched in sweat, the boy grew worried and fired off questions. Where have you been? Did you eat lunch or dinner? Ryu Min took off the jacket and sighed. I haven't eaten yet. Hearing the fatigue, in his voice, Ryu-wan didn't let him rest before asking, Shall we order something? Ryu Min swallowed his sides and forced a reply. Yeah, order whatever you want. He stared at the fabric of the jacket, recalling the moment. It was soaked in blood earlier. It looks clean, but I can't give it back to him. While waiting for Ryu Min to order, the boy suddenly saw his beloved jacket being tossed into the trash. He froze in shock. Hyung, what are you doing? Why throw it to him? Stood away. Seeing his brother's distress, Ryu Min stood with hands on his hips, making up a casual excuse. It's old. I'll buy you a new one. You've, not worn it for too long. But the boy was so upset he started crying, sending Ryu Min into a panic to comfort him. I'll get you a better one, okay? Ryu Min's handsome face darkened, his eyes revealing the deep sadness within. No, I don't need it. School is closed anyway, and I can't even go outside. The weariness that hung in Ryu Min's heart, Sean dragged him down another level. It must be so boring being stuck at home, unable to go to school because of the monster outbreaks. A sudden idea sparked. He dropped a question that made the gloomy boy light up instantly. Raiwan, do you want to go out and play with me tomorrow? Shall we go to Everland? Thinking he misheard, the boy hurriedly checked. Everland, really? You mean it? Seeing his brother's expression change in a split second, Ryu Min laughed and patted his head affectionately. Yeah, let's eat quickly and sleep early. The amusement park appeared before their eyes, the noise and excitement rushing into their ears. Raiwan was so happy his jaw dropped in a goofy smile, looking like he was about to float off the ground. It's been so long since I've been here. Watching his brother eagerly look around, Ryu Min silently blamed himself. Life has been so hard lately. I couldn't bring him here. Before merging into the bustling crowd, they exchanged a few words. Is this place still operating so many places? All have closed down recently compared to those open? Well, in times like these, hope is an important belief to have. Suddenly, a family of 3 wearing bunny ear headbands walked out of a souvenir shop, catching Raiwan's eye. A mischievous glint appeared in his eyes as he plotted against his stiff older brother. A wide grin spread across his face. He quickly grabbed his brother's arm and dragged him forward, giving him no time to think. Hyungo, over there first. Hurry, hurry. The stall was colorful with all kinds of panda plushies, from tiny ones that fit in a palm to giant ones impossible to hug. Ryu Min's shy face shone even brighter when he put on the panda headband. What do you think? Raiwan looked at the star aura radiating from his brother, the headbands in his hand swaying. You look super cool. So cute. Pick that one. Wow. There are so many cute things here. Seeing his brother so happy, Ryu Min felt happy too. Yeah, just take whatever you like. After the shopping spree, Ryu Min turned. Met to check on the boy. What do you want to do now? As if waiting for this exact question, Raiwan answered instantly. We have to do absolutely everything here. True to his word, the two went on a rampage, hitting up rare attractions like the roller coaster and the splash rides. Ryu Min nearly choked on water, getting soaked to the bone. After the adrenaline rush settled, they went for some healing time, watching the baby pandas. He quietly soaked in this happy moment with his little brother. Wow, the twin pandas are just too cute. Ryu Min thanked his lucky stars for his quick thinking. The kid was so down in the dumps yesterday. Bringing him out was the right move. They played for half the day, but then Ryu suddenly remembered his big brother's job. Anxiety spiked in his chest, and he had to ask, But Min, tomorrow is May 1st. Is it really okay for you to be out playing with me? Of course, he was happy, but the fear was there. Understanding that worry, Ryu Min didn't hesitate to comfort him. Don't worry about a thing. I'm totally fine. This time. The round will take over 10 hours, so if I end up sleeping for a long time, don't be scared, okay? Hearing that, the boy only panicked more. 10 hours. That's not dangerous, right? You have to come back safely, you hear me? The boy's concern washed like a cool stream over Ryu Min's uneasy heart. Huh. You really are a worrywart. Stroking his brother's soft hair, he whispered a silent vow to himself. I promised I would never leave you alone. Ryu Min quickly changed the subject to keep them from spiraling into dark thoughts. Enough with the gloomy talk. What should we do now? How about we check out the rest of the zoo? Okay, April 30th, 11:50 p.m. The jagged skyline of skyscrapers glowed with warm light against the night space. Ryu Min was sprawled out on his bed, but he suddenly jerked awake from a deep sleep. His phone was buzzing like crazy, forcing him to check it. Immediately. Min Jury. A flood of notifications popped up from the lock screen. Min, it's almost midnight. Sob, sob. I believe. It'll be okay this time too. Please, do your best. Okay, fighting. See you on the other side. He couldn't help but chuckle at the decisive emoji she sent. She must be a nervous wreck. Ryu Min's gaze softened. A small smile stuck on his lips. Don't worry. From now on, I'll protect you. After checking the messages, he slowly set the phone back on the nightstand. It was time. It was to go. The clock struck 12 midnight, but the owner of the room had already closed his eyes, unbothered by the world. Instantly, a mass of players, was summoned to a vast, strange land. Since there was no announcement yet, people started chatting to ease the tension. Is everyone here? No way. Maybe the others just haven't arrived yet. No, last round, the survivor count was somewhere around 500. But that observation backfired immediately. Oh, That sounds about right. Even Gan Yu, who started the conversation, had to reassess the atmosphere. It felt sparse. Ryu Min stood silently in the crowd, listening to their chatter and thought, it truly feels empty. The first round had nearly 10,000 people, but he knew this hollow feeling wouldn't last long. Suddenly, Oliver descended from the sky, spreading her wings like a deity from ancient myths. So glad to see everyone. Congratulations on making it to the 5th round. Her words of welcome were met with dead silence. The atmosphere was heavy, but she didn't care about the awkwardness in the slightest. Instead, she let out a mocking laugh. What's with those long faces? Smile a little. The last round was so much fun, wasn't it? You all really worked so hard slaughtering your own kind. After all, the hatred in their eyes was palpable. Oliver clicked her tongue, annoyed. Fine. I'll stop. Tisk, your reactions are so boring. We have a total of 442 survivors summoned. It should have been 521, but we lost nearly 80. Looks like there was some conflict back in the real world. The crowd erupted into whispers at the news. We have even fewer people again. It's like this every time. But she didn't care about their trivial mortal emotions and cut them off sharply. Well, it doesn't matter. What you do in the real world is none of my business. However, with so few people, we can't play the game properly. A chilling smile formed on the beautiful face hidden behind the veil, sending shivers down their spines. So, I have prepared something special for all of you. Oliver rested her chin on her hand, smiling ambiguously, then casually dropped a bombshell. Regional integration. One player couldn't hold back and raised a hand. Excuse me, could you explain that in more detail? She furrowed her brows and clicked her tongue, clearly annoyed by their slowness. I said it, and you still don't get it. You're really making me do extra work here. It was exactly what it sounded like merging the regions. But since it was her job, she mustered the last of her patience to explain. I don't know if you're aware, but there are hundreds of regions in your country alone. 875, to be exact. The crowd below went wild. What? 875? There are that many in our country. Their reaction made Oliver burst into disdainful laughter. No need to look so shocked. Compared to other countries, that number is actually quite small. The person who asked the first question seemed to catch on. Makes sense. If there were 10,000 people in every region, then other countries must have even more regions. Naji, standing nearby, chimed in. That's right. And if there is one angel for every region, he seemed to realize something, and the word slipped out. Then doesn't that mean there are at least 10,000 angels? The crowd latched onto that crucial detail, instantly erupting into chaos. You're right. Are there really that many of them? The angel grinned fiercely, opening her mouth to mock them further. That's nothing but a wild guess. Just because there's one angel per zone. You're only realizing that now. How stupid. Naji's mind raced. He craned his neck, firing back a question. In return, then doesn't that mean there's someone behind you all? Someone who actually created the survival game? His sharp intuition made Oliver freeze completely. Her mouth moved, but she couldn't spit out a single word of denial. Yet, she regained her composure in a flash. And as soon as she found her voice, she hurriedly denied it. What makes you think that? Convinced he was closing in on the truth? He doubled down on his theory. I don't believe 10,000 angels would join forces just to create survival game without a higher purpose. Oliver suddenly swooped down toward him, her tone dripping with challenge. And what if we really did join forces? Will you praise us then? She pressed a razor-sharp fingernail into Naji's forehead, dropping a cold. Warning. Stop asking useless questions, unless you want to die. Terrified, his entire body began to tremble, and with a face drained of color, he wisely stammered out an apology. I'm sorry. She returned to her perch in midair. But this little interruption had clearly soured her mood. Humans. Ryu Min watched the entire scene silently. From start to finish, a seed of suspicion taking root in his mind. That guy definitely hit a nerve. There must be a rule, forbidding angels from speaking about the game's creator. The more he analyzed, the more certain he felt that he was on the right track. Besides, there's no way an angel, someone who can be beaten by a player, could create a survival game of this scale. Oliver suddenly spoke up, her voice dripping with arrogance, cutting through his thoughts. I won't answer any more of your idiotic questions. Just focus on your own survival. She didn't want to give anyone a choice, rushing to close the subject immediately. I can't waste any more time. Anyway, I will now, though. Begin the zone merge. Remember, we're doing this because there are too few of you left. To prevent any other moths from seeking the truth like Naji, she added a sharp threat, and stopped making up ridiculous stories. As soon as she finished, The ground began to tremble, cracking open. Deep, symmetrical trenches formed, radiating a brilliant golden energy that left everyone asking the same question: what's happening in Earthquake? A mystical power divided the space into perfect squares. All is packed together like subdivided plots of land. The zone closest to them suddenly shifted violently, and the surrounding flames roared even fiercer than elsewhere. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, witnessing a scene more earth-shattering than anything they'd ever known. Whether standing or sitting, every player wore the same look of manufactured shock. A scorching wave of pressure from their new neighbor began to wash over the zone of nearly 500 residents. The ground there lifted up like the lid of Pandora's box. No one knew what might jump out from those depths. After unleashing a massive surge of energy, the entire area was bathed in a shimmering golden glow. The exposed plots of land simultaneously radiated an invisible, crushing pressure. It wasn't until the light finally faded that only flickering embers remained. But then, new faces, carrying the scorching heat on their bodies, began to emerge. As the cracks in the ground healed over, a voice rang out in the void, asking, "Is it over?" The first player to snap out of it looked around cautiously before whispering, "Who are those people?" Oliver, surprisingly helpful, answered the unspoken question. "The zone merge is complete." She clasped her hands casually, though her tone carried a hint of urgency. "Well, introduce yourselves." A man who had just arrived from the merge chimed in. "Asa, how long are you guys going to stare at each other?" Everyone's jaws dropped, their faces painted with utter disbelief. Another, Charon angel. As if to confirm their suspicions, a whole lineup of angels gathered in the burning red sky. Oliver, representing the group, gave a half-hearted introduction. "Greetings, humans. I'm sure you figured it out, but we have merged the underpopulated zones." She twirled a lock of curly hair flirtatiously before announcing the result. "We've combined 10 zones into one. The total number of survivors here is 4,840. This astronomical number sent all the players spiraling into confusion. 10 zones. That means we have nearly 5,000 people. Oh God, it's so crowded. But what she wanted to convey, it didn't end there. The other zones have done the same, which means your zone designation must change. Oliver looked straight down, emphasizing every single word. From now on, this zone is designated CS001. It contains only players from Korea. The second announcement shocked them even more than the first. The crowd erupted again. Everyone here is Korean. Well, at least we can actually communicate. But later on, we might have to merge with other countries. Ryu Min silently agreed with the thought, but his calculations went much further. That's inevitable, but if zone merges happen every time there are fewer than 5,000 people per zone, a brutal future scenario was already taking shape in his mind. Eventually, when there are fewer than 5,000 survivors left in the entire world, once all the players across Korea are united, we'll eventually have to compete with players from other nations. Personally, you are temporarily satisfied with the status quo. Well, whether it happens in room 11 or some other room doesn't matter. It is better to focus on the present. Ryu Min gazed up at the white, winged figures above, his mind making a bold prediction. The Angels will start a subgame soon. Sure enough, after a brief discussion, Oliver continued to step forward as the spokesperson. "Before we announce the main quest, we will create a simple subgame to celebrate the merger between the regions." She led the pacing like a pro, successfully injecting a competitive psychology into every player. "There is currently one representative for each region." "Correct. But now that we've merged, what should we do?" "Obviously, we need a brand new representative, don't we?" The female player next to Ryu Min nervously repeated the words, "A new representative." Raised her index finger to explain the single rule. "The rules are simple. All former representatives will step forward and fight." Cruelty dripped from her words, flooding the room, while Oliver basked in it with utter satisfaction, until only one person remains standing. That survivor will be chosen as the new representative. Whispers carrying every shade of emotion filled her ears. "We have to slaughter each other to become the representative. My God, that's brutal." "Cuckoo, sounds fun. It'll be interesting to witness who becomes the representative. I wish I had some popcorn right now." Among those forced into this unwanted vortex, some were displeased from the bottom of their hearts. "Look at those bastards snickering just because they don't have to fight." Trasa felt his heart pounding out of his chest in panic. "We have to kill each other to pick a leader." Jamin was gritting his teeth, cursing his past self. I shouldn't have become a representative." Aside from those heavy with anxiety, there were those on the payroll of the Optimism Club. Maybe if we get killed, we'll just respawn. But no matter what mood they were in, they all shared one unvoiced thought. "Can I just give up my right to be a representative? The only one harboring a different ambition was likely just Ryu Min. Up until now, being a representative had no real benefits, but from this round on, it's different. I must win this death match and become the representative, no matter the cost. Seeing the tension in the air, Oliver administered a timely dose of sedatives. You don't need to be so scared. You won't die in real life. You will be revived after the game ends. Sure enough, with an insurance policy in their back pocket, their guts grew a few sizes. Jamin brightened up in an instant. Oh, so we won't die this time. But other representatives still quietly scoffed, showing a lack of faith. Noticing the reaction wasn't enthusiastic enough, she threw out even tastier bait. I'm sure you all think becoming a representative has no real benefits. The new representative will be granted the title of Dominator instead of just Authority. The crowd below stared blankly as she painted them a glorious picture. It will give you the power to control players with a lower level than you. That is the upgraded version of the Authority position, allowing you to control players as long as they are lower level than you. However, you can still only use it 10 times, and the position will be transferred to whoever kills the current representative. Oliver curled her lips into a smile full of hidden meaning, her manipulation pouring like honey into their ears. Quite attractive, isn't it? Having the ability to dominate the rest. Sure, enough. The naive fist charged straight for this sugar-coated bullet. If their level is lower, I can control them. I can do anything. Even Jin clenched his fists, burning with the will to fight, regardless of class. This reaction made her completely satisfied. She immediately signaled to start. It seems you all have your motivation now. Then get ready. The part concerning the players was resolved, but now the Angels faced a difficult problem when Harry opened his mouth. Now that the regions are merged, we have to choose one representative. He posed the question, but the response was a deadly silence. Is there anyone willing to volunteer for this position? Seeming to realize he had misspoken, he sighed deeply. Of course, I shouldn't have asked that. Priscilla took the chance to throw a jab. An angel volunteering to work would be a mutation. Maine spoke up just in time to relieve the awkward atmosphere. We know damn well no one's going to volunteer. What should we do? Does anyone have an idea? Harry snapped his fingers, announcing his thought. How about rolling dice? Nova shot it down without a second thought. Rely on luck. Not bad, but a bit boring. Annette also joined the discussion. How about taking turns? Raiden pointed out the flaw. That's not fair. The later numbers will never get to be the representative. Natalia jumped in to agree. True. The regions will probably merge again anyway. Alice sighed, bored out of her mind. Is there a way that's both fun and fair? Priscilla suddenly came up with a bold initiative. How about this? The representatives are getting ready to fight, right? She shot Oliver a look full of hidden meaning. Whichever angel's representative dies first, that angel will be the representative. The other girls immediately cheered in delight, seemingly certain who the sucker was. Our team won't end up at the bottom of the leaderboard. Sounds fun. Great plan. I dig that idea. Anyone else agree? They all simultaneously raised their hands to vote, moving so fast no one had time to flip-flop. I agree. Me too. So do I. Amidst the chorus of agreement, Oliver suddenly cut in to crash the party. Hold on, how about this? She stood beneath a glowing red orb, slowly, voicing a proposal that defied the majority. Instead of focusing on who dies first, let's crown the angel whose human is the sole survivor at the very end. She stared daggers at Priscilla, hissing every word. To become the queen among us. Liver crossed her arms, confidently laying out her vision. The angel in charge of the human who stands tall at the end will become the king. Priscilla couldn't help but repeat it. The king. Oliver took the chance to enlighten her rival. Exactly what it sounds like. By definition, all other angels will submit completely to the king's command. For instance, even if they're just a guide angel, that angel must execute the mission simply because it is the king's decree. Harry suddenly jumped into the discussion with a burst of excitement. So, if our human wins, we win too, and if we win, do we get to play king just like our human champion? The others clamored in agreement. Oh, that sounds fascinating. A king. I'm actually pretty intrigued. That's a slick idea. Priscilla saw the wind had shifted, so she threw a barb. Daring to suggest the winner takes the crown? Seems you're overflowing with confidence. Aren't you? Oliver didn't hesitate to own it. Of course I'm confident. She curled her lips into a provocative smirk. Who knows, my district representative isn't easily taken down. My human has never let slip the #1 spot in the district. Priscilla feigned indifference aloud. Oh, is that so? But inside, she sneered with contempt. What a stupid bird brain. First place in the district, you dare brag about that. In Oliver's mind, the image of Ryu Min appeared, solidifying her faith. If she knew who my representative actually was, she'd be so shocked she'd fall right to the ground. She turns to lock eyes with her direct rival. So, are we doing this? Or are you folding? Priscilla turned away in a huff, but kept her mouth tough. I have no reason to refuse. At this stage, everyone was betting their entire star of hope on their own player. The air was filled with shouts of support. I agree too. That sounds way more interesting. Same here. I'm certain my representative won't go down easily. Since no one objected, the urging began. Well, since it's decided, let's get this show on the road. Oliver, go break the news to them. She called out. You got it. Accepting the role, she hovered in midair to announce the rules of the upcoming battle. We will commence a special match to determine the district representative. The death match begins right now. You will kill or be killed until only a single person remains in this arena. The representative players below pursed their lips, clenching their fists with steely determination. Though hailing from different districts, they all inadvertently shared the same singular goal in that moment. Of course, Ryu Min was no exception among those harboring such grand ambitions. Representatives gathered in one spot, all casting their eyes up toward the angel hovering above them. Oliver gave a satisfied nod and raised her hand to signal the start. The ground beneath their feet suddenly shook violently. All of them were instantly trapped inside a blazing arena, completely isolated from the rest of the players. Walls began to rise slowly from the ground, forming a combat zone that looked exactly like an ancient Roman Colosseum. The construction took place in the blink of an eye, and as the dust settled, the massive architectural structure stood revealed in its entirety. The 10 representatives looked around in panic, shock still plastered across every face. Oliver looked down at her handiwork with excitement, then beamed a radiant smile to remind them once more, if you die outside the arena, you will not be resurrected. So, even if you have to pay with your very life, do not leave this place. Even at this critical moment, the strange assembly of mortal enemies try to keep their cool and listen to her command. Then, let it begin. Waiting for nothing else, everyone instinctively drew their signature weapons, simultaneously activating their battle modes and raising their guard. Some pairs had even already locked onto their targets. Both sides glared at each other with sparks flying. Jimin optimistically calculated in his head, so if I just kill the other 9 people here, I'll become the king. He scanned the area and quietly reached a conclusion. Judging by how no one is making the first move, it seems, everyone is playing it safe. Which makes sense if they're all district representatives. They must have at least some real skill. Fueled by blind confidence, his eyes darted around like a thief before he smirked with inner mockery. Even so, right here. There's definitely no bastard stronger than me. Of course, this confidence had a basis, because Jamin himself, the Northern Champion, had never lost the #1 spot in his district since this whole thing started. Plus, my deconstruction talisman is basically a cheat code, like a possessed sword. It knows exactly where to strike on its own, recalling his glorious past. I'm genuinely curious. Thanks to that little trick, I've already slaughtered 312 people in the 4th room. So, what the hell are they doing? Why hasn't the bloodbath started yet? Harry shared the confusion, gritting his teeth as he barked out commands. Come on, fight already. Nova couldn't hold back and just started cursing, swearing like a sailor because he was about to blow a fuse. You damn humans! Jimin watched the 2 angels fuming in midair and immediately sank into thought. What's the deal? Did they place bets or something? Why are they so impatient? I was planning to make my move anyway. Haka decided to be the pioneer who kicks off this massacre. After all, there's absolutely no one here stronger than me. Let's use this chance to leave a lasting impression and strike fear into their hearts. And to pull that off, he harbored a belly full of schemes as he moved to the center of the arena, then came to a halt. Once he gauged the perfect distance, he leisurely drew his sword. Jamin stared down the representatives before him, while his smooth brain began scripting its own little fantasy. I need a live prop. A sacrificial lamb to raise the curtain on my grand performance. He lowered his center of gravity into a defensive stance, while his heart screamed out a frantic invitation. Anyone, come on up. I'll send you straight to hell right here and now. A fat sheep had practically served itself on a silver platter, so there was no reason to refuse. Ryu Min stepped forward, leaving the crowd stunned. With a massive scythe resting on his shoulder, he calmly looked this moron up and down. Jimin was internally delighted, shifting the sword in his hand from a vertical to a horizontal stance, ready to unleash his power. Finally here, my very first sacrifice. If there was a competition for internal monologuing, he'd easily take first place, since he was still thinking to himself even now. But seriously, that scythe is ridiculously huge. And it's not exactly a common weapon either. Jimin didn't rate his opponent very high, confidently shooting him a contemptuous smirk. I've seen plenty of posers with Scythe in their nicknames, but very few who actually use the damn thing. Seeing the guy staring and grinning like an idiot, Ryu Min quietly decided to toggle his display name. Above his head, Jimin's mind was instantly thrown into chaos. Black Scythe. His nickname is Black Scythe. Jamin gripped, his sword tight with both hands, trying to reassure himself and maintain a facade of calm. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Impossible. I'm pretty damn sure no two players can have the same nickname. His attempt at self-hypnosis didn't work as expected. His arms turned to jelly, and he involuntarily lowered his sword. That meant the person standing there, clutching that scythe and walking closer, was him. The suspicion in his mind solidified into terror. The number 1 of the entire region, Black Scythe, you reached level 30. That bizarre reaction didn't escape the eyes of the watching angels, successfully sparking a debate among them. What's wrong with that human? He looked so confident a second ago. Why is he frozen stiff now? Leiden didn't bother being polite and questioned it right on the spot. Priscilla, isn't he your region's representative? She could only bite her nails in silence, a wave of frustration forcing her to scream internally. What the hell is he doing, that stupid human? The depths of Priscilla's heart didn't stop screaming at Jamin. Why are you just standing there? While she was panicking out of her mind, the person beside her couldn't hold it back and burst into laughter. Keh! She abandoned all dignity and shouted, "Is something funny, Oliver?" She tried to stifle her laughter, offering an apology with zero sincerity. "But I'm sorry, but this is just too hilarious. What am I supposed to do?" Oliver pointed down at the arena, explaining it to her. "Dear sister, just look at that human. He's staring intently at my region's representative, and he's trembling like a leaf in the wind." Priscilla mechanically turned her gaze in the direction of her finger, numbness washing over her as she confirmed it. "Your region's representative." Her mind refused to accept a reality. "That giant scythe is certainly impressive, but I don't sense an aura powerful enough to make him tremble like that at first glance." She turned back to Oliver to clarify the situation. "So, are you saying that my representative is frozen in fear simply because of yours?" Oliver cheerfully admitted it. "Doesn't it look exactly like that?" Priscilla had been sticking to her usual script, but now that she'd been slapped with reality, she continued to spout nonsense. "Stop talking crap," Oliver mused. "Do you think the top ranker of a region is just for show? My representative hasn't lost the number 1 spot since the very first round." The rest of the sisters bowed their heads, listening to the two of them bicker loudly. "What first place in the entire region, you dare lie to me? You still haven't realized who he is. I thought angels who checked the leaderboards would recognize that name by now." Sure enough, among the reluctant audience, there was an angel who recognized Ryu Min. Aha, I remember that name now. He's the human who always appears at the top whenever the results are announced. Priscilla trembled from head to toe, unsure if it was fear or rage, but that name undeniably threw her mind into turmoil. Black Scythe is Oliver's representative. If that monster really was Black Scythe, then her own representative wasn't even an opponent to him anymore. Just then, a loud gasp echoed in her ears, making her jump. It turned out that down in the arena, Jamin had already been sliced clean across the neck by the scythe, successfully becoming the first one to check out of the game for good. Ryu Min retracts his weapon just as the severed head rolls to a stop at his feet. Oliver doesn't miss the chance to twist the knife. Looks like Priscilla is out. The remaining representatives are terrified out of their minds by this brutal execution. Panic sets in. Black Scythe. Why the hell is Black Scythe here? 8 people on the arena floor scramble like ants on a hot skillet. They all share the same terrifying realization. Even if they team up, they stand no chance. I might die before I even react. Just like that guy. How am I supposed to beat a level 30 monster? I'm only level 13. Ejiro looks down at the bow in his hands, an intense internal battle raging. The next unlucky victim realizes Ryu Min is zeroing in on him, and his body reflexively stumbles backward. Black Scythe, it's an honor to meet you. Haha, I'm so thrilled to be in the same zone as the legendary Black Scythe. I could cry tears of joy, haha. But as Ryu Min steps closer, the man completely loses it. Wait, hold on, let's talk this out. Next to him, Ira, terrified of getting caught in the crossfire, immediately raises his hands. Look, I even dropped my weapon. I have zero intention of fighting you. Seeing someone break the ice, the rest scramble for the same exit strategy. They turn to the winged women to plead their case. Hey, angels, I surrender, I quit. Me too, I surrender. Me too, I forfeit. Lee yells out in frustration. Ha, what a... Truly pathetic sight. Give up. Did you humans just say you want to give up? Alice sighs, disappointed. They completely ruined the fun. Mine steps up, representing the sisters to deliver an ultimatum. I'm warning you now. The next person to mention surrender gets their head blown off instantly. And if that happens, don't even dream about resurrection. Got it. The humans hoping for an easy way out feel like they've been doused with ice water, their faces turning pale as death. Ejiro stares down at his bow again, the conflict raging inside him. Another representative works up the courage to speak. There are 8 of us, maybe we can still win. Ryu Min remains outwardly calm, none but his mind is racing. So, the angels are scarier than I am. Looks like they're planning to gang up on me. A faint, almost imperceptible smile cracks his emotionless mask. Because, inside, he is filled with contempt. No matter how hard you try, ants are still just ants. This attitude inadvertently triggers the competitive instincts of the other 8. Is that bastard laughing at us? He's just cocky because his level is higher. We're all top-ranked players in our own zones. After venting their frustration, someone leads the charge. Kill him. Ryu Min doesn't say a word, just silently. Channels power into his legs and vanishes. His blood-red eyes lock onto each prey, the scythe in his hand ready to slaughter anyone who dares approach. He moves in a phantom-like wave pattern. Obstacles are cleared instantly as he passes. The remaining 4 representatives freeze, unable to even twitch. Their eyes bulge and jaws drop at this godlike speed. They don't have to wait long in the blink of an eye. Ryu Min is already there, sending the entire group to the afterlife. The 1 versus 8 battle, which seems so unfair, ends in a way no one expected. The angels watching from mid-air fall into a stunned silence. Harry is the first to snap out of it. He stammers, I didn't think it would end so easily. Nova and Leiden chime in. Is that it? He won already. It's hard to swallow, but they have to accept reality. So, as the angel, responsible for Black Scythe, Oliver must be treated like royalty during this unification period. Priscilla loses her patience and screams the winner's name. Oliver, unable to swallow her rage, she storms over to confront her. You knew this would happen. Oliver crosses her arms, admitting it without a hint of shame. Of course I knew. This nonchalant attitude makes Priscilla feel like she's going to cough up blood. I knew it. Embarrassment turns to fury as Priscilla tries to incite the other sisters. Girls this. Bitch tricked us. She made that bet because she knew she would win. Oliver suddenly cuts in, mocking the long-legged, empty-headed angel. Why are you stating the obvious? Priscilla blurts out. What? Oliver continues calmly, schooling her to open her eyes. I proposed the game because I had the advantage. Why did you think I made the offer in the first place? Oliver looks down at her with pure contempt, then flips the script. Besides, did I force you to take the bet? Everyone thought it would be fun, so you agreed to join? And now you want to change your tune? Priscilla chokes on her rage, stammering until she finally spits out, You! She seizes the moment to provoke her. What you gonna hit me, do it hit me. Oliver stands tall, unafraid, and casually reminds her, don't do anything stupid. Angels fighting in front of humans, that would be a disgrace to our kind. If the Archangel finds out, you'll be tossed into the insect pit. Priscilla freezes. Just the thought of that horrific punishment makes her stomach turn. She has no choice but to swallow her pride and anger. A bag of insects. Anything but that. Ryu Min knows exactly where her Achilles heel is, and he's pressing hard. She snaps, So now what? You don't want to fight me anymore. Since I won, I'm the king now. Priscilla, for the time being, you will act as the guide for this united zone? She stammers, asking the obvious. Ugh. For how long? Ryu Min answers coolly, urging her on. Until I feel better. Now, what are you doing? Go do your job. With no other options, she flies off, utterly humiliated. I can't believe I had to bet on something like this. Priscilla lands in front of the remaining players and makes her solemn declaration. Humans, as you can see, the representative of the United Zone has been decided. The system immediately pops up with a congratulatory announcement. Player Ryu Min has become the new representative of Area CSS-007. Temporary skill, Authority of Dominion, grants the power to forcibly control a player of equal or lower level. They cannot resist commands under any circumstances. Maximum usage 10 times. Controls only one person at a time. Ineffective against higher level players. Looking at the other representatives lying unconscious, Priscilla's mind races like a calculator. I knew Ryu Min would take the spot. Since he's level 30, he can order anyone around. If he wanted to. I really need to get on his good side. Plan set. Priscilla shifts to the urgent task at hand. Now that the decision is made, the other players will be revived. She flutters her wings gently, sending waves of holy power rippling through the space. The 9 bodies lying in pools of blood suddenly glow, wrapped in a brilliant golden light. Jamin jolts up in a panic. His face is still twisted in the terror he felt right before death. Isra clutches his head, confused. What just happened? Naji frantically feels his body, full of doubt. I clearly remember getting slashed. Priscilla, unable to watch their confusion any longer, drops the truth. You all lost the battle. The new representative of the United Zone is Ryu Min. Realization crashes down on them. The arena erupts into chaos as everyone starts shouting at once. So that's what happened. Hovering above the arena, she continues explaining the new rules. Since a new zone representative has been chosen, the old privileges are revoked. The power you exerted over revived players as representatives is now gone. Seeing their heads hang low in depression, she quickly offers a glimmer of hope. But don't be too disappointed. You will always have a chance to reclaim the representative seat. Having said enough, Priscilla waves her hand to address the more important matter. The reward game is over. Now, I will lead you to the official mission. A notification board instantly manifests in front of every player. Round 5. Main mission, kill 300 orcs within 10 hours. Side mission, collect 4 balance stones. Reward given upon success. Number of completions in the current area and all temporary areas, 0. Jimin reads the requirements and yelps like a cat with its tail stepped on. What killed 300 orcs, and why is the completion rate so low? The guy next to him asked the same question. Only a quarter survive again. Priscilla's patience evaporates at their whining. Huh, why do you complain so much? Upset the survival rate is too low. Should I lower it even further for you? The two loudmouths instantly shut their traps, wishing they could turn invisible. Priscilla scolds them enough and returns to her duty. Up until now, you've only faced the easy rounds. This time, a much harder mission has been prepared, hence the lower completion rate. Don't be too discouraged. The players look at each other and start snickering. Kill 300 orcs. Is that supposed to be hard? Aren't orcs just low-level trash mobs? Priscilla shakes her head, fed up with their ignorance. When you face them directly, you'll understand just how difficult it is. I won't explain any further. However, some players keep their cool and ask for details. Hey Angel, what is the side mission? Why is the reward marked with a question mark? Priscilla knows how to toy with their minds. Her answer is deliberately vague. Unlike previous rounds, the side mission is publicly stated, but as you can see, the reward remains a mystery. Ryu Min, resting his scythe on his shoulder, repeats the words in his mind. A big mystery. Huh. But he already knows the answer. The reward for the round 5 side mission is the balance jewel. It's one of the 18 jewels I must collect. And the reward for this side mission is only granted to one person per area. The core issue here is how to secure the victory for myself. Of course, since it's area-based, players from other zones have a chance to get it too. However, its difficulty is far higher than the main mission. He can't help but wonder, even if they can finish the main quest, how many people out there can actually meet the conditions for the balance jewel? Sure enough, Priscilla voices exactly what Ryu Min was thinking. The side mission for this round is to collect balance stones, so when you collect 4 stones, you will immediately receive a mysterious reward. However, only one person can obtain it. She even provided more specific details. Noting there were only 4 balance stones in this entire zone, curiosity got the better of a player. So what if someone can't collect all 4 stones? Does that mean the side quest just fails? The angel's lips curled into a cryptic smile before she dropped the bombshell. That is a possibility, but don't worry. You can simply snatch balance stones from other players by killing them. The crowd erupted into chaos, everyone shouting their theories. We can steal by killing just like the area. Representative round. Priscilla finished her explanation and turned her cold back to them. Correct. However, you cannot loot their other items, only the balance stones. And unlike the last round, you will not be resurrected. If you die, death here is final. As if sensing the atmosphere was lacking, she spun around to add a mocking cheer. With that, I've told you everything you need to know. Go out there and struggle to your heart's content. As soon as she finished speaking, the system countdown began. Time until the round ends 9 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Ryu Min watched the portal close behind Priscilla, sighing internally. This is going to be annoying right to the end of the mission. But no matter how difficult, his strategy was already mapped out. I need to quickly kill 300 orcs, first to set the record. After that, I can go help Minjuri. He was the first to leave the arena, heading back toward the gathering spot of the regular players. Strangely, wherever Ryu Min walked, the crowd instinctively parted like the Red Sea. Only when he was a safe distance away did they dare to peek at his cold silhouette. The walking low-pressure system had finally vanished, and everyone remembered how to speak. Phew, he's gone. What a relief. I was actually surprised when he walked near me. I thought I was dead meat. Soren scratched his head innocently. But where is he going? Sammy boldly suggested a crazy idea. Should we follow him? Logan immediately ran over to smash that. Ridiculous thought. Are you crazy? Follow Black Scythe? Do you want to be mind-controlled? He might turn you into a slave for the rest of your life. Sammy argued back with surprising logic. But doing something is better than just standing here. Isn't it Black Scythe always acts first? There's a reason he's ranked number 1. The rest of the group lowered their heads, contemplating the information. Finally, Lee Monk seemed the most swayed. But what if we get killed for tailing him? Sammy reassured him instantly. We just need to track him from the farthest distance possible. Logan was still hesitant. However, he didn't want to waste time rotting in this spot, so he made a snap decision. If you guys don't want to, then stay here. I'm going alone. After that, ignoring their calculations, he walked straight ahead with determination. The indecisive ones left behind scratched their heads, looking like they had swallowed bitter lemons. Eventually, Soren took the lead, and the pack followed the dark footsteps. Ah, screw it. We're going too. Yeah, Black Scythe definitely knows the way. At a small orc village, aside from one sentry, the rest were busy working in the courtyard. Ryu Min didn't bother hiding. He walked straight out into the open. The trailing players also spotted the target. Oh, look, there's a village Black Scythe is going in. The orc saw the armed human approaching and roared in alarm. Ryu Min remained as calm as ever, charging forward with suffocating pressure to engage the enemy close range. The familiar scythe of death, who knows how, had already found its home against the orc's neck. Before the beast could take another breath, it felt the cold steel sever its windpipe. As Ryu Min's feet touched the ground, the massive body collapsed. He stepped over the fresh corpse, strolling into enemy territory like he was on a casual Sunday eco tour. The remaining orcs froze, forgetting their work as they stared at him. Only when they smelled the blood did they shout, drawing weapons for a fight to the death. The two sides clashed without hesitation, starting a new massacre. Ryu Min only needed a slight wave of his hand, and the lead orc literally lost its head, hot blood tracing the arc of the red blade. The remaining pair seemed to lack fear, even knowing they were stepping into hell. They still charged. He spun the scythe in his hands, the speed so high that the wind pressure alone could slice through flesh. He gripped the weapon with both hands, intending to end the battle with a single strike. Truly, Ryu Min's assassin skills were always a sight to behold. The two unlucky orcs were sent off with surgical, clean cuts, indifferent to his victory. He kept his rhythm and moved toward the next target, Ryu Min, walked straight to the largest tent and tore open the entrance flap without a second thought. From inside, the wet sounds of slashing and tearing echoed out. Finally, he exited calmly, returning the village to a deathly silent graveyard. The group lurking in the bushes watched Ryu Min leave in total shock, no one daring to make a sound. Until the bodies, watching him disappear into the distance, the group finally lowered their voices to gossip. Phew, those orcs didn't look that tough. Honestly, they seem about on par with the gnolls we hunted earlier. Is it that they're easy? Or is it just because the guy fighting them was the Black Scythe? One sneered. He just tested the waters for us. Now everyone's fired up, but don't get too cocky. Exactly. Don't let your guard down. It's getting late. Let's just find a village and wipe it out. They nodded in agreement, appearing united on the surface. But Li Mong was the first to harbor dark thoughts. Am I really stuck with this bunch of losers? He glanced around. Surprisingly, the others were thinking the exact same thing about him. Just wait. Once the opportunity arises, I'll kill them one by one. Having a few meat shields around isn't a bad thing for now. The group, united in treacherous thoughts but divided in loyalty, skirted the edge of the forest for a long while. Finally, someone shouted, "Hey, found a village over here." They mimicked Ryu Min's swagger, stepping out boldly into the open. The only difference, they were a lot louder. Whoa, look at the size of this place. It's huge. Must be at least 3 times bigger than the last one. But their arrogance cost them. An orc sentry on the watchtower spotted the threat instantly. Without hesitation, the creature raised a massive horn to its lips. Honk! The deep, rhythmic sound echoed through the entire clearing, vibrating in the air. Inside the village, every single orc snapped to attention. The sudden noise froze Soren's group in their tracks. Panic flashed in their eyes. Why? Why is it blowing that horn? Is it calling for backup? Wait a second. Dread washed over the rookies as the realization hit. They hadn't just found a target, they had kicked a hornet's nest. Before they could even grasp the scale of what they'd done, the ground began to shake. A wave of rage was rushing toward them from all directions. Orcs, brandishing heavy weapons, swarmed out, quickly encircling the players in a tight, suffocating ring. Even a fool could see they were vastly outnumbered, physically and numerically. The players were doomed. Though they gripped their weapons, their hands couldn't stop shaking. This village, it's way too big. There's too many of them. There has to be over 50. In the heat of the moment, Sammy asked the dumbest possible question. What do we do now? Soren, nerves fraying, screamed back at him. What do you think? Just try to survive. As he shouted, a massive orc lunged at him, making his voice crack in terror. Incoming. Despite the fear, Soren had unknowingly joined the Optimist Club, screaming out meaningless encouragement. They just have numbers on us, kill them. Soren's sword clashed against a giant spiked mace. Clang. As the orc stumbled back, trying to recover, Soren saw an opening. He slashed a clean line across the monster's chest. The successful hit surged through him like a drug, fueling a sudden, dangerous hope. What the hell? These guys are actually weak. Sammy, seeing this, immediately jumped on the bandwagon. Yeah, they move so slow. Soren, drunk on false victory, lunged forward, aiming to pierce the orc's heart and end it. He was barely 5 minutes into the fight, yet his ego was already skyrocketing. Not bad. Easier than I thought. But as the old saying goes, don't count your chickens before they hatch. His excitement turned to horror in a split second. Damn it! My sword, it stuck. The blade wouldn't budge from the thick muscle. The orc didn't waste a chance. It raised its mace and smashed it down on Soren's head. The battlefield descended into chaos, the clash of steel mixed with screams of agony. Die, just die, you filth! Damn these orc bastards! But the players were losing ground fast. Sammy collapsed to the ground, staring up in disbelief. Am I really going to be killed by an orc? As a sharp blade descended toward his skull, his internal monologue shattered into a primal scream. Save me. Meanwhile, miles away, Ryu Min was flashing through the forest, a thought crossing his mind. I don't see those guys tailing me anymore. He had known about the 20 people trying to move silently behind him. He paused, shaking his head. Why am I worrying? There's 20 of them. Unless They were stupid enough to attack a large-scale village. He ran the map through his head. Those big villages have elite orcs. Avoiding them is rule number 1. If a sentry blows the horn, 50 orcs gather instantly, and if you push deeper, you're facing over 200. Ryu Min analyzed this while casually raiding a small settlement. Orcs have muscle density far superior to humans. Ironically, everything Ryu Min was carefully avoiding. The other players were currently diving into headfirst. If you stab them, the blade gets stuck in their muscle fibers. Retrieving a weapon is nearly impossible, and they have insane vitality. Despite his internal analysis, Ryu Min's movements didn't slow down for a second. He swung his scythe, harvesting the heads of the orcs in front of him. He was replaying his past experience. The only efficient way is decapitation. Resolve it in a single strike. Ryu Min exploited their slow speed, casually slicing another one into pieces just to be sure. Of course, that logic applies to normal people. He landed softly on the ground, black blood misting the air around him. He gently tapped his scythe against the stiff back of a standing orc. Thud. The monster collapsed instantly, like a demolished building. He pulled up his status window, time remaining 8 hours, 59 minutes, and 22 seconds. Yet, he was the first person not just in Zone CS007, but in the entire region to complete the 300 kill quota. Ryu Min retracted his scythe, looking conflicted. Took me about an hour to finish the main quest. I have a lot of time left. Should I go help Min Juri? It was his intention from the start. He made up his mind and opened the tracking mode. Cut to another orc village. Ma Dong-suk rushed over, his face filled with concern. Guildmaster, are you okay? Young-ho was on his knees, gasping for air, sweat dripping from his face. I'm fine. Gotta be real with you. Phew. Thought I was a goner. Since when are these muscleheads so strong? The members of the new challenger. Oh, Math Guild not in agreement. Yeah, they move slow, but don't underestimate the power. One hit and it's over. After a brief breather, he suddenly remembers the quest. Manji, what's our kill count? Manji answers, instantly. About 50. Sir. Young-ho scratches his chin, frustration written all over his face. 5 people, 1 hour, and only 50 kills. At this rate, we're getting eliminated. Noah, sitting on the ground, raises a hand. Wrong word, boss. Owen. Tua slashes a finger across his throat. If we don't hit the quota, we don't get eliminated. We die. Young-ho sighs, rubbing his temples before dropping the bomb. Looks like we have to attack the bigger villages, Manji. Hesitates. Isn't that suicide? Roman backs him up. He's right. 3 orcs almost wiped us. Now you want to hit a big village? Owen mumbles, playing it safe. I think we should stick to the small camps. Young-ho doesn't deny the danger, but forces them to face reality. You're right, I agree. But at this pace, we won't hit 300 kills. And we're dead anyway. We have to gamble. He pauses, letting the weight of the situation sink in, and locking eyes with each of them. Then, Young-ho delivers the hard truth. Remember this, a sinking ship won't carry you to shore. We move, or we drown. Night falls. The forest turns grim. The only sound is the chirping of crickets. The group marches until they reach the cliff edge. Flickering lights below make Manji gasp. There it is, the village from before. But his voice drops to a whisper. Wait, look at the guard tower. Young-ho reacts instantly. We go around. No arguments. The group melts into the shadows, skirting the perimeter. Luck is on their side. As nature provides a path. Look, a gap in the defenses we can squeeze through. Manji takes. No point peeking through the fence. The silence inside makes him exhale in relief. Looks clear. No patrols. One by one, they slip through the breach, using large cargo crates. For cover, Young-ho tilts his head, whispering. Are they all sleeping? Manji scans the area. And nods. Think so. Maybe 5 per tent. Young-ho rubs his chin. Place is bigger than I thought. Owen smacks Noah upside the head for trying to loot a crate. Focus, idiot, Roman suggests. Run a plan. Should we clear them tent by tent? Risky, but Young-ho agrees. Sounds like a plan. We're already here. Manji nods. Right. If we do this quietly, 5 orcs is a piece of cake. Action time. They grip their weapons, approaching the first target. Start with this one, on my signal. Young-ho checks for surprises, then gives a sharp hand signal. The team inches toward the entrance flap. Reaching the main wooden door, Young-ho nods one last time, and they kick the door wide open. But the scene inside drains the blood from their faces. A sea of green skin turns to look at them. Young-ho freezes. What the? 10 orcs, wide awake. Stare back at the uninvited guests. The closest one roars, grabbing a massive mace. Owen stammers. Some panic setting in. 10, that's too many. What do we do? Young-ho grits his teeth. No choice now. Fight. Take them down one by one, left flank first. He screams the order. The team yells back. Roger. The orc swings its mace at Owen, but the kid manages a desperate block. Young-ho seizes the opening. He dashes to the left, blade flashing, and slashes the giant's leg tendon. The precision strike buckles the monster's knee. It crashes down. Manji doesn't hesitate. Not lunging forward, his blade carving a cold arc through the air, severing the head before it can scream. The massive body hits the floor with a thud. Dead. But seeing its comrade fall sends the braided orc on into a frenzy. Roaring, it leaps across the room, landing in front of them like a lightning bolt. Before Manji can react, a heavy fist slams into his ribs. Orc! He screams in agony. Young-ho stiffens. Seeing his teammate go down, Manji, rage boils over. Die, you piece of filth. He charges. What? And unleashes a decisive slash, cutting the beast down before it can recover. The braided orc collapses next to its friend, never to wake again. The remaining monsters just stand there, jaws dropped. Ash grunting in confusion, 2 down, but Young-ho's team freezes. Manji is hurt, and a terrifying silence fills the room. The standoff hangs by a thread. Young-ho breaks into a cold sweat, his mind racing with calculations. Right now, there are only 8 left. But can we actually take them down? It feels like his instincts answer for him. No way. We need to retreat. He straightens up, voicing that exact thought. I'm with you on that. We can't win this. A split second later, the whole squad turns tail and sprints on his signal. Move, go. This sudden burst of action startles the orcs behind them, but the shock doesn't last long. They snap out of it instantly and swarm out the door, chasing the humans down like a flood. Noah slashes through the tent's front curtain, momentum carrying him forward. But they don't get far before they all freeze, petrified by the nightmare in front of them. Without them noticing, every other orc in the village has gathered right here. The sheer hopelessness of the situation forces a frustrated click of the tongue from Noah. Roman, struggling to hold Manji up, stammers out a question. How? How many are there? Owen grits his teeth, staring down the murderous glares of the monsters ahead. At least 10. Roman understands exactly how dangerous this is. It's over. We're done for. Manji's face is pale from the agony, but he clenches his fist, refusing to accept it. Is this really how it ends? Suddenly, Young-ho's steady voice cuts through the gloomy despair. Pick up your weapons. But the command isn't enough to lift their crushed spirits. Captain, it's the end. It was an honor serving with you. Young-ho's expression darkens as he snaps back. Think about it. Why haven't these orcs killed us yet? Then, Young-ho points out the detail they missed in their panic. Look at their faces. He's right. The monsters are just standing there, baring their fangs, their glowing red eyes filled with amusement as if they're watching a circus act. Now that the squad is silent, they can clearly hear the mocking laughter of the beast surrounding them. Seeing his teammates realize the truth, Young-ho brutally lays it out. They're laughing at us. They're getting a kick out of watching us tremble like fearful rats. Every word stabs right into the remaining 4's pride. Does that not piss you off? Are you okay with being treated like monkeys in a damn zoo? With that, Young-ho turns fearlessly to face the horde. Don't you dare give up, until the very end. Kill at least one of them. Let's make sure we don't die in humiliation. Noah is shaking, doubting himself, but he tightens his grip on his weapon, ready to throw down. Alright. Even with his injuries, Manji draws his sword. Roman shifts into a serious defensive stance, making a vow. Sorry you had to see me pathetic like that. I'll fight with you. Until my last breath. Seeing the humans raise their steel again, the orcs stop their cackling. The games are over. They're getting serious now. Young-ho eyes the enemies, issuing instructions. We focus our fire on a single target when I give the signal. Got it. Noah answers loud and clear for the group. Roger that, Captain. Young-ho smiles, satisfied. Then let's do this. But before they can strike, a thunderous boom echoes from the distance, stunning the orc horde. That sound acts like an irresistible signal for them, a command they can't ignore even if they wanted to. In a split second, more than half the monsters spin around and bolt. It's like they're terrified of something, scrambling over each other to get to the other side of the village. Noah's team is left completely bewildered, staring blankly at the retreating backs. What the hell is going on? Why did they just leave? Young-ho's husky voice snaps them back to reality. Guys! He points his sword tip straight at the remaining orcs. No one knows why the main force fled, or why these few stubborn bastards stayed behind. But one thing is clear, the odds just tipped in their favor. Young-ho grins, issuing the order. Now there are only 8. Charge. The 4 teammates instantly regain their fire, gripping their weapons and lunging forward. Yes, sir. A long while later, the massive bodies of the monsters lie in a heap. Noah gasps for air, cheering in disbelief. We actually took down 8 orcs. Owen smiles, looking back at their leader. We made it. Didn't we? You did it, Captain. Noah jumps in, adrenaline still pumping. Exactly. If it wasn't for you, we'd all be corpses right now. Young-ho humbly brushes off the praise. Don't say that. It's because you all stuck together and gave everything you had. Without you guys, I would have died here too. He then checks on his injured teammate. How are the wounds? Manji is trembling, barely holding himself up with his sword, but forces a smirk. Hurts like hell. But I can take it. I'm good. Young-ho sees right through the bravado. He crouches down, serious. You need rest. Don't move. You all hide here for now. I'm going to scout for an escape route. Noah looks concerned. Wait, isn't that way too dangerous alone? Young-ho answers calmly. Don't worry about me. He turns coldly and walks away, leaving behind his teammates' anxious warnings. Please be careful, Captain. A while later, Young-ho reaches the village center. The atmosphere is heavy, making him suspicious. This is weird. It's too quiet. I haven't seen a single orc since I left. He knows he can't hide forever, so he carefully steps deeper into the enemy territory. Suddenly, a sight in the distance catches his eye. What is that? As he focuses his vision, his eyes widen in shock. Scores of orc corpses are scattered across the ground, their bodies crackling with residual lightning. He-young stared, eyes wide with horror. Corpses of orcs littered the ground, charred by lightning. The lightning continued to flicker, casting erratic and terrifying shadows across the battlefield. Cho Young-ho squinted, stepping closer to inspect the scene. What is this? The carnage before him was beyond anything he could have imagined. Only one question swirled in his mind as he looked at the devastation. Who could have done all this? Just then, Young-ho realized he wasn't alone. Standing amidst the corpses was a solitary figure, lost in thought. Is that... Hearing footsteps, Ryu Min turned his head, surprised. Someone arrived before me? No. He arrived after. Ryu Min's eyes locked onto the golden text floating above the stranger's head. He reflexively read the name in class. Cho Young-ho. The image of 5 other members flashed in his mind simultaneously. Ryu Min couldn't believe this chance encounter. That guy. He's Cho Young-ho, the mercenary monarch. Knowledge from his past life flooded back into Ryu Min's brain. One of the specialized melee classes is the mercenary. They wield a variety of weapons, just like warriors, and possess a similar skill set. But there is a key difference, a unique trait that makes this class truly special. Mercenaries can only become stronger by forming contracts with others. Because of this, most mercenaries form parties with acquaintances or sign a contract with the mercenary monarch. Of course, every relationship has its strings attached. The mercenary monarch is the only class capable of issuing orders to mercenaries through these contracts. Furthermore, the mercenaries receive bonus buffs only when the monarch accepts the pact. Therefore, if a mercenary, finding a monarch to contract with is essential. Ryu Min stared coldly at the man who had just appeared. The person standing before him, Cho Young-ho, was that unique, one-of-a-kind class, the mercenary monarch. To think I'd run into him here, what a twist of fate. He was genuinely surprised to meet such a key figure in a place like this. Meanwhile, the future king in his thoughts was currently scratching his head awkwardly. Are you the Black Scythe? The question took Ryu Min by surprise. You know who I am. Young-ho finally found his voice, his nervousness evident. Of course, who wouldn't know the rank 1 player? Young-ho stood there, blushing like a schoolgirl meeting a pop star. I can't believe it, he thought. I actually ran into the top-ranked player here. Would he be annoyed if I suddenly asked to shake his hand? Unfortunately, his friendly demeanor did nothing to melt the block of ice standing opposite him. Ryu Min pursed his lips, assessing the man. He doesn't look like the type who would stab someone in the back. This observation aligned with his memories. That's probably why he received the mercenary monarch class. He has a kind heart and the mind of a true leader. Young-ho, unaware that he was being analyzed from head to toe, hesitated, trying to figure out how to talk to his idol. Just a little small talk should be okay, right? He cleared his throat and spoke up. Did you kill all the goblins here, Mr. Black Scythe? Ryu Min saw no reason to hide it. That's right. Even though Young-ho had guessed it, hearing the confirmation firsthand was shocking. Whoa, that's insane. As expected of the rank 1 player. He then bowed respectfully. A full 90 degrees. Thank you. Thanks to you distracting those goblins, I was able to survive. However, Ryu Min coldly brushed off the connection. I didn't even know you were here. Young-ho, ever the optimist, responded reasonably. I know it was just a coincidence, but help is still help, right? Ryu Min didn't want to engage in a debate, so he sighed and played along. Understood. If you're done, here, then hurry up and get your teammates. I've already killed all the goblins inside too, so don't worry about safety. The more they talked, the more confused Young-ho became. Really, but how did you know I had teammates? Rustle. A noise from behind made Young-ho spin around. Without him noticing, Noah's group had already arrived. Young-ho spoke up, exasperated. Guys, what are you doing out here? I told you to wait for my signal. Owen grinned, teasing him. We were worried you'd leave us behind, boss. Young-ho, lacking a sense of humor. panicked and tried to clarify. Joking. You guys act like I'd go anywhere without you. Ryu Min silently observed the group that had just arrived. It seems those four are mercenaries contracted to Cho Young-ho. The bond they shared made him feel slightly envious. They must have followed Young-ho out of genuine worry. He already has loyal subordinates, just like a true mercenary monarch. At that moment, Noah and Owen noticed the other figure. Huh, is that Black Scythe? What wind blew him over here, Mr. Black Scythe? Ryu Min placed his hands on his hips and answered casually, "What else? I'm here to hunt, as per usual." The mundaneness of his answer made the two fans sweat nervously. Haha, right, of course. You usually handle them all alone. Huh. Looking at this, he must have slaughtered at least 100 of them. Enough chatter. Ryu Min's voice turned cold as he gave the order. If you're done, then leave. Deep down, however, he was worried for them. Since all the goblins are dead, the area boss will spawn soon. It'll be dangerous if they get caught up in it. Being bossed around by their idol was an honor for the two fanboys. I understand. See you later then. It was an honor to meet you, Mr. Black Scythe. After bowing in farewell, they began to retreat one by one. Suddenly, Owen whispered to his friend, "Hey, did you hear something?" Noah looked back, confused. Hear what? The group finished them off and moved out. "Hey," Owen whispered. "Did you hear that?" Noah looked confused. Hear what? I'll emphasize this one more time. Listen closely. That rumbling noise is getting louder by the second. Even Young-ho can feel the vibrations. What on earth is that sound? Ryu Min's voice remains as flat as ever, yet his words carry a hidden urgency. It is the mid-boss. Get out of here. Those 3 words make him repeat them in pure shock. Huh, did you say mid-boss? The moment he finishes that sentence, a massive silhouette emerges from the distance. A colossal monster appears. Owen spins around, his jaw dropping in horror. What the hell is that thing? Noah can only take a wild guess. Is that an ogre? An ogre. Right then, the beast spots the tiny humans down below. It instantly lets out a deafening roar, shaking the very air. Grip tightening around its weapon, it charges straight toward them, ignoring the violent gales generated by its massive footsteps. Ryu Min remains completely unfazed. He casually glances at his opponent. There you are, the ogre warrior. Even after slaughtering every other ogre in the village. The reason I didn't leave earlier was for this guy right here. A dazzling treasure flashes in his mind's eye. Fueling his determination, to secure the side quest item, the balance stone. I need to kill him. Excitement flickers deep within Ryu Min's eyes. Once I take him down and defeat the bosses of the remaining 3 villages, I can finally complete the side quest. Meanwhile, the ogre has already breached the center of the village. Roman, voice trembling, checks with the captain. Hey. That thing is absolutely furious, isn't it? Young-ho, face pale as a sheet, replies, "Yeah, looks like it." As that colossal monster stomps closer, he starts trembling uncontrollably. We have to run, but as if guided by some demonic instinct, the beast senses something and snaps its head in their direction. Without a second's hesitation, it swings its arm, aiming straight for tiny Young-ho below. The sudden attack freezes him in place, leaving him helpless as he awaits the inevitable pain. The ogre smashes into the stone floor, creating a massive fissure. The other teammates scream in disbelief. Brother, miraculously, Young-ho is still alive. He collapses onto his butt, speechless. But right next to the gigantic blade, looking closely, pure panic is written all over his face. Just moments ago, Ryu Min had dashed in with lightning speed, using his scythe to hook Young-ho and pull him out of the kill zone. Although being flung backward hurt a bit, he managed to keep his little life intact, back in the present. Ryu Min scolds him, perplexed. Why were you just standing there and a complete idiot? Huh. Young-ho finally snaps back to reality, filled with gratitude. He stammers, Thank you, Mr. Black Orb. Ryu Min doesn't seem to care much, briefly glancing up before commanding, "Back off, unless you want to die." Young-ho obediently scrambles away, putting distance between himself and the ogre thumping towards them. Seeing its prey escape only fuels the monster's rage. Even further, it grinds its teeth, emitting a piercing screech. To Ryu Min, however, that sound is nothing more than a provocation. He swings his scythe violently and charges in. "I will tear you apart with zero mercy." He lands a direct hit on its right leg. The ogre screams again, but this time, the roar is laced with agony. It refuses to just stand there and let this tiny human run wild. It raises its massive blade high and brings it crashing down. Unfortunately for the beast, Ryu Min is already quick enough to leap backward. The monster ignores its weapon stuck deep in the earth and immediately swings its other fist at him. Once again, Ryu Min successfully dodges the attack. He feels absolutely no pity for the monster he's been running in circles. So what if it hits hard? I just have to not get hit. The ogre's rage has hit its peak. It spins around with maximum speed to track its target, but there is no way it can match. Like Ryu Min, the moment his feet touch the ground, he uses the momentum to spring right back. It seems he's grown tired of this game of tag. Raising his scythe high, he locks onto his opponent. Stop your screeching. A thunderous strike lashes out, dealing the ogre. On a brutal headshot, Ryu Min lands in an incredibly cool pose, a stark contrast to the pathetic wailing of the giant monster. But that isn't enough to satisfy him. He instantly dashes in to deliver a follow-up strike. The crimson scythe carves a beautiful arc through the air, successfully slicing a sharp, clean line right across its neck. The ogre has taken heavy damage, causing its inner power to erupt explosively, but Ryu Min is like a mouse mosquito in the dead of night. No matter how many times it swats, it hits nothing. Dodging effortlessly, he calculates. Its neck is too thick. Oz, 2 cuts aren't enough to slice through. In that case, I'll just have to gift it 2 or 3 more. Ryu Min powers up his legs and jumps to eye level with his opponent. But this time, he switches tactics, hooking the scythe right behind the ogre's neck, and pulling back with all his might, using the beast's body as leverage. He kicks off it to gain momentum, then executes the final sequence. The razor-sharp scythe makes intimate contact with the flesh of the ogre's neck, and this time, it successfully reaps the giant monster's head. The massive body crashes to the ground with a thunderous boom. Ryu Min stands arrogantly. Stop the corpse. At that exact moment, the system flashes a notification. You have defeated the ogre warrior. Experience plus 37.73%, gold plus 4,000, bonus gold plus 2,000. The ogre's collapse makes the surrounding earth tremble violently. Kicking up a cloud of blinding dust, Roman stammers, unable to believe his eyes. Did he actually beat it? Young Ho asks, completely dazed. Is that the giant monster? A brainless question, really. After claiming his reward, Ryu Min calmly stepped down from the opponent's corpse. His eyes held no joy, just the look of a man finishing a routine hunt. System notifications popped up. Defeated Python Warrior. Experience plus 37.73%. Gold plus 4,000. Bonus plus 2,000. You received Ring Pommel Sword, Python Heart, Indigo Monostone. Low-grade Balanced Stone. Subquest Progress Balanced Stone. 1 out of 4. This generous loot made Ryu Min's lips curl upward. Just as I thought. Boss rewards are in a different league compared to regular mobs. Plus, I got some tasty items. He opened the details for the Ring Pommel Sword, his mental abacus clicking away. In terms of raw damage, this thing hits harder than my scythe. I should be able to jack up the price when I sell it. Ryu Min had already calculated the second item's worth to the Python Heart. Some idiots might think it's gross, and toss it, but they'd regret it instantly. This is the key material for crafting unique gear. It's the reason I have my Reaper Scythe today. Before he could finish his review, Young Ho's group rushed over, cutting him off. Mr. Black Scythe, thanks for handling that monster. We'd be dead if not for you, by the way. Did you know that monster was going to spawn? Ryu Min found explanations annoying, so he decided on a vague lie. He nodded nonchalantly. In other villages, once you kill all the pythons, a mid-stage boss usually appears. The fans' eyes sparkled. So that's why you told us to leave. You really are a good person. Their enthusiasm was a bit much for Ryu Min. I mean, I'm done here, so I'm heading out. All 5 bowed politely. Yes, thank you again for saving us. Take care, Mr. Black Scythe. Young Ho then turned to his team. Alright, let's move. We need to start hunting immediately. Suddenly, Manjay couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed. Thud. The others screamed in panic. Manjay, are you okay? He clutched his chest, gasping for air. Bro, I can't take it anymore. Young Ho, terrified, snapped back. What are you talking about? You said you were fine a second ago. Manjay forced a smile, looking ghastly pale. I said that, so you wouldn't worry, but I'm at my limit. Young Ho tried to encourage him. Just hold on. If you die here, you die in the real world too. But Manjay had already given up. I know that. But if we don't kill 300 pythons, it's all for nothing. Just leave me. I can't be a burden. Young Ho refused such inhumanity. No way. There has to be another way. I know we'll weaken the pythons. And you use your ultimate to finish them, okay? Manjay bit his lip, trembling violently. But then, you guys won't get any kills. Even if we hit the quota, I won't survive the remaining time. Pain washed over him again, making him groan. Manjay, Young Ho whispered, heartbroken. Ryu Min watched coldly. I didn't expect the future mercenary king, a man who will command hundreds, to be so soft over one teammate. Then he realized, if they're sworn brothers, I guess it makes sense. A painful memory from the past flashed before him, overlaying with the desperate group. Ryu Min paused for a few seconds, then turned back. I have a little brother too. Maybe I should help. His voice cut through the tension. Hey, looks like you need a hand. Mind if I check the wound? Young-ho scrambled up, making space as hope reignited in his eyes. Is there really a way to save him? Ryu Min gave a simple, instantly calming the air. He crouched down, now inspecting Man-jae before giving a blunt assessment. Pretty bad injury, but for me, this is nothing. It's not incurable. A soft blue energy manifested in Ryu Min's palm. It glowed gently, wrapping around the wound like calming water, right before their eyes. The torn flesh knit itself together, cells regenerating at a miraculous speed. Young-ho couldn't believe it. Whoa. The wound? It's gone, Mr. Black Scythe. How did you... Ryu Min stood up and explained. It's a skill called Emergency Heal. Anyone can buy it from the shop. Noah recalled. I think I saw that skill listed. Roman nodded. Yeah, me too. It cost 20,000 gold, right? I had no idea it was this powerful. But there was one thing Ryu Min didn't say. You guys are misunderstood. Emergency Heal isn't usually this strong. He stared at his hand. Thought processing. Honestly, this skill is only meant to stop bleeding and patch up minor cuts. It shouldn't be strong enough to fix a fractured shoulder. However, emergency treatment is a divine tier skill, meaning the user's intelligence stat directly scales the healing output. Ryu Min quickly checked his own stats. Right now, his intelligence is sitting at 120 thanks to the Rune of Glory buff. That boost is the only reason I could fuse his shoulder back together. He snapped Manji out of his daze. Try moving it. It's going to leave a scar, but functionally, you'll have full range of motion. Manji hesitated, then twisted his arm. His eyes went wide. I can move it. It feels completely normal. Ryu Min let out a hidden breath of relief, but kept his voice professional. Don't get cocky. That doesn't mean you're fully healed. It's called emergency treatment for a reason. If you overexert yourself, that bone will snap right back open. Regular hunting should be fine. Though, Manji blinked, processed the miracle, and scrambled to his feet, bowing furiously. Thank you so much. Mr. Black Scythe, you literally saved my life. Thank you. Young-ho stepped up, leading the rest of the party in a deep, 90-degree bow. Mr. Black Scythe, thank you for saving Manji. Roman and Noah chimed in, their voices thick with emotion. Thanks for saving our teammate. Yeah, seriously. Thank you. Mr. Black Scythe. Words weren't enough. Young-ho stepped forward with shaking hands. I don't know if this is useful to someone like you, but please, take it. It's the least we can do. He offered a glowing red stone. Seeing their leaders move, a switch flipped. Inside Manji and Owen, they panicked, dumping their inventories on the ground. Mr. Black Scythe, take mine too. And this please. Take it. This too. You can sell it for gold at the shop. Ryu Min knew the game he had to feign modesty. He put on a cool, detached expression. No need for all this. I just did what I had to. Your party's hard-earned loot isn't something I should take. But they refused to back down. No, please. It's our gratitude. You have to accept it. Within seconds, Ryu Min's arms were overflowing with treasure. He kept a poker face while appraising the haul, mostly trash items. But the combined value of 5 people isn't bad. Then he noticed the real profit. Just as predicted, Young-ho smiled warmly, offering something far more valuable than gold. Thanks to you. My friend has hope to keep living. Beyond these items, I swear. One day, I will repay this debt properly. The genuine bond between them made Ryu Min hide a smirk. Mercenaries owing me a life debt, perfect. I just wanted to copy a skill, but gaining loyal pawns like this, that's a solid bonus. Business was concluded. He swept the pile of loot into his inventory with a wave of magic. Alright then, see you around. He turned, walking away with maximum swagger while the mercenaries waved him off. Stay safe out there. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Juri sat slumped on a cold rock, head in her hands. She was biting her lip so hard it was about to bleed. Is this really okay? An hour had already passed. The system interface on her wrist counted down mercilessly. Time remaining, 8 minutes, 55 seconds. Main quest, progress Chenching beasts killed 0 out of 300. Juri wanted to scream. Am I going to be erased because I couldn't kill enough monsters? The situation was hopeless. She buried her face in her palms. This is all my fault. I was too scared. I missed my chance to team up with Black Scythe. Her mind flashed back to the start of round 5. He had been right there. It wasn't hard to spot him. He was one of the 10 area representatives gathered for the bonus game. Juri ground her teeth in regret. Why? Why am I such a coward? The memory of that bloodbath flooded her mind. Ryu Min's scythe dancing through the air, harvesting heads like wheat. It didn't matter how many enemies swarmed him. A flick of his wrist ended their lives instantly. In the middle of that slaughter, Ryu Min's glowing red eyes had locked onto hers. When their gazes met, Juri had frozen. The absolute, cold silence in his eyes made her heart stop. At that moment, she had a plan. Once the bonus game ends, I need to talk to him. But her legs wouldn't move, not even an inch. Jury had forced herself to squeeze her eyes shut, chanting a mantra, "Don't be scared, he won't hurt you." He's not a psycho who kills people for no reason, but by the time she calmed her racing heart, she opened her eyes to empty space. The opportunity had vanished. She frantically looked around. Where did he go? Jury realized her fatal mistake. I missed him. Panic began to set in. What do I do now? She recalled Ryu Min's warning from before. The quest to kill 300 Chenqing beasts is no joke. They are tanky, and they move in massive packs. He had sipped his tea calmly before dropping the truth. You absolutely cannot solo them. Once the representatives gather, find Black Scythe immediately. Don't even think about fighting those orcs. Even if you don't see me, wait at least one hour before you make a move. But right now, Jury's starting to doubt those orders. Ryu Min keeps telling her to stay. But so, I'm waiting. She rubs her chin, anxious. But there's no guarantee he'll actually come back to the starting point, right? I might not even see him before this round ends. Besides, sitting around here isn't doing anyone any good. Jury stands up, making up her mind. I have to go find him. She creeps along a narrow path, trying to untrack Ryu Min's trail. At a glance, it looks like he went this way. But as she reaches a clearing, something catches her eye. Yeah, right there. Turns out, deep in this forest, there's a cluster of crude houses packed together. She's a little, uncertain. Is that a village? Looking at the wooden stakes driven into the ground as a fence, Jury realizes exactly what this is. Is this where the orcs live? Then maybe Black Scythe is in there too. But she immediately shakes her head, rejecting that thought instantly. No, better to stay far away. It could be dangerous. But speak of the devil, and the devil appears. Just my rotten luck. A massive, foul-smelling orc has been lurking behind her, the whole time. Sensing something's wrong, she spins around and nearly jumps out of her skin. But that weak little gasp is nothing compared to the roar that shakes the forest. The orc bellows, and Jury lets out a terrified squeak. Damn it! I really didn't want to fight an orc. She quickly casts magic on her blade. Blessing. Immediately, a notification pops up. Skill Blessing reduces all base stats by 50%. While the orc raises its axe with a savage grin, she's busy analyzing the situation. However, I still have two advantages. First, there's only one enemy. The axe swings down, the wind whistling past her ear. Yet she remains calm because that she's already calculated this. Second, I know this orc's weakness. Another heavy blow crashes down, but Jury dodges more deftly. Her mind races. The rest of him is solid muscle. I have to aim for the neck. The problem is, so how do I land the hit? She knits her brows, facing a lethal dilemma. If I miss the neck, and hit somewhere else, he'll counterattack. Still, she grips her sword tight and thrusts forward, knowing full well, the danger. They say it's nearly impossible to pull a blade out of that dense muscle. Jury aims the tip right at the orc's neck, chanting one thing in her mind fast and clean. But despite his massive size, his agility is not to be underestimated. Just as the blade is inches from his throat, the orc twists his body. In a split second, he sacrifices his rock-hard bicep to block the strike. Seeing the enemy only bleed, a tiny bit, she bites her lip to keep the panic down. Damn it, he dodged. Thinking fast, she yanks the sword out of his flesh, green blood spraying everywhere. She immediately sprints back to create distance, silently praying. Thank God, since I missed the kill shot, the blade didn't get stuck in that muscle. But this Oz has officially pissed the orc off. He roars, raising his axe high, unleashing a barrage of relentless attacks. It looks like a one-sided slaughter. Suddenly, Jury leans to the side, stops retreating, and tightens her grip. Without a shred of hesitation, she thrusts the blade straight into the orc's exposed neck, her eyes burning with determination. There's the opening. It was worth the wait. The blade tears a deep gash across his throat. A scream of agony echoes, loud enough to burst eardrums. That buys her a moment to catch her breath. And hope starts to rise. Good, my technique is working. With grit and sheer courage, Jury has turned the tables. The prey has become the hunter, delivering skilled, deadly strikes. Just a little, a bit more. Heaven rewards the persistent. The orc's neck is riddled with wounds, no matter how tough he is. He can't withstand this forever. His massive body crashes to the ground, the impact echoing through the clearing. For a few seconds, Jury stands there, eyes glazed in disbelief. I actually did it. But shock is quickly replaced by pure euphoria. I took down an orc all by myself. Just then, the sound of footsteps crunching on the grass grabs her attention. Yeah, the person approaching is none other than our handsome hero. Jury rubs her eyes furiously, thinking her vision is failing her. What is that? Am I hallucinating? After rubbing her eyes raw, she stares blankly as he walks toward her. Is the person Standing right in front of me, really Black Scythe. The guy I've been desperately chasing just walked right up to me. But reality hits her like a truck a second later. Shattering her delusion, she realizes with a start, no, he's just passing through. Lucky for her, she snaps out of it quickly. Damn it, this isn't the time to, Wait, she panicked, spinning around to call after him. Excuse me? Ryu Min glanced back immediately. What is it? Even though she was still, shaking with fear, she gathered every ounce of courage and stammered out an invitation. Mr. Black Scythe, please form a party with me. Hearing this, he looked visibly surprised, blurting out, what? Thinking he didn't understand, she shyly clarified. Become a team, a party. Ryu Min sighed, delivering a fatal question. Why should I team up with you? The jury didn't know how to sell herself, and stood there flustered for a long moment. Finally, she decided actions spoke louder than words. I'll show you. A magic circle bloomed from her hands, glowing with a soft, pale green light. It quickly intensified, wrapping around Ryu Min's body. His eyes went wide. This is... Satisfied, Jury retracted her hands, smiling proudly as she explained. My enhancement skill. It's a blessing that lasts for 3 hours. Well, it should increase all your stats by 50%. Skeptical, he opened his status window to check, but his doubt vanished instantly. Ryu Min nodded in confirmation. I see it. Just as she said, she was eager to reel him in now. Does that answer your question? My buffs will be a huge help to your hunting speed. Admitting it wasn't bad, he slowly tested the waters. So, if I want this buff, I have to party up with you. Jury didn't beat around the bush, stating her desire clearly. Yes, to be precise, I want you to help me hunt. Ryu Min kept a poker face, his expression unreadable. I don't know about that. Then, he dropped a cold hard truth. I hold command, right now. I could easily just use you as a support tool and nothing else. It was like a thunderclap to her ears. She froze completely, only managing a panicked gasp. Before she could even process the threat, he continued his interview. Can you promise not to betray me? Jury snapped back to reality. Of course. With that assurance, Ryu Min extended his hand, showing goodwill. Fine, I'll trust you. He formally introduced himself. Black Scythe, level 32, melee class. She smiled back. Oh, understood. I'm level 13. My class is support. Now that they were a team, his tone relaxed slightly. You said you needed help, right? You handled that orc earlier pretty well. Jury just gave a wry smile. Actually, that was the first time I ever killed one. Ryu Min broke into a cold sweat looking at his new teammate. That was your first kill in the last 90 minutes. In awkward moments like this, confidence is key. Yes, that's right. Even though she was a bit of a burden, he didn't scold her. Instead, he figured out a plan. Then you don't have much time left. I'll help you take them down as fast as possible. Jury looked at him in confusion. How? He didn't say another word, and just turned to walk ahead. After a short distance, despite his cold exterior, Ryu Min showed concern for his partner. Get closer and follow behind me. If you leave my line of sight, I can't protect you. She nodded. Tim and obeyed. Oh, okay. As she hurried to keep up, she secretly thought that maybe he wasn't as cold as he looked. I'm just glad we listened to Ryu Min. Suddenly, something terrifying reflected in his turquoise eyes. Massive. Familiar shadows loomed over them. Jury froze, terror gripping her as she raised her hands. Hunt ready to fight. Orcs, and there are 3 of them, but unlike before, she now had a carry. Ryu Min stepped forward, instructing her calmly, wait here for a second. He stomped the ground, gripping his scythe with both hands. Sun launching himself toward the orc pack. Just as they realized an enemy was approaching, he swung. So his weapon high, eyes locked on target. In a flash, the scythe drew a sharp arc, slicing through their legs. The 3 orcs looked down in horror as they suddenly became shorter, roaring in madness. One of them, spotted the danger, but Ryu Min was already in its face. The orc tried to counter, but without legs. Resistance was futile. The first arm was severed from its body. The other orcs suffered the same fate. Limbs flew everywhere. The agonizing screams, sounding like pigs being slaughtered, were enough to terrify anyone. Jury was no exception. Her face went pale as she watched the scene, eyes filled with pure horror. Meanwhile, he stood calmly among the dying monsters, seemingly in no rush to finish them. He gently wiped blood from his face, his voice soft but dripping with killing intent. Now, you kill them. Seeing Jury paralyzed, Ryu Min, Shura urged her again. Why are you just standing there? She finally snapped out of her shock. Oh, I'm sorry. As she slowly approached an orc, she told herself, I just need to be careful, just in case. Then, she thrust her sword straight into its neck. The monster spewed a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Notifications rang out. You have defeated an orc. Experience increased by 2.4%, gold increased by 40. The barrage of events assaulted her fragile mind. Juries. She couldn't hide her shock. her mind racing with admiration. This is way too easy. I thought I'd have to at least take a few risks. Who knew slaughtering orcs could be this simple? She glanced over at her ultimate carry, the powerhouse she'd just managed to latch onto, completely in awe. Black Scythe is a monster. Noticing she'd stopped attacking, Ryu Min turned back and urged her on. If you're done, then let's move. Juri panicked, scrambling to explain. I still have 2 left to kill. You go ahead. Once Juri had finished up, she rushed to catch up so they could walk together, silently thanking her ancestors for the blessing. I am seriously so lucky to party up with Black Scythe. A while later, the duo continued their grind. Every single orc met its end at the edge of his blade. With another one down, Juri's mood soared. She decided to engage in some lighthearted banter with her. So, my teammate, having a pro carry me is amazing. I never thought hunting could be this much of a breeze. Ryu Min barely registered the compliment, showing zero reaction. He simply countered with a question. What's your kill count? Juri happily chirped out the number, her voice tinged with pride. I bagged 52 in just 30 minutes. Pretty fast, right? He walked silently through the field of dying orcs, unsatisfied with the efficiency. Compared to regular players, sure, it's fast. But for me, it's not enough. Roaming around hunting wastes too much time. His mind began to churn, calculating the variables. But if I raid a village, Minjuri might get injured. Even I can't guarantee perfect protection for someone else when we're surrounded by 50 enemies at once. He discarded that thought. I need a better plan. Fortunately, Ryu Min had an optimal alternative, finding the orc shaman is the best move. Juri smiled, updating him on her pace. At this rate, I can hit 300 kills. And in 3 hours. Before she could finish, he cut her off. 3 hours is too long. I'm wrapping this up in then 1 hour. Hearing that impossible number, she gasped, completely flustered. 1 hour? Seriously, how? The answer. Mama came immediately. We're going to use the orc shaman. The term was alien to her. A shaman? What's that? Since they were teammates. He didn't hold back. The orc shaman is a monster that summons other orcs. He briefly outlined. It's the crux of his strategy. If it keeps summoning fresh meat, we can cut out the travel time entirely. She grasped the plan but asked for confirmation. So, you mean we don't kill the shaman? We just let it keep summoning? Ryu Min nodded firmly, his voice as casual as if discussing the weather. Yeah, I'm going to. Keep it alive until we hit 300 kills? By now, Juri had grown accustomed to her cold-looking teammate, so she felt comfortable enough to ask. But how do you know about the shaman? Black Scythe, isn't this your first time facing one? He gave a straightforward answer. I fought one before I met up with you. That's how. I know where it is. She gave a polite, slightly awkward laugh. I see. But as if reading the hidden worries of his partner, he suddenly spoke up. Don't worry. He followed it with a line full of reassurance. I'll handle all the risks myself. Her eyes widened, unable to believe her ears, watching his dashing, powerful figure walk ahead. Juri felt a chaotic mix of emotions. Her gaze softened, filled with inner thoughts as she marveled. He is unexpectedly thoughtful. You really have to meet someone in person to understand them. The scenery around them grew strange, the leaves. Some were an unnatural red hue, as if they'd been dipped in a pool of blood. Not long after, the pair finally reached their destination. This is the place. She looked at Ryu Min with skepticism. A village this small. He actually hides a boss. He nodded in confirmation. Yeah, if you walk in there thinking it'll be a walk in the park, you'll get swarmed by the shaman summons. His gaze hardened as memories of past hardships drifted through his mind. It was a trap designed to lure players, just like in his previous life. He already knew the horrifying truth hidden behind this peaceful facade. If you go around back, you'd find a mountain of player corpses the shaman hid away. That was the shaman's cunning intelligence, but those very actions revealed one crucial fact. In other words, it was a coward. It didn't have the guts to face anyone head-on. Ryu Min coldly signaled her, this way. As soon as they stepped inside, she looked around anxiously. But I don't see any orcs. Like a walking encyclopedia, he had the answer to every question. These houses are just camouflage to lure players in. In reality, only the orc. Shaman lives here. He pointed his scythe forward, aiming at a seemingly harmless structure. His voice dropped low. The shaman is in there. It's dug a trap tunnel and is waiting for us to step inside. Confused, she blinked. A trap, Ryu. Nirman lowered his weapon, dropping his indifference for a moment to explain. The trap is simple. The moment a player, drops their guard, and steps into the trigger zone. The shaman summons orcs to surround them. He laid out the intel he possessed. It summons about 10 to 20 at once. That's too many to survive if you get boxed in. Hearing that, panic washed over Jury. What are we going to do if he summons the whole lot at once? Surviving is going to be a nightmare. She had totally forgotten. That standing right beside her was a VIP with god-tier power. He already had a strategy, sure, but there was always room to improvise. Suddenly, he leaned in, his whisper brushing right against her ear, making her flush bright red. Once she heard the full plan, she couldn't help but doubt it. Really, you think it'll take the bait? Is the orc shaman actually dumb enough to get tricked? He doubled down. Don't worry, this method is tested and proven. Jury immediately puffed out her chest, taking ownership. Then please, let me handle that part. Ryu Min looked at the rookie standing before him with zero confidence. She planned to handle it alone, but she stood her ground. That's right, we don't both need to go in, do we? Clinging to you like a helpless baby bird? It doesn't feel right. At least let me do this much. Ryu Min looked at her with fresh eyes. If Jury was that determined, he had no reason to say no. All right, I'll wait out here. She climbed the stairs alone, approached the massive doors, and pushed them open, her heart pounding in her chest. Inside was dead silent. No one. Just a long, dark hallway stretching into the abyss. She gripped her sword tight for courage, taking careful steps forward. Suddenly, Jury spotted something ahead. At the end of the path lay a massive chamber, and on the floor a distinct, bright red carpet. She frowned, recalling his whisper. This is the trigger point Ryu Min talked about. This spot is key. Ryu Min's plan was simple. An orc shaman is hiding inside. Walk to the end. You'll see a red carpet. Stepping on it summons the orcs and seals your escape out. He used that mechanic to set his own trap, walk up to the carpet, then turn around immediately. The shaman will think he missed his prey and send out scouts. That's when we kill them. Fear crept in, but she forced herself to calm down. Yeah, it's simple. Just walk up, make some noise, and run like hell. Instantly, a light from a chair against the wall swept across the room. The shaman opened his eyes, an artifact on his body glowing ominously. Jury didn't waste a second. She spun around and sprinted back toward the closing entrance as fast as her legs could carry her. Slam! The massive door sealed shut just as she cleared the threshold. Safe. She let out a shaky breath. Whew. Nothing happened, but my heart is pounding like crazy. Ryu Min immediately checked on her. You okay? She laughed, reporting back. Haha, of course I walked up to the carpet and came back just like you said. Good work. Ryu Min gave her rare praise, but Jury was still skeptical. Will it really send scouts? Too lazy to explain again, he just gave a vague reply. We're about to find out. A few seconds later, the heavy doors creaked open, revealing the gloom inside. Just as Ryu Min predicted, the orcs stepped out. As soon as they emerged, they looked around, confused. Suddenly, Ryu Min's voice rang out from behind them. Looking for something, the orcs looked up just in time to see the Grim Reaper descending from above. I'm right here. With a single, fluid spin, his scythe carved a beautiful arc through the air, spring the limbs of all 7 orcs in an instant. As they writhed on the ground, he called out, "Come on out." Jury popped her head out from her hiding spot nearby. Okay. Time passed slowly as the torchlight flickered. She finally finished off the helpless orcs, panting. Phew, done. Before she could rest, Ryu Min dropped the next order. All right, lure them out again. She knew he was always right, but she hesitated. Will they seriously fall for the same trick twice? Ryu Min explained simply. They're smart, sure, but they have the memory of a goldfish. He smiled to reassure her. Don't worry. Seeing that smile, she beamed and nodded, trusting him completely. Okay. In no time, orc corpses littered the courtyard, limbs scattered everywhere as their bodies dissolved into light. Jury turned to Ryu Min, beaming. I've taken down 300 of them. Ryu Min nodded, satisfied. Exactly 1 hour had passed. She tilted her head, smiling sincerely. Thanks to you. This hunt was quick and easy. I really appreciate it. He suddenly asked, what level are you now? Excited, she shouted out the number. I hit level 19. He encouraged her. Just one more level and your class ranking goes up. Ryu Min looked at her, calculating the potential. When her rank rises, she gets new skills. Her getting stronger benefits me too. His mind continued to churn with plans for the future. To take down the final boss, I'm going to need your buffs to be a lot stronger. Feigning kindness, he makes an offer. I'll help you grind until you hit level 20. Dealing with the orcs will be a breeze after that. His words send a flush to her cheeks as her imagination runs wild. Wait, is he doing all of this just for me? She stammers, barely getting the sentence out. Well then, if it's not too much trouble, please help me. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, making them both turn. Hey, check that out. A party of 5 men approaches, firing off questions. Hold on, isn't that the black Scythe, who's the chick standing next to him? And what's with this pile of orc corpses ignoring the carnage? Nova steps toward Ryu Min, awkwardly starting a conversation. Hey there. Ryu Min hits him with a frosty glare. What do you want? Glancing nervously around, the guy stammers, we just came here to farm some orcs. Didn't think anyone beat us to it. Inner panic sets in. No way. Orc corpses are littered everywhere, sending shivers down their spines. Did just 2 people slaughter this entire mob? Gray, however, senses something off. A tiny village having this many orcs. That's weird. Meanwhile, Stella is focused on something else. Who is that girl standing next to him, a teammate? Victor frowns, confused. The black Scythe working in a party that makes no sense. Another guy eyes her up and down with a lecherous grin. Maybe she's his type. Heh, looking closely, she is pretty cute. Boom! The scythe handle slams into the ground, the sound echoing like thunder. Ryu Min, fed up with these strangers, growls a command. Quit bothering us and get lost, unless you want trouble. His eyes flash with danger, a suffocating, killing intent exploding outward. Think what you want, but you've crossed the line. He repeats, patience wearing thin. I said, if you have no business here, scram. The group's fragile ego snaps, and they bark back. Hey, who do you think you are, talking down to us? We just met, and you're already acting like a jerk. Don't you have any manners? Jury gasps in horror. Are they insane? Talking back to the black Scythe. Celadon steps up aggressively, though his voice trembles with fear. I don't care if you're rank 1. Slash. Before he can finish, a cut appears on his forehead. You have no right to look down on. He freezes as a trickle of blood runs down his face. The realization strikes him silent, not daring to utter another squeak. Ryu Min issues a final warning. If you value your lives, get out of my sight. Some people only learn through pain. Terror takes over, and they scramble away. Let's go. Everyone. Sorry for bothering you. Sorry for interrupting. Yet, their resentment boils over as soon as they're out of earshot. Damn it! You think we're just gonna walk away? We need to tail him. Let's see what the hell he's actually up to. Sensing their intent, Ryu Min clicks his tongue in annoyance. Those rats. Planning to spy on me. Whatever. A few buzzing flies won't stop my hunt. But if some idiot tries to steal the boss kill, I'll just have to eliminate them and claim the reward myself. Plan set. Ryu Min refocuses. First priority, power level Minjuri to 20. He turns to her calmly. The pests are gone. Let's get back to hunting. She nods obediently. Yes, after running a safe distance. The group halts and looks back. We should be out of sight here, right? The others skid to a stop behind him. Gray glares at his cowardly teammate. What's the plan now? The leader smirks, dangling the bait. Aren't you curious to see how the famous black Scythe hunts? Stella chimes in. Yeah, actually, where did he find all those orcs? The gossip starts flowing. So what? We just watch from the shadows. We won't get caught from this. Distance? Don't worry. If you're scared, go home and die. Scared bullshit. Let's move. They creep back, hiding behind the bushes to spy on the duo near the gate. There they are. Suddenly, more orcs emerge from the structure. Seeing Ryu Min standing there alone like a taunt, the monsters roar and charge, a tidal wave of muscle and rage. He stands, motionless, but he's certainly not surrendering. His fist clenches, eyes glowing crimson. Bam. He slams a punch into the lead orc's gut. The beast coughs up a fountain of blood, the force launching its massive body backward, smashing directly into an unlucky comrade. Before the shockwaves settle, the storm continues. Ryu Min presses the attack with razor-sharp scythe, swings. In a blink, arms and legs bid farewell to their owners' bodies. Only when the orcs see their friend's severed limbs flying past their faces do they snap out of their daze. Watching him absolutely destroy the mob, V gasps in awe. Rank 1 really is built different. Stella breaks into a cold sweat, and here we were, struggling to kill just one. But suddenly, Gray spots something shocking. What the hell is that? Is that a... But before they could scream, sharp curves slice the air. In a blink, their limbs bid farewell to their bodies. The orcs watched their own arms and legs fly through the air, realizing too late that they were already dead. Damn. V couldn't help but admire the carnage. Rank 1 is on another level. Stella was sweating bullets. We struggled just to kill one. Gray squinted at the screen. Wait, what is this? Confusion bubbled up as Ryu Min stood motionless, refusing to strike. Why the hell didn't he finish it suddenly? Someone else called out, "Look, that girl from before is heading right for it." The crowd watched in shock as the paralyzed orcs met their end at the tip of Jury's sword. Nova watched, a realization dawning on him. No way. Could it be Celadon blurted out exactly what everyone was thinking? Is he seriously letting her take the kill on that monster? The crowd erupted into chaos. Why? What could Black Scythe possibly lack to make him do that? Who is that little girl? And why does she deserve such special treatment? Damn it. Look at her power leveling, like it's a walk in the park. I'm so jealous I could puke. Meanwhile, Jury stepped into the hut, completely oblivious to the pack of wolves gathering outside, talking trash behind her back. We have to bleed and sweat just to kill a single orc. As she disappeared inside, their complaints didn't stop. While some people just sit there and soak up all the experience points, they kept whining until she finally emerged, but the bitter voices of these petty losers were still echoing in the air. God, it was annoying. However, Nova, who had been watching intently the whole time, suddenly noticed something strange. One of them had caught on. Wait, something's off, Celadon asked, confused. What's wrong? The man quickly voiced his suspicion. Every time that girl enters and leaves that shack, orcs come flooding out right behind her. As they watched Ryu Min flex his power, a question formed. But isn't that weird? Just how many orcs can fit inside that tiny shack? Wait, are you saying that hut is an orc respawn point? It has to be. There's no other logical explanation. The group let their imaginations run wild. Damn it, so there's a spawn point right here under our noses. Wow. Those bastards have been power leveling there like crazy this whole time. I get it now. They want us to leave so they can monopolize the spawn spot. One of them suddenly chimed in with a plan. Hey, why don't we just wait until they leave? Once they're gone, that spot is all ours. The others immediately agreed. Yeah, that's a solid plan. I'd love to take it by force, but we're not strong enough. A moment later, Juri beamed at her system interface. She looked up at Ryu Min, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction and pride. Black Scythe, I hit level 20, he replied gently. Congratulations. But her joy didn't stop there. I also learned a new skill. She was so excited she couldn't help but brag, and my blessing buff increased from 50 to 60%. Curious to see the effects, he suggested. Can you cast it right now? Juri agreed. Instantly. You got it. She raised her hand into the air, and a mystical green light radiated out, quickly, enveloping both of them. A system notification chimed. Blessing skill has increased all attributes by 60%. Blessing duration 3 hours. Her blue eyes shone with passion as she excitedly announced her next performance, Enhanced Blessing. And this is the new buff I just learned. As soon as she spoke, a surge of energy wrapped around the blade of the Death Scythe, then slowly spread down to Ryu Min's legs. And finally, encased his entire body. The energy swirled constantly, creating a truly cinematic effect. The system notification popped up again. Attack speed and movement speed increased by 60% due to haste. Haste skill. Duration remaining 30 minutes. Ryu Min read the panel and calmly remarked, Attack and movement speed are boosted. Not bad. Juri nodded enthusiastically. Right, I can cast it on you every 30 minutes. Ryu Min suddenly felt playful. With feigned indifference, he said, I'm very grateful. She pouted. I'm being serious here. Their brief moment of fun had to end. There was work to do. That's enough. Time to hunt the orc shaman. She hurriedly called out, Is there anything I can do to help? Ryu Min turned to leave, tossing back a warning, just stay far back. It seemed like he was oblivious, but a quick glance at the bushes confirmed that everything was under control. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted figures lurking in the distance. Those bastards are probably enjoying talking trash about us. Meanwhile, Juri remained innocently clueless as always. Okay, then you don't have to worry about a thing. Ryu Min already had a plan of his own, waiting, with bated breath, to see how they would react. He stuck to the strategy of luring the orcs out, but instead of sending her, he walked in himself. She hid to the side, frowning with worry as she watched him go. The group of stalkers, seeing the situation change, were confused. Celadon whispered, What the hell Black Scythe went in this time? Moments later, 2 slash marks suddenly appeared across the door. Crash. Ryu Min burst out from inside, shattering the door. Hot on his heels was a horde of ferocious orcs. Weapons. Raised for the kill, they lunged at him like starving beasts while he sprinted at full speed to escape the savage mob. Juri, standing nearby, watched in shock. Her mind flooded with 1,000 questions. Why is Black Scythe running away? Why? Celadon's group, watching from the shadows, was equally stunned. What is going on? Is Black Scythe being chased by orcs? No way. Isn't that Black Scythe? Suddenly, the orc shaman slammed its staff against the ground, raised it high, and started shrieking a piercing chant. The entire area was instantly sucked into a vortex of dark magic as it unleashed its spell. Aiming straight at him, a barrage of powerful energy beams shoots up to block Ryu Min. A second later, another orc legion is summoned, forming a pincer formation to crush him. Victor, witnessing this spectacular display, can't help but wonder, who is that masked guy in the back? He follows his teammate's finger and confirms, it looks way bigger than the other orcs. He observes it carefully and guesses, if it's the only one that huge, it might be the chieftain. Victor gasps. A boss. Nova finally notices the difference. So they aren't respawning. They're being summoned. On the other side, Juri is trembling in panic, completely losing her bearings. Mr. Black Scythe is surrounded by orcs. What do I do? Should I help? Suddenly, her eyes go wide as she looks toward him. Juri watches Ryu Min fighting alone in the heart of the enemy ranks and marvels. Those eyes. He isn't panicked at all. Realizing the situation is disadvantageous, the orc shaman furiously summons. Remember layer upon layer of minions? Stella starts counting in shock. Another 10 orcs just appeared, but to Ryu Min, 10 is just a number. He calmly rampages through the battlefield. The orcs unleash attacks, but he undodges them all with ease. One guy cheers in awe. Damn, he dodged everything. He's a total monster. Gray immediately cuts, in waking up his dazed brothers. Hey, this isn't the time to stand around. That big guy, the one looking like a boss, nobody's guarding it, right? Celadon snaps back to reality. Huh, you're right. He smiles. Oh, not greedily, his face revealing his true nature. Should we rob it? The two behind him still hesitate, afraid to. I don't know. What if Black Scythe catches us? Gray waves his hand, dismissing the thought. He won't catch us. He's busy. Dealing with the orcs. Even if it's Black Scythe, being surrounded like that means he's struggling. Celadon joins in, helping too. Right, and if he asks, just say we thought he was in danger and rushed in to help. Nova is completely convinced. Oh, that makes sense. Not wanting to waste more time, he gets straight to the point. So, want to join this? Heist or not, the group confirms one by one. I'm in. Me too. According to the plan they discussed, the gang creeps toward the orc shaman while Ryu Min is working hard to clear the minions. However, the scheme has been spotted by Jury. She quietly observes, wondering, what are those people doing? A second later, she jumps as she guesses their intent. Don't tell me. While Mr. Black Scythe draws all the attention, they're trying to kill the orc shaman and steal the credit. Suddenly, she remembers a moment in the forest with, Black Scythe. Back then, following behind him, she timidly asked, I appreciate your help, but am I getting in your way, Mr. Black Scythe? Ryu Min calmly reassured her. Don't worry about that. I already finished my main quest. That indifferent answer made her gasp. What? He glanced back, coldly stating his goal. My target isn't the main quest, but a side quest. I already obtained a balance stone. Jury stared in admiration. Oh, you already have one. Ryu Min explained the stone's origin. I fool. Got it from killing a boss called the Orc Warrior. The others probably dropped from bosses too. Jury listened intently to his every word. All I need are the bosses. So you don't need to feel guilty. Then she replied, relieved. Okay. Back to reality. After clearing her mind, she is filled with determination to enforce justice. No, that shaman belongs to Mr. Black Scythe. If this goes on, some strangers will steal the credit for, finishing the orc shaman. That thought urges her to act, her hand gripping her weapon. I have to stop, Them on this side, the gang is still smugly playing their sneak attack game. Suddenly, Ryu Min's voice rings out, dead of night. The entire space is instantly drowned in black flames. The gang's eyes bulge in shock, while the others can't help but step out to peek out of curiosity. Nova is terrified by the scene. What on earth is, this? Celadon quickly covers his mouth. Hey. Before they can say another word, their faces turn pale as a sheet. Turns out, the shaman is about to send the two brothers to the afterlife. It screams frantically, a piercing sound echoing from the nine hells. The group is terrified to the core, scrambling to run away. Damn it, we've been spotted. Everyone run, meet up later. But it's hard to leave. With so much unfinished business, the shaman obviously won't let fresh meat escape. It immediately swings its staff too. Summon magic. A new pack of orcs is called out, surrounding them. The orcs raise their weapons high, waiting to slaughter the enemy. Celadon and Nova only have time for last words. Ugh. Damn it. We're finished. As soon as he speaks, a clean slice cuts. Mounted to his shoulder, blood instantly spraying out like a fountain. The others don't fare any better. Screams of agony echo through the smell of fresh blood from the chaotic battle immediately hits their noses. Gray, heavily wounded, slowly crawls out screaming. Please, save me, sir. But when the man looked up, there was no savior. Only a massive orc raising its foot, ready to crush the life out of him. In a blink, the foot came crashing down. Tears streamed down the man's face as he realized his fate was sealed. Splat, blood sprayed everywhere, painting the ground crimson. But then Ryu Min arrived, unleashing a beautiful, curved slash that severed the orc's head. The monsters collapsed like wheat before a scythe. He took a brief moment to catch his breath, but his gaze instantly turned razor sharp. Ryu Min looked toward where the aggressive mob had been. He had calculated this, luring the shaman out to see what choice they would make. Would they try to kill Steel while he was in danger? However, seeing the players' corpses littering the ground gave him his answer. So that's how it is. He slowly approached the orc shaman, his mind still drifting through his deductions. They wasted their time stalking us, and now they've paid the price. Mission failed and eliminated. The orc minions finally noticed him and charged in a frenzy, but before they could even attack, their bodies were covered in bloody slash marks. Ryu Min danced through them, with his scythe moving at a speed that the naked eye couldn't track. He smiled, satisfied. My attack speed has definitely increased with the agility buff and the 50% night bonus. Naturally, the system window popped up with the details. Reaper's Rune Scythe, damage doubled at night. Attack speed increased by 50%. Hold position active. At night, significantly reducing detection by enemies. He stomped the ground, launching himself like a bolt of lightning toward the orc shaman. In a blink, Ryu Min appeared behind it, trailing a streak of blood. The shaman turned its head to check its rear, completely unaware that the scythe was already kissing its neck. Ryu Min met its gaze, coldly uttering 2 words, good, bye, slash. He sent the monster to the afterlife. Ryu Min landed softly, leaving the headless shaman to crumble behind him. The system flooded his vision with notifications. You defeated the orc shaman. Experience increased by 37.8%. Gold increased by 4,000. Level up obtained Sphere of Eternal Rest. Mysterious wooden statue, low-grade blue mana crystal, balance stone, subquest progress balance stones, 2 out of 4. He fingered the necklace around his neck, feeling an intense rush of joy. I hit level 33, and I picked up an item that's absolutely broken. The system displayed the item's full info. Sphere of Eternal Rest, Necromancy Necklace. Each kill grants 1 stack and consumes 1. Durability. 100 stacks can be exchanged for 1 stat point. The necklace contains a gray sphere said to seal the souls of the slain. It gives a stat point for every 100 stacks. It's similar to the Devouring Rune that Black Flame Dragon used. But there's a downside. The more stacks I hoard, the faster the durability drops. It's a consumable item. However, if I use it with the durability rune from round 8 and get a blacksmith's help, Ryu Min can repair it. That means I can increase my stats indefinitely. Just as he was lost in thought, Juri's voice rang out. Brother Black Scythe, where are you? Her voice snapped him back to reality. It seemed the Mark of Death effect was making him hard to see. Ryu Min looked down at the battlefield littered with corpses and calculated quickly. Before canceling midnight, I should... As he spoke, he cast magic to clean up the scene, erasing all traces. Only when it was pristine did he cancel the skill. The sky instantly returned to normal. The sudden flood of light blinded Juri for a moment. Weird. Why is it flickering between dark and light like that? Suddenly, she heard footsteps. Juri finally spotted Ryu Min. She cheered happily. There you are. I've been looking everywhere. For you. He glanced at the orc shaman's corpse. As you can see, I've been busy. She looked at him innocently and asked, So you finally got it, but did you see anyone else around here? Some people were trying to steal the shaman kill. He tilted his head, denying it instantly. No, I didn't see a soul. Juri still felt uneasy, unconvinced. Strange. I could have sworn I heard screaming. She stood there thinking for a long while. Ryu Min watched her, feeling a bit bored. There's no benefit to revealing the bodies anyway. He started walking away. Let's go. We still have to take down the next boss. A moment later, the village ahead turned into a graveyard. Orc corpses were scattered everywhere, the air thick with the stench of resentment. Only one large boss remained, desperately trying to fight back against Ryu Min, but it was completely outmatched. In a flash, its arm was severed. He swung his scythe, landing a critical hit across its torso. The orc was mercilessly sliced into pieces, blood gushing out like a fountain. It died without a whole body left. The system immediately congratulated him. You defeated the orc archer, received 37.8% experience, 4,000 gold, archer's agility shoes, reset ticket, green mana stone, and balance stone, progress 3 out of 4. Looking at the pile of rewards, he feels incredibly satisfied. Let's check the items. Detailed information pops up. Agile archer's boots, rank epic, defense 60, agility effect plus 10, durability 1000 out of 1000, requirement normal grade or higher. Class agile archer. Ryu Min eyes the old boots. Calculating. Much better than what I'm wearing. No reason not to switch. He opens the item forging menu. His fingers move effortlessly. If I combine this with the blue mana stone I just got, the effect will be even better. After weighing the options, he taps the combine button. The system immediately asks for confirmation. Success. Agility plus 4 option added to the agile archer's boots. Ryu Min is internally thrilled. Perfect. That takes care of all the sub-bosses. But one final challenge remains, making him hesitate. Only the High Orc final boss is left. Unlike the others, the High Orc has a time attack rule. I have to kill it as fast as possible. He recalls past achievements. The faster the clear, the bigger the reward. Best record last round was 43 seconds. Seeing Jury, Ryu Min lowers his voice. Alright, let's go. Yes. Confidence surges within him. Minjuri buffed me. This time, I'll smash the record. They head to the next mission zone. His mind doesn't stop racing. I still want to cut the time down further if I can first. I need to hit max level, then use the Orb of Eternal Rest to boost my stats. This run isn't much different. The orcs crumble before his power. System alert time remaining until the end of round 1. Huck. Approximately 30 minutes. After sweeping the entire area, Ryu Min takes a moment to breathe. Huff. He looks at the battlefield, feeling a twinge of regret. Time to move. One more level to 40, but I'm out of time. However, looking at his necklace, Ryu Min feels a bit comforted. No regrets. I achieved my goal. The system shows its status plus 9 stats, durability 1 out of 1,000. Seeing him rush off, Jury calls out, Mr. Black Scythe, aren't you going to keep hunting? He turns his head, replying calmly, I think that's enough. She can't hide her curiosity. So, are you going to kill the final boss now? Ryu Min waves goodbye. Yeah, we part ways here. Thanks for accompanying me. She grips his hand tightly, her voice full of regret. Is it really over? A wave of sadness hits her. We're parting already. I feel a little sad. I was going to ask if I could stay with you. Until you beat the final boss. She quickly shakes her head, dismissing the thought. No, I'd just be a burden. Better to say goodbye here. Ryu Min catches her reaction. He knows she's upset, but he has no other choice. Seems she got attached in this short time, but the High Orc is too dangerous. She doesn't need to come. After a brief internal struggle, Jury whispers a request. Mr. Black Scythe, let me buff you one last time. She places her hands forward, casting magic. Mr. Black Scythe, thank you again for helping me hunt. It would have been very difficult alone. She opens her equipment window. It's not much, but here, she pulls out a beautiful turquoise gem. I received this, when you were leading me. I don't know if you need it, but please take it. Ryu Min acts polite. You keep it. Jury refuses immediately. No, just the experience points were more than enough for me. She thinks it's no big deal. I actually have 2, but I need to give 1 to Min, so... Ryu Min looks at her with warmth. She's worrying about me, not knowing I am that person. And she thinks she owes Black Scythe. He chuckles softly, then reaches out to accept the gift. But I received help too, so... let's call it even. Jury is stunned by his sudden 180 shift in attitude. He takes the stone. He turns on his heel. I'll accept it then. If fate allows, we'll meet again. She doesn't answer. Just silently watches his back disappear. Moments later, Ryu Min summons a flying arrow. He steps on it, and it tears through the night. System confirmation, High Orc boss location found. Distance to target, 1,121 meters. He rushes, knowing he still has a chance. It's trackable. That means no one has killed it yet. Ryu Min speeds forward, thinking, did anyone ever defeat the High Orc in the previous rounds? No. Of the 4 bosses in round 5, the High Orc is so strong the other 3 are just sub-bosses. It would take 100 level 20 players charging in to take it down. Normal players have 0 chance. Arriving at a gloomy forest, he recalls the past. Even I lost 4 lives to this thing. That's the only way to beat my current record of 43 seconds. Ryu Min surged forward the instant the system alert flashed. The gap was closing rapidly. 321 meters to the target. He grit his teeth this time. That record is getting shattered. He stomped the ground, launching himself into the air. Boom! He came face to face with the final boss. Distance to target. 160 meters. Suddenly, a gasp escaped his lips. His eyes widened as he witnessed a blonde player getting crushed to death. The beast let out a roar and turned its soulless white gaze toward Ryu Min. The towering monstrosity screamed, a sound tearing straight from the depths of hell. Its eyes blazed, razor-sharp fangs bared, ready to devour anyone foolish enough to challenge it. Junsok's face went deadly pale. He collapsed, trembling uncontrollably. What the hell is happening? How did it come to this? Panic set in, dragging his mind back to the past. Not long ago, everything was perfect. Junseok's party was strategizing in the forest. If those orcs just travel in packs, we can take them, right? Let's hunt them down. He was eager, introducing himself first. Let me start. I'm Uman, level 12, warrior. Brady smiled and chimed in. Same level as me. Nice to meet you. I'm Brady Pitt. My class is hunter. Ban scratched his head, laughing sheepishly. Level 13 martial artist. Bubba Wook. Hard to pronounce. I just made it up in a panic. Initially just a transaction, but the impromptu team found an incredible rhythm. In the heat of the fierce battle, Brady shouted, Junsok, draw their aggro. He responded instantly, got it, leave it to me. He charged the orc in front of him. Hey, you ugly piece of trash eyes on me, with such perfect synergy. Wiping out small orc camps was a walk in the park. Weena trapped another one by shouting a cue to her teammate. Brady aimed for the throat. Now, nearby, On was providing perfect cover fire for Ban. Ban, watch your 6. After 6 hours of nonstop grinding, they tallied their scores. I hit 300 kills. Me too. Congrats everyone. We survived. The main quest was complete. Junseok was pumped. But splitting up now feels way too early. How about we keep hunting? Brady didn't hesitate for a second. Yeah, I'm trying to hit level 20 anyway. The hunt continued. System alerts began flooding in. You have reached level 20. Rank increased from apprentice to official. Combination feature unlocked. Finally, everyone hit level 20 and learned new skills. Confident, they gathered around a corpse. Trash talking their fallen enemies? These damn orcs are nothing but trash now. Weena scoffed. Ha, can't believe we used to struggle against these pigs. On stood nearby, nodding enthusiastically. Exactly. They felt invincible. Ban, riding the high, suggested farming harder. Why don't we wipe out a large camp next? Suddenly, Junseok pointed into the distance, his voice trembling. Huh, wait. What is that? Everyone followed his finger. Beneath the dense canopy, a massive shadow loomed, a super giant orc. Brady froze, his voice wavering. It looks like an orc, but... He squinted, trying to get a better look. I've never seen anything like it. Is that a boss? A boss, Weena, blissfully ignorant, grinned. Want to try? With the 5 of us, we might actually take it down. She nodded, greedy for the loot right in front of her. No way we're skipping this. Bosses drop the best items, right? She shot a glance at her teammate. We split the loot evenly. Deal. Brady understood and nodded firmly. Deal. The orc moved slowly, then suddenly stopped. It whipped its head around, locking onto Junseok's group. Its eyes burned in the dark sockets like hellfire. The monster let out a low growl. Grr. Immediately, a debuff hit them. The air felt heavy, crushed by its overwhelming killing intent. Junseok thought they had become strong, but reality was about to slap him in the face. The bloodthirsty beast charged, insane with hunger. It stomped the ground, shattering the earth, and launched into a spectacular leap right before their terrified eyes. Seconds later, it landed dead center of their formation. They couldn't even react. Frozen in place. The high orc swung its massive arm, ready to crush them. The first victim was Weena. Sharp claws punched straight through her body, blood spraying out like a fountain. Not satisfied, the beast whipped its head around for more, spotting On cowering on the ground. The monster raised its hand and slammed down with full force. The ground beneath her exploded. She was obliterated instantly, not even a corpse left. That's not prey. Before Brady could react, a massive hand snatched him up. Caught. A split second later, the life is crushed out of him. Blood spraying from his mouth. We're dead meat. Back in reality, the twin-headed ogre is a one-monster army, painting the zone red with fresh blood. It is literally the Grim Reaper. Junseok realizes the danger too late. Not giving the enemy a second to breathe, it swings its massive tail, hunting for the next prey. Bang is the unlucky victim snatched up by the beast. Boom. His body is slammed into the earth with such force the ground splits open. Blood sprays everywhere. Mixing with the debris, Bang only manages a single, mournful wail before bidding farewell to the mortal realm. Done with him. The monster immediately turns toward the final survivor. Junseok locks eyes with it and shakes like a leaf. We're gonna die. We're definitely gonna die. It's over. The ogre slowly approaches, screeching that ear-piercing noise. Chwiki, chiwiki. The sheer pressure sends the boy scrambling backward in panic. No! Stay back. Cold sweat pours down his forehead, eyes glued to the monster in terror. He raises a trembling hand, begging in vain. No, please. But the beast doesn't care. It ruthlessly raises its arm, ready to deal the killing blow. Just then, Ryu Min arrives. Like a bolt of lightning, he dashes in, Reaper's scythe in hand, eyes locked on the target. Straight ahead, before the monster even detects him, a blazing red slash appears on its neck. Whoosh! The left head is disconnected instantly. The remaining head screams in fury, demanding answers, but its fate is sealed just like the first one. Another slash, thin as a thread, has already dug deep into its neck. In the blink of an eye, the massive ogre collapses to the ground. Right in front of Junseok, the boy's eyes go wide, staring at the figure standing there. It's Ryu Min, descending calmly, like a savior. He is absolutely stunned. Meanwhile, the black scythe glances at the ogre's corpse, silently evaluating. Dead in one hit, not bad. The system immediately pops up. You have defeated the high orc, level up to 40, rank increase from apprentice to official. You can now use the trading feature. Ryu Min stands there, reading every line intently. Skill, Death's Mark. Damage increased by 20%. Scythe Mastery, range increased by 500 meters. You have learned the Reaper's exclusive skill, Lunar Slash. Next skill unlocks at level 60. He smiles, satisfied. Finally got it. The Reaper's unique attack skill, Lunar Slash. The system displays the full details. Lunar Slash charge for 1 second to deal 1,200% cone-shaped AoE damage. Mixed damage multiplier 1.5 at night. Cooldown 10 minutes. Scythe only. Normally, having only one attack skill is risky if you miss, but Lunar Slash has a wide range, making hits easy. It's extremely useful because of the mixed damage. If an enemy is immune to physical attacks, the magic damage portion will still hit him. Ryu Min smirks. I hit the jackpot. The current monsters are weak, but later on, some enemies are absolute nightmares, so this skill is essential. Now, let's check the next rewards. Oh, ding ding, notifications flood in. Received high orc gauntlets, fangs, low-grade purple mana stone, imbalanced stone, side quest, progress, balanced stones 4 out of 4, side quest complete, received rune of balance. Ryu Min reaches out, thrilled. This is exactly what I wanted from this round. The rune he just received automatically engraves itself onto his body. The system shows the effect. All stats are doubled if the difference between the lowest and highest stat is under 10 points. This only applies to point-allocated stats. Reading this, he already has a plan. This rune will only work if I increase all 4 of my stats equally. He checks his status window. His stats are perfectly aligned. I kept them balanced on purpose, just for this moment. Without hesitation, Ryu Min taps the screen, buzzing with excitement. Now that it's engraved, let's see just how high my numbers go. He stares at the screen, stunned. All my stats are over 300. His eyes widen, lips pressed tight to stay calm. I knew about the round buff and Minri's blessing helping out, but this is beyond my wildest imagination. He stands there thinking for a moment. I guess the rune of balance really is the best way to get strong fast. Finally, the time attack reward. The system continuously explodes with alerts. You defeated the round 5 boss high orc in just 1 second. Time attack rules applied. Receive maximum reward 100,000 gold. Congratulations. Looking at the loot on the screen, he smiles with deep satisfaction. Last time, I only got 23,255 gold because it took 43 seconds. Unbelievable. I'll use this pile of cash to buy every common skill I haven't learned yet. But the good news isn't over. The system brings one last surprise. You have set a world record. Your achievement will be recorded in the Akashic Records. You are rewarded with a unique item selection. Ryu Min had kept his stats balanced for this exact moment. He knew the rune was waiting. Trembling with excitement, he checked his status window. Let's see how high these numbers go. His eyes widened. All stats? Over 300. He bit his lip, trying not to scream. I knew the round buff and Mary's blessing would help. But this is insane. He stood there, stunned. The balance rune really is the fastest way to get strong. And then, the time attack reward. System, you have defeated the high orc boss of round 5. Time, 1 second. Time attack rules applied. Reward maximum payout, 100,000 gold. Ryu Min smirked. Last time, I only got 23,255 because it took 43 seconds. I'm buying every common skill. The system wasn't done. Congratulations. You have set a world record. Your achievement will be recorded in the Akashic Records. Reward unique item selection. Ryu Min froze in his tracks. Say what? What is this thing? Am I getting a bonus reward for setting a record? Hovering right in front of him was a powerful ability card. Ryu Min couldn't calm his racing heart. His mind was a storm of questions. It says I can choose a unique item. I can really pick any unique gear I want. Wasting no time, he swiped the card into the empty slot on the screen. The system immediately populated a full list of reward categories. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Can I seriously choose anything? Well, I don't need a unique weapon. I'll craft a better one when I go back. So, he reached out and tapped the helmet category. Oh, this one looks good. Meanwhile, Junseok finally snapped out of his trance. He stumbled forward, his legs heavy, his eyes locked onto the corpse of the orc boss, and his hands flew to cover his mouth in pure shock. No way. That monster died in a single hit. Junseok couldn't accept the reality before him. His mind violently rejected the sight. Is this the power of Black Scythe? The 5 of us couldn't even scratch it at level 20, yet he destroyed it solo. Still, deep down, he had to admit the stranger had just saved his life. No, I should be thanking him, not doubting him. Suddenly, Ryu Min turned around, locking eyes with him. Junseok flinched and took an instinctive step back. Before he could stammer out a single word, the other man spun on his heel and walked away. Junseok just stood there, watching the back of his savior fade into the distance. Regret washed over him. I didn't even get to thank him. Elsewhere, Priscilla clasped her hands, asking innocently, So, is everyone done with their mission? When no players answered, she guessed the obvious. Seems like a lot of you died in those 10 hours, she giggled. Her tone dripped with sarcasm. I don't think you died to those weak little orcs, though perhaps a little civil war broke out. She snapped her fingers. Well then, let's see the results. The round 5 rankings materialized instantly, and sitting arrogantly at the absolute top of the global leaderboard was Black Scythe. Other players stared at the board, gasping in disbelief. Holy shit! Level 40. His record is absolutely insane. Whispers exploded through the crowd. Ryu Min had instantly become the center of attention. 300 orcs in just 1 hour. Is that even possible? However, Ryu Min didn't give a damn about their staring. He just sighed. I just want my rewards, The system spammed him with notifications. Congratulations, ranked first in all regions. First place for all 5 rounds. Rewards intermediate epic necklace. Special reward box and title, leader of all. An unbelievable achievement. Ryu Min smiled, satisfied. Perfect. I got the title I wanted. The title details flashed before his eyes. Leader of all condition. Rank 1 in all regions for the first 5 rounds. Effect, all experience gained increased by 1.5 times. He stood there, soaking it in. This is exactly why I needed to dominate every region. I couldn't miss a 1.5 times leveling speed boost. He opened the equipment box, fingers twitching with anticipation. Time to pick my prize. The system opened the selection menu for epic necklaces, Skeleton Knight's necklace, Java necklace, and Necklace of Strength. Ryu Min analyzed them. A normal person would just pick blindly. But I've used them all before. His finger moved decisively, tapping the second option. What I need is the Java necklace. The system displayed the item specs. Java necklace epic grade. Affect all stats plus 3. Status resistance plus 35%. Durability 1000 out of 1000. No class restrictions. Contains the magical power of the Java tribe. Calculations ran through his mind. What I need to reinforce right now isn't raw power or stats. I know the upcoming trials better than anyone. To survive, I need preparation. Specifically, resistance against status effects. He looked at the shimmering necklace, his heart soaring. An item with resistance stats is super rare. Even if I don't need it later, I can sell it for a fortune. But for now, he put it aside. Ryu Min's eyes glued themselves to the next reward screen. 3 choices, triple experience, round 6 only, 6,000 gold, or round 6 intel. It didn't take him a second to decide. Obviously, I'm taking the experience boost. Suddenly, the sound of Priscilla clapping echoed through the air. Every player looked up at the sky. She spoke calmly. Have you all checked the rankings? Then, her eyes glowed, and her voice dropped to a chilling temperature. A total of 1,585 people completed the main mission. Then, the cold news dropped. Everyone ranked 1,212 or lower will be killed. The doomed players fell to their knees, begging and screaming. No, wait, Angel, please spare us. Howls of despair filled the air. Save me. But their bodies slowly crumbled into dust, drifting away to the afterlife. Priscilla smirked, her words dripping with contempt. Begging for your lives, pathetic. You're worse than bugs. Ryu Min listened, disgust rising in his chest. You think you're so different from us? She ignored the dying, eyes scanning the achievement board. None of you, You think you're special? A woman sneered, reading the rankings. None of you are safe. Mission complete. Then she looked at him with hidden meaning. Or so I thought. Seeing his confidence, she raised her voice. You finished it. Priscilla hurriedly cast a spell to leave. Then us humans will meet again in the next round. A second later, a results board appeared. Total survivors 19,327,557. Survivors in Sector C, ESK 007-1000-211, Warping to Reality, Round 6. Story starts at midnight, June 1st, 2023. See you in the next round. By the time he returned, the sky was dark. The high-rise, saw buildings in the city were lighting up. Ryu Min took a moment to stretch his stiff muscles after a long sleep. He leaned his head back lazily. Now that I've eaten, let's get to work. Opening the combination window, his fingers quickly placed the weapon in the center slot. I'll use the Reaper's Scythe as the base material. He began adding other ingredients in the side slots. Secondary materials, orc heart, mysterious wooden totem, rusted arrowhead, and high-tier orc teeth. Suddenly, he paused. Wait, if I combine them like this, I'll only get an epic grade weapon? Ryu Min remembered a past gift. Right, I still have that black diamond from Hwang Yong Min. He immediately changed. Tactics, pressing the combine button without hesitation. If I use this, I'll get a unique item instead of epics. The system chimed. Combination complete. You have created the Reaper's Scythe. Rank unique. Damage 300. Affect all stats plus 10. Skill damage plus 10%. Durability 3,000 out of 3,000. Restriction expert and above. Said to carry the shadow of death even in daylight. Ryu Min laughed aloud in delight, making Ryu 1 jump in fright. Finally, I've upgraded the old Reaper's Scythe. Thanks to the massive payout from the boss kill, he could comfortably learn new skills. I'll buy some common skills with the cash I have. He entered. The shop, and picked the first one. Start with area search. It turns my surroundings. Into a mini-map. The second skill caught his eye. Dynamic vision. This will improve my reaction speed. New knowledge flowed into him. I'll also take basic resistance too. Boost status resistance by 15% and hand-eye coordination for 20% better accuracy. Done with all the common skills. Ryu Min sighed, suffering from success. Too much money. I don't even know what to do with it. I still have 14,000 gold left. Nothing to buy until the epic items drop in a few. And suddenly he sat up straight. That's enough. He opened his status window. A dense wall of text appeared. The fruits of his labor after 5 rounds. Ryu Min smiled. Everything was going thus according to plan. Thanks to the rune of balance, my stats got a nice boost. He looked satisfied. Good. I'm maxed out for now. I'll keep working with Ma Guang Rock. And I'll use Huang Yong Min for a few things too. Mentioning the pawn, he wondered, wait, what happened to him? Is he even alive? Curious, he activated his new skill. Ensure immediately. Trace Huang Yong Min. If it works, he's alive. Ryu Min rested his chin on his hand, grinning. Good. He's still useful. A dark thought crossed his mind. I'll use him one last time. In reality, then discard him. On a beautiful, peaceful morning, and in the real world, Juri sat in her favorite cafe, staring out the window. Only she knew, how nervous she was. Why did Min ask to meet again? A romantic fantasy filled with roses. It popped into her head, Ryu Min tucking her hair, whispering, Juri, I missed you. She shook her head violently to banish. The embarrassing delusion. That's ridiculous. Calm down. Calm down. Don't show it. Just then, the cafe door opened. Ryu Min arrived. He was surprised to see Juri waiting. Oh, you're here. Have you, waited long? She shot up. Oh no, I just got here too. Juri tried to change the subject to hide not her awkwardness. I'll order drinks. What do you want? My treat. Order whatever. Ryu Min happily agreed. Really? Then I'll have an iced Americano with an extra shot. She rushed to the counter. Okay, wait. In a second, he sat down and smiled. Thanks for the drink, Juri. She stammered. No problem. Blushing, she took a sip, her mind drifting. Why is it so awkward? Probably because of my weird thoughts earlier. The romantic scene tried to return, but Ryu Min's question, cut it off. So, how was round 5? Did you meet the Black Scythe? She snapped back to reality. Yes, like you said. I met him, and we hunted together. Juri smiled at the memory. Honestly, I didn't trust him at first. The rank 1 agreed to team up with me, but only after I showed my true strength. Ryu Min laughed along. I told you, didn't I? Once he sees your buff skills, even Black Scythe will need you. She continued, recounting the whole story. Thanks to that, the hunt became incredibly easy. He helped a ton, too. For the first time, I even ranked 2nd in the zone, Ryu Min asked in surprise. 2nd place. That's amazing. What reward did you get with this friend? Juri felt no need to hide anything. Want to see? She quickly summoned the item to show off. It's a rare grade necklace. Intermediate rank. Increases agility. How is it? Looks decent. Right. Ryu Min gasped in surprise again. Whoa, it's beautiful. Unexpectedly, Juri pushed it toward him. Here, take it. And this action made him step back in confusion. Why give this to me? She gently persuaded him. Just take it. I only got it thanks to your prediction. But Ryu Min firmly refused. No need. I can't accept a reward you worked so hard for. The praise made Juri blush slightly. It wasn't that hard. Black Scythe carried me the whole match, so the hunt felt like nothing. Seizing the chance, Ryu Min asked, then why not give it to him instead of me? She sighed. Would a top-tier expert like him even need a low-level necklace like this? He answered the question in his heart. Of course not. He doesn't need it. So Ryu Min continued waving his hand to refuse. I really appreciate your kindness, but I don't need it. I haven't even reached the official class yet. Juri couldn't help but be startled by this information. You're still not official. What level are you? He lowered his eyes, shyly answering. I'm level 19. I barely managed to kill 300 orcs in 10 hours by myself. Juri only knew to let out an O in agreement, then regretfully took back the necklace. Right. The prophet class isn't really suited for combat. Suddenly she remembered something she'd been curious about. By the way, Min, how does a prophet fight? Ryu Min scratched his head and replied honestly, I have a few magic spells, but it's a bit embarrassing to show them. Juri touched her chin, deducing. Then you don't need an agility necklace, since magic requires intelligence. Right? He smirked, confirming. That's right. Immediately after, she summoned a red stone. Then I'll give you this instead of the necklace. Juri held it out to him, but this time her attitude was much more determined. I picked this up while hunting. At least take this. I'm not sure if it's good, but it's mine to give, so don't refuse. How could Ryu Min not notice her care deep in his eyes? Happiness flashed, and he reached out to take it. Thanks, you were thinking of me too. The sudden skin contact made Juri freeze instantly. It's not like I was thinking of you or anything. You always give me information. I feel guilty just taking it. Tisk. Ryu Min softened his voice, interrupting. Then I should give you something too, Juri. She asked back blankly. Huh, for me, what is it? Unfortunately, the words that followed shattered the hope in Juri's heart. What else news about round 6? Of course. She could only smile wryly. If you're willing to tell me, I'd be very grateful. Ryu Min, seemingly oblivious, continued. All right. The mission for round 6 is to tell your partner everything without hiding a single thing. After hearing this, Juri confirmed one thing in confusion. Should I team up with Black Scythe again? Ryu Min answered firmly. He definitely won't refuse you. You already proved your value with your buff skills in round 5. Those words made Juri touch her chin, deep in thought. Team up with him again. Ryu Min was slightly startled by the strange attitude. You're happy about that, right? She answered innocently. Of course. He treats me very well. Ryu Min breathed a sigh of relief. Is that so? But the comments that followed were like arrows piercing his head. He's more thoughtful than I expected. Not at all. Scary like I thought. He's a bit arrogant, but that makes sense. After all, he is ranked first. Ryu Min stiffly repeated robotically. Is that so? Now that she mentioned it, Juri realized a few odd points. Plus, he seems to have very good intuition. Ryu Min asked nervously. What do you mean? She recalled and recounted a few things. I don't know how to explain it, but it feels like he can see right through people. He lowered his eyes, silently answering. This vagueness. That's thanks to the mind-reading rune. A sense of helplessness from the past rushed back. I'm not exactly perfect. I failed 99 times. The previous round felt like I was scammed because it required a team of 5. The system board back, then had left Ryu Min in a deadlock. Boss room entry condition 1 out of 5. Requires at least 5 people to open. Thinking of this? He silently resolved. Anyway, this is my last chance. At any cost, I must make it to the final round. With Min Juri and that priest from the US. Suddenly, Juri's voice snapped him back to reality. Min, what are you thinking? Ryu Min startled, looking up. Nothing. It was just that the emotion he showed earlier had been caught by her eyes. You nervous about the next round? The enemy basically handed you an excuse on a silver platter. Why not use it? Well, I guess I am a little worried. After all, I'm not exactly strong. Juri let out a long, regretful sigh. Man, if only we were in the same zone. I could have totally helped you out. Ryu Min blinked, playing the innocent fool. For free. She didn't hesitate, of course, but then she lowered her head, fidgeting with her hands, looking guilty. It just doesn't feel right. Always taking your help. I feel useless. I haven't done a single thing for you. But the young Black Scythe mentally gave her a thumbs up. You've done more than enough. Seriously. Juri, thanks to you, I wiped out that high-level orc in the blink of an eye. Ryu Min softened his voice, comforting her. Hey, don't sweat it. One day, we're gonna cross paths again in the other world. Juri's eyes lit up with hope. You really think so? That beautiful possibility seemed to recharge her spirit. Just promise me you'll survive until then. Okay, I'm gonna give it everything I've got. Good luck, Ryu Min awkwardly raised a hand in response. Yeah, good luck. But deep down, he felt a knot of anxiety. God, I'm actually terrified of how she's gonna react when she finds out I'm actually the Black Scythe. After parting ways, he headed straight for the Heavenly Demon Company. Zhang Chun bowed respectfully, announcing to the man inside, Sir, Mr. Ryu Min has arrived. Ma Gyung-rak flashed a welcoming smile, pushing off his armrest to stand. He patted Ryu Min's shoulder like an old friend. Please, have a seat. Manager Ann, bring us 2 cups of chamomile tea. Zhang Chun bowed immediately. Yes, sir. Turning back, Gyung-rak addressed his esteemed guest. Mr. Ryu Min, I hope the trip over wasn't too taxing. Ryu Min replied with practiced politeness. Thanks to the car you sent. The ride was incredibly comfortable. Ma Gyung-rak nodded, satisfied. Haha, really? That is excellent to hear. If there is ever anything that displeases you, just say the word and I will handle it immediately. On the surface, Ryu Min kept his cool. Oh, sure. But internally, his mind was racing. Ma Gyung-rak, the man who murders people like he's eating breakfast, says he'll handle everything. Yeah, best to keep my mouth shut about unnecessary details. The CEO then made a generous offer. Have you had lunch? If not, why don't we eat together? But Ryu Min cut him off cold. There are more pressing matters than lunch right now. Ma Gyung-rak leaned forward, intrigued. Don't tell me. It's information about the next round. That eager reaction made Ryu Min smirk internally, just as I thought. The guy's impatient. He casually confirmed. That much is obvious. Everything is proceeding so smoothly that Jungkook looked genuinely surprised. Really, thank you. But Ryu Min cut him off again. However, in return, I need you to organize a shareholder meeting. Ryu Min narrowed his eyes, laying out his terms. We need to talk business. We need to completely pivot our business model and even change the company name. Ma Youngrock dropped the playful act, his face turning serious. What exactly do you want me to do? Favor Ryu Min needed was simple. I need you to fully support the business proposal I'm about to present at that meeting. He lowered his voice, adding a non-negotiable condition. And I want zero pushback. I need you to handle the other shareholders and convince them. Ryu Min then explained why he needed the backup. In the future vision I saw, those old men weren't exactly thrilled about this idea. Ma Youngrock suddenly had a bad feeling. Just what kind of business are you planning to pitch? His reaction was exactly what Ryu Min predicted. He looks curious. And why wouldn't he be? I already told him that changing the business model guarantees success. Ryu Min saw no reason to hide it, bluntly revealing the master plan. Coming up, we are going to create a social open market exclusively for players. Ma Youngrock looked skeptical, asking again. You mean, like an e-commerce site? Ryu Min nodded gravely. Exactly. But the difference is only players will have access. And instead of regular goods, they'll be trading in-game items. He continued to clarify a few key points. So, they can buy and sell items using real cash. Ryu Min's answer took Sang-chun, standing nearby. Completely buy. Surprise? Cash or barter. That's up to the seller to decide when they list the item. Ma Youngrock pondered for a moment, then remarked, bartering makes sense, but do players actually need real money right now? Ryu Min casually threw the question right back at him. There are bound to be players who need cash. Don't you agree? However, Ryu Min still had a few things to consider. Currently, there isn't a truly suitable payment method. Those words made the CEO frown. Currently, you mean there will be a new method later? That sharp reaction earned a silent compliment from Ryu Min. Sharp as ever. Just as I expected. He comfortably leaned back and continued his pitch. That's right. I caught a glimpse of the future, Ayers. Above level 40 don't use cash, they trade in gold. Ma Youngrock unconsciously repeated the word. Gold. Ryu Min patiently filled in the details. When a player hits level 40, the trading function unlocks. They can exchange gold directly. As for us, we're going to build the system that makes those trades safe. And naturally, we take a commission fee whether it's cash or gold. Ma Youngrock was getting more convinced by the second. A social marketplace exclusive to players. That's not a bad idea at all. We'll have the first mover advantage since no one else is doing this. If it works, we can monopolize this entire niche. Then he raised a critical question. But will people actually use a marketplace just for players of? Naturally, Ryu Min had already scoped out the market. By round 5, players have started hoarding a decent pile of loot. Plus, since you're a participant too, you know exactly what others need. Don't you, monster drops? Can't be sold to the system store. So, they're definitely scratching their heads, wondering what to do with all that junk. And more importantly, to someone who failed 99 times like Ryu Min, the current psychology of the masses is too easy to read. Most have now passed level 20. They've unlocked crafting and are surely trying to combine items in every way possible. So, what if a website suddenly appeared where they could easily buy those exact materials? The moment Youngrock offers that answer, they'll come flocking in droves. Ryu Min delivers the final blow. Now is the perfect time. Youngrock stays silent, but his mind is racing with a million possibilities. If the prophecy is real, building the system right now could be a resounding success. We can attract users by spreading viral articles. Ryu Min doesn't rush him. He lets the man take his time to weigh the options. We'll make an app for easy access. Adding an auction system might be a good idea too. Maybe we should let them list items for free at first. This attitude makes Ryu Min unable to hold back a smile. Looks like he's genuinely interested in the business plan I proposed. Well, I am the prophet. It's hard to say no to me. Besides, this benefits me too. He briefly recalls the assets he currently possesses. If I can monopolize crafting materials with unknown uses, I can create unique items. Awesome complete legendary sets, or maybe even god tier equipment. A long moment later, Youngrock looks up with one final question. We've settled on the business model being a social market, but what should we rename the company? That question is practically an acceptance of Ryu Min's request. Do you have any ideas? Youngrock beams, tossing the responsibility right back. Let's put my ideas aside. We should follow the prophet's vision as much as possible. Shouldn't we? And aren't you the company's biggest shareholder? Ryu Min gives a stiff, awkward laugh. Haha, well, it's not a difficult problem anyway. How about a name that signifies player's place? What do you think? Youngrock has no objections, Sounds good. And abbreviating it to PP works well too. Ryu Min has just one last thing to address. Glad you like it. So, how long will it take to develop and launch? Jung-rock thinks for a moment before giving a number. At the fastest, 1 month. Ryu Min calculates quickly. So, that's after round 6. If the plan is settled, I don't mind discussing today's main objective. While we're at it, let me share the intel for round 6. Both Jung-rock and Sang-chun lean in, fully focused. After listening, Jung-rock rests his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Looks like. Round 6 will require cooperation too. He bows his head deeply, showing his sincerity. I understand. Thank you, Prophet. Ryu Min replies casually, don't mention it. But where no one can see, a satisfied smirk plays on Jung-rock's face. I knew keeping the Prophet close was the right decision. Everything is progressing smoothly, both in reality and the other world. Quickly, he returns to his usual friendly demeanor. Then, I'll proceed with the business plan as discussed today. I'll convene an emergency shareholder meeting as soon as possible to get this approved. Mr. Ryu Min, could you personally attend? And present the business plan. I can't exactly refuse. No problem. Jung-rock nods, fully satisfied. Understood. We'll contact you as soon as the meeting is set. He then turns to instruct Sang-chun. Mr. An, please escort the Prophet home and drop by Actress S's place on the way to pass along the information. An immediately accepts the order. Yes, sir. Jung-rock diligently sees Ryu Min to the door. Shall we go, Prophet? Morning. A few days later. Ryu Min checks the calendar on his phone and mutters, today is the day the epic item appears. He quickly opens the system interface to check the shop. Let's see what we have today. It doesn't take long to find exactly what he wanted. Here it is, the tattered wanderer's cloak. After reading the specs on the screen, he clicks his tongue in appraisal. Defense is trash, but increasing attack speed and movement like this, that's absolutely brilliant. Ryu Min doesn't hesitate to hit the buy button. An epic item for only 20,000 gold. That's rare. He closes the system, lost in thought. I won't have to rely on the store anymore. From now on, I'll buy everything I need at the social market. The future is already mapped out in Ryu Min's mind. By then, blueprint-type items will sell for a massive premium. Just one blueprint recording a specific formula means people won't have to fumble around blindly guessing combinations anymore. He can't help but smile. Plus, since it can be resold to others, it's guaranteed to become incredibly popular. If I leverage that well, I can pull even more people into the social market. With that thought, Ryu Min collapses onto his bed, exhausted. Of course, first I need to nail this shareholder meeting perfectly. Urgent business for tomorrow. Handled. The very next day. Blinding sunlight pierced through the glass walls of Cheonma Consulting. Sang-jun politely handed out dossiers to the attending shareholders. Please, take these documents. Everyone, please fill the seats from the front row. The shareholder meeting proceeded smoothly, without a single hitch. Just as Ryu Min predicted. There were voices of skepticism and discontent. But as he answered every question with razor-sharp decisiveness, the number of challenges dwindled one by one. Finally, backed by Ryu Min's unwavering confidence, the resolution was passed with zero opposition. After the meeting, Jian-wook smiled and praised him. Major shareholder, you worked hard today. You spoke with such confidence, didn't show a hint of nerves. Ryu Min responded with practiced humility. Haha, practicing at home a few times wasn't a waste, I guess. To that, Jian-wook placed a hand on his chest, promising, leave the website development and system setup to me. You just focus on surviving the next round. Ryu Min, however, saw right through the calculation. They're just worried that if I die, they lose their access to the prophecies. Then Jian-wook extended an invitation. You must be hungry. Let's have lunch at the hotel. You won't turn me down this time, right? Sure, sounds good. I'm feeling much lighter now anyway. With that, everything he needed to accomplish today was complete. Ryu Min began plotting his next move. Now, there's only one final task remaining. And that is utilizing Huang Yi. That Sunday, the Player Survival Cafe held its regular meeting. Yami waved cheerfully. Hi there, Papa Ring responded gloomily. Hello, Mr. Yami, she asked, surprised. Why is the atmosphere so dark? Did something happen? He looked up and whispered. You haven't heard. Curious. Yami leaned closer to the screen. Heard what? Papa Ring dropped the bombshell that froze her. We lost contact with 30-year-old and Honey Jam. No news since round 5. It seems they didn't survive. But that genuine emotion didn't last long. Yami frowned, thinking, no wonder the air is so heavy. People died. But something felt off. They only ever met via video chat. Why are they so devastated? Suddenly, it clicked. They're acting. They're trying to look like good people in front of the chairman. A familiar realization struck her. The founder of this community cafe was clearly a top-tier power player. Sucking up to the boss is a basic rule. In society, especially since the chairman actually grieves whenever a player dies, Yami covered a distinct smirk of amusement. Well, I can't be the only one left behind. She immediately activated her own acting skills. Oh no, 30-year-old, honey jam. The other players were no different, covering their faces and rubbing their eyes. Please don't cry, Yami. You're making me want to cry too. The situation made Yami feel nothing but cynical amusement. Look at these weasels clinging to this opportunity. But hey, that's human nature. Just then, a system notification popped up. The chairman has entered. The player survival chat room. Taehui immediately sensed the strangeness. What's wrong? Why does everyone look so down? Lost side. Breaking the news. Chairman, it's like this. Hearing the report, Taehui covered his mouth in heartbreak. How could something like this happen, I hoped. At least the others might have survived. Squeeze his eyes shut, trying to suppress the rising emotions. Troubles just keep piling up. Now we're down to only 6 members in the executive board. At that moment, Brad raised his hand. Chairman, can't we use this chance to recruit new, executives? Taehui lowered his voice, sounding troubled. I want to, but there aren't any suitable candidates, are there? And we haven't heard anything from the previous applicants either. Lost. Still no news from the 3. People we interviewed before? The man replied mournfully. No, sir. I've called them multiple times, but no one picks up. Taehui turned away in regret. Then perhaps they also perished in round 5. Only then did Lost reveal the crucial intel he was holding back. I'm not sure about the other 2, but Black Scythe is definitely still alive. You saw the results of round 5, right? Someone that strong wouldn't just survive the game, he'd be fine in the real world. 2. Taehui silently looked at the system ranking board, where the name Black Scythe still dominated the number 1 spot. Then why did he apply to join us and then vanish without a trace? The question sent his mind spinning into a dead end. That, I don't know. Brad scratched his head in frustration. Maybe he's just toying with us. Poppering offered a different, skeptical theory. Or maybe that wasn't the real Black Scythe to begin with. Maybe we haven't heard back because the imposter died in round 5. Another member nodded in agreement. Poppering has a point. Taehui frowned, mulling it over. An imposter? That sounds plausible. Yami remained silent, listening to the discussion, but with thoughtful eyes. Hambo, however, let out a bored sigh mixed with a sneer. Right, why would a big shot like Black Scythe join a no-name cafe like this? Suddenly, his body went rigid, cold sweat breaking out as he realized, I just misspoke. Wait, sure enough, all 3 pairs of eyes lock onto him, expressions ranging from shock to scrutiny. But Taehyun is the first to react. His voice remains calm, but beneath the surface, it drips with murderous intent. Humble mukbang. Did you just call this a nameless cafe? He pauses. Dangerous. Care to clarify exactly what sort of cafe you think this is? Humble stammers in terror. I mean... The chairman's face darkens, his sharp gaze sweeping over the man like a blade. This cafe is a sanctuary for those who will lead the new era. Do you have a problem with that? The man panics, scrambling to justify himself. I apologize. Chairman, I didn't mean it like that at all. I swear. Too bad. Taehyun has zero intention of forgiving him. Humble mukbang. As of this moment, you are stripped of your executive position. Actually, let's make that a permanent ban. Humble screams in horror. What? Taehyun delivers the death sentence without blinking. We need unity right now, not trash who looks down on us. I cannot accept someone like you as a member. Pale-faced, the man tries to beg. Chairman, please. But Taehyun cuts him off cold. Humble mukbang is now blacklisted from here on out. And when the new era begins, you'd better learn to adapt fast. Instantly, Humble's video feed vanishes. A system message pops up. Operator has removed Humble Mukbang from the chat room. With the nuisance gone, Taehyun snaps back to his usual friendly persona. Alright, now that the dissenter has been purged, let's continue the meeting. The tension in the room settles, and the remaining members respond with hesitant stammers. Yes. Suddenly, Lostya flinches, eyes widening as if he just saw a ghost. Huh, Taehyun asks, with genuine concern. Han Lostya, is something wrong? The member hesitates, voice cracking with disbelief. Someone just submitted a membership application, and their in-game nickname is Black Scythe. That name hits the room like a bomb. All 3 freeze, unable to believe their ears. Taehyun asks suspiciously. He applied again. Lostya checks the data. Yes, chairman, but the real name is different this time. The applicant is Hwang Yong-min. After a moment of deep thought, Taehyun makes a decision. I'll go to his house and meet him personally. We can't be sure if he's the real deal unless we see him face to face. Lostya asks cautiously. But what if it's another fake? What do we do then? Chairman Taehyun falls silent for a second. Then he looks up, his eyes colder and more serious than ever before. Then he will pay the price for daring to toy with us. Meanwhile, in a dark room, In a pitch-black computer room lit only by the monitor's glow, a figure leans back in his chair. Ryu Min crosses his arms, coldly analyzing the situation. Another imposter posing as Black Scythe has appeared. The executives of Phone C3 definitely won't sit still. He spins his chair around, predicting their next move. They'll use an interview as an excuse to visit his house, which is exactly the address I put down for Hwang Yong-min. He stands up, pacing slowly through the cramped room, forcing people to take lives, ostracizing others to turn civilians into slaves. Well, it's wrong. His internal monologue intensifies. That kind of cruelty only divides players and civilians. Eventually, it leads to total extinction. His voice drops, heavy but filled with resolve. I can't just stand by and watch. The best option is to wipe out the executives completely and take over the organization myself. Sooner or later, Phone C3 will grow into a massive force, holding over 30% of the country's players. He weighs the pros and cons with cold logic. Instead of destroying the group, using it to control the player community is far more beneficial. That's why I applied to join Phone C3 in the first place. Ryu Min reaches out and pushes the door open. Once I use Hwang Yong-min to overthrow the leadership, that chairman's seat is mine. He pulls his hood down and silently slips out of the PC bang. The door chime rings clearly, signaling a customer. The owner behind the counter is buried in a newspaper. Ignoring the suspicious figure walking in, Dalian looks up to greet him. Welk, his words choke off as a coarse canvas bag is slammed violently onto the counter. It's Hwang Yong-min, dressed head to toe in black, face covered the textbook look of a robber. He growls, "Put all the cash in here, unless you want to die." The old man shakes uncontrollably, face turning pale as he stammers, "But player." The robber's eyes instantly go dark. A cold, murderous glare sweeps over the room, freezing the air. Patience gone, his brow furrows with killing intent. He grits his teeth and slams his fist down. Crack! The sound is deafening as the countertop shatters into debris. "You bastard! What are you waiting for?" "Do you think I'm joking?" Youngmin screams, not bothering to hide the boiling rage in his voice. "Hurry up. Do you want me to crush your skull for real?" Dalian tries to calm his heart, which feels like it's about to explode. His hands tremble as he grabs the bag. I'm doing it right now." He frantically stuffs cash inside and hands it over, cowering. "Here." The aura around Youngmin turns gloomy and threatening. "Is this it? Is this all of it?" Dalian bows his head, explaining, "The lottery tickets. We've been suspended from selling, so business is terrible lately. We just sell a few convenience store items now." But he cut the old man off, stepping in close, his voice dripping with ice. "Did I ask for your life story? I know there's an iron safe in the back." He raised a threatening fist at the trembling shopkeeper. "Bring it out, now." The old man scrambled to obey, terrified. I'm going." A moment later, the thug returned, his bag bulging, stuff so full the zipper barely closed. Youngmin did a quick mental calculation, satisfied. "About 10 million won, that'll do." Before leaving, he turned back, his gaze pouring freezing water down the old man's spine. His voice was dry, warning, and full of malice. "Try calling the cops. I'll break out of jail just to kill you myself." The old man froze, too petrified to move. Job done. The thug quickly vanished from the scene, blending into the silent city night. Youngmin sprinted through several small alleys. Only when he was sure he'd shaken any tails did he pull his hood down. His face was drenched in sweat. He let out a long breath, finally relieved to be free of that heavy, stifling mask. A greedy smirk curled on his lips. Pretty good haul today. This should keep me fed for a whole month." But the joy didn't last. His lips pressed into a thin line, eyes darkening. "I can handle the real world, but what about the other world? Can I even survive the next round?" His hand clenched into a fist, veins popping. "It's all because of that bastard, Black Hook. Because of him, I lost a friend and my stats tanked." Rage flared up, uncontrollable. Youngmin roared into the night. "It's all that bastard's fault." Suddenly, a stray cat leaped over a low wall, making Youngmin jump. He froze, heart pounding in his chest. He scanned the area, his pace slowing unconsciously, on edge as if someone were watching. Black Hook. That piece of trash. If I ever meet him in real life, I'll slice him in two right there. The silence was eerie. The small street was dark, with only a few flickering window lights. Youngmin clutched his bag of money, looking around guiltily, breathing hard. He turned the corner toward his room and his muscles locked up. Someone was standing right in front of his door. His voice trembled, all bravado gone. "Who is it?" Lostia looked up from his phone, the screen's glow illuminating his face. He held a calm, steady gaze on the thug before him. "You are Hwang Yong-min, correct." Youngmin stalled, gripping the money bag tighter, taking a wary step back. Sweat beaded on his temples. The stranger confirmed calmly. "Looking at your reaction, I guess I'm right." The question burst out, fueled by Youngmin's defensive instincts. "Who are you, police?" That confused Lostia. "Police?" He paused, then gave a half smile of surprise. What, did you commit a crime or something?" He switched to a friendly tone. "I'm Lostia, an interview manager for Phone C3. You submitted an application this morning, didn't you? Youngmin's eyes twitched. Then he frowned, annoyed. What kind of scam is this bastard trying to pull? Lastia looked increasingly confused, tilting his head. Wait, aren't you Black Hook? Once the words registered, Youngmin snapped. You think I'm Black Hook? Are you messing with me? And what the hell is Phone C3? Lastia looked awkward. He covered his face in embarrassment. Sorry to disturb you. I'll be going now. Youngmin scowled, unable to contain his frustration until he shouted, What the hell is going on? At least tell me what's happening. This time, the stranger didn't dodge. He stopped hiding it. His voice returned to a calm, professional tone. It seems someone knows your personal info and is playing a game. Because both the name and address matched. Youngmin exploded, feeling like he'd been played for a fool. What which bastard dares to do that? Just then, a calm voice cut through the chaos. It was me. I used your name. Both men instantly went silent, turning to the newcomer. It was Ryu Min, wearing a mask, radiating a heavy, oppressive aura. He spoke the name clearly. Hwang Youngmin. Youngmin squinted at the masked figure, gritting his teeth. What is this now? Who's this crazy bastard? You know me. Ryu Min smirked beneath the mask. Of course. Youngmin asked suspiciously. And who the hell are you? You're asking who I am. Ryu Min let out a cold laugh. Mana suddenly swirled around his hand. In a flash, a massive, terrifying scythe materialized in his grip. He raised an eyebrow. Does this answer your question? Seeing the weapon, Lastia's face went pale. That absurdly huge scythe. Could he really be Black Hook? But his appearance. Ryu Min is too short. He doesn't look like 1.7 meters at all. And that skinny frame. Lastia felt this guy was completely different from the Black Hook he imagined he looked easy to beat. Conversely, Youngmin was certain. The person in front of him was Black Hook. The body shape was slightly different, but the tone and the aura were identical. And above all, those eyes were real. The real deal had arrived. But then there was Lost. He watched Ryu Min with suspicion. He's too short. Too skinny. That's not the Black Scythe. He looks weak. But Hwang Youngmin knew better. That aura. That voice. It's him. The body is different, but the eyes are real. The Black Scythe is finally here. It's over. Black Scythe has actually come to find him. In the real world. The thought makes Hwang Youngmin stumble back. His legs shaking uncontrollably. Why is Black Scythe here? And why did he use his Z's name? They shouldn't have any connection. Right. Bringing a weapon here. That means nothing good is about to happen. Meanwhile, Lastia notices Youngmin trembling, realizing the man standing before him is the real deal. He's never met the Reaper in person. But if this is truly him, at level 20, he doesn't stand a ghost of a chance. As Lastia spirals in panic, Ryu Min suddenly speaks up. You're scaring him. His voice is cold, indifferent. You didn't come alone. Did you tell the rats hiding in the dark to come out? I already know they're there. Lastia's face twists in shock. He actually sensed the other officers hiding nearby. Cover blown. Two figures step out from the shadows. Poppering and Brad stare at Ryu Min, their eyes full of suspicion. They mutter, We've been made. How did he know we were here? Just as they step forward, Ryu Min points his scythe at them, his voice dropping to a lethal chill. Don't take another step, unless you have a death wish. Hearing this, Brad can't help but scoff. Big talk for such a little guy. But Poppering steps forward, his expression grave. Hey, are you really Black Scythe? You realize I can verify the truth, right? Ryu Min gives a nonchalant shrug, then lifts his scythe. Poppering remains on edge, speaking slowly. I heard Black Scythe uses a scythe as his main weapon, but I've never seen it with my own eyes. Just holding one isn't enough to convince me. Ryu Min doesn't care if he believes or not. He scoffs. If you don't believe me, why bother asking? Poppering replies flatly. I just want to hear it directly, from your own mouth. Ryu Min narrows his eyes. Finally, he speaks. Fine. I am Black Scythe. Happy now. Instantly, a notification pings in Poppering's mind. Truth. It confirms Ryu Min's words. Brad sees Poppering, goes silent and leans in, whispering. Well, what's the verdict? Poppering trembles. He's telling the truth. Hearing this, cold sweat breaks out on Lastia's forehead. He wants to deny it, but it's real. Brad is even more terrified. Just moments ago, he was trash-talking Ryu Min. Now he's shaking like a leaf, paralyzed, even considering dropping to his knees to beg for mercy. After a moment of hesitation, Brad approaches Ryu Min, his voice dripping with sycophancy. Mr. Black Scythe, it's such an honor, but he doesn't finish. Ryu Min cuts him off coldly. Skip the pleasantries. You wanted to test if I'm really Black Scythe. Didn't you? Well then, come verify it yourself. Brad's face goes deathly pale. Did he hear my comments earlier? I can't talk my way out of this. I have to apologize. Brad hurriedly bows his head. I am sincerely sorry for my rudeness earlier, Mr. Black Scythe. But Ryu Min isn't interested. He interrupts with a scoff. Save your breath. Didn't you want to test if I'm the real deal? Pop-Oring sees the murderous intent and panics. Wait, you don't have to. Prove your strength. We verified your identity. I have a rune related to truth. Ryu Min silences him. Enough. If you can block a single strike from me, I'll pretend none of this ever happened. Brad panics, begging desperately. Please, Mr. Black Scythe, have mercy, just this once. Spare me. Here I come. Ryu Min ignores the pleading entirely. With a cold snort, he strikes. Slash. Brad's head flies from his shoulders. Young Min and Lastia freeze in absolute terror. Lastia bites his lip, cursing. Internally. Damn it, what the hell is this guy? He didn't even see the scythe move. Pop-Oring is equally terrified. Lastia can't stay silent anymore and shouts, Mr. Black Scythe, what are you doing? Ryu Min answers calmly, what does it look like I'm proving I'm the real Black Scythe? With my skills? Lastia grits his teeth, shouting back, I told you that wasn't necessary anymore. It's confirmed. We came to recruit him. But he's a lunatic who kills without warning, and we're supposed to make him an officer. This won't work. Pop-Oring is thinking the same thing. Making Black Scythe an ally is too dangerous. If they can't recruit Ryu Min, they have to kill him, right here, right now. But a level 40 player won't go down easily. They have to feign surrender, lower his guard, then ambush him. But their plan is dead on arrival. Ryu Min already knows. He scoffs. Don't bother. You're leaking killing intent. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Pop-Oring flinches, feigning ignorance. I don't know what you're talking about. Ryu Min states coldly. You're planning to kill me. Pop-Oring shakes his head frantically. Impossible. How could we even dare to think of killing you? Not waiting for him to finish. Ryu Min continues. You'll pretend to surrender, then ambush me the moment my back is turned. Am I right? He shoots a sharp glance at Lastia behind him, making the officer stumble back in fear. But Ryu Min doesn't care. He continues. Do you know why I used Hwang Young-min's name and address to register? Because I wanted... Meet your officers. This statement sent Lastia into a panic. She asked in disbelief. Us, what do you intend to do? Feigning indifference. Ryu Min shrugged and replied flatly. It's simple. You're all going to die by my hand. Pop-Oring grew more terrified by the second. He knew he needed to stall for time. Stalling was his best option, but before he could even make a move, his eyes bulged in sheer horror. Lastia had already collapsed, blood pooling across the floor. Pop-Oring's face went from green to pale white. From the very beginning. Ryu Min had lured them here solely to slaughter them. Confused and desperate, he shouted aggressively, Why, what grudge do you have against us? Ryu Min didn't answer. Instead, he pointed his scythe at the man's throat and spoke sternly. Do I need a personal grudge? What about killing innocents under the guise of a recruitment test? The moment those words came out, Pop-Oring's face drained of all color. He trembled, muttering, How? How could you possibly know about that? Ryu Min stared at him and let out a cold snort. Especially the officer interviews where you force them to kill innocent civilians with their own hands, one by one. Hearing this, Pop-Oring tried to argue back, refusing to accept it. They weren't innocent. He said those people weren't innocent civilians, even though they were just lowly trash. They dared to insult players while secretly being jealous of our abilities. Pop-Oring claimed that those people were hypocrites who deserved to die. Unimpressed, Ryu Min scoffed coldly. And you're strict with others but easy on yourself. Isn't that the definition of a double standard? Pop-Oring was enraged by the remark, biting his lip and muttering, You're so annoying. You don't know anything about me, but... How can you see through everything with the rune of truth? Ryu Min didn't bother explaining. He simply swung his scythe, instantly sending Pop-Oring on a one-way trip to hell. He was just a piece of trash who murdered innocents. He deserved death. And Ryu Min felt zero pity. Having dealt with those two, he turned his gaze behind him. There stood Young Min, shaking like a leaf, his face completely bloodless. Ryu Min smirked and said, Don't be scared. I'll help you reunite with your friends soon enough. That remark made Young Min nearly piss, his pants in terror. He stammered, How do you know my friends? Ryu Min replied nonchalantly, Why wouldn't I? We used to hang out together. Or to be more accurate, I was dragged around by your group everywhere. Young Min looked at him in confusion, muttering, What? Seeing his reaction, Ryu Min let out a soft chuckle. You don't know who I am. As he spoke, he removed his mask. Revealing his true face, Ryu Min smirked. It's me, Ryu Min, the guy you used to bully. Young Min's face instantly turned green, his eyes filled with disbelief. What? Young Min recalled the past, how he used to beat Ryu Min like a dog, and then remembered the Black Scythe who had severed his arm in the game. Young Min couldn't possibly merge those two images into one. Seeing his reaction, Ryu Min sneered. You don't believe it that I am the Black Scythe? Young Min stood there in silence, his body trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this, Ryu Min continued to smile. I get it. Just last year, I was being beaten to a pulp by you. Finally finding his voice, Youngmin shouted aggressively. What the hell are you? Did you trick me this whole time? Why pretend to be a loser? Shrugging indifferently. Ryu Min pouted mockingly. What are you talking about? I never acted like a loser. But the moment the words left his lips, he swung his scythe down. The item in Youngmin's inventory shattered, sending money flying everywhere, and one of his arms was sliced clean off, making him drop to his knees, shivering. Ryu Min didn't care. He snorted in contempt. Being called a loser by someone like you, really pisses me off. The pain caused Youngmin to scream incessantly, testing Ryu Min's patience. He shouted coldly, "Shut up, unless you want your tongue removed too." The threat successfully silenced the screaming instantly. Seeing this, Ryu Min nodded in satisfaction. Good, you know how to listen. I'll bandage you up a bit. You lost an arm. Huh, doesn't matter. You're about to die anyway. Saying that, he actually activated a healing skill to treat Youngmin. Watching the wound stop bleeding, Youngmin was bewildered. After regaining his senses, he trembled and muttered, "Are you really the Ryu Min I used to know?" Ryu Min clicked his tongue and pouted. "No, that Ryu Min doesn't exist anymore. Goodbye." As he spoke, he raised his scythe, ready to send him to meet his maker. Seeing this, Youngmin screamed in terror. "Wait, hold on, Min." Ryu Min's movement paused slightly. Grasping at a straw of hope, Youngmin begged frantically, "I bullied you a lot, right? I was wrong. I really regret it. Please don't kill me." Ryu Min frowned slightly, asking quietly, "Really? Yes, yes." Youngmin nodded furiously without hesitation. He hurriedly explained, "Killing me won't benefit you, right? Use me instead." Ryu Min narrowed his eyes, looking at him suspiciously. "Use you how?" Youngmin thought for a moment before answering. I'll be your personal servant. I'll do anything." Hearing this, Ryu Min fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Youngmin looked visibly relieved, but his joy didn't last long. Ryu Min slowly opened his mouth. "No, that's not enough. Make him." Hwang was thrilled, but Ryu Min cut him off cold. "No, not enough." His words made the man freeze. Ryu Min's voice was ice. "You're still thinking about stabbing me in the back, aren't you? Playing the loyal servant just to buy time?" Ryu Min nailed him. Hwang flinched. "I would know. Why would I think that?" He denied it, but deep down, he was terrified. He didn't stop cursing Ryu Min, dragging up 18 generations of his ancestors to insult him, but Ryu Min wasn't surprised. He saw right through it. Coldly, he spoke up. "A stray dog that dares to bite its master can't be kept around. Your usefulness ends right here." Hearing this, Youngmin screamed in terror. "Wait, please give me a..." But before he could finish his sentence, Ryu Min swung his scythe, slicing Youngmin's head clean off. He stated indifferently, "I already gave you a chance." The previous round, before Ryu Min possessed the rune of inner thoughts, he had been fooled by Youngmin's sweet words and spared him. And the result, naturally, was a stab in the back. Ryu Min thought back to how weak and naive he had been to let a scumbag like Youngmin kill him. But not this time. Ryu Min looked down coldly at Youngmin's corpse lying on the ground, snorting softly as he muttered, "Goodbye, you piece of trash. The filthy tie between us is finally severed. This is the last time I have to look at your unlucky face." Thinking this, Ryu Min breathed a sigh of relief, then started using his skill to erase the traces. In the blink of an eye, the bodies and the pools of blood on the floor were completely wiped away. Job done. Ryu Min retracted his scythe, then slowly walked down the hallway toward Youngmin's house. A moment later, inside the Cafe Guild's chat room, Jamie entered the chat, waving to everyone. "Welcome, Guild Master." Taehyun was slightly startled to see her, quickly speaking up. "There you are," he asked slowly. "It seems the interview with Black Scythe is over, but where are the other officers?" Hearing this, Taehyun sighed deeply and said gravely, "They're all dead. They went to the interview and were killed." This statement made Jamie scream in panic. Who would dare to do such a thing? But as soon as the words left her mouth, a thought struck her. She pursed her lips and muttered, "No way. Don't tell me it was..." Taehyun guessed what Jamie was thinking and nodded. "That's right, Black Scythe. He is hunting down the members of our, cafe." Jamie's face turned pale as she stammered, trembling. "So, Subaru, Somateng, and even Paporing, you mean all of them died at his hands alone?" Taehyun replied calmly. "Exactly." She asked, confused. "But why? What did they do wrong?" Taehyun shook his head slightly and sighed. Does a murderer need a reason? Maybe he does it just to satisfy himself. He speculated that perhaps Black Scythe hated that they were gaining influence. Jamie frowned in silence. There are always those who want to snatch away things that look better than what they have. Was he intervening out of jealousy and envy? If that was the case, she thought, they had to kill Black Scythe. Thinking of this, Jamie tapped her hand lightly on the table and spoke slowly. So, his request to join the cafe was just a trap to lure out the officers. That's right. Taehyun nodded in agreement. He thought so too. Jamie laughed out of pure anger. gritting her teeth as she cursed. Ha, I actually looked forward to meeting Black Scythe. Turns out he's just a psychopath hostile to us. Lucky. We didn't accept him as an officer, or we'd be screwed. Taehyun sighed. Seriously, my head might have been taken by Black Scythe too. Now, Black Scythe was clearly their enemy. He declared they had to find Black Scythe and avenge the fallen members. Hearing this, Jamie hesitated and muttered, but are we sure that was really Black Scythe and not an imposter? Knowing her thoughts, Taehyun spoke up. We have a witness, Lost. Explain it to Jamie. Yes, Guildmaster. As soon as he spoke, Lost actually appeared, nodding faintly. And so, the conversation between the three of them continued. After a long while, all three finally stopped. Taehyun spoke first. Then I'll see everyone at the next scheduled meeting, as the other two, Jamie and Lost, bade him farewell. Soon after, Taehyun left the chat. Before leaving the room, Lost also said goodbye. Jamie, see you next time. Jamie nodded slightly. Yes, you must be exhausted today. Get some rest and take care of your health. Yeah, alright. Lost replied carelessly, then exited the chat. But just a second later, the face reflected on the screen was Ryu Min's. He had used a skin layer to disguise himself as Lost and infiltrate the Cafe Guild's chat room. Now, he peeled off that skin, returning to his own face. Ryu Min exhaled, muttering, "Lucky they didn't realize. Acting really suits me." The assassin's mask was a reward chosen after the 5th wave of attacks. If you need a special item right now, this is the best choice. Transforming into the appearance of a killed player is a massive advantage. No assassination is easier than betrayal coming from an ally. Honestly, Ryu Min really wanted to kill the Guildmaster and impersonate him, but the assassin's mask. Ordinary manipulation won't work on him. Why? Because the president of Platinum Wing isn't a player. The head of an organization entirely made of players isn't a player himself. Isn't that just rich? Plus, there's that piece of trash, Jamie, guarding him closely. In his current state, Ryu Min can't counter her ability. Until he figures out a way to deal with her, Ryu Min needs to keep his distance from the high-ranking executives. He'll continue playing the role of Lostia through video calls to monitor the situation. Once business is done, Ryu Min heads for the door. His mind is still racing. They likely won't come looking for Lostia until the next scheduled meeting. This is the perfect window to restore the durability of the Eternal Sphere. Looks like he's taking a trip overseas. A few days later, in the United Kingdom, deep in a secluded forest, the rhythmic clang of a hammer against steel rings out from a small shack. The blacksmith plunges the glowing metal into water. Hiss. As he pulls it out, a sharp blade reveals its deadly form. Russell focuses intensely, not stopping until the metal in his hands is fully shaped into a short sword. But then, the blacksmith lets out a heavy, defeated sigh. He bites his lip. Why am I even making these? I can't even sell them. Ever since those damn angels showed up, the customers vanished. I've held on this long. I must be, but I'm at my limit. His bank account is bone dry. Being a blacksmith was Joe's lifelong dream. Is there really no other way? Suddenly, a memory sparks in his mind. He shouts out in excitement. That's right. They said if you clear round 20, you get a wish granted. Russell jumps up, energized. He can't give up on being a blacksmith. What's the point of being young if you don't have grit? A man's got to have some backbone. He convinces himself he can survive the final round and get that wish. Even in a new world. He's still pounding steel. It's destiny. The blacksmith class isn't exactly combat focused, but with his current strength, Joe thinks he can manage. He even unlocked the weapon sharpening skill at level 20. He just has to survive until the end. But just as quickly, Joe's spirit crashes. Determination is one thing, money is another. He can't even afford raw materials now. He sighs again. No choice. He'll have to take a break and find work until he scrapes together enough cash. Once he has the money, he can return to the shack and forge as a hobby. Russell starts cleaning up his workshop. Suddenly, a shadow falls across the entrance. Hearing footsteps, Russell spins around. It's Ryu Min, lugging a massive bag. Russell eyes him silently. Noticing immediately that the visitor is Asian, he frowns. Can I help you? Did you get lost? Ryu Min doesn't answer the question. Instead, he smiles. You must be Joe Daniel, right? The famous young blacksmith. Russell flinches, panic rising in his voice. Who are you? Ryu Min grins at the reaction. Judging by that face, I found the right man. Russell stares at him warily. Where did you hear about me? Ryu Min shakes his head gently. I didn't hear about you. I saw you. Russell looks confused. Saw me? Ryu Min nods calmly. I am a prophet. I can see the future. Russell bursts into laughter. A prophet. You expect me to buy that nonsense the first time we meet. But before he can finish, Ryu Min cuts him off coldly. Level 21, class blacksmith. Region ID SK008. Am I right? Russell freezes instantly. Guessing the level and class is one thing, but the specific region ID, is this guy actually a prophet? Can you really see the future? Ryu Min nods without hesitation. I can. Russell is still skeptical. I've never heard of a class called prophet before. Ryu Min keeps his cool. It's rare, so that's understandable. It is a unique class. Only one person in the world can possess it. Russell seems to be wavering. So, why would someone so amazing come here to find me? Relax, Russell, Ryu Min says slowly. I'm here to make a deal. I just need you to use your repair skill on one item. Do that for me, and I'll give you a very useful piece of information. Russell narrows his eyes. Useful information. Ryu Min nods. Exactly. Intel on round 6. Russell goes stiff. Knowing the details of the next round beforehand would be a massive survival advantage. But trading that kind of intel just for fixing one item, the reward is way too big for the task. He hesitates for a moment. You're really giving me intel on round 6 just to restore an item's durability? You don't want anything else. Ryu Min smiles internally. Classic Joe. If he had accepted too easily, Ryu Min would have been disappointed. To be honest, I do want something. Get closer to you. These words left Russell completely dumbfounded. He looked at Ryu Min with pure suspicion. What are you talking about? Ryu Min slowly explained. I have seen a future where you reach the absolute peak as a blacksmith. You survive all the way to round 15 without anyone's help. However, that is where your story ends. After that, there is no future for you. Just a tragic, lonely death. Hearing this, Russell fell into a deep silence. But the tension didn't last long. Ryu Min chuckled softly. But I can change that. If you cooperate with me, not only will you grow much faster, but you'll also clear round 15 and continue pursuing your lifelong dream of smithing. This offer, has clearly shook Russell. He pursed his lips, thinking for a long time, before asking skeptically, what exactly do you want from me? Smiling involuntarily, Ryu Min replied with sincerity, nothing huge, I just want us to help each other. You, Russell, are the only blacksmith who survives to round 15. Keeping a good relationship with a talent like you is beneficial in every way. But you look worried like you're overthinking it. How about I make the decision easier for you? Ryu Min paused, then slowly opened his mouth. My demands are simple. Just repair my equipment when needed and use a few skills on me. That's all. In exchange, I will provide you with information for the upcoming rounds. By doing this, Russell could grasp advantages he would normally miss and power up rapidly. Hearing this, Russell remained silent. He was still hesitating. That was an offer he shouldn't even need to think about. But could he really trust this man, judging by the way he spoke? Ryu Min seemed honest. Still, caution was key. After a long pause, Russell spoke slowly. I appreciate that. You rate me so highly, but I can't be 100% sure yet. Can I decide on continuing our deal after I see the end results of round 6? Ryu Min didn't overthink it and nodded immediately. Suit yourself. I'm not asking for a binding contract anyway. Hearing that, Russell cheerfully suggested, then let me repair your item first. After that, I get the info for round 6. Deal. Ryu Min nodded slightly, then pulled out a string of prayer beads. These were the Requiem beads. Corpse-grade item that had only one durability point left. He needed to increase its durability. So, handing it to a blacksmith was his only choice. Russell didn't hesitate. He reached out, took the beads, and began the repairs. In just a blink of an eye, he handed them back to Ryu Min. Here. All done. Ryu Min was a bit bewildered as he took them back. It was actually finished. The durability of the Requiem beads had hit 1,000. Only then did he smile with satisfaction. Perfect. Now I can start stacking charges again. Opposite him, Russell was also not very happy. He didn't know what kind of necklace it was, but it must be high quality if Ryu Min was willing to repair it, just to keep using it. Judging by Russell's tone, he didn't know the details of the item. Ryu Min considered it private information and deliberately didn't explain. Instead, Ryu Min slowly thanked him. Thanks to you, the durability has been completely restored. Hearing this, Russell hesitated before asking, so, you'll give me the info for round 6 now. Of course, the mission for round 6 is... Ryu Min nodded slightly, then began explaining the details of the next round. After listening, Russell couldn't help but mutter, Jim anxiously, if that's true, I'd better gather some strong allies. Ryu Min nodded in agreement. Exactly. The monsters this time will be quite tough. Russell felt business was concluded and spoke up hurriedly. Then, let's temporarily, end our transaction here. But before he could finish, Ryu Min cut him off. By the way, can you sell me an item black iron powder? You have some, right? Hearing these words, Russell was instantly terrified. This guy even guessed. Also exactly what he was holding. Seeing no response, Ryu Min asked again, So, will you sell me the black iron powder? It seems, you're looking for work to cover material costs. I'll pay a generous price. The fact that Ryu Min even knew Russell was job hunting, truly terrified him. He couldn't help but marvel. That is actually terrifying. Okay, now I believe you really are a prophet. Honestly, I suspected you were using some kind of trick. I apologize. Ryu Min didn't mind and spoke calmly. No need to apologize. I just speak what I see. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Russell frowned, falling into thought for a long while. Finally, he slowly opened his mouth. I will give you the black iron powder. The statement left Ryu Min stunned. Russell pursed his lips and explained, I feel like I've received more from you than I've given. I'm not so shameless as to, Ignore that. Take it. Saying that, Russell handed a bag to Ryu Min. Inside was the black iron powder. One could feel a faint magical energy radiating from it. Ryu Min felt a bit awkward. Russell was giving him this rare item for free. Black iron powder was, the material for crafting god-tier items. Russell definitely didn't know how hard it was to get before round 11. Technically, Ryu Min. Ryu should be the one thanking him. Thinking this, Ryu Min asked, Are you sure you're okay just giving me this? Russell smiled and replied, It's fine, honestly. I don't even know what it's used for. Only a prophet like you would know. Osmond, its true value. Since Ryu Min had personally asked for it, it must be important, but Russell wouldn't pry. He had already received help. Asking for more would be pure greed. At the same time, Ryu Min was silently praising Russell as a person. It had solid potential. Ryu Min casually tossed the bag he was holding to the man, leaving him completely bewildered. He slowly suggested that he open it up. Russell, skeptical, unzipped the bag and froze. Inside was a massive stack of cash. It felt incredibly heavy. In his hands, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Ryu Min smiled and explained, It's 20,000 pounds in total. I don't feel comfortable, taking items for free. That should be enough to cover your material costs, right? Right. Naturally, Russell nodded, faintly. With this much, you won't need to hunt for another job for a while. The thought made him hug the money bag, grinning like a complete idiot. Once the reality sank in, he asked hesitantly, But, is it really okay for me to take this much? Ryu Min shook his head gently. It's worth every penny, so just take it with peace of mind. Besides, I didn't just give you that money to buy materials. Hearing that, Russell looked confused. Then what? Ryu Min slowly explained, Go open an overseas stock account, and invest half of that money into Korean stocks. Russell looked more baffled than ever. Ryu Min patiently elaborated, The company name is Prayer Press. I'm not forcing you, but their stock is about to explode in value. If you invest now, you'll never have to worry about material costs again. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. Russell hesitated, for a moment, but eventually nodded. Since it's advice from the prophet, I'll trust you. Besides, this was easy money anyway. Ryu Min chuckled softly. Then I wish you the best of luck in the next round. Can I have your number? Of course. Russell nodded without hesitation, but as they exchanged contacts, he realized he didn't even know his benefactor's names. He asked awkwardly, I realized I never actually asked for your name. It's Ryu Min, the young man replied calmly. Just call me Mr. Ryu. A few days later, Ryu Min was teleported to a vast, scorching desert. Moments later, countless other players began to materialize around him, looking at the endless sand. Whispers erupted among the crowd. Is it a wasteland this time? What kind of crazy mission dumps us in a place like this? They were clueless, but Ryu Min knew exactly what was happening. Round 6 was a cooperative mission. He needed teammates, and the first person on his list was Juri. Honestly, aside from Juri, Ryu Min didn't really need anyone else, but the rules required a 5-person squad. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Hey, Ryu Min spun around and saw a figure running toward him from the distance. Waving enthusiastically, she asked cheerfully, Long time no see. How have you been? Ryu Min didn't answer, murmuring in confusion. Has it really been that long? Juri smiled and replied, Well, it has been a whole month since we last saw each other. As the two chatted, the surrounding players glanced over with burning curiosity. They wondered who she was and how she dared to speak so casually to the first ranker. But then, some recognized Juri. She had finished second on the leaderboards in the last round. Seeing the top 2 experts so close made the others green with envy. Juri ignored the stares, continuing her happy chat with Ryu Min. Did you take down the final boss worm in the last round? Ryu Min answered casually. Yeah. Hearing that, Juri couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Such a tight time limit, yet you handled it so fast. So, did you finish the side quest for the balance stones too? Ryu Min admitted it calmly. I did, but I'm not telling you what the reward is. Juri froze for a second, then asked in disbelief. How did you know I was going to ask that? He replied flatly. It's written all over your face. Juri didn't mind the jab. She looked up at Ryu Min, smiling warmly. I've felt this for a long time. But Black Scythe, you really have sharp eyes. The comment confused Ryu Min slightly, and even Juri felt instant embarrassment after saying it. She quickly added, "That was too cheesy, wasn't it? Sorry about that." Seeing her flustered reaction, Ryu Min shook his head and laughed. "What's there to be sorry for? Thanks for the compliment, anyway." Hearing that, Juri grinned broadly. She thought to herself, sometimes he's caring, sometimes he's mysterious. He's really such an interesting guy. While the two were enjoying their conversation, two figures approached Sang-chun and Arin. Seeing a girl standing next to Ryu Min, Arin froze in shock. Who on earth is that? They quickly walked up to Ryu Min. Sang-chun spoke happily. "Long time no see." Arin hesitated before asking, "Black Scythe, is this person your companion?" Her question immediately soured Ryu Min's mood. He replied coldly, "I don't see any reason why I need to explain that to you." Arin realized she had overstepped and nodded frantically. Right, of course. She was internally panicking. He was smiling just a second ago, but the moment he looks at me, he gets so irritated. While Arin spiraled, Ryu Min asked, suspiciously, "Anyway, what do you two want?" Arin flinched, unsure how to answer. Seeing her reaction, Ryu Min knew exactly why they were here. The Prophet had told them to team up with the Black Scythe. After a long hesitation, Sang-chun spoke up timidly. "Black Scythe, to be honest, we want to form a party with you." Ryu Min pretended not to understand. "Teaming up with me?" Ryu Min curls his lip, skeptical. An Sang-chun nods, his voice low. "We know we'd just be dead weight, but we'll do anything to not drag you down." Ryu Min doesn't answer immediately. He pretends to mull it over. Honestly, these two are just warm bodies to fill the roster. But what if he accepts them instead of randoms? It might improve Ma Gyeongrok's opinion of the Black Scythe. Seeing Ryu Min stay silent, Sang-chun speaks up again, desperate. "We're not asking for a free ride. I have intel on round 6. If you take us in, I'll tell you everything." Ryu Min's gaze instantly darkens. Trading information, bold. He decides to test them. Feigning indifference, he shakes his head. "I don't need it." Sang-chun panics. Knowing the strategy beforehand is a huge advantage. Why refuse? Ryu Min answers flatly, "I handle things my own way. I don't rely on sketchy intel from unreliable sources." Seeing his disinterest, Sang-chun's panic spikes. He opens his mouth to argue, but Ryu Min cuts him off, voice ice cold. "So, where did you get this intel? Who told you? Who was the source?" The sudden interrogation catches Sang-chun off guard. He stammers, freezing up, unable to form a sentence. Ryu Min presses harder. "Can't talk, even if it means joining the team." After a long, agonizing pause, Sang-chun finally bows his head and shouts, "I'm sorry." Ryu Min watches this, internally satisfied. Refusing to sell out the Prophet. He keeps his mouth shut better than expected. Not bad. Just as Ryu Min thinks this, Sang-chun tries again. Look, Ryu Min cuts him off. "I'll let you join." Sang-chun blinks, dazed. Ryu Min explains slowly. "Because you didn't sell out your source. I think you're trustworthy. I hate loose lips." Sang-chun exhales, trembling with relief. Thank God. If he'd mentioned the Prophet, he would have been a dead man walking. Both of them bow deeply to Ryu Min. He gestures toward Minjuri. "This is a buffer who signed a contract with me." Sang-chun looks confused. Contract buffer. What's that? Meanwhile, Seo Alin wonders how those two even met. Pushing the thought aside, she steps forward. "Hello, I'm Seo Alin. Nice to meet you." Minjuri nods politely. "Hi, I'm Minjuri." Suddenly, her eyes widen. She gasps. "Wait, you're not the actress Seo Alin, are you? Did you change your face to look like her?" Alin smiles softly. "No, this is my real face." Juri's eyes sparkle. She practically tackles Alin with a hug. "I absolutely loved Oh My Destiny. It's my dad's favorite drama, and you're his favorite actress." Alin looks a bit overwhelmed by the enthusiasm, but replies politely, "Really, thank you for thinking so kindly of me." Ignoring the fangirling, Sang-chun turns back to Ryu Min, hesitant. "So, you really don't trust the info about round 6? Ryu Min shrugs. "I don't need it. Don't waste your breath. I don't like owing favors. If that's how you feel." Sang-chun nods. "I just wanted to repay you. If I see you heading into a trap, I'll at least give you a hint." Making up his mind, Sang-chun walks over to Juri. "You said your class is a buffer. What does that do?" Juri explains eagerly. "It's a class that specializes in strengthening stats. I'll cast some buffs on everyone later." Seo Alin chimes in. "I have something similar. My summoned creature, an elf, can create a protective shield." Juri squeals in excitement. "Wow, a real elf." Alin nods. "I'll show you later." Sang-chun, once again, finds himself completely ignored by the two women. A moment later, Juri finally turns to him. "Oh, nice to meet you, by the way." Sang-chun smiles wryly. "I'm Ahan Sang-chun." Juri glances at Ryu Min in the distance, then back at him. "It seems like you knew the Black Scythe from before." Sang-chun nods. "That's right. The Black Scythe saved both of our lives." Juri's admiration for Ryu Min skyrockets, saving people in danger. She knew she picked the right person to follow. Suddenly, an angel descends from the sky. She smirks. "Welcome, humans. Did you rest well this past month?" This round has exactly 1,000 participants, a perfect number. Hearing the voice, every player looks up. Priscilla flaps her wings twice, her tone bored. Let's get straight to the point. Instantly, system windows pop up in front of everyone. Main quest: defeat the boss monster within 6 hours. Commotion erupts among the crowd. Only Ryu Min stands perfectly still. Priscilla ignores the noise and keeps smiling. Don't worry. None of you can defeat it alone anyway. The players shout in confusion. We can't defeat it. Then what are we supposed to do? Priscilla's smirk widens. Isn't it obvious? You fools. You'll have to fight together now. That is why we prepared something special, the party system. She said the party system allows players to form groups and cooperate. They need free players to form a squad. And once established, you will be recognized as allies. You cannot deal damage to each other. Hearing this, someone let out a sigh of relief. Finally, no need to worry about getting stabbed in the back. But they celebrated too soon. Priscilla continued. Naturally, only attacks from your own party members are nullified. Inside a party, experience and gold from monsters are split evenly. It doesn't matter who lands the killing blow, but if the distance exceeds 100 meters, the rewards will not be shared. The players started whispering again. Experience and gold are split evenly. Then how do we divide the items? Priscilla explained slowly. Item drops are based on contribution rates. For example, if 2 players contribute 70% and 30% respectively during a hunt, they'll have a corresponding chance to get the item. Someone couldn't resist raising their hand. So, even with low contribution, I can still get loot if I'm lucky. Priscilla slightly nodded. Correct. Even with 1% contribution, you have a chance if luck is on your side. Furthermore, the system calculates contribution based on all factors. High damage increases your rate, obviously, but it's not just damage. Support players who provide buffs will also be recognized. This statement made supports like Jury breathe a massive sigh of relief. Priscilla didn't care if they understood or not. She just smirked. That's the whole explanation. See, this mission isn't too bad, is it? You just have to kill one single boss. Simple stuff. Hearing this, Ryu Min cursed internally. To these damn angels, everything is always simple. Suddenly, Priscilla shouted with manic excitement. Now, humans, give it everything you've got and take down those bosses. Oh, and there are no side quests this time. None at all. With that, she vanished into thin air. Once she was gone, the players started complaining. Damn it, she calls this a simple mission. There's a reason it's called a boss. It's going to be absolute hell. To form a party, 5 people had to hold hands and shout party formed in unison. If you weren't in a party, progress wouldn't count. Time remaining until round 6 ended 5 hours and 59 minutes. Everyone scrambled to form 5-man squads immediately. Sangchun secretly let out a sigh of relief. Just as the prophet predicted, round 6 required a 5-man team. Thank God they listened to the prophet and stuck with Black. Scythe early on, he spoke up. Black Scythe, should we form our party now? Ryu Min shook his head. Wait, this is a 5-man team? We need one more person. Hearing that, Jury asked anxiously. Then who gets the final spot? Sangchun thought for a moment and suggested, let's leave it to the strongest among us. Black Scythe should decide. Everyone agreed with the idea, but Ryu Min stayed silent, simply because he was waiting for someone. He was thinking, if that guy is nearby, it would be perfect. That way, Ryu Min could pretend to pick a random person and recruit him. Naturally, meanwhile, the other players were panicking about grouping up. The whispers were endless. I need to form a party first, right? If I'm not in one, killing the boss won't count. So, 5 people per team. Immediately, they started hunting for teammates. Some yelled out, level 20 warrior here. Anyone want, party up? But plenty of them had a different thought if they were going to join a team. It had to be with Black Scythe. So, after some hesitation, someone couldn't hold back and approached Ryu Min. They asked timidly, hello, Black Scythe. Would you consider joining our party? Ryu Min rejected him without a second thought. No, get lost. The guy didn't dare say another word. He turned and left, thinking. He told me to get lost without even pretending to think about it. There goes any chance of clinging to Black Scythe. Ryu Min had his reasons for refusing. In the past, he would accept anyone just to fill the numbers, but in this round, he needed to nurture players who could grow alongside him. Still, no matter the round, it seemed Ryu Min always attracted a crowd. While he was lost in thought, another person approached. Before they could even open their mouth, Ryu Min shooed them away. Don't bother me. Beat it. But the players wouldn't give up. Wave after wave, they kept coming, and every single one suffered the same fate, rejected mercilessly by Ryu Min. After failing to get in, some started grumbling in dissatisfaction. What the hell is letting one person in that hard, so stingy? At least listen to me before saying no. but they clearly saw people standing next to Ryu Min, and they were burning with jealousy. Meanwhile, Sang-chun had figured out Ryu Min's game. He's saving that final spot for someone specific. He thought, if only my chairman were here, I could strongly recommend him. As for Jury, she was thinking that if Ryu Min were here, he'd definitely be fighting to grab that empty slot, finally. But Ryu Min is standing right in front of her. She just doesn't know it yet. Just then, movement behind them catches their attention. It makes Sang-chun jump. He furrows his brows, thinking to himself, great, who are these random nobodies now? A group is walking straight toward Ryu Min. Leading them is a familiar face Ryu Min once saved Young-ho. He grins cheerfully. We're really glad to see you. Ryu Min nods, acknowledging him. Good to see you're still breathing. I thought you'd been eliminated back in round 5. Hearing this, Young-ho laughs it off. Come on, aren't you underestimating me a bit too much back then? Watching you fight lit a fire under me to finish my own hunt quickly. Still, he owes Ryu Min a debt of gratitude. Thanks to him, his friend is still alive and kicking. As soon as the words leave his mouth, a young man named Man-ki rushes forward, his face full of emotion. Black Scythe, thank you for healing my shoulder back then. It's only because of you that I've managed to survive this long. Ryu Min observes him for a moment, silent stretching before he speaks. You managed to rack up 300 kills with a body like that? Man-ki answers immediately. It's all thanks to you. You're my savior, truly. Just then, Young-ho interjects, asking Black Scythe, are you looking for a party right now? The question catches Ryu Min off guard. Seeing his reaction, Young-ho quickly explains, oh, don't worry, we aren't here to beg for a spot. We've already formed our own team. Ryu Min can see that their group is indeed fully established. Golden chains bind their wrists, proving their connection. Taking this in, asks skeptically, well, I'm glad I don't have to worry about that, but why did you come looking for me? Young-ho hastily replies, partly to say hello, and partly to make you an offer. Ryu Min frowns at that. An offer. Young-ho nods slightly. How about your team and mine form an alliance? We aren't interested in items or experience points, so if a boss appears, we'll yield it to you first. Ryu Min looks a bit bewildered by the generosity. Seeing this, Young-ho clarifies, we really just want to help, so you don't need to be on guard, I swear. But the moment the words leave his lips, Ryu Min replies coldly, I refuse. Young-ho freezes, stunned. He asks in confusion, huh, why is it because? You think we'll drag you down? Ryu Min shakes his head. No, I simply hate unnecessary trouble, that's all. Thanks for the offer, but I'll pass. Hearing this, Young-ho mutters in disappointment. That's a shame. I really wanted to lend a hand. Seeing his genuine reaction, Ryu Min suddenly speaks up. I'll ask for help if I truly need you. Young-ho's eyes instantly light up. You really mean that? Then promise you'll tell us if you ever need us. Fine. Ryu Min nods calmly, but Young-ho stubbornly insists he promise one more time, leaving him a bit speechless. Satisfied, Young-ho's group bows to Ryu Min. We'll be going then. If you need anything, call us anytime. With that, they depart. Suddenly, Sang-chun speaks up. Black Scythe, it's time for you to decide. Who are you picking for the last empty spot? I've already decided. Ryu Min smirks as he says this, glancing behind him. Then, under everyone's confused gaze, he points toward a specific direction. Sang-chun and the others hurriedly follow Ryu Min's finger and spot a young man in a black robe standing not far away. Ryu Min speaks nonchalantly. Hey, you in the hood? Come here. His words make the figure in black jump slightly. Then, step by cautious step, he slowly approaches. Ryu Min narrows his eyes at the stranger and asks, You've been watching me for a while now, haven't you? The boy flinches, but answers honestly. Yes. Ryu Min studies him and asks, Why? The boy slowly explains, Because I want to form a party with you, Black Scythe. Ryu Min continues by asking for his level in class. The boy replies, trembling, Level 23, Black Mage. Ryu Min only asks for amusement. Really? He dismisses it, speaking indifferently. Doesn't matter. He'll fill the last spot in our party. The sudden decision leaves the boy stunned, and Sang-chun's group is equally baffled. Well, hold on. Don't do this. Sang-chun sighs in frustration. Why reject everyone else just to pick a weakling like this god? The kid really does look pathetic, shaking like a leaf. But Ryu Min knows exactly who he is. His nickname is Norpin Norgan. One day, this kid will found a religion that worships Black Scythe as a living god. He will become Ryu Min's most fanatical follower. Forging this bond early will be useful in more ways than one. With that in mind, Ryu Min raises his hand. This will be our party. Everyone, bring your hands in. Following his command, all 4 of them immediately place their hands together. The party is formed instantly, and golden chains materialize around their wrists, symbolizing the bond between the 5 of them. Norpin Norgan still can't believe his eyes. This whole situation feels completely absurd. He can't understand why Black Scythe chose him when everyone else turned their backs on him before this game ever started. Back in his first year of high school, he was nothing but an errand boy for violent bullies. The torment. There was no rhyme or reason for it. They just saw him as easy prey. The violent gang cornered Taeseok, spewing endless insults. Friends are supposed to get along, right? Don't forget to bring the cash next time. Why does it feel like our words hold no weight with you? Huh. Back then, Taeseok could only tremble and reply, I'm sorry. I live with my grandma. I don't have any money to give. This excuse only made the gang leader furious. He gritted his teeth and barked. Then steal it and bring it here. You hear me? If you come empty-handed, you're dead meat. Because of you, we're all broke. You want me to bury you alongside that old hag when she croaks? As soon as those words left his mouth, Taeseok's face went dark. He was so enraged he wanted to rush in and fight back. You bastards. But Taeseok's strength wasn't enough. He was beaten black and blue by the group. The pain was so intense he wished for death, thinking it would be a sweet release. But Taeseok thought, if he died, what would happen to his grandma? She had only ever suffered because of him. Taeseok had promised to earn money and give her a better life. Thinking of this, he could only grit his teeth and endure. With the resolve to repay her, Taeseok stubbornly endured for 3 whole years. Finally, everything was supposed to end when he prepared to graduate. But with the arrival of the angels, the great catastrophe began. Instead of taking care of his grandma, Taeseok couldn't even find a decent job. Then, around the end of the second round, he returned home only to see those same thugs beating his grandmother. In that instant, Taeseok was consumed by rage. He awakened amidst his tears, slaughtering those violent bastards with his black arrow skill. Wherever the black arrow touched, their bodies began to rot instantly. It was absolutely revolting. The last surviving thug, witnessing the scene, pissed his pants in terror. He trembled, mumbling, Damn it. Don't touch me. Did this bastard change his class or something? But in the end, they all died at Taeseok's hands. Their rotting corpses could not soothe his pain. Since that day, he built a wall between himself and others, developing a severe stutter. He vowed to survive the final round to use the wish reward to save his grandmother. After that, Taeseok began clearing rounds one by one. Since his class change, he had never lost the top rank in his area, but there is always a mountain higher than another. From the 3rd round on, the winds changed. His number 1 spot was taken by Black Scythe. Once, when Ryu Min was fighting, Taeseok had the chance to observe from nearby. He was absolutely astounded when Ryu Min took down 9 area representatives in a single instant. If only he were that strong, he could have saved his grandma. Taeseok always wanted to know why Ryu Min was so powerful and wished to meet him at least once. And now, hasn't he achieved that? Ryu Min is standing right in front of him, seeing him frozen stiff. Ryu Min spoke up. Taeseok flinched. Being suddenly called out, Ryu Min said calmly, We formed a party. Introduce yourself. Hearing this, Taeseok hurriedly spoke. I'm a level 23 Dark Mage. My skills are Black Arrow and Shadow Chains. Yet, after speaking, he felt strange. Normally, he would stutter uncontrollably in front of others, but right now, he didn't feel anxious at all. Was it because he felt confident standing before Black Scythe? After everyone finished introductions, Ryu Min proposed, Then let's go hunt. Jury nodded and smiled. I'll buff everyone first. As soon as she finished speaking, she snapped her fingers. A blue energy materialized, wrapping around Sangchun. This was the blessing skill. All stats increased by 60%. Duration is 3 hours. Then, Jury buffed Eren as well. Attack speed and movement speed for everyone would increase by 60%. Duration is 30 minutes. Seeing his status window, Sangchun cried out in shock. What the hell? My stats went up by 60%. Eren also nodded in agreement. Her attack and movement speed were also up by 60%. Taeseok felt like this had to be a system bug. After a moment, Sangchun acted like he realized something. He nodded and laughed. So that's why Black Scythe travels with Minjuri. You're amazing. A true supporter. Hearing this, Eren couldn't help but glance toward Ryu Min, but he just stood there calmly, praised. Jury laughed happily. It's nothing much. Eren felt she couldn't lose like this. She hurriedly spoke up. I'll use my summons to buff everyone too. Okay. Immediately, she called forth her spirits. Seeing them, Jury couldn't help but exclaim, Are these spirits? They're so cute. Eren smiled happily and explained, before, they could only create shields and had no combat ability. But upon reaching level 20, I can summon 2 of them, and they can use offensive magic. Saying that, she snapped her fingers again. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding rocks suddenly clumped together. Eren smiled and explained, and when I hit level 20, I could also summon this golem. The golem doesn't have buffs, but it will draw the monster's aggro. Jury was impressed, a supporter and a tank. Truly amazing. Eren didn't pay attention to her. She glanced at Ryu Min. She wanted him to know she was useful, desperate for a compliment. However, Ryu Min just said coldly, Let's go. Eren sighed in disappointment. Taeseok walked at the back, looking at his team lineup. Couldn't help but be impressed. A buffer. A summoner, everyone was incredible. He knew he had to pull his weight too. A moment later, in a desolate corner of the desert, a piercing scream shattered the silence, making everyone jump. Take-You immediately sprinted toward the noise, but he skidded to a halt almost instantly. Ahead, a chaotic mob of players was surrounding a massive monster. The players were buzzing with excitement, yelling, "We found the boss already, too easy attack now." Without a second thought, they charged in unison, but the creature merely swiped its arm, sending the entire group flying like ragdolls. They scrambled to their feet, panic setting in. This thing is no joke, split up and flank it. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't even scratch it. One fool even tried to sneak up from behind. Ryu Min stood at a distance, watching the circus. With a click of his tongue, in a split second, the ambusher was donkey-kicked by the centaur, and he flew 30 feet through the air before skidding painfully across the sand. His teammates screamed, rushing over to check if he was still breathing. Ryu Min shook his head, sighing, attacking a horse from behind amateur hour. Meanwhile, a female player unleashed a barrage of shurikens to attack the boss, while an archer let loose a volley of arrows. This time, they actually connected, making the beast roar in agony. The scene made Take-You flinch in fear. It didn't take long before the mob overwhelmed and killed the boss. Cheers erupted instantly. "We won. We got first place. Finally, the top spot is ours." Take-You looked at Ryu Min with pure panic. No way. Did they just steal first place? He stood there, dazed, realizing their lead might be gone. Anxiously, he glanced over at Ryu Min. He expected to see disappointment, but Ryu Min was standing there perfectly calm, not even a twitch in his brow. Suddenly, a confused shout rang out from the winning group. "Wait, did everyone get the completion notification because I didn't?" That statement triggered a wave of panic. Players frantically checked their systems, muttering, "Why didn't it pop up? Don't tell me." Watching them crumble, Ryu Min smirked. Took them long enough. That centaur wasn't the boss. The real boss is a minotaur. To take that thing down, you'd need at least 20 players at level 20. That means 4 full teams working together. It was a trap designed for this specific round. The system made it look like a 5-man squad could handle the boss, but those damn angels never actually said a single team could do it. They knew, and they played dumb. Ryu Min couldn't just walk around spilling secrets, so for now, he would just watch. The other players were losing their minds, and even Take-You, who didn't know about the prophecy, looked rattled. But the rest of Ryu Min's team stayed calm. Seeing this, Ryu Min decided it was time to put on a little performance. He cleared his throat loudly. Based on their reaction, that thing wasn't the boss. The real one is hiding somewhere else. Here's the plan. He told them they would ignore the boss for now and farm the massive centaurs to level up until the timer ran out. Take-You blinked in shock. "Why?" Ryu Min explained slowly. "It takes 5 level 20 players just to kill one centaur. If that's just a normal mob, imagine the boss. We'd need at least 3 or 4 teams to stand a chance." He added that rushing the boss blindly was suicide since they didn't know its strength. There could be more traps. Plus, if we kill the boss too early, we might get stuck in a pillar of light, wasting all the remaining farming time. Hunting normal mobs and observing is the smart play. Hearing this, Sang-chun couldn't help but admire him. To come up with this strategy without even using the prophecy. The Black Scythe's vision is on another level. Take-You, however, was clueless and asked anxiously, "But if we wait, we might lose first place. Are you really okay with that?" Ryu Min shrugged. "Doesn't matter. Even without the top reward, 6 hours of hunting experience is plenty. Besides, first place might not be determined by who kills the boss fastest." Sang-chun was flawed. He couldn't understand how Ryu Min always found the perfect solution without relying on future sight. Juri piped up hesitantly. "So, are we hunting together?" Arin also suggested. "Shouldn't we come up with a tactical formation?" "No need." Ryu Min shook his head instantly. "I'll be the only one doing the killing." The group froze. Arin asked in disbelief, "You're going to fight alone?" But Take-You wasn't worried at all. He had blind faith in the Black Scythe, knowing he could handle this easily. Ryu Min glanced at them. "Exactly. You don't need to lift a finger. I'll slaughter the mobs myself." Sang-chun hesitated. "Then, what do we do?" Ryu Min replied calmly. "Just follow me, soak up the experience, and grab the gold. Consider this a free carry. But in exchange, all items earned through contribution points belong to me. You get safe experience and gold without risking your lives. How does that sound?" Sang-chun and the girls agreed without hesitation. Even Take-You nodded enthusiastically. "We'll follow your lead, Black Scythe." Seeing that no one had any objections, seeing no resistance, Ryu Min nodded in satisfaction. "Smart choice. You won't regret this." He didn't waste a second. "Let's move." As soon as the words left his mouth, he summoned his scythe and stepped forward, but it wasn't walking. Ryu Min moved with speed that looked like flight. Sang-chun and the others, panicked at the sight. Sang-chun screamed, "Run, keep up with him." Ryu Min was blazing fast, not paying a shred of attention to the group frantically chasing behind him. They couldn't wrap their heads around his speed. Just how high was his agility stat? This, however, was filled with admiration. He used to think he was pretty quick on his feet. But next to Ryu Min, he was just a house cat standing beside a cheetah. Suddenly, something caught TC's eye. He pointed into the distance and shouted, "Hey, over there!" Following his finger, the group spotted a monster. Ryu Min saw it too. Whoosh. His figure vanished into thin air. By the time he reappeared, the beast had already collapsed, blood spraying out like a fountain. The sight left Sang-chun and the others trembling in horror. What the hell just happened? They hadn't seen a thing, yet Ryu Min had already ended it, and so the marathon across the desert continued. Every time a monster appeared, Ryu Min, someone would charge straight in. A single swing of his scythe was all it took to drop them. That blade looked like the scythe of the Grim Reaper himself. The trail of monster corpses grew longer by the second. Ryu Min's movements were terrifyingly fluid, as if he had done this countless times before. He would hook the scythe around a beast's neck and slice cleanly, severing the head in a spray of crimson. Ryu Min was like a blur of destruction charging forward. He leaped onto the centaur's legs, using them as a platform to expertly slice off its head. The thick metallic scent of blood instantly filled the air. The moment the monster fell, a cascade of system notifications popped up. Triple experience buff activated. Tidal effect experience increased by 1.5 times. Experience increased by 0.89%. Current kills 172 out of 100. Slaughterer effect. All stats increased by 100%. It was only then that Ryu Min finally paused. 172 kills in 30 minutes. Not bad. There were 2,000 centaurs released on this battlefield. At this pace, he could wipe them all out within 6 hours, minus a few stragglers picked off by others. While Ryu Min was calculating, a gasp from behind snapped him out of it. He turned around to see Sang-chun and the others panting heavily as they caught up, wheezing. "I'm going to die." Ryu Min frowned at the pathetic display. Then, offered, "If you're tired, we can rest for a bit. Really, thank you." It was like they'd been granted a pardon from death row. They cheered, and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Sang-chun sighed, wiping sweat. "Just chasing after you was enough to make my lungs burst." Aaron pouted. "I thought a 100-meter zone wouldn't be that big, but I was wrong." TC nodded. In agreement. "Tell me about it." Once Juri caught her breath, she looked up in awe. "Wow, you're incredible. Your hunting speed, is absolutely insane." Hearing this, Ryu Min couldn't help but smirk. "Does that mean you don't like it?" Juri panicked. Awesome, and shook her head violently. "No way I'm leveling up just by following you. How could I hate that?" TC gave a thumbs. You're doing way more work than the rest of us." Black Scythe. Ryu Min noticed TC's body trembling and smirked. "You look like the one who's, exhausted, not me." Just then, the sound of heavy footsteps approached from behind. A large group was slowly making their way toward them. Juri panicked at the sheer number of people. TC frowned, muttering, "What the? Someone's coming." Ryu Min glanced at the approaching mob. He wasn't worried in the slightest. He knew that they wouldn't be stupid enough to provoke him. The leader, a black-haired young man, stepped forward with a grin, and said, "Hello there, lucky running into you here." Ryu Min had no patience for small talk. He frowned. "Cut the crap." What do you want?" Seeing Ryu Min's impatience, the man quickly explained, Well, we're currently putting together a raid team to hunt the boss." Before he could even finish, Ryu Min cut him off coldly. "I refuse." The answer made. The man gasped in shock. "What, but why?" He quickly gathered himself, glanced toward the horizon, and said, "Look, Black Scythe. You probably don't know this, but this boss isn't something you can toy with." He pointed toward a massive, bull-headed monster and explained, "You see that minotaur over there? That's the boss, and it's no walk in the park." He added that, another team had already tried to take it down, but they were completely wiped out. That's when he realized they needed multiple parties to work together, but Ryu Min didn't care. He spoke with icy indifference. "Handle it yourselves. Don't drag us into your mess." The man couldn't understand the refusal. He desperately tried to persuade him. "But wouldn't it be better to help each other? If you want, Monk can even let you take the last hit, please. Reconsider." Ryu Min didn't let him finish. He cut him off again. His eyes overflowing with murderous intent. "Don't make me say it a third time." Seeing the look on Ryu Min's face, the man turned, and ran. "Understood, please. Spare us." Once he was safely back with his group, he vented his frustration. "Damn it, it was, useless," one of his teammates hesitantly asked. "Did you tell him we'd let him take the first shot?" He nodded. I did. I asked him, but the guy flat out refused. Told us to handle it ourselves. The punk thinks Ryu Min is just scared of the boss. Disagree all you want, but there's no other choice. They have to face the beast alone. Just then, the Minotaur stomps into view. The crowd of players trails quietly behind it. Someone whispers, voice trembling. It looks even bigger up close. Can we actually beat this thing? But their whispering gives them away. The bullhead boss snaps its attention toward them. Its eyes flash with murderous rage. Without hesitation, it charges. Seeing the monster rush them, the players panic. Shit, it's coming right for us. But the fear is momentary. They snap back to reality. They draw their weapons and swarm the boss. Meanwhile, Ryu Min perches on a high stone pillar, observing the chaos. He's running the numbers. He calculates exactly what this will cost. Truth is, the Minotaur isn't as tough as it looks. Its movements are sluggish, easy to predict, easy to dodge. The problem is that hide. It is incredibly thick. Swordsmen slash away, but they're only leaving surface scratches. Breaking through that defense is a nightmare. But here's the thing. Keep chopping, and eventually, one strike will hit a vital spot. When that happens, even a Minotaur goes down. It just takes a hell of a long time. After a chaotic skirmish, the mob still hasn't made a real dent. The leader spits in frustration. This bastard is too tanky. Another player screams, focus, just dodge everything you can. Suddenly, a player with a massive battle axe charges in, roaring, die, you ugly freak. He hurls the axe with everything he's got. It tears through the air and buries itself deep in the monster's shoulder. Blood sprays like a fountain, but they don't let up. The mages step forward, chanting their spells. A massive fireball slams home. In a split second, the boss is engulfed in flames, shrieking in agony. It crashes to the ground, dead. The players go wild. We did it. We actually killed it. Finally, we're the first ones to take it down, but the celebration is short-lived. A pillar of light shoots down from the sky. Instantly, everyone who fought is trapped inside the barrier. Someone groans, damn it, not this again. Looks like we get locked up as soon as we clear the stage. Just like last time, another player realizes something and frowns. Wait, do we just sit here until the timer runs out? The leader sighs, helpless. Guess so. Getting a break is nice, but why does it feel like we're losing out? Those outside the barrier see the trap and immediately start looking for new parties. One group spots Ryu Min on the pillar. They hesitate, wanting to call out, hey, Black Scythe, party with us. But one look at his icy expression and they back off. They skulk away. They know talking won't change his mind. Ryu Min hops down from his perch, exhaling. That's a relief. If we killed the boss too early, we'd just be wasting the rest of our time. Jury nods in agreement. Exactly, just as you predicted. Ryu Min doesn't waste a second. We've rested enough. Stay close behind me. He dashes forward again. Meanwhile, inside the pillars of light, the trapped players are bored out of their minds. One wonders aloud, since we cleared it, what rank does that make us? It doesn't show on the display. A girl rolls her eyes. Who cares? We killed the boss and survived. That's enough, isn't it? Suddenly, a guy points into the distance, eyes wide. Huh, what the hell is going on over there? Everyone follows his gaze. They see a silhouette soaring through the air, facing down a monster. It's Ryu Min. Casual as ever, he swings his scythe. He decapitates the beast in a single blow. The board players gasp in shock. Isn't that the Black Scythe? He dropped that thing in one hit. Wow. That's the power of level 40. Someone asks, puzzled. But why is he hunting centaurs instead of the boss? Wouldn't clearing it be faster? Another shakes his head. No, if he clears now, he'll rank below 50. He must have given up on the rankings to farm XP instead. The guy sighs. That's a shame. I thought he'd take first place again. But hey, even the Black Scythe can't be number one forever. Smart move, though. At least he's grinding levels. Ryu Min ignores the chatter, focused entirely on the slaughter. Suddenly, a system alert pops up. Target not found, Centaur. Current kills 1,920. Time remaining 20 minutes. Ryu Min breathes out. Looks like I finally wiped them all out. Just then, Sang Chun's group catches up. Jury's gasping for air. Gasping for air, a teammate pleaded. Black Scythe, can we take a break? Ryu Min nodded slightly, his voice calm and indifferent. Fine, the hunt is over. Now, we move to kill the boss. Hearing this, Jury looked bewildered. What do you mean the hunt is over? Ryu Min explained slowly. I use my tracking ability. There isn't a single centaur left on the field. Sang Chun hurriedly opened his status window, and a moment later, he shrieked in terror. Everyone check your levels right now. Hearing this, Jury and Tak immediately opened their interfaces. Their jaws hit the floor. Ryu Min asked casually, how much did it go up? Sang Chun stammered, trembling. I was level 20. Now I'm 34. Aaron chimed in, equally shocked. Me too, level 34. Jury finished her check and replied, I jumped from 21 to 35. Tak stood there shivering, muttering to himself, I used to be level 23, but now I'm 36. Ryu Min nodded with satisfaction. It seemed everyone had gained about 13 or 14 levels. He was no exception. His level had rocketed from 40 to 54. On top of that, Ryu Min had secured 19 magic stones, 9 pieces of common gear, and a pile of miscellaneous loot. While he was calculating, Juri spoke up again, her voice trembling. The gold, it's stacking up like crazy. Aaron nodded frantically. Same here. Ryu Min remained calm. He didn't care much for the currency, but Tak couldn't hold back a scream. 115,000 gold? That's insane. Sanction sighed, overwhelmed. Suddenly having this much, it feels like a dream. What am I supposed to do with all this? Ryu Min suggested. Buy some general skills from the shop. You need to grab Detect Presence, Advanced Reflexes, and Basic Resistance. If you see anything useful in today's special item list, buy that too. Following his advice, the team began scouring the shop, but after a long while, they found nothing of note. Seeing this, Ryu Min spoke up. Buy the gear later. In my opinion, we still need to kill the final boss. Without waiting for a reply, he activated his tracking skill to hunt down the Minotaur's trail. Moments later, he locked onto a direction and dashed forward. However, as the scene ahead came into view, he frowned and skidded to a halt. A large group of players was already there. Encircling the boss, hearing his approach, they glanced over. Recognizing him, one player ran up with an offer. Hey, Black Scythe, party up with us. Ryu Min rejected him without a second of hesitation. No, I have no intention of splitting the contribution points with you lot, and he declared he would kill the boss alone. The moment the words left his mouth, the crowd of players frowned in disbelief. You seriously? Think you can take that boss down solo? It took 20 of us just to get it close to death. Another player couldn't resist, mocking him. Now I get it. You're pretty full of yourself, aren't you? Black Scythe, a little arrogant. Ryu Min let out a soft scoff, his voice ice cold. You underestimate me. Just because you can't kill it doesn't mean I can't. The player retorted, unconvinced. But we have the numbers. Ryu Min looked at him with utter contempt. Numbers don't mean a damn thing. The player stared at him, stunned, muttering in disbelief. That's too much. But Ryu Min had already brushed past him, walking away. Juri, watching this, called out anxiously, Black Scythe, but he kept walking calmly, not even turning his head, his voice detached. Wait here, I'll resolve this quickly. The sight left the crowd bewildered, and whispers erupted everywhere. Don't tell me he's actually going to fight it alone. Well, I was getting bored anyway. This should be good. Ryu Min swept his gaze across the players, noting those standing inside the pillars of light. There were likely dozens of eyes watching him right now. He usually preferred to keep his ultimate skills hidden, but this was actually a perfect opportunity. It was time to show them the true power of Ryu Min. If they saw how fast he could slaughter the Minotaur, not a single soul here would dare look down on him again. Ryu Min decided to end this in a flash. With that thought, he stepped right up to the boss. The monster, spotting him, glared with feral, bloodthirsty eyes. But Ryu Min didn't care. He lowered his head and charged straight in. Seeing this, the players on the sidelines burst into chatter. What is he doing? Looks like he's about to unleash a skill. What a weird stance. Ryu Min ignored their thoughts. He was calculating the battle in his mind. The system would only start recording the time when the distance was close enough for an attack to land. That meant everything happening now was just pre-motion. The clock hadn't started ticking. At that moment, the boss roared and charged, weapon raised high. Ryu Min stood motionless at first. But as the gap closed, he lifted his foot and lunged. In just 2 seconds, the distance between man and monster vanished. And then, the world turned pitch black. Ryu Min activated Death Knight and swung his scythe in a vicious arc. A semicircular blade of pure light exploded forward, slicing horizontally through the monster's body. The beast opened its mouth to scream, but before a sound could escape, its head was already severed from its neck, blood sprang like a fountain. The massive head of the boss went flying, landing with a heavy thud right in front of the stunned players. Its gigantic body collapsed to the ground a second later. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes, screaming in shock. Look, the Minotaur's head just dropped. Did he just kill it? With one hit? Some shook their heads in denial. Impossible. Its massive body crashed down. The players couldn't believe their eyes and cried out in shock. Look, the head of the Minotaur just fell off. Did he just kill it in one hit? Some shook their heads in denial. Impossible, that sounds too. Hearing those doubts, Ryu Min just sneers internally. Impossible, if only you knew exactly how high my stats are. Just then, the system chimes in. The Minotaur has been slain. Loot secured Minotaur leather and the armor blueprint. Ryu Min narrows his eyes at the holographic window. Leather and a blueprint. I can sell these for a fortune. He glances over at Sangchun's group and asks, You guys alive? The team jumps, taking a moment to process the shock before stammering back. Yes sir. Only Taixu is staring at Ryu Min with pure, unadulterated worship in his eyes. Ryu Min sighs, speechless. That look. I know he becomes a fanatic believer later. But yikes. Better keep my distance for now. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light strikes the ground from the heavens, wrapping around Ryu Min's body. Priscilla descends, grinning with manic excitement. So, all 101 bosses are dead splendid. That means every team who failed to kill a boss gets wiped out right now. Her eyes turn vicious. She scoffs coldly. Trash belongs in the bin. Panic explodes in the pillars of light where the losers are trapped. No, wait, Angel, please. Their screams are cut short as they disintegrate into nothingness. A moment later, Priscilla smirks. Now, let's check the rankings. The results for round 6 flash up. As always, Ryu Min's team sits at the top. A protest erupts immediately from another group. What? Why aren't we first? We killed ours way before them. Yeah, we finished first. Something is wrong. Priscilla glares at them, unimpressed. Who said it's about when? You killed it, as you can see. The ranking is determined by how long it took to kill the boss. The realization hits the players like a truck. They sigh in defeat. Time elapsed. So that's why we're last. Priscilla sneers. 11 minutes and 30 seconds. You took that long for a cow, pathetic humans. Meanwhile, the fastest record was 1 minute. That belongs to the Black Scythe's team, as expected. As she finishes speaking, a timid voice interrupts. Angel, it's not 1 minute. Priscilla freezes. She whips around to look at the scoreboard again. There it is. Ryu Min's time. 1 second. Her face twists in disbelief. She mutters, stunned. 1 second, not a minute, but a single second. She glances at the players, embarrassed. She feels the humiliation of making a mistake in front of bugs, but quickly recovers her haughty mask. Well, I suppose 1 second is theoretically possible. That boss must have been incredibly weak. Anyway, top 3 get rewards. Ryu Min's interface lights up. He has achieved first place in his area. In another notification, first place in the entire world. The area reward is an epic helmet selection ticket. The global reward is a special selection box. Ryu Min grins at the flood of notifications. Time for an upgrade. He taps the selection ticket. 3 choices appear: the Angel's Halo, the Minotaur's Helm, or Hermes' Feathered Cap. Without hesitation, Ryu Min chooses the Feathered Cap. It has the best stats: Defense 180, Agility Boost, and the Stealth skill. He equips it immediately. Invisibility active. It doesn't muffle sound yet, but I'll find a silent rune for that later. The system jumps in again. You may now choose one special reward. It offers Ryu Min 3 options: a material selection ticket, 14,000 gold, or round 7 intel. Ryu Min ignores the golden info. I need materials. He selects the first option. 4 items appear: broken celestial iron, effervescent liquid, magic shell, and angel's gold dust. He knows exactly what these are. No need to think. He grabs the god tier item angel's gold dust. Priscilla's voice booms. Rewards distributed. Now get lost. See you next round. Round 6 concludes. The global survivor count drops to just over 8 million. Back in reality, Mog Jungrak is dead asleep until a scream jolts him awake. Boss, he groans, rubbing a splitting headache. Jungrak stumbles out of bed and heads to the door. It's On Sang-chun. Jungrak frowns. Manager On. What's wrong? Did you run straight here after returning? Sang-chun looks frantic. Can we talk inside, please? They move into the living room. Jungrak sits down, calm and collected. I assume your level increased. You survived, after all. That was a 6-hour hunt with Black Scythe's team. So, how many levels did you gain to be this excited? Sang-chun hesitated for a moment before answering. I went from level 20 to 34. That's a straight 14-level jump. The statement caused Director Guanrock's hand, holding his wine glass, to freeze in midair. He asked in disbelief. 34? Are you certain? Sang-chun nodded slightly, replying, Yes. Isn't that extraordinary? Guanrock took a sip of wine, then spoke slowly. I assume Black Scythe did all the work himself. Sang-chun nodded. Yes, he hunted alone. We could barely keep up. Hearing this, Guanrock furrowed his brow. I assume he kept all the loot for himself. Sang-chun didn't find that strange at all and replied calmly, That's right, but I don't regret giving up those items one bit. I never imagined I'd level up this fast. Guanrock suddenly fell silent, muttering, I also never thought you would surpass me in level. Hearing this, Sang-chun asked curiously, So, what level are you now, Director? He replied in a deep voice, 29. The number startled Sang-chun. He didn't know how to react. Seeing this, Guanrock continued, Then actress Sio must be around that level too, right? Sang-chun nodded awkwardly, admitting it. Guanrock sighed helplessly. I didn't expect to lose to her in levels. I need to speed things up. He set his wine glass down and requested nonchalantly, Tell me, Manager On, did Black Scythe really kill them that fast? Sang-chun replied calmly, Yes. He killed a centaur in a single strike. Hearing this, Guanrock nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. Truly Black Scythe style? The results showed he killed a minotaur in just 1 second. Is that really true? Sang-chun recalled Ryu Min's move for a long moment before answering. Yes. He used some kind of glowing skill and decapitated it in a single slash. It was a skill I've never seen before. Hearing this, Guanrock's brows furrowed into a tight line. Ryu Min killed a Minotaur with one skill. The gap between him and the rest of them is massive, even compared to strong Black Knights. But unlike Black Scythe, will I be that strong when I reach level 40? Guanrock couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Right now, I should focus on leveling up instead of dreaming. Thinking this, he tipped his head back and drained his wine, speaking coolly. I have to push myself harder. This statement confused Sang-chun slightly. Guanrock spoke slowly. I suppose I should thank Black Scythe. He gave me back the motivation I lost, and he helped manager Aunt and actress Seoko grow stronger. If we meet again one day, I will reward him properly. Then he asked curiously, when the prophet arrives, should I ask when we can meet Black Scythe again? Hearing this, Sang-chun asked skeptically, do you think the prophet will survive? Guanrock glanced at him, pouting slightly. Instead of wondering, making a call to check would be faster. Hearing this, Sang-chun fumblingly took out his phone, apologizing. Sorry, I'll check right away. Guanrock, however, didn't mind and spoke calmly. No need to apologize. Just report back once you've confirmed it. By the way, did you learn the skills I told you to? Sang-chun nodded. Yes, I definitely learned them. Hearing that, Guanrock ordered. Good. Then later, we'll go out and test those skills while cleaning up. It's been a long time since we took out the trash. Sang-chun cried out in horror. You're going to work at this hour. The sun is about to come up. Guanrock replied casually. It's fine. It's not like we're killing actual people out there. Sang-chun didn't object anymore and nodded. Yes, director. After giving his orders, Guanrock looked out the window at the thick fog outside. He smirked. Perfect weather for stress relief. Meanwhile, in a small house, a teenager named Seok was lying on his bed. He had just woken up after escaping the game world. He couldn't help but think about Ryu Min. Seok was overjoyed that Ryu Min had actually let him join the team, witnessing his overwhelming power firsthand. He was certain Ryu Min was someone far beyond his reach, someone he dared not underestimate. He was a god. Thinking this, Seok suddenly felt anxious. He didn't know how to repay Ryu Min. He had never been of any help to him. He felt even less useful than the support girl, no matter how he thought about it. Seok couldn't help Ryu Min in that other world, but perhaps he could help in the real world. Thinking this, he pondered what a god like Ryu Min needed most. Naturally, it was loyal believers. At the same time, Ryu Min had just woken up in bed when he suddenly shuddered. He murmured with a trembling voice, "Why do I have this chill down my spine?" Unable to figure out the reason, Ryu Min assumed he was just tired. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. It was an international call. Ryu Min reached out and picked up. The caller was Russell. He cheerfully exclaimed, "Greetings, Prophet." Ryu Min asked suspiciously, "What is it?" On the other end, Russell was incredibly, voice trembling with excitement. "First off, thank you. I'm alive today because of you, Prophet. When I get there, I'll explain everything in detail." Hearing this, Ryu Min was stunned. "Huh, you're coming to Korea," Russell happily replied. "Yeah, I just booked a flight." Ryu Min was shaken. What the hell? This never happened in the previous timeline? Seeing his silence, Russell asked cautiously, "Did I upset you? If this is a problem, I can cancel the ticket right now." Ryu Min recovered and smiled calmly. "Not at all. I've always wanted to meet you." "Actually, this is perfect timing." Russell beamed. He was finally going to see him. "I should be happy, right?" The next day, after a long flight, Russell landed at the airport in Korea. Ryu Min was there to pick him up. The moment Russell saw him, he exclaimed joyfully, "It's so good to finally meet you in the flesh." Ryu Min nodded in greeting. "Welcome to Korea, Russell. Let's go. I'll show you around." Shortly after, the two left the airport. Ryu Min took Russell to a high-end restaurant and ordered a massive feast. Russell stared at the spread, eyes wide with shock. "There are so many dishes. I've never seen a table packed like this before." Ryu Min spoke calmly. "Eat to your heart's content. It's on me." Hearing that, Russell waved his hands frantically. "No, I can't keep owing you. Please, at least let me get the check." Ryu Min raised an eyebrow. "Don't be like that. I'm paying, but in exchange, repair my gear like last time." Russell paused, then immediately nodded. "Of course, that's the least I can do." He took the item from Ryu Min, the Sphere of Eternal Rest. He fixed it in no time and handed it back. Ryu Min smiled. "Thanks. Now, I'm paying for the meal." Russell still looked uneasy. "I still feel like I haven't done enough to repay you." Ryu Min smiled. "It's fine. By the way, what happened back there? You said you almost died." Still shaken, Russell explained. "I went hunting for 6 hours just like you advised, then challenged the boss. That thing was so strong I barely survived. If I hadn't leveled up first like you told me, I would be dead meat. Ryu Min nodded. I'm glad. I could be of help. Did you level up much? Russell scratched his head sheepishly. I hit level 29, but I feel a bit weird asking this. Will I really become a top-tier blacksmith like you said? It's just hard to believe. Ryu Min nodded without hesitation. If you keep at it, yes. With my help, you'll go even further than that. Russell grinned, satisfied. That's a relief. They continued to chat while eating, discussing the company investment. Russell had opened an account and invested more than half of what Ryu Min recommended. Ryu Min nodded, pleased. Good decision. That alone will set you up for life. However, Russell asked hesitantly, but what does that company actually do? Ryu Min was stunned. You didn't even research it before investing. Russell shook his head. No, I just trust you. I figured it would be fine. Because of this, after lunch, they went to a massive building in the city center. This was the headquarters of Player Press, the company Ryu Min recommended. Ryu Min observed the building and nodded. It looked almost ready. As they went inside, Russell looked around and muttered, so this is the company I dumped 70% of my assets into. Well, technically, it's your money, not mine. Ryu Min heard this and said helplessly, that money is yours. Don't feel pressured. But keeping only 30%, won't that make life difficult? Russell sighed. It's a bit tight, but I'll manage. Ryu Min frowned and spoke seriously. I'll withdraw some cash for you. $10,000 should be enough for now, right? Russell froze, then lit up. Prophet, you're an absolute angel. Remembering the bastards in the game. He quickly corrected himself. Not that kind of angel. Chatting as they entered the elevator, Russell hesitated again. Are we allowed to just walk into someone else's company like this? Ryu Min replied calmly. It's fine. I'm not the CEO. But practically speaking, this is my company, but we recently overhauled the entire business model. I'll explain everything once we're inside. Russell grinned, full of trust. Honestly, you don't even need to explain. If you poured your heart into it, it's going to be a massive success. They chatted until the elevator hit the 40th floor. Ryu Min stepped out first, leading the way. The receptionist looked startled and awkward upon seeing them. Ma Sang-chun was also standing outside, fidgeting. Ryu Min narrowed his eyes. Why were they blocking the door? Was there another guest inside? Crazy. Ryu Min nodded without hesitation. If you keep trying, then yes. With my help, you can even surpass. Reach that level. Russell grinned, looking thoroughly satisfied. Well, that's a huge relief. They continued chatting over their meal, mostly discussion about the company investment. Russell had already opened an account and poured in more than half the amount Ryu Min had recommended. Seeing this, Ryu Min nodded in approval. Smart move. That decision alone was enough to set the man up for life. However, Russell hesitated for a moment before asking, by the way, what does this company actually do? Ryu Min froze. He looked at Russell in disbelief. Wait, did you seriously just invest without doing any research? Russell shook his head. Nope, I just trusted you. Figured it'd be fine. To clear things up, after lunch, they headed to a massive skyscraper downtown, the headquarters of Player Press, the very company Ryu Min had recommended. Ryu Min scanned the building and nodded, satisfied. Looks like the preparations are almost complete. As they stepped inside, Russell looked around in awe, unable to stop himself from muttering, so, this is the place I dumped 70% of my assets into, though. To be fair, it's your money, not mine. Hearing this, Ryu Min sighed, shaking his head. That money is yours now. Don't stress about it. But are you sure keeping only 30% is enough to live on? Russell sighed. It's a little tight, but I'll make it work. Ryu Min frowned at that. He couldn't let his partner struggle. He spoke up seriously. I'll have some cash withdrawn for you from the company funds. $10,000 should be enough for now, right? Russell froze for a second, then his face lit up. Prophet, you're literally an angel. Then, remembering the bastard angels from the game, he quickly corrected himself. Not that kind of angel, though. As they stepped into the elevator, Russell hesitated again. Hey, are we allowed to just waltz into someone else's company like this? Ryu Min shrugged casually. It's fine. I might not be the CEO on paper. But in reality, this is my company. We recently overhauled the entire business model. I'll explain everything once we're inside. Russell just laughed, his trust unwavering. Honestly, you don't even have to explain. If it's something you put your heart into, I know it's going to be a massive success. Chatting away. They rode the elevator up to the 40th floor. Ryu Min stepped out first, leading the way toward a specific office. The receptionist jumped when she saw them, looking completely flustered. Even Sang-hoon was standing outside, fumbling with something nervously. Ryu Min narrowed his eyes. Why were they blocking the door? Was there another guest inside? Inside, Sanction spotted him instantly and scrambled to speak. Mr. Ryu Min, our major shareholder. What brings you here today? Ryu Min looked apologetic. Sorry for dropping in. I just wanted to introduce our company to a foreign investor. I need to see the CEO. He's inside, isn't he? Sanction looked pained. Yes, but he has a guest right now. Ryu Min raised an eyebrow. A guest? But seeing Sanction's evasive eyes, he understood immediately. It seemed Guanrock had ordered a total lockdown, no entries allowed. Are they seriously pretending they don't see me signaling obeying Guanrock's orders like their lives depend on it? Who the hell is visiting that's so important? Sanction was sweating bullets. It was just bad timing. Ryu Min had arrived exactly when Guanrock's fiancée was visiting. But Sanction didn't know Ryu Min was reading his mind. Ryu Min flinched slightly at the mental intel, but a smirk quickly curled on his lips. That woman is here. A moment later, the door clicked open. Guanrock stepped out and froze the second he saw Ryu Min. What brings you here without calling? Ryu Min pursed his lips playfully. Do I need a reservation to visit now? Realizing his mistake, Guanrock forced a laugh. Haha, no, I just phrased that poorly. Didn't sound right, did it? He played it off, but Ryu Min saw right through him. There was no misunderstanding. Guanrock simply didn't respect him. He thought prophets were weak useful for seeing the future, but physically useless. He was secretly looking down on him. Seeing Ryu Min's expression harden, Guanrock scratched his head awkwardly. My apologies. Of course. A shareholder like you is welcome anytime. You just usually book an appointment, so I was surprised. Ryu Min gave a dry laugh at the flimsy excuse. Haha, is that so? His eyes drifted past the CEO to the woman stepping out behind him. He knew her. Christine. The holder of the unique class priest and a survivor who made it to round 15 in the previous timeline. Just like the buffer classes, the priest was an essential support role, but her true value lay in her level 60 skill, resurrection. A god-tier ability that could bring the dead back to life. There was a restriction, it only worked on those who had been dead for less than 10 minutes. But even so, having an extra life was a massive, game-breaking advantage. Ryu Min had approached Guanrock from the start, specifically to get to Christine. He just hadn't expected to meet her this early. Whatever happened, he had to make her an ally and carry her to at least round 20. Noticing Ryu Min staring, Guanrock quickly introduced her. This is a friend of mine, Christine. Ryu Min almost laughed out loud. Friend? Is he joking? He told me we should have no secrets. Yet he hides his fiancée. He didn't say that out loud, though. He extended a hand. Pleasure to meet you, Ms. Christine. Right, I'm Ryu Min, his business partner. Christine shook his hand politely. The pleasure is mine. Please, call me Christine. I didn't know the director had a partner. They spoke in fluent English, which made Guanrock panic. But when Ryu Min subtly addressed Christine as his fiancée, the CEO's face went pale. Ryu Min shot Guanrock a knowing look that screamed, I know everything. The man looked like he wanted to crawl into a hole. Defeated, Guanrock bowed his head. I apologize. Prophet, I didn't intend to deceive you. Ryu Min shook his head calmly. It's fine. I understand. It must be an awkward situation for you. Guanrock exhaled, relieved. Thank you for understanding. Ryu Min cut him off cold. But I did hope you trusted me a little more than this. Guilt flashed across Guanrock's face, and he cursed himself internally. Standing beside them, Christine looked completely confused. After letting the silence stretch, Ryu Min made a proposal. I intend to provide information about the next round to your fiancé as well. Let's talk inside. Russell, wait here a moment. The investor nodded obediently. Yes, sir. The three of them entered the office. Guanrock cleared his throat for a proper introduction. Christine, I didn't introduce him properly earlier. Mr. Ryu Min is my business partner and a manager at our company. He paused, hesitating as he looked at Ryu Min for approval to say more. Ryu Min gave a sharp nod. Go ahead. Guanrock dropped the bomb. And he is a prophet, someone who can see the future. Christine's eyes went wide. A prophet? What do you mean? Ryu Min explained slowly. He's telling the truth. My unique class is prophet. I can see the future, including the strategy for round 7. Christine found it hard to believe. She glanced at Guanrock skeptically. Is this real? He nodded firmly. The prophet's words have never been wrong. His predictions never miss. Christine looked back at Ryu Min, eyes narrowed in suspicion. If that's true, why are you suddenly revealing this to me? Ryu Min answered calmly. Because I'm going to give you information on round 7 without asking for a price. Christine froze in an instant. She hesitated for a long while before finally speaking up. I'm listening. Seeing her reaction, Ryu Min couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. Even though he offered to reveal the future, she clearly didn't trust him yet. Gathering his thoughts, he spoke with deadly seriousness. Do not let temptation sway you during round 7. That is the one thing you both must remember. Hearing this, Guyan couldn't hide his panic. Is that a prophecy? Ryu Min nodded slightly. I cannot reveal more. If I do, the consequences will ripple out to everyone. I will say it one last time. Do not let temptation drag you in. Burn that into your minds. That was all he could say. Then, Ryu Min turned his gaze to the woman. Christine, I have something private to discuss with you. Half the reason I arranged this meeting was to tell you this. He dropped the bomb. In round 11, you will be in danger. Your life could be on the line. Christine gasped in shock. Seeing her panic, Ryu Min quickly reassured her. But do not worry. A lifeline will be dropped to save you. After her conversation with Ryu Min, Christine boarded the plane back to her country. Mid-flight, her mind kept replaying Ryu Min's warning. Her life could be threatened. If her father were here, it would be chaos. With his fiery temper, he would absolutely explode. However, Ryu Min had mentioned a lifeline. She had asked him what he meant, and he claimed someone would come to save her. She had asked skeptically, who would save me? Regrettably, Ryu Min just shook his head. I cannot disclose that part. Thinking back on it, Christine let out a helpless sigh. Doubts crept in again. Can Ryu Min truly see the future? All he said was just the surface of a prophecy. Was she being scammed? Moments later, the plane touched down at the airport. As she disembarked, Christine spotted someone waiting. A young man with glasses approached her, smiling. Christine, did you make it back safely from Korea? Christine cried out in surprise. I didn't expect you to come pick me up at the airport. The young man took her suitcase, speaking as they walked. I was instructed to bring you straight. Home? No wandering off. Christine sighed in resignation. Of course that was the case. A little later, at the Synod Hall, the largest gathering hall in the U.S., Christine and her escort slowly walked inside. They stopped in front of a room. The young man knocked and spoke in a low voice. Reverend, Christine has arrived. From inside came a deep, commanding voice. Send her in. Hearing this, Christine pushed the door open. The man sitting inside fixed his gaze on her. You have come. Christine nodded slightly and took a seat. The man lowered his voice and asked, So, how has that boy been living lately? Christine replied calmly. He seems to be living quite well, just like before. Suddenly, the man asked, Has he treated you poorly? Christine shook her head gently. Not at all. He treats me with great politeness. Hearing that, the man laughed heartily. Of course he does. Whose daughter are you, after all? So, do you feel any closer to him this time? Christine hesitated for a long while before replying, I am still not sure. This surprised the man. He asked skeptically, You two have been dating for 6 months now. Christine felt it was ridiculous. She pouted and shot back. What dating? We don't even have feelings for each other. How can you call that dating? The man glared at her unhappily, his voice turning cold. Marriage with a chaebol heir like that will only bring you benefits, even if you do not like him. Feelings will eventually develop, will they not? Christine bowed her head and whispered, I don't know. He keeps hiding things and plotting schemes. He still feels, suspicious. The man asked in confusion. Why do you harbor such doubts? Christine sighed. Perhaps because I am your daughter. Hearing this, the man fell into silence. After a long pause, he continued. So, what has he been doing recently? Christine replied nonchalantly. He said he is preparing for a business deal. The man sneered in disgust. He still cannot give up his worldly greed. This remark triggered something in Christine. Not knowing what possessed her, she whispered, You are exactly the same, naturally. The man retorted unhappily. I was not chosen by God. At that moment, a pale blue light suddenly appeared in Christine's hand. She hesitated, then asked, Father, do you truly believe this is God's choice, that this is God's power? The man nodded without hesitation. I believe that my daughter has received the angel's blessing. Christine sighed. Angel's blessing. Even after all the time she told him what the angels actually did, he still didn't understand. The man spoke up again. Is your fiancé making good use of God's gift? Christine slowly replied. He is currently at level 29. He is ranked 2nd or 3rd in the region. He mentioned that this time, he is going to create a social marketplace for the players. And now, he's even got himself a business partner. Christine filled her father in on Ryu Min, casually mentioning that the boy was a prophet. The man's eyes went wide with shock. Ignoring his reaction, Christine pouted and continued, He just keeps bragging and handing me intel. About round 7, honestly, I don't know if it's reliable. Everything he says sounds completely absurd. The man fell silent for a long moment. Finally, his voice dropped to a low, serious rumble. In chaotic times like these, few abilities are more seductive than the power to see the future. Why don't you try getting close to him? I don't know. Christine shook her head gently, letting out a sigh. It's hard to get cozy with someone who keeps telling me I'm going to be in danger or die. It sounds so ridiculous. What did you just say? The man cried out, terrified. Do not be complacent. Someone among your followers could betray you. But Christine just brushed it off with confident arrogance. Don't worry. Have you forgotten that I am the representative of this region? She insisted that she had far more people wanting to protect her than betray her, so she would be safe. The man pondered this for a long while before speaking. If you say so, I will trust you, but always be ready for unexpected situations. Yes, father. Christine nodded obediently and walked out. She sighed as she walked, causing the young man waiting outside to watch her retreating figure with suspicion. Just then, the man inside called out, "Jeffrey!" Hearing his name, Jeffrey immediately entered. The man's face was dark and grim. I hear Magog's partner is a prophet. That boy dared to spout nonsense about my daughter dying. Investigate him. Find out if he's a fraud or not. Jeffrey nodded, accepting the command. I shall execute your will in the name of the Lord. And a few days later, the PH3 chat room opened once again. The accounts for Lostiak and Yami quickly logged in. The user behind the Lostiak account was, of course, Ryu Min. He chuckled as he typed, "Welcome, Yami." Yami asked suspiciously, "You're here early." Ryu Min casually explained, "Just didn't have anything else to do." A moment later, the guildmaster also joined the chat. Taehyun quickly appeared, greeting everyone seriously. "Hello everyone, let's get started immediately. Last time, we decided to select a manager position. Correct, lost. Have you selected the candidates from the applicants yet?" Ryu Min nodded slightly to himself and replied, "I've selected 30 people based on the highest levels in regional rankings and sent the list to you." Hearing this, Taehyun frowned and asked, "There aren't any strange figures among them, are there?" Ryu Min replied nonchalantly, "If there were, I would have reported it immediately." Taehyun pressed on, "What about those other specific names?" Ryu Min answered slowly, "I checked, and there's no nickname matching Heavenly Demon or Idiot." Taehyun furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. "Then there is nothing we can do. Yami, proceed with the testing and select the 5 who pass." Yami nodded slightly. "Yes, Captain." After delegating the tasks, Taehyun spoke seriously again. "And next is another issue. I hear that lately, a National Assembly, members condemning players." Ryu Min immediately chimed in. "I saw the news. It's Representative Lee Sung-hoon, right?" Taehyun nodded. "Correct. After the manager selection, we will discuss whether or not to dispose of him. The enemy of us players is the establishment, those trying to bind us with their laws." Hearing this hypocritical nonsense, Ryu Min cursed internally. We aren't even real players. What is he talking about, us players? But he kept those thoughts to himself. Taehyun discussed a few more matters before disconnecting. A while later, in Ha's skyscraper in the city center, Ryu Min finished his work, showered, and checked the news. The official website for Player Press's Zine had successfully opened. As predicted, tens of thousands of players had accessed it to register items. People must be short on cash to be posting all sorts of things like this. First, he decided to sweep up the unique materials he had in mind. Ryu Min entered the site and started buying materials. With this amount, he could craft 3 unique items. He selected the option to receive everything via express delivery. After sorting out the materials, Ryu Min switched to magic stones. Magic stones with known combination formulas were priced at over 2 million won per stone. Even though they were only low-grade magic stones, he didn't care and clicked buy all. 2 days later, at Ryu Min's building, Ryugan was heading out carrying a trash bag. But as he opened the door, he saw a pile of packages blocking the entrance. The boy cried out in panic. "Bro, what is all this?" Ryu Min was sitting in the living room, hearing the shout. He quickly ran over. Ryugan glared at him, demanding an answer. It arrived. Did you order all of this?" "What on earth is it that there's so much?" Ryu Min explained, casually. "It's nothing big. Just items that players use." Ryugan seemed to realize something and nodded in understanding. Is it from that market just for players?" After that, Ryu Min hauled a pile of goods inside and checked the boxes one by one. Nothing was missing. Everything was there. Now, he would try combining them. He started with the magic stones, which had the highest quantity. 16 of the lowest grade magic stones could create one highest grade magic stone. Sure enough, not a single one failed. After some time, the system chimes with a notification: combination successful. Ryu Min has crafted the highest grade red magic stone, followed immediately by the highest grade orange magic stone. Then came the highest grade yellow one. In just a blink, Ryu Min's inventory was flooding with magic stones. With the crafting complete, he immediately starts socketing them into his gear, one by one. Moments later, the system pings again. Equipment successful. The Death Scythe gains a damage increase of plus 16%. The Helm of Hem gains a strength boost of plus 32. The Traveler's Cloak gets a luck increase of plus 32. The Resistance Ring now has an all-stats boost of plus 16. Now, Ryu Min equips everything at once to check his status window. Even without the Rune of Slaughter or any blessing buffs, all his stats are soaring above 200. Seeing this, Ryu Min smiles with satisfaction. If he stacks buffs on top of this, his stats will likely jump from 600 to 900. Plus, he still has other gear The system suddenly spams a chain of notifications. 7 highest grade magic stones of 7 different colors are equipped. The rainbow set effect is applied. With the rainbow effect active, resistance to all status ailments increases by 50%. Ryu Min grins, thoroughly pleased. Resistance is up by 50%. Add in the Java necklace at 35%, and the resistance ring at 35%. What if he adds the basic intermediate resistance skill for another 15%? If the calculations stack multiplicatively, he can block status ailments with a success rate of about 82.1%. Right now, the only person rocking a full set of highest grade magic stones is Ryu Min, simply because he monopolized the entire market. Of course, supply will eventually return to the auction house, but by then, the value of magic stones will skyrocket due to scarcity. Since even the lowest grade stones will exceed 20 million won, he had to make his move early. For now, Ryu Min needs to store the remaining unique materials. It's more beneficial to upgrade high-level gear to unique tier. On later, once he hits level 60. Until then, he'll keep an eye out for any more unique materials hitting the market. Suddenly, he spots a harvest. While scrolling through the website, his eyes lock onto something, a material required for crafting legendary items. Regardless of player level, item rarity exists in 6 tiers from top to bottom: God, Legendary, Unique, Epic, Rare, and Common. Items purchasable in the shop cap out at Epic tier. Anything higher must be crafted. The higher the tier, the lower the drop rate for crafting materials. It's not impossible, it's just insanely difficult. The Undying Skin Fragment, he just found, only drops from one specific place right now, the round 5 boss, the High Orc. Even killing it gives an extremely low drop rate. But to not only kill a High Orc, but also get lucky enough to snag the material. Thinking this through, Ryu Min's pupils contract sharply. He suddenly remembers a specific person, someone with the strength to kill an orc. More importantly, that guy possesses the Rune of Drops. If it really is him, there's a high probability this is a trap, and a dangerous one at that. The fact that the listing is for direct trade only pretty much confirms it. Ryu Min thinks for a moment, then messages the seller. Hello, are you the one selling the Undying Skin Fragment? The reply comes back instantly, but it's just one word. Yes. Ryu Min ignores the curtness. Can I get a discount? The seller seems surprised. Countering with a question, how much are you thinking? Ryu Min calmly replies, 900,000 won. Does that work? The person on the other end hesitates before replying. That puts me in a tough spot, you know. Is that so? Is the difference that big? Ryu Min frowns at the screen, falling silent. He decides to lowball even harder. He quickly types back. My bad. I made a typo. Drop it another 100,000, 800,000, one. The seller replies, clearly annoyed. Ryu Min switches tactics, playing the pitiful card. I just wanted to try crafting something. Isn't that why people buy materials? I really don't have much money. Can't you lower the price a little? The seller goes silent. Ryu Min presses on. Hey, are you not selling? After a long pause, the reply finally comes. Fine. I feel bad for you. So I'll sell it for 800,000 won. But cash only. Can you come to Suwon? Seeing the location Suwon, Ryu Min realizes this guy is definitely that psycho. He dropped 200,000 won and still agreed to sell. That confirms the item is just bait to lure people in. For a mental case like him, it's not surprising. Decision made. Ryu Min heads to his room to change clothes. He needs to see this guy's face before any other victims fall for it. And of course, he plans to take the legendary material for himself. There is no way he's letting that slip away. Meanwhile, in a dark alleyway in Suwon, a man clutches a small knife, giggling like a complete psychopath. This bastard is actually funny. He snorts coldly, muttering to himself, I asked for 1 million, and he dares to haggle down to 800. His eyes are overflowing with malice as he curses internally. Does he have any idea how precious this item is? This is loot from the round 5 boss, the High Orc, a High Orc that I had to sacrifice 20 bodies to kill. Finally took down. Back then, he thought he was done for. And yet, Ryu Min tried to swipe the item he had, busted his ass to get for just 800,000 gold. It was enough to make him explode with rage. Just thinking about it, he gripped his knife tighter, muttering, what a piece of trash. If I catch you in the real world, I'll tear you into 100 pieces. But right now, there was someone else in front of him, an injured man lying on the ground, trembling and begging nonstop. Help me. The psycho stepped back in disgust, gritting his teeth. Damn it, you scared me. What's wrong? Old man, haven't kicked the bucket. Yet, the man kept begging, but the killer just scoffed coldly. Help me. Is that how you ask no manners at all? As soon as he said it, the lunatic jammed his knife straight into the man's neck. Fresh blood spurted out instantly. Then he yanked the blade back out, clicking his tongue. Scared the hell out of me. What a pain in the ass. With that, the psycho sat down and used the dead man's clean shirt to wipe the blood off his knife. He thought to himself, just wait until he gets here. He's finished. This is going to be so much fun. You know, sometimes in life, you just get hit with this overwhelming boredom. Bored enough to want to give up on everything. This psycho had been like that since he was a kid. Nothing excited him. Everything was dull. Everything was tedious. Even in middle school, nothing changed. He thought maybe if he focused on something, it would get better, so he tried studying just like his parents wanted, and he never dropped from the top of the class. But then, even studying got boring, so he stopped trying. His grades plummeted, and his parents started nagging him more and more. Thinking back on his past, the psycho couldn't help but laugh. Looking back now, that moment was the best. It finally gave him a new emotion, a feeling he could never forget. He killed someone. He killed his own parents with his own hands. Because he was a minor, he avoided prison. And after that, this psycho went on to commit countless murders until he was 27. Thanks to meticulous planning, he never got caught. That's when he joined this otherworld game. And strangely enough, it fit his nature perfectly. Thanks to an ancient rune he got at the start that boosted item drops. He collected tons of useful gear. He even got a job change item for the witch doctor class. So he quickly switched classes. The game really started getting good at round 4. Killing people and monsters made this psycho feel absolutely euphoric. He decided that when he cleared all the rounds and got his wish, he would wish for even more levels because this was pure excitement for him. The thrill of watching the world collapse wasn't bad at all. Thinking about it, he looked down at the corpse beside him and started dragging the dead man's body away. He had to stuff the corpse into a dumpster, then time it perfectly for when the other guy got close. Then he'd use corpse explosion to blow him to smithereens. If the target was lucky enough to survive, why, the psycho would use his fear curse to paralyze him, toy with him for a bit, and then crush him like a bug. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. He hid in a dark corner. A moment later, the sound of footsteps echoed through the alley. The psycho heard it, and his eyes lit up with excitement. He smirked. "Come on over here, you bastard. I've got a present waiting for you." The footsteps got closer and closer. A tall figure stepped out from behind the wall. It was Ryu Min. But Ryu Min was definitely dead, which meant this was Ryu Min in disguise. The psycho nodded in satisfaction. There he is. Watching his prey walk toward him, he gloated inwardly. That's right. Just a little closer. Just 5 more steps. But right at the peak of his excitement, Ryu Min slowly spoke up. "Hey, you're the one selling the immortal fragment, right?" The psycho's face twisted. He ground his teeth, cursing internally. Damn it, just 2 more steps and he'd be in the blast radius. When he didn't answer, Ryu Min asked again, "What are you doing back there? Aren't you selling? Come out here." If the psycho stepped out, he would be in range of the explosion and get blown to bits too. With no other choice, he stepped out, feigning timidity. Oh, you're here. But his mind was already racing with a new plan. He could ditch the corpse explosion, and just use the fear curse to capture Ryu Min. But that's boring. That's not how I wrote the script. Seeing the psycho hesitating, Ryu Min shouted impatiently, "What are you doing? Are you coming over here or not?" The psycho stayed put, frowning. "Just 1 step. I just need to lure him 1 single step closer." He quickly stammered, "Could you come a little closer? My leg. It hurts. It's hard to walk." But Ryu Min lost his patience. "Damn it! You think you're the only one with sore legs?" The psycho lowered his voice, acting pitiful. "I'm sorry. I'm disabled. So walking is really hard for me." Ryu Min scoffed. "Disabled, your legs look perfectly fine to me." The words made the psycho flinch involuntarily. Did he figure it out? Does he know? But very quickly, the guy denied it. "No way. It's impossible for Ryu Min to know about the corpse hidden in the trash can. How could he know I'm a warlock with the corpse explosion skill?" While the madman was thinking, Ryu Min yelled, "Damn it, you never intended to trade. Did you? That item you mentioned is a fake too? Right, you scumbag." Seeing the madman, "Stay silent," he shouted again. "Did you lure me here to strip my money and gear? Is that why you keep telling me to come closer? Damn bastard." The madman bit his lip hard, forcing himself to calm down. He couldn't get swept up in Ryu Min's pace. Just luring him 1 step closer would be the end of him. Thinking that, he spoke cautiously. "I think you've misunderstood something. That's not it at all, sir." But Ryu Min didn't buy it, snorting coldly. "Misunderstood my ass." The madman tried to soothe him. "Please, stop cursing." Sir." But Ryu Min, feigning a fiery temper, kept raging. "Stop cursing bullshit, you dog. You think I'll be polite to a guy selling fakes to trap and rob me?" This thoroughly pissed the madman off. He pulled out the item, annoyed, and snapped, "Come here and look closely. Does this look like a fake to you?" Ryu Min stared intently at the item, then suddenly smirked. In a flash, a blade beam struck, severing the madman's arm instantly. The arm fell. The madman panicked. Ryu Min was clearly standing right there. How did he attack without moving a single step? Opposite him, Ryu Min laughed coldly. The madman's face went from green to pale white. He realized something terrifying. When he whipped his head around, Ryu Min was already behind him. Seeing this, the madman screamed in horror. Two of them, Ryu Min scoffed. Two of who? What are you babbling about? Kid, there's only one person here. As he spoke, the figure in front vanished, making the madman even more terrified. While he was still dazed, Ryu Min bent down to pick up the item. He spoke indifferently. Do I really have to waste my breath explaining that to you? Seeing the undying skin? Ryu Min's hand, the madman roared in rage. You son of a bitch! Immediately, he activated the terror curse. Unfortunately, Ryu Min resisted it completely. The curse failed, and panic flickered across the madman's face. Ryu Min clicked his tongue. What's the big deal? Why so jittery? Then, he slammed a fist into the madman's face, caving one side of it in. The guy couldn't help but curse inwardly. My god, just how high is this guy's strength stat? But Ryu Min wasn't done. He punched again, sending the madman flying. He lay trembling on the ground, unable to resist. Suddenly, Ryu Min's hand reached out, and a glow of light enveloped the madman's body, allowing him to sit up again. He muttered in confusion. What the hell? Ryu Min spoke casually. I'm using a healing skill on you, because I want to beat you up a little more. Saying that, he smashed his fist into the madman's face again, then punched him in the gut. Ryu Min continued to pummel him relentlessly until he felt the madman's breathing weaken. He'd heal him, then beat him again. The madman screamed. Fuck you, you bastard, Ryu Min snorted. Haven't had enough yet. The madman bit his lip and stood up. He just needed his cooldown to reset. Not long after, the duration of the terror curse ended, and he felt a surge of smugness, but suddenly, something sharp stabbed down. His eyes were gouged out, making him scream in agony. Arg my eyes, Ryu Min clicked his tongue. Your parents would weep blood knowing they gave birth to someone like you, just like you're weeping now. The madman bit his lip and cursed. You dog, you dared to trick me. He swung his knife wildly at empty air. Ryu Min, annoyed, kicked him, sending him rolling on the ground. The madman trembled with rage. What now? One arm severed, eyes blinded. Was this really the end for him? But suddenly, the madman smirked coldly. Even if he died, he would drag Ryu Min down with him. Ryu Min, standing opposite, was startled by that smile. Right at that moment, an explosion rang out. People nearby heard the blast and ran out in panic. When they entered the alley, they saw a pile of rubble. They called the police and reported everything. Meanwhile, on a building not far away, Ryu Min looked down and sighed in relief. Damn, almost died along with him. Thinking that, he glanced at the unconscious madman next to him. He knew this guy was Yu Sung-tak, nicknamed Rune. He was a talent rivaling Ma Kyung-rok, the heavenly demon, for second or third place in the region. But no matter how capable, a serial killer couldn't accompany Ryu Min to round 20. However, for now, he could use Sung-tak to farm bosses, since his rune ability was very useful. The drop rune increased the drop rate. Hunting item. It increases the drop rate for special items from boss level monsters by 10 times. As long as Song-tak is alive, that guy will continue gathering high quality materials to sell on the market. But the problem is, he is a serial killer. If Song-tak is left alive, he will clearly continue slaughtering innocent people. Ryu Min has already disposed of the severed arm, so Song-tak can never reattach it. Now, the killer won't be able to wander around murdering people so easily. Besides, what he really needs to farm items is his body in the other world. Song-tak doesn't know Ryu Min's real face, so he can't come for revenge in reality. While later, Song-tak slowly regains consciousness. He opens his eyes, looking around in a panic, having no idea where he is. Song-tak doesn't understand. He definitely activated the corpse explosion in that alleyway. Suddenly, he remembers Ryu Min cut off his arm. But where did the bastard go? It is only then that he realizes one of his legs has also been severed. He screams in pure terror. Damn it, my leg! Song-tak grinds his teeth in fury. Where are you? Where are you, dog? Come out here. But there is no one around. Beside his hand, however, lies a piece of paper. Suspicious, Song-tak unfolds it to see a message left by Ryu Min. It states that his leg wasn't taken by Ryu Min, but lost to the explosion he caused himself. Ryu Min also wrote, Know your place, stop doing useless things, and try living a decent life. After reading it, Song-tak trembles with rage. The explosion he triggered didn't kill Ryu Min, but instead crippled him like this. It's completely absurd. Song-tak hurriedly shoves his hand into his pocket. He wants to check how long he was unconscious for Ryu Min to pull this stunt and escape. But he searches his pockets frantically. His phone is gone. Even his wallet is missing. He had put all his liquid assets and cash in there, Songtak bites his lip until it bleeds. Ryu Min didn't just take his arm, he stole the item in his wallet too. Finally, unable to hold it back, he screams at the sky, "You scumbag, the humiliation you gave me today. I will pay it, back 1,000 times over." Meanwhile, at a luxury hotel in the city, Ryu Min and Juri are enjoying a meal together. Ryu Min smiles and speaks up. "The traditional Korean food at this place is delicious, isn't it?" Juri nods softly. "Yes, it is." Hearing that, Ryu Min says with satisfaction, "That's a relief. Since it suits your taste, we should come by here more often." The comment catches Juri off guard. She mumbles, More often." Ryu Min realizes his slip of the tongue and awkwardly corrects himself. "Not often. I mean, occasionally, right?" Yes, that works too." Juri nods quietly, then speaks up again. "But Min, you seem really busy lately, don't you? Every time I contact you, you always say see you later." Ryu Min replies apologetically, "Sorry about that. I have some personal business. I really have been busy. Every weekend he has to attend meetings at Player Press and join other conferences. On top of that, there are times when Ryu Min can't go out freely because he has to guard against being tailed. Because even right now, there are eyes watching him from the shadows. He knows exactly who it is, the rank 28 assassin. Jeffrey Bishop. The man behind him is Christine's father, Nathan. C.R. At first, Ryu Min didn't know he was being followed, but thanks to his presence perception skill, he realized someone had been tailing him for days. He couldn't see a form, meaning the assassin has stealth. But the guy lacks presence concealment. If he had that, he wouldn't follow so blatantly. After spotting him, Ryu Min turned to the tables and stalked to the stalker. The moment the assassin deactivated stealth, Ryu Min identified him. He used mind reading to uncover the purpose of the surveillance. Ryu Min guesses Christine told her father about him. He understands why Nathan is upset his daughter is destined to die in the future. He must want to verify the identity of the person who made that prophecy. So, Ryu Min decided to let Jeffrey follow him. As long as he keeps his mask off and stays hidden in plain sight, he looks like just an ordinary office worker. While Ryu Min is lost in thought, Juri calls out, pulling him back to reality. She asks hesitantly, "By the way, Ryu Min, last time you gave me information about round 7, right? Is that really all there is? Do not be swayed by temptation." Ryu Min nods calmly. "Yeah. Just remembering that is enough. If you know the specific quest beforehand, you will actually be disqualified. Disqualification means erasure. I can't let the people I need to protect until round 20 just vanish. This time, I'm going to save as many people as possible and reach the final round." Thinking this, Ryu Min suddenly looks at her with intense sincerity, smiling as he says, "We definitely have to survive until the very wise end." "Okay." Juri is slightly stunned, but she quickly nods back. Okay." A few days later, the players are once again summoned. Priscilla floats in the air, scanning the crowd with a smile. "Hello. Humans, have you lived well over the past month?" The crowd lowers their heads in silence, saying nothing. But Priscilla pays mind and continues. "The number of survivors this time is 434, as you can see. Since there are so few people, we can't exactly set up proper rules, can we?" She announces that because of this, they will proceed with a zone merger. Scene change. The moment Priscilla finished speaking, the ground beneath them began to tremble. In a flash, countless players materialized. Priscilla had merged 10 distinct regions. 4,992 players flooded the once empty field, packing it tight. The players looked around, dazed and confused. Priscilla's voice cut through the noise. "The name of this new zone, Yamasitu SK03. As you can see, everyone here is Korean, so there's no need to be overly hostile. Now, before we begin, we need to select a representative for this area, don't we?" The moment those words left her lips, the players' faces went pale. But then, Priscilla paused. Actually, hold on a second. There's a small matter we need to discuss regarding the procedure." Unlike the panicked crowd, Ryu Min remained calm. He knew exactly what was coming. The representative selection, he couldn't afford to lose that title even once. It granted authority that extended even into the real world. Plus, it was the reward for this round's side quest. The Rune of Mental Barrier. It was one of the 18 essential runes, absolutely necessary to counter Yami's power. The representative title and the rune. He had to secure both, no matter the cost. Ryu Min had already prepared for this perfectly. Meanwhile, the sky above filled with angels, their voices buzzing in gossip. One hesitated. Who was going to take charge? Another angel scoffed in disgust. Who in their right mind would want to be the guide for a merged district? Changing the subject, one angel turned to Priscilla. "Hey, rumor has it you just played quite the interesting game with Oliver, didn't you?" Priscilla flinched, looking awkward at the mention, but she quickly regained her composure. The method for selecting the representative will be a standard deathmatch. But before she could finish, Nova cut her off. Hold on, doesn't your district have the Black Scythe? Priscilla blinked. Huh, oh, you know about him? Nova pouted and scoffed. Isn't he the only human to clear round 5 if you make it a deathmatch? Then naturally you, Priscilla, will be crowned the winner. That's way too unfair. Priscilla frowned. Do you have a better idea then? Another angel smirked. With the Black Scythe involved, a power-based game is disadvantageous for the rest of us. How about a race? The first one to clear round 7 takes the title. The other angels nodded in agreement. That's a solid plan. After all, this round isn't about raw strength anyway. Priscilla, what do you think? Priscilla fell silent for a moment. After a long pause, she turned back to the players and announced, the method for selecting the representative has been decided. The title will go to of the unified zone will be awarded to the representative who clears the mission first. Hearing this, the players instantly panicked. Wait, it's not a deathmatch? Well, whatever it is, it beats fighting to the death. Ignoring the mass confusion, Priscilla continued, now, I will announce the mission for round 7. Instantly, a notification window popped up, but the main quest was nothing but a string of question marks. The players were baffled, whispering in shock. Why are there question marks? Mine too. Hey, is the system glitched? It is not a glitch. Priscilla gently shook her head, a smirk playing on her lips. The mission for round 7 is a secret. Good luck. With that, she vanished into thin air, leaving the players completely clueless. The timer began its countdown. A stunned crowd stared at the spot where Priscilla had been, cursing in frustration. How are we supposed to do it if we don't know what it is? Is this a joke? But with no other choice, they had to blindly search for clues, fuming with anger. Meanwhile, Sang-chun's group approached Ryu Min. Ryu Min frowned, eyeing them suspiciously. Why are you all together? Sang-chun grinned, explaining. We just happened to run into each other nearby. But his smile vanished as he asked seriously. By the way, Mr. Black Scythe, regarding the mission, do you have any theories? Ryu Min scoffed. Why ask me? The quest didn't show up, so I'm as lost as you are. Sang-chun brightened up immediately. Is that so? Then let me fill you in. On round 7, Ryu Min furrowed his brow. Information on round 7? How could you possibly know about that? Sang-chun explained slowly. I heard it from a prophet back in the real world. That statement made Ryu Min's expression darken. Last time he was so secretive. Yet now he's spilling the beans so easily. You really are an idiot for thinking he was reliable. Sang-chun, sensing the shift, asked nervously. Why are you looking at me like that? Ryu Min scoffed coldly. A prophet, seriously. I'm telling the truth. Sang-chun hurriedly explained. They're an acquaintance of mine. They've helped me tons of times, right? Miss Seo Arin. Arin looked stunned for a second, but nodded. Yes. Ryu Min sighed internally. Great. Another unreliable source. After a pause, finally spoke. Fine, let's hear it. Sang-chun didn't hesitate. To clear round 7, you just have to remember this rule. Do not be swayed by temptation. Jury flinched upon hearing it, asking in surprise. Temptation? Huh, what do you mean? Sang-chun gently shook his head. I'm not sure about the details either. After a long hesitation, Jury suddenly cried out in panic. Could the prophet's name be Ryu Min? Her words startled both Sang-chun and Aaron. Seeing their reaction, Ryu Min sighed helplessly. The prophet's identity was now known to 4 people. As long as his identity as the Black Scythe remained hidden, it should be fine. For now, it was better to split this group up. Thinking this, he spoke up calmly. Thanks for the info. We'll have to see what the prophet's words actually mean. Right now, we should split up and search for more detailed information. Sang-chun asked in surprise. Split up but sticking together would be before he could finish. Ryu Min cut him off coldly. We don't even know if this is a group quest yet. Why force it? Sang-chun stared at him, stunned, then eventually nodded. I understand. Then everyone will handle round 7 on their own. Good luck. Others quickly followed suit, leaving only Jury standing there, hesitating and stammering. So should I also? Ryu Min showed no mercy as he spoke. You go too. Jury had no other choice but to nod and leave. Ryu Min watched their retreating figures and sighed again. Things just got complicated. But wait, what was the round 7 mission again before he could even recall it? A scream suddenly echoed from afar, startling him. Ryu Min immediately took off. Sprinting toward the sound, his eyes were filled with worry, but when he arrived and saw the scene before him, Ryu Min's pupils constricted. Fresh blood stained the ground. Jury was leaning against an ancient tree, clutching her waist where a wound was bleeding profusely. Ryu Min rushed over to check her condition, asking anxiously, What is going on here? Jury trembled, sobbing. No, Min, please help me. Hearing this, Ryu Min froze in shock. Did she know his true identity? What exactly was going on? Seeing Ryu Min silent, Jury asked again in a shaking voice. Min, you are Ryu Min, aren't you? Ryu Min pursed his lips and muttered. How do you know who I am? Jury smiled weakly. Of course I know. How could I not? You were my first love, even if you tried to hide it. Everything was obvious to me. Biting his lip hard, Ryu Min asked suspiciously. So you've known all along and just pretended not to. Jury nodded. That's right. Pretending I didn't know all this time was really hard, you know. Ryu Min sighed helplessly. There was no time for this now. He quickly said, let's put that aside. What happened to your stomach? Who did this to you? As he asked, he activated his healing skill on Jury. This wound is deep. If I'd arrived any later, she would have died. A moment later, the wound healed. She spoke gratefully. Thank you, Min. Ryu Min frowned, his voice dropping low. Who was it who stabbed you? Jury bit her lip and whispered. It was that man. And Sang-chun? That was a name Ryu Min had not expected. His eyes went wide in shock, but shock quickly turned to trembling rage. He grit his teeth, muttering, That bastard, where is he? As soon as the words left his mouth, Sang-chun's voice echoed from behind. I'm right here. Where else? By his side stood Aaron. Hearing the voice, Ryu Min whipped his head around, cursing furiously. You dirty, rotten scumbags. Sang-chun clicked his tongue, mocking him. I didn't expect such vulgar language from you, oh great prophet. Ryu Min asked, genuinely surprised. You know I'm the prophet, Sang-chun replied casually. We tortured that girl for information. Honestly, we didn't know anything until just a moment ago. Jury spoke up, guiltily. I'm sorry, Min. It hurt so much. I couldn't help but tell them everything. Ryu Min's rage hit its peak. He glared ferociously at Sang-chun. The man wasn't scared. Instead, he smirked. Don't glare at me like that. Do you know how shocked I was to think that weak-looking guy is actually the Black Scythe? Ryu Min ground his teeth. Before I rip your mouths open, I'll hear your excuse. Why? Did you attack Jury? Shrugging indifferently. Sang-chun replied, Well, she seemed to have a close relationship with you. I was just acting covertly to dig up some info. He added, Didn't expect the harvest to be much bigger than planned. If my director knew about this, he'd be thrilled. Ryu Min summoned his scythe. He gritted his teeth. Do you think you'll survive long enough to deliver that message? Seeing him approach, Sang-chun smirked. Hey, stay right there. Don't take another step, or I'll detonate the bomb hidden inside Jury. Ryu Min froze. He looked back at Jury, who was sitting behind him. A bomb? Seriously? While he was confused, Sang-chun spoke again. This friend gave me a hand. Ryu Min looked at the other person. So it was you, TC. He muttered furiously. Nobin, you, TC whispered softly. Sorry about this, Mr. Black Scythe. Ryu Min stared at him in disbelief. Impossible. How could he possibly? But Ryman realized it instantly. That skill Darkseed. It was an ability exclusively for dark mages who had reached level 40. Usually, you bury the seed in the earth to summon a random demon from the underworld. But if you plant that thing inside a living human body, the result would be catastrophic. Ryu Min's expression turned grim. He grit his teeth, his voice low and dangerous. How the hell did you reach level 40 already? Sang-chun smirked. I just wanted to be strong like you, Lord Black Scythe. So, I trained really hard. Ryu Min glared at him. His voice was ice cold. Nopin, deactivate the seed. Now. Sang-chun didn't even hesitate. He shook his head. Nah, I don't think I will. Ryu Min snapped, furious. How dare you? I thought you admired me. Sang-chun raised an eyebrow, laughing. Oh, Lord Black Scythe is practically a god to me, but that's only true when you're perfect. If you can't solve every problem perfectly, well, why should I worship a broken god? Ryu Min finally realized the truth. He had been completely stabbed in the back. Trapped. He had no choice. He looked at them seriously. What do you want? Sang-chun didn't answer directly. He just grinned. This girl seemed... She seems pretty important to you, doesn't she? Ryu Min lost his patience. Shut your mouth. Just tell me what you want if I give it to you. Promise me you won't kill Minjori. Sang-chun threw his head back and laughed. Deal. If you agree, she lives. Ryu Min frowned, his eyes narrowing. So, is it information on the next round? Or the locations of the hidden pieces? Sang-chun clicked his tongue and shook his head. We don't give a damn about that. It's just funny. A guy like you, daring to trick us and manipulating the director. He pointed a finger at the ground. Kill yourself, right here, right now. Do that, and we'll let Jury walk away alive. Jury started to hyperventilate. Ryu Min hesitated for a long, agonizing moment before finally speaking. Keep your word. He raised his scythe. Jury screamed. No, Min, don't do it. Just saving me isn't worth your life. Ignoring her cries, he swung the blade down, severing his own head. Sang-chun and the others watched with malicious glee. They smiled, savoring the victory. But suddenly, a system window popped up. Hidden quest triggered. The scene began to warp. Time reversed. Ryu Min was standing back at the starting point. The system announced player Black Scythe is exiting the illusion. Main quest completed escape the illusion within 2 hours. Side quest completed commit suicide without hesitation. Ryu Min took a deep breath. It was all fake. He finally recalled the real objective of round 7 escaping the illusion. But there was a catch. If he knew it was an illusion beforehand, the quest would stall, leading to his execution. So, the moment he entered round 7, Ryu Min had used his authority to mind control himself. The system creates a trial based on reality. If he realized the trick, the penalty was death. His command to himself was simple. Do not realize this is an illusion until the side quest is complete. He erased his memories. To pass the side quest, he brainwashed himself before entering, I love Juri. I must save her, even if it costs my life. In round 7, the system generates an illusion based on the player's deepest insecurities to drive them to suicide. For Ryu Min, his nightmare was his identity being exposed and being betrayed by the teammates he trusted. The system used that fear to build a scenario. It saw his fabricated love for Juri. So it crafted a narrative where he had to die to save her. Fortunately, the self-brainwashing worked perfectly. As Ryu Min analyzed the situation, someone appeared. It was Eren. She ran up to him, beaming. Lord Black Scythe, did you clear the round 7 quest? Ryu Min nodded slightly. Yeah, you too. Eren smiled brightly. Yep, I escaped the illusion. The others seemed to still be stuck inside, though Ryu Min nodded in understanding. I see. Suddenly, Eren spoke up again. Lord Black Scythe, I know this might be shocking, but I have to say it. Ryu Min glanced at her sideways. Eren looked down, blushing shyly. Actually, I think I like you a lot. A confession now. Ignoring her rambling, Ryu Min quietly summoned his scythe. Eren didn't notice. She kept talking, then hesitated. Do you have feelings for... Ryu Min swung the blade, decapitating her instantly. He scoffed coldly. Cut the crap. These boring tricks are getting old. A mechanical voice rang out. Hidden quest completed escape temptation within 2 hours. Eren's body on the ground dissolved into light. The illusion was over. Slowly, the other players began to materialize. Priscilla, who had been waiting, looked up. The scene left her baffled. She pursed her lips, muttering to herself, how could anyone possibly wake up this early? So, she hurriedly dashed over, only to find Ryu Min standing tall and composed. He shot a glance at Priscilla, asking skeptically, Angel, what the hell is going on here? Priscilla chuckled softly. Black Scythe, you are the very first person to break through that enchanting illusion. My congratulations. Ryu Min frowned, muttering, so that was just a hallucination. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Please wait until the designated time limit expires. Rewards will be distributed after results are tallied. Time remaining until the round ends in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Priscilla stayed silent and quickly darted off. Ryu Min stood motionless, thinking. In the end, the main quest is what matters most, overcoming temptation. This challenge was just like the initial hallucination. The system mines each individual's data to craft personalized temptations. It could be material wealth, a desperate desire for relief from pain, or even lust for the opposite sex. If you can't, break free before time runs out, or if you succumb to it, you're eliminated. However, if you succeed, your ranking is determined by how fast you cleared the mission. I don't know the exact count, but surely, they'll all wake up in a matter of moments. Just like last time. And exactly as he predicted. The other players started snapping out of it, muttering in confusion, what the hell is going on? Sora already had a girlfriend. What just happened? Seeing everyone regain their senses, Priscilla clapped her hands. Alright, everyone, focus and wake up. As she spoke, a notification window popped up. Main quest round 7 and... Escape the temptation within 2 hours. Side quest. Successfully commit suicide without hesitation. Seeing this, the players screamed in outrage. What the hell suicide is a side quest? Why would there be such a twisted challenge like this? Priscilla ignored them, smirking with satisfaction. Then, the results board appeared. Unsurprisingly, Ryu Min took first place again. Seeing his name, the crowd grumbled. It's that, some Black Scythe guy in first place again. How the hell did he snag the top spot in this freakish mission? Unbelievable. Aren stood in the crowd, her expression grim. A moment later, the system unleashed a barrage of notifications. Congratulations, you ranked first in this zone for mission completion. Congratulations, you ranked first. Across the entire region for mission completion, Ryu Min stood calmly, awaiting the next announcement. The system announced zone first place reward 1 random selection ticket, region first place reward 1 special, selection box. The angels hovering above couldn't believe their eyes, whispering in dissatisfaction. Does this mean his mental fortitude is flawless? Turns out, Priscilla is the one who truly came out on top. Priscilla, buzzing with excitement, spoke up. All right then, now, for those who couldn't complete the mission, within the time limit, say your goodbyes. Players began to dissolve into thin air, no matter how hard they begged. Then, the system displayed player Black Scythe has officially become the new representative of Zone C2SK03. Special reward for Black Scythe, the unified zone representative. In a flash, Ryu Min was enveloped in a soft golden glow. The effect of the temporary skill authority has been altered. From this moment on, Black Scythe may use authority exactly one time in the real world. Ryu Min smiled with satisfaction. Finally, he had found a way to counter Jamie. Now, he could seize control of Prayer Press whenever he wanted. Later, at Ma Youngrock's estate, he woke up in bed, his head still throbbing. Youngrock frowned, thinking, am I really back in the real world? Was everything I saw just a hallucination? The image of his own brothers trying to kill me. Was that not an illusion, but a glimpse of the future? At that thought, Youngrock scrambled out of bed. He had to grow the company immediately to gain his father's approval. But thinking back, on the ranking board, there wasn't a single name that resembled the Prophet. What the hell is going on? This wasn't a combat mission. Did someone know the requirements beforehand? And simply fail to execute it, dropping out of the top rankings? Or are they intentionally delaying the mission's completion? Elsewhere, back in the real world, Ryu Min met up with Juri, but she seemed sluggish the entire time, her eyes clouded with worry. She looked utterly exhausted. Ryu Min narrowed his eyes at her. What's wrong? Don't you like the food? Juri flinched, shaking her head. To explain, no, it's delicious. Really good. Ryu Min sensed something was off and pressed on. Did something happen in round 7? Is something wrong? But the moment the words leave his lips, Juri's eyes turn red. She immediately dodges his gaze and denies it. No, nothing happened at all. Hearing this, Ryu Min offers some advice. Whatever hallucinations you saw, you need to try to forget round 7. It's all over now. Juri forces a smile and replies, I guess I have to. It's going to be okay. Maybe I'm just a bit burnt out because I rushed things getting ready. While the two chat, Jeffrey is silently observing from the sidelines. Ryu Min pretends to remain oblivious and speaks in a nonchalant tone. Actually, the reason I invited you to lunch today is to give you early intel on round 8. Ryu Min pauses for a beat. Whether by accident or design, his gaze drifts toward where Jeffrey is standing. He hopes that from this moment on, the man memorizes every single word he is about to say. To secure Christine's trust, this information absolutely must be relayed through Jeffrey. A few hours later, in the Phoenician C3 chat room, Taehoon is staring at his phone, losing his mind. He isn't participating in the chat. His eyes betray a look that is hard to read. On his screen, countless news articles are popping up about the commercial app. Player press. Taehoon bites his lip aggressively. Only a few minutes have passed, and there's already new coverage. Earlier, Taehoon's father had called him to the office to scold him. I heard the youngest son of the Woon Group just succeeded with a project targeting players, didn't he? He is 3 years younger than you, yet he already possesses such sharp business acumen. Recalling his father's mocking words, Taehoon trembles with rage. He never imagined Player Press was owned by that guy. This is all that bastard Ma Kyung-rock's doing. If only he had become a player too. Taehoon could have fought him fair and square. Seeing the news blowing up all over social media, Taehoon's expression darkens. To expand his influence and prove his worth to his father, he needs to initiate his plan immediately. Right after that, Taehoon joins the chat room. Seeing him enter, Ryu Min, currently disguised as Lost Yak, turns to look. Yami greets him cheerfully. You have arrived, Chairman. Taehoon speaks slowly. Yami, regarding that personnel interview last time, you said that there were a total of 3 people who passed that murder test, correct? Ryu Min just sits there in silence, saying nothing. Yami, on the other hand, responds with excitement. That is exactly right. Taehoon nods with satisfaction, a smirk curling on his lips. Tomorrow, I will officially execute the plan. Meanwhile, at a large cathedral in the United States, Nathan has summoned Christine for a talk. Christine, perhaps keeping that prophet by our side would be a wise choice. These words leave Christine stunned. She exclaims in surprise, Do you actually believe those words? Father, everything could just be a total coincidence. Before she can finish, Nathan cuts her off coldly. I sent Jeffrey to verify him, and it turns out he is not a dangerous person. Apparently, he's just a gentle young man who goes to work and comes straight home. Christine falls silent at this. After a long while, she sighs and murmurs, But still, I cannot truly. But right. Then, a voice suddenly cuts through their conversation. Then how about this? Christine? Nathan and Christine turn around immediately. They see Jeffrey walking in, raising an eyebrow with a smile. I just received a notification about round 8 from that person. Nathan asks in astonishment. Round 8. You mean you have already heard a new prophecy? Jeffrey nods. Yes, this time, he revealed quite detailed information. He said if Christine still has doubts, she can simply wait until she experiences round 8 before making her judgment. It won't be too late. Christine hesitates for a moment before speaking, then let us hear what he has to say. Seeing her yield, Jeffrey nods with a smile. He begins to recount exactly what Ryu Min had told him earlier. In round 8, the difficulty level will change depending on each person's decision, and the amount of accumulated experience points will also differ based on those choices. After finishing, Jeffrey seems to recall something. He quickly adds, oh, and one more thing. He mentioned that a completely new factor will appear in round 8. Christine asks in surprise, a new element in the rounds? Jeffrey nods slightly. That is correct. It is NPCs. Ryu Min stated that round 8 will mark the first appearance of NPCs